Chapter 1050. For nearly 2 months, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had been hiding on various dead stars in the ice-cold dead territory. Regardless of who had set the trap to blow up Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, Yang Kai was deeply aware of their cautiousness. There were constantly cultivators wandering around the ice-cold dead territory, looking for something, and it wasn't until a few days ago that they gradually stopped and withdrew. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. I feel like this time it seems to be directed at me. On a dead star, Shui Yu said thoughtfully. Think so too. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the beginning, neither of them understood whether the trap was directed at Shui Yu or the Chamber of Commerce's starship, but now both of them had the same conjecture. That trap was directed at Shui Yu. It was to bury her in it. Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai with a smile as if she was considering him. Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning and let's see if it is the same as mine. Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense and said, They spent too much time searching for survivors. There were no important people or materials on that starship, so if it was a trap set for the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have taken so long to find it. For them to be so cautious and search for 2 months in a row, it can only prove that they are very afraid of someone who may retaliate against them. So this time the matter should be directed at you. The Chamber of Commerce's warship was just implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai stared at Shui Yu with scorching eyes. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes lit up as her red lips squirmed. Your thoughts are very clear. I underestimated you. Yang Kai's conjecture was basically the same as hers. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a diamond in the rough. Smiling lightly, she asked, If one day the soul chains between us are unlocked and I don't want to kill you, would you like to stay by my side? Are you trying to win me over? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. You could say that, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chains are released. Shui Yu said those words in a soft voice. She had a smile on her face and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Forget it, I won't be controlled by you. If that day really comes, I'll kill you before you do anything. What arrogance. Shui Yu curled her lips. I want to see what ability you have to kill me. You'll see when the time comes. Yang Kai crawled out of his hiding place, turned his head, bent down, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. But shouldn't we leave this damned place now? Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she also stepped out, placing her jade white hand into Yang Kai's palm, allowing him to summon his star shuttle and carry her forward. After 2 months, no matter who it was, all of their injuries had healed, and Shui Yu had returned to the peak of the Third Order Saint King realm. However, she was still willing to share the same star shuttle as Yang Kai. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again that this was a side effect brought about by the soul chains. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any feelings for such a man, but at this moment, any care he showed her was enough to warm her body and mind. The star shuttle flew off like a bolt of lightning, and a short time later the pair flew away from the dead star. Inside the star field, Yang Kai stopped and asked, Where should we go now? Back to Water Moon's star? No, the journey back is too far. The ice-cold dead territory is about a month and a half's journey from Water Moon's star, so it would take at least 3 months to return by star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star. Rainfall Star is closer to here, and I originally wanted to go there anyway, but now that I'm in this state it's a bit troublesome. Good. Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, he was just going with the flow and didn't have any particular destination in mind. Let me think about where Rainfall Star is first. In this damn ice-cold dead territory, there isn't even a trace of starlight, so it's impossible for me to tell the direction. Shui Yu's brow furrowed as she glanced around, trying to balance her sense of direction. While she was complaining, Yang Kai had already steered his star shuttle in a certain direction. Do you know the way? Shui Yu called out worriedly. If you don't, it's easy to get lost in the star field. My star shuttle just happens to have a star that leads to Rainfall Star. Yang Kai smiled lightly. That's great, Shui Yu rejoiced, letting go of the worry in her heart. The star in Yang Kai's star shuttle was something he had personally carved into it. It was the best route he had found from the huge star above his knowledge sea, so now was a good time to verify it. What are you going to do on Rainfall Star? As they flew, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. My father sent me there to deal with some matters, Shui Yu replied casually. What matter is so important that it actually requires you to go in person? Don't ask so many questions. Shui Yu's pretty face became bitter. I wanted to tell you, but you should know that this is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and can't be easily divulged. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? She actually began to plead in a soft voice. Fine, I won't ask. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he felt a bit overwhelmed. He had to admit that once a woman like Shui Yu acted coquettishly, she was absolutely unstoppable. Kai Yang had thoroughly experienced her charms. These days when he was with her, he was trembling with fear as if he was walking on thin ice. Every day he had to constantly remind himself, lest he accidentally fall under her pomegranate skirt. It was also because of this that he was able to maintain enough clarity of mind and not be completely enslaved by the soul chains. Yang Kai believed that Shui Yu was also struggling to cope with the power of the soul chains, but the two of them had a tacit understanding and refused to talk about it. It seemed that because of what had just happened, Shui Yu felt a little guilty, so after flying for a while she suddenly asked, "What attribute do you cultivate? Is it yang or fire?" That day when she had been entangled with Yang Kai, she had gained some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai was a little vigilant. "I was thinking that if you are willing, I can help you find a master to teach you how to cultivate, how to use your strength, and how to understand the true essence of your strength," Shui Yu said sincerely. On the road of cultivation, having someone to teach you is completely different from having no one to teach you. Since you are the first person from your continent to enter territory, there shouldn't be anyone who can teach you this kind of knowledge before, right? Find a master? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. There are many foreign masters in the Chamber of Commerce who are proficient in the true essence of various strengths. It won't be difficult to find a master who matches your strength. Don't look down on me, I also have several masters who can teach me. Forget it, there probably isn't anyone who can teach me. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, this won't do you any harm. There really isn't anyone who can teach me, my strength is a bit special. Special? How special? This time it was Shui Yu's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai frowned, but in order to interrupt her strange thoughts, he could only reach out and summon a massive demonic flame. The raging pitch-black flames emitted a different kind of charm. It was like a blooming black rose that wanted to devour one's soul. Seemed like it could even burn everything in the world. Shui Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light as she froze. She carefully sensed the mysteries contained in this massive demonic flame and couldn't help calling out in alarm. How could there be such a contradictory strength? That ball of demonic flames alternated between hot and cold, yang and evil coexisted. All kinds of contradictions were perfectly combined together, mutually reinforcing each other and helping each other's arrogance. It had already completely evolved into a unique one-in-a-million type of power. Shui Yu had never seen such a strange strength before. She found it difficult to imagine how a cultivator could resolve or resist such a strength if it invaded the body of a cultivator. She couldn't think of a good solution. From the depths of her beautiful eyes, a trace of panic, shock, and joy appeared. She was shocked by the uniqueness of this demonic flame, but also excited by Yang Kai's great potential. This man was now just a second-order saint cultivator, so his unique strength probably wouldn't be able to play much of a role. But if he could be cultivated into a Saint King realm or even an origin returning realm master, the role this demonic flame could play was simply unimaginable. His strength attribute gave him a natural advantage that others could not hope to reach. Once he was allowed to grow, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent in the same realm. Unless his opponent also cultivated a very special strength. Is there anyone in your Chamber of Commerce who possesses this kind of strength like me? Yang Kai asked. Shui Yu shook her head honestly, dismissing the idea of hiring a master for him, but her beautiful eyes flashed a different light as she called out, "Yang Kai, how about we discuss something?" "Discuss what?" "When the day comes that we break the soul chains, I won't do you any harm. Everything that happened before will be written off. Moreover, I will provide you with the best cultivation environment and the best resources to help you increase your strength, allowing you to grow at the fastest speed possible." "So good?" Yang Kai's face didn't even twitch as he grinned meaningfully. "Tell me, what are your conditions? How about you follow me?" "Nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. "I said I won't be controlled by you." "Being controlled and following are two different things," Shui Yu cried out. You can't understand it that way. To me it's the same thing. At most, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Shui Yu's face flushed red as she bit her thin lip, seemingly making a great concession. Yang Kai's strength was so special that she really wanted to win him over. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Shui Yu's face was still red as she became angry. Your identity to the outside world is Shui Yu's third young master. If I don't pursue you, I'm afraid no one in this world will pursue you, right? Do you have to be so lonely? You bastard. Shui Yu cursed. Chapter 1051. Flying his star shuttle through the star field with a stunning beauty like Shui Yu by his side, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest boredom. On the contrary, he actually enjoyed the journey. Shui Yu seemed to have experienced a completely different life. For a long time she had maintained the identity of Shui Yu's third young master in front of others, living in the image of a man. She had lived like this for countless years, and only a few people in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew her true gender. She had never been able to show her true face. This time, a series of coincidences allowed her to put aside all disguises and use her womanly side to get along with Yang Kai. Because of the soul chains, she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai, feeling that this man was very kind and intimate, as if he was a very important part of her life. Shui Yu was in a very good mood, and her already beautiful face became even more radiant. Her pretty face was always filled with an intoxicating charm. Time flew by, and after more than a month of shuttling through the star field, the two of them finally arrived at a colorful star, Rainfall Star. Yang Kai had thought that this star had such a name because of its drizzling rain, but it wasn't until he saw it in the star field that he realized Rainfall Star was not what he had imagined it to be. This star wasn't very big, only about a third the size of Water Moon Star, but it was filled with vibrant vitality. The colorful light that enveloped the entire stars gave it a dreamy glow. The brilliance of a huge nearby sun star was refracted by this colorful light. This made Rainfall Star appear even more enchanting. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes obviously showed a look of fascination as she stared at Rainfall Star in a daze. Even Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the beauty of these stars. When my strength is enough, I will become the Star Master of Rainfall Star and bring these stars under my control. Shui Yu exclaimed, setting a grand goal for herself. Then you'll have to work hard, at least have the ability to defeat the current Star Master. Yang Kai smiled, not taking her words seriously, thinking she was just acting like a young girl. Shui Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed into crescents as she covered her mouth and giggled. Rainfall Star doesn't have a Star Master. I know you come from a low-level world. But don't pretend you know what you don't. No Star Master? Yang Kai heard this and was stunned. Why is there no Star Master? Does your Chamber of Commerce have masters? Yang Kai knew that Yang Kai's stars, and although there weren't many masters at this level, every great force, great star had at least one or two masters. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a famous force in the star field. It was impossible for there to be no Origin King Realm masters. Yang's master Star Master. Their strength was enough to serve as Rainfall Star's Star Masters. But how should he put it? Becoming a Star Lord of a Cultivation Star wasn't something that could be accomplished just by being strong enough. Instead, he needed to imprint his life imprint into the Cultivation Star's star source. This process is accompanied by great danger, and even Origin Kings may suffer a backlash from the star's source and lose their life. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Shui Yu continued to explain patiently, there aren't many Origin Kings, and some of them would rather live in seclusion than take the risk of integrating with a star's source. Moreover, once one becomes the Star Master of a Cultivation Star, it is tantamount to entrusting one's life to that Cultivation Star. If one day the Cultivation Star suffers a drastic change or is destroyed, the Star Master will die as well. Similar things have happened before, and because of the destruction of a Cultivation Star, the Star Master perished. Like you and me, if one dies, all die? Yang Kai exclaimed. More or less, but this kind of involvement is only one-sided, so in Star Territory, there are some Cultivation Stars without a Star Master and Rainfall Star is one of them. Then why do you still want to become a Star Master? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Shui Yu smiled and said, although there are many inconveniences, there are also great benefits after becoming a Star Master. Otherwise, why would any master be willing to become the Star Master of a Cultivation Star? Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how one thinks. She seemed to be very open-minded, and Yang Kai also felt this was the case, unable to help thinking back to the floating continent he had encountered before. At that time, under Guizhu's coercion while searching for a way to leave, his divine sense strands inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the floating continent, and there he felt an extremely powerful energy. This energy nourished his soul and divine sense strands, causing them, which were about to dry up, to become rich and powerful in an instant. That massive energy was somewhat similar to the star source of stars, but unfortunately, even after asking Guizhu about it in a roundabout way, Yang Kai hadn't been able to obtain any concrete information. Now that he was talking to Shuiyu about this, Yang Kai was vaguely certain that it was the star source of stars. "Do you know how to fuse with the star source of stars?" Yang Kai asked. "Why are you asking about this?" Shuiyu glanced at him in surprise. "Just asking." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to care too much. Shuiyu's expression was suspicious, obviously not trusting him, but she didn't ask any more questions and instead revealed some of the information she knew. She felt that even if she didn't say anything, Yang Kai would figure out these things one day, so it didn't matter if she told him. Yang Kai secretly committed her words to memory while maintaining a calm expression on his face, preparing to return to the floating continent when he had time in the future to confirm whether his guess was correct or not. If that massive energy was really the star source of stars, he could try to fuse with it. After all, if he could succeed, he would obtain huge benefits. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the thick clouds and arrived above Rainfall's star. "Let's go that way." Shuiyu pointed to the area with the richest world energy aura. "Our Chamber of Commerce's branch is located there." Yang Kai gently nodded and silently flew off with her on his back. A few hours later, a series of rolling mountains appeared in front of the pair's eyes. Among these mountains, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountain range there was a large square. In the square there were warships flying in and out, transporting resources. Most of these starships were branded with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's logo, but some were from other great forces that were here to purchase goods. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this and simply followed Shuiyu's instructions as they flew through the mountains. Shuiyu seemed to have been here before and was quite familiar with the terrain. Following her guidance, the two of them soon arrived in front of a large hall. Shuiyu jumped off her star shuttle briskly, beckoned to Yang Kai and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were several martial artists dressed as guards. They wore majestic armors and held silver spears in their hands. Their expressions were solemn. When they saw Shuiyu, the eyes of these guards obviously lit up, all of them involuntarily puffing out their chests and acting mature and reliable. Shuiyu's mouth curled into a grin, seemingly very satisfied with this scene. She had never had the opportunity to conquer strange men with her feminine side before, so the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. "Lady, please stop, what business do you have?" One of the guards stepped forward and blocked Shuiyu's path, putting on a businesslike appearance. "I want to see Branch President Hali Ka." Shuiyu flipped her delicate jade hand and summoned out a token. The guard stared at it for a moment before his expression became solemn as he exclaimed, "So it's the master from the home star." The moment he saw this token, the way he addressed Shuiyu immediately changed, no longer daring to intentionally or unintentionally show off his masculinity because this token was the highest level of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, something only the honorable masters of the home star were qualified to possess. This kind of status was not something a little guard like him could hope to achieve. "Branch President Hali Ka has been waiting for a long time. Please come in, master." The guard quickly stepped aside and made way. Shuiyu nodded with satisfaction and motioned to Yang Kai before walking in together. The expressions of the several guards were as solemn as ever, with a trace of respect for Shuiyu, but at the same time, there was some doubt in their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Kai was following behind this female master. This little brat's cultivation was about the same as theirs, so obviously he could only be a guard, but this master's attitude towards him seemed to be quite easygoing. What kind of dog-shit luck did this little brat have? How could he have such good fortune to follow behind such a master? The several guards couldn't help cursing in their hearts. They had seen Yang Kai and Shuiyu arrive together on the same star shuttle, looking so intimate that they couldn't help wishing they could take their place. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from the other side. A short time later, several cultivators ran out, each one looking more distressed than the last. Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled before softly explaining, "The temper of the branch president here is not very good. He will often beat and scold his subordinates, so his popularity is very poor. Don't speak nonsense so he won't cause trouble." "I know, I won't say anything," Yang Kai nodded. The main reason he had come to Rainfall Star this time was to accompany Shui Yu. He didn't know the specific reason and wasn't prepared to intervene. "Who are you? Don't you know it's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs?" A cold snort came from inside, clearly very displeased. Shui Yu couldn't help spitting out her tongue, her entire temperament changing, becoming resolute and decisive as she stepped inside. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Inside there was an old man in a purple robe sitting upright on a chair, coldly looking in their direction. His expression was calm and dignified, like a mountain. Just sitting there he was like a mountain peak, an invisible aura and pressure spreading out from his body. Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he felt as if his feet had been filled with 10,000 kilograms of force, making it difficult for him to move. Shui Yu's brisk pace seemed to have suddenly become sluggish, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to move her tender body. Because of Shui Yu's words just now, Branch President Hali Ka obviously didn't like the two of them and deliberately wanted to embarrass them. Chapter 1052. Inside the hall, Kai Yang struggled to even move, the pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his muscles were twitching uncontrollably as he resisted the pressure coming from all directions, silently cursing in his heart. This woman Shui Yu had always been aloof and no one dared to be rude to her. She obviously didn't know what it meant to cause trouble with words, causing Yang Kai to be implicated as well. Feeling the aura deliberately released by Hali Ka, Shui Yu's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. At her waist, a jade pendant flashed and summoned a number of strange beasts. These strange beasts roared silently as they formed a sole defensive barrier around Shui Yu, blocking the impact of Hali Ka's attacks. A series of ripples spread out and the sound of something breaking rang out. Shui Yu's originally labored steps suddenly relaxed as she raised her head slightly and walked forward briskly. Even Yang Kai, who had been unable to move, was no longer under the pressure he had just experienced. It seemed that under the defensive barrier formed by these strange beasts, Hali Ka's momentum was instantly disintegrated. Yang Kai suddenly became relaxed and couldn't help glancing over at Shui Yu's slender waist, secretly thinking that this was the heiress of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, so she was wearing an extremely high-grade artifact. An origin-grade soul-type artifact? Hali Ka, who was sitting in his chair and staring over coldly, couldn't help frowning slightly, retracting the momentum he had been releasing as a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not just anyone could possess such a high-grade soul-type artifact. Hali Ka immediately realized that Shui Yu's origins were extraordinary, but before he could figure out her identity and purpose, he didn't dare act rashly again. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Hali Ka didn't put him in his heart, instead turning to Shui Yu and asking, "What is this girl's name?" Shui Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Shui-er." Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching as he quietly stood behind her, pretending to be her guard. "Lady Shui-er." Hali Ka gently nodded. "Then what business do you have with me?" Shui Yu didn't answer. She took out the token from before and handed it over. Hali Ka took it, his expression changing greatly as he finally stood up from his chair and cupped his fists. "So it is young Master Shui Yu's people. Young Lady Shui-er, please forgive this old man's eyes for failing to see just now, please forgive him." With that said, he respectfully handed the token back to Yang Kai. "You're too polite, Branch President." Snow Moon accepted the gift, looked around and then walked to a chair and sat down. Hali Ka stood in place with a puzzled expression, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Sister Shui-er, when will young Master Shui Yu arrive?" "He won't be able to come," Shui Yu said with a smile. "He has some things to deal with so he can't leave for the time being." "Young Master Shui Yu can't come?" Hali Ka froze for a moment before hesitating. "Then this matter," he said, "that I'll be in charge of everything here. The branch leader only needs to cooperate with me," Shui Yu said in an overbearing and bossy manner. "You'll be in charge?" Hali Ka couldn't help frowning, looking at Shui Yu with some distrust. This old man is being nosy, Sister Shui. To young Master Shuiyu. What is your relationship? Shuiyu smiled and said flirtatiously. He handed over such an important matter to me. Who do you think I am to him? Hali Ka couldn't help showing a look of understanding, his expression suddenly becoming ambiguous as he stared at Shuiyu. He couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking that young Master Shuiyu had finally become like an ordinary man and was attracted to a woman. He had never heard of young Master Shuiyu being interested in a woman before. Even if she was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation, he wouldn't spare her more than a few glances. Many of the older generation in the Chamber of Commerce were worried about young Master Shuiyu, wondering if he had some kind of physical or psychological problem. Now it seemed that he simply hadn't met a woman to his liking. But why did this Sister Shui look so similar to young Master Shuiyu? This girl couldn't be the fruit of President Aio's womanizing outside, right? If that was the case, then the true relationship between her and young Master Shuiyu was... All kinds of thoughts flashed across Hali Ka's mind, causing him to shiver, his expression becoming more and more awkward. Sister Shui about the ancient. Hali Ka was about to give her a detailed report on the progress of the matter but was interrupted by Shuiyu. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I just arrived here and am tired, so I'll rest for the night. It won't be too late to deal with this matter tomorrow. Hali Ka thought about it for a moment before nodding. Very well, I'll have someone lead Sister Shui to rest. Saying so, Hali Ka called out, and a short time later, the guards outside the door came in and Hali Ka gave them a few instructions before bowing and escorting Shuiyu out. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed behind Shuiyu, a thoughtful look on his face. Although Hali Ka hadn't finished speaking just now, he did hear the word ancient, which made him a little curious. He didn't know what had happened on this cultivation star that involved the ancient era and required Shuiyu to personally come here to deal with it. However, no matter what it was, it couldn't be a trivial matter. Shuiyu didn't let Hali Ka continue, obviously not wanting Yang Kai to hear this secret. She felt a sense of familiarity with Yang Kai, but in the end, this was the Chamber of Commerce's secrets and couldn't be divulged at will. Yang Kai was well aware of all this, but he didn't point it out. Following the guard through the mountain range, it wasn't long before they arrived at a beautiful place. This place was far from the noisy center of the branch, making it a good place to rest. This was an independent loft, exquisite but not lacking in grandeur. Outside the loft, there was a small bridge over flowing water and a natural hot spring for bathing. When Shuiyu arrived here, her eyes lit up as if she suddenly remembered that she hadn't bathed in a long time. These past few months, she and Yang Kai had been flying through the star territory, hiding on the dust-covered dead stars. Even though the two of them had good cultivations, they were still covered in dust. Seeing this natural hot spring, Shuiyu's tender body couldn't help feeling a little itchy. After the guard left, Shuiyu walked around the loft, rubbing her palms together as she smiled. This Hali Ka really knows how to handle things, arranging such a good place for me. I didn't think he was so clever before. Yang Kai curled his lips. If you continue to live in this appearance, you will discover many things you couldn't before. Hearing this, Shuiyu thought about it seriously and agreed. You're right, one identity, one life, it's really wonderful. But unfortunately, I can't live in this appearance forever. Once I'm done here, I'll return to Water Moon Star and restore my identity as Shuiyu's third young master. As long as she could find the Grand Master who had refined this artifact and help Shuiyu refine an artifact that could conceal her identity, she would be able to return to her previous life. Enough. Shuiyu seemed to suddenly become a little dispirited, twirling around elegantly. I'm going to take a bath and wash away the dust of this journey. You're not allowed to peek if I find out you're plotting something. Saying so, Shuiyu clenched her fists and waved them fiercely at Yang Kai before walking towards the natural hot spring outside. Arriving at the hot spring, Shuiyu gently undressed while secretly keeping an eye on Yang Kai's movements. According to her observations during this period of time, she discovered that Kai Yang was not an honest person. He was definitely capable of doing things like secretly peeping on others. As such, she decided to warn him in advance. However, to her surprise, even after she had submerged her soft and plump body into the steaming hot spring water, Yang Kai didn't move at all, seemingly standing in place without moving. Shuiyu was a little surprised, thinking that she had misjudged Yang Kai and had misunderstood his surname, thinking that he was really an honest man. Just as she was thinking this though, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the hot spring and immediately fell straight down. Before he even entered the hot spring, he had already taken off all his clothes. Put on. The hot spring water splashed everywhere, and the already misty hot spring became even more misty, making it impossible to see anything. Yang Kai. Xueyu grit her teeth and shouted murderously. Yang Kai leaned against the stone wall on the other side of the hot spring and said casually, I also want to wash away the dust of this journey and I didn't peek. He looked towards the direction of Xueyu. Xueyu was extremely annoyed, cursing this shameless rogue as she submerged herself into the hot spring water. Her perfect body was shrouded in a faint seven-colored glow in the white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see her clearly, but this only served to make their hearts itch even more. They couldn't help wanting to get closer and see just how beautiful her body was hidden in the mist and light. You and I are only one step away from being intimate, what's there to be shy about bathing together? Yang Kai spat disdainfully, unable to understand what this woman was thinking. Don't say it. Xueyu shouted, shooting a water arrow over, but Yang Kai's head missed. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm telling the truth. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Xueyu didn't answer, only the sound of bubbles blowing could be heard. Yang Kai no longer tried to provoke her and simply enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring. After a while, Xueyu suddenly said, Tomorrow I'll be going out with Branch President Hali Ka to deal with some matters, so I won't be able to take you with me. I know. Your strength is too low, so you may be in danger if you go, so you don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai shook his head. I know my limits and won't inquire about secrets I shouldn't know. Some things the less one knows, the safer they are. As long as you understand, Xueyu smiled faintly. I'm going to rest. Yang Kai stood up, circulated his Saint Qi to dry himself, put on some clothes and walked towards the loft. Looking at Yang Kai's back through the mist, Xueyu couldn't help feeling an impulse to tell Yang Kai everything. This made her beautiful face pale as she felt that the influence of the soul chains on her was becoming more and more serious. Chapter 1053. The next day early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight emerged from behind the mountain range. As the sunlight passed through the mountain range, it seemed to be magnified infinitely. Although it was only a single ray, it was as dazzling as gold. Bathed in this morning's light, the beautiful mountain range glowed with a dazzling golden light, inspiring awe. Countless cultivators looked up towards the mountain peak with solemn expressions. An awe-inspiring aura overflowed from the huge mountain, making the undulating mountain range look like a divine dragon crawling on the ground. On the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and released his divine sense, quickly discovering that Xueyu was no longer here. Instead, there was another strange life aura waiting outside. Yang Kai turned his head to look outside and found that it was a cultivator dressed as a guard. The cultivation fluctuations coming from this cultivator's body were slightly higher than his own, so he should be a third-order saint. This man stood there in boredom, looking a little impatient and displeased, as if he had been given a task he didn't like. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the second floor and landed in front of the man, asking casually, "Friend, do you need something?" The man heard the movement and turned around, cupped his fists reluctantly and asked, "Are you the guard of Master Xue?" "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded. Master Xue said that today she will be working with Hali Ka to deal with some matters and may need some time. She said you are unfamiliar with this place and asked me to entertain you. Entertain me? Yang Kai raised his brow. My rainfall star has many places to have fun. I promise you I won't let you down. As he spoke, he looked Yang Kai up and down, really unable to understand why this young man was Xue's guard. Why didn't he stay by his master's side to protect her? Instead, he asked the beautiful Master Xue to take care of his feelings. Why? If all guards could receive such treatment, it would be too fortunate. He was also a guard but had never encountered such a good thing before. He felt indignant and wanted nothing more than to follow Xue, her master, and serve her faithfully. Listening to him, Yang Kai suddenly understood that Xueyu was afraid that he would be lonely, so he wanted him to find something to do. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. "Friend, thank you for your kindness, but I don't like lively places, so I don't want to have fun." The man looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if he hadn't expected him to be so serious. Nodding slightly, he said, "There are also places that are not noisy. By the way, the branch is holding a large-scale auction these days. There will be many rare treasures. If this friend is interested, you can go take a look." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, about half of the items are provided by the Chamber of Commerce. There are also many foreign cultivators who will take out the rare treasures he obtained from his adventures and let the Chamber of Commerce auction them on his behalf. This kind of grand event is held once every few years, and sometimes some very rare treasures will appear. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai showed a joyful expression. He had never participated in this kind of event before. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had heard about it many times and knew that it was an important way for cultivators to purchase rare treasures. Rainfall Stars auction is held for many days each time. At the auction, only Saint crystals are accepted, but after the auction there will be a private trade fair. This trade fair depends on one's personal preferences. You can trade Saint crystals or barter. The man saw that Yang Kai seemed to be interested in this and couldn't help explaining a few more words before asking, "Does this friend want to take a look?" He could tell that Yang Kai didn't seem to have seen much of the world, but since he was valued by Master Shui, he had to treat him with respect. "How many Saint crystals do I need to prepare to participate?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled and said casually, 500,000, otherwise you may not even be eligible to participate. 500,000. Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly. Yang Kai had collected a lot of Saint crystals from Purple Star and Sword Union on the floating continent, but it wasn't a lot. On top of that, after purchasing the Star Shuttle and ores, Yang Kai only had a few hundred Saint crystals left. 500,000 was a number that he couldn't afford no matter what. It was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him right now. Yang Kai had a lot of Origin grade and even Origin King grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines. If these things were to be sold, each of them would be worth a lot, but Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so these herbs could provide him with great help in his alchemic Dao, so he wasn't prepared to sell them. "Friend, what do you think?" The man urged impatiently. He had been ordered to bring Yang Kai to have some fun, but Yang Kai was actually thinking too much, making him very unhappy. "Forget it, I won't go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Kai waved his hand. Going to the auction alone was too boring and he had nothing urgent to buy right now. "Then friend, please help yourself." The man no longer spoke to Yang Kai, cupped his fists slightly and left directly. Bathed in the warm sunshine, one would feel warm all over, especially for someone like Yang Kai who had cultivated a Yang attribute secret art or martial skill. Sunlight would always give people a warm feeling. Standing in front of the loft, Yang Kai's hundreds of millions of pores opened up and thousands of rays of sunlight turned into fluorescent light that penetrated into his limbs, flesh and bones. Yang Kai was in a good mood and his mind had also opened up a lot. Although he had refused the cultivator's hospitality, Yang Kai still wanted to go out for a walk. He didn't know when Shuiyu would return, so there was no point in him staying here. On top of that, he couldn't wait to find a way to safely lift the soul chains. As long as he and Shuiyu were willing, the soul chains could be unlocked at any time, but that wasn't a guarantee. Yang Kai had never thought that he and Shuiyu could really get along well. That was all an illusion created by the soul chains. He had to make sure that after unlocking the soul chains, Shuiyu wouldn't act against him. Otherwise, once the shackles disappeared, Shuiyu would most likely immediately attack him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against this and had been secretly thinking hard, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai flew off. Like a meteor, Yang Kai shuttled through the clouds, drifting with the wind without a specific destination, his divine sense spreading out infinitely as he flew. The last time Yang Kai was on Water Moon Star, he had spent 2 months circling around it, firstly to familiarize himself with the structure and customs of the cultivation stars in its territory, and secondly to hold out a glimmer of hope that he could find Zhou Xian. This time, coming to a different cultivation star, Yang Kai also wanted to try his luck. Rainfall Star wasn't big, much smaller than Water Moon Star. It took Yang Kai only 20 days to travel across the entire Rainfall Star, but he didn't find Zhou Xian's aura. Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, the star territory was too vast and there were countless cultivation stars. Even if Zhou Xian had come here with ice sex people, he certainly wouldn't know which star she was residing on, so it wasn't something he could find in a short time. Yang Kai stopped at the top of a mountain and looked down. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a huge mountain valley in the distance. This mountain valley covered a large area and seemed to have been expanded by someone. The mountain valley shouldn't have been so big, but someone had used a divine technique to naturally expand it. At this moment, this mountain valley covered an area of about 100 kilometers. In the very center of this mountain valley, there was a palace, and around this palace were several acres of exquisitely tended medicine fields. These medicine fields were filled with a variety of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, each of them colorful and brilliant. Kai Yang stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He felt that there should be a large array arranged around the medicine field. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into the mountain valley, causing the entire mountain valley to be shrouded in clouds and mist. The world energy was extraordinary. Even though he was far away, Kai Yang could still smell the medicinal fragrance that made him feel relaxed and happy. Inside this mountain valley there must be an alchemist. Kai Yang concluded in his heart. Yang Kai set off to fly over, intending to visit this alchemist to pass the time, but just as he flew over the mountain valley he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. This feeling came from the corner of his eyes. Pausing, Yang Kai once again stared seriously at the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had just seen. Then his eyes narrowed and he immediately understood where the discordant feeling came from. The medicine fields scattered throughout the mountain valley were obviously different from what he had just seen at the top of the mountain. There seemed to be some subtle changes between the rows. Yang Kai observed more carefully, releasing his divine sense to perceive the peculiarities of these medicine fields. Soon Yang Kai was surprised to discover that beneath these medicine fields, there was a very special force flowing, one that seemed to conform to some principles, causing him to be shocked. It was this strange force that changed the distance between the herb fields, causing each herb field to change its structure according to a complicated pattern. As the structure of the herb fields changed, the world energy that flowed into the herb fields seemed to be more easily absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, causing the spirit grasses and spirit herbs to thrive. Yang Kai's body shook as his attention was drawn to these exquisite and extraordinary medicine fields. Stopping midair, he released his divine sense to perceive the hidden mysteries of one of these medicine fields. Inside the palace there was a short, crazy-looking old man. This old man was busy in front of a series of large and small pill furnaces, each of which was filled with a mixture of different herbs. This old man was not young and his hair and beard were all white. Apparently due to years of exhaustion, his eyes were sunken and his skin was wrinkled. There was not much flesh on his body. Only his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost all of his attention was devoted to the dozens of pill furnaces of various sizes, constantly sending rare herbs flying out of his space ring and into the pill furnaces. He was busy with dozens of pill furnaces, refining dozens of different pills at the same time without making the slightest mistake. Chapter 1054. When Yang Kai broke into the mountain valley, he was instantly noticed by the old man who was in the middle of performing alchemy. The old man couldn't help frowning as a terrifying aura surged from his thin body. The mountain valley he was in was a restricted area on Rainfall Star. No one was allowed to approach it and no one dared to. But today this old man's peace had been disturbed by a little brat who didn't know his limits. The old man was furious and didn't want to give up, wanting to take Yang Kai's life directly and use Yang Kai's death to warn others of the consequences of disturbing his peace while he was performing alchemy. A nobody like Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his attention. But just as he was about to begin, one of the pill furnaces placed around him suddenly made a strange noise. The old man's expression couldn't help becoming bitter as he quickly poured his Saint Qi into the pill furnace to stabilize the chaotic medicinal liquid inside, muttering to himself, "Pills are difficult to refine. Fine, I'll let you play around for a while. I can't let you ruin my furnace of pills. Damn it, pills are really difficult to refine." Muttering to himself, Yang Kai continued to form a series of hand seals as he poured his Saint Qi into the various pill furnaces. The space ring on his hand continued to glow as Yang Kai placed the herbs he had prepared in advance into the pill furnaces one after another. The quantity, heat, and timing of each of these herbs were all meticulously calculated. More and more pill furnaces began to make noises, but the old man's expression was still indifferent, not showing the slightest sign of nervousness, his movements actually becoming faster and faster. An hour later, the old man's sunken eyes flashed with a brilliant light. All of the pill furnaces began to hum at the same time, and a series of crisp sounds came from within. A thick pill fragrance wafted through the air. With a wave of his hand, the old man opened several dozen large and small pill furnaces and poured out pills of various sizes and colors, all of which were filled with rich aura, into the nearby jade bottles like raindrops. Ding ding dang dang. A pleasant sound rang out as the 3 jade bottles were filled to the brim. The old man wasn't tired in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed quite excited. He rubbed his withered hands and rushed to the jade bottles. He picked them up and carefully examined the pills that had just come out of the furnace. Nothing, nothing, still nothing. Every time the old man checked a pill, he would mutter to himself. The look of expectation on his face gradually disappeared, and he became more and more disappointed. Even after he finished inspecting the nearly 40 pills in the 3 jade bottles, he still couldn't find what he was looking for. As if he had received a huge blow, a disheartened look appeared on the old man's face as he sighed heavily. Alchemy is really difficult to refine. Why are there no pill veins? Could it be that this old man's method of winning by quantity is wrong? That can't be. As he spoke, he casually threw these jade bottles to the side as if he had thrown away something worthless. He didn't even look at them. In the corner of the room, there were a large number of jade bottles piled up, at least 100 of them. Each bottle was filled with pills, and the grade of each bottle was no lower than St. King grade. There were even some origin grade pills. The old man sat down sadly, thinking about the gains and losses of his alchemy, trying to find the root cause of his failure to refine pill veins. While thinking, he scratched his head, causing his already dense white hair to become even thinner. He sat in place for 3 days and 3 nights like a dead man, not moving at all. Only his eyes were gloomy and filled with contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the medicine field outside, interrupting his thoughts. The old man raised his head unhappily and stared towards the medicine field. Only then did he remember that an uninvited guest had come to his place 3 days ago, but he hadn't had time to deal with him at that time, so he had completely forgotten about him. He hasn't left yet? The old man showed a look of surprise as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the situation. In the next moment, he let out a light sigh as if he had discovered something extremely interesting and began to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. Inside the medicine field, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. Strand after strand of thought went deep into every inch of the herbal field, prying into the wonders of these herbal fields. These herbal fields were not casually cultivated. Every row of them contained the mysteries of spirit arrays. Every herbal field was a different spirit array. With the help of the spirit arrays, they gathered the world energy and promoted the growth of the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the herbal fields, shortening their lifespan. If a single herb was planted here for 50 years, it would have a medicinal age of 100 years or more. Yang Kai didn't know who had arranged this, but it should have been the master of the palace, the alchemist hidden inside. Fully immersing himself in the medicine field, Yang Kai began deciphering the hidden spirit arrays, completely forgetting himself. Yang Kai had learned many spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, and on Tong Xian realm, these spirit arrays had been of great help to him in alchemy. However, the true alchemic way was only a product of Tong Xian realm. Inside Star's territory, there were also unique spirit arrays belonging to Star's territory. Both of them had their advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai studied the hidden spirit arrays in the medicine field while comparing them with the ones he had mastered. Removing the wheat from the chaff, the harvest was huge. Seeing this scene, the old man in the palace suddenly understood what Yang Kai was doing. Thinking about it for a moment, he restrained the murderous intent in his heart and chuckled. "Fine, you can do as you please. You're a promising talent." He remembered the hardships he had gone through to learn alchemy in the past. In order to learn different spirit arrays, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to visit famous masters. Often he would be ridiculed, rejected at the door, and swept out the door was a common occurrence. Those outstanding alchemists all regarded the spirit arrays they had mastered as treasures and would not easily teach them to outsiders. Even if they were teaching their own apprentices, many of them would not be willing to teach them, let alone someone like Yang Kai who had come here to learn. When he was Yang Kai's age, he was also obsessed with alchemy, vowing to walk his own path in the alchemic way and impress the world. but now he knew that he had been wrong. Alchemy was not to change the world's opinion of him, it was his lifelong pursuit. Yang Kai's serious concentration reminded him of the past, and his original intention to kill Yang Kai suddenly changed, no longer paying attention to him, allowing him to spy on the various mysteries of the medicine field. Time passed by and the old man in the palace began to perform alchemy. As usual, several dozen pill furnaces were activated at the same time, and herbs were thrown in one after another. Outside the palace, Yang Kai was like an old monk in meditation, a thick layer of dust covering his body as he eagerly studied the spirit arrays. One old and one young, neither of them had anything to do with each other, each of them busy, each immersed in their own thoughts. Every once in a while, after the old man finished performing alchemy, he would observe Yang Kai, only to find that he was still sitting there. He couldn't help admiring this little brat's patience and perseverance. Young people were full of vigor and few could do anything without any distractions. It was really good that this little brat could be so focused. Yang Kai could also sense that the owner of the palace would sweep over him with his divine sense from time to time, but since the other party didn't drive him away, he could only continue to sit in place. Yang Kai was planning to wait until he finished studying the spirit arrays here before paying a visit to express his gratitude. He didn't intend to steal the spirit arrays here, he was just doing it on a whim. His peaceful life continued. On this day, Yang Kai was studying the spirit arrays hidden in one of the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had learned before, when a sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart and a sense of panic rose from the depths of his heart. Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and swept his surroundings with his divine sense. Soon he frowned because he didn't sense any danger approaching at all. Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers apart from him, there was only the master of the palace. There wasn't even a single bird. Yang Kai thought he was having some kind of illusion, but just as he was about to calm down and continue studying, the sense of uneasiness grew even stronger. It was as if his life was being threatened and he was about to die. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his expression calm. At his level of strength, his senses were quite keen, so this kind of uneasiness and alarm could not have arisen for no reason. There could only be two reasons for this feeling. Either there was a master lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to take his life, or for some other reason his safety was being threatened. The former was unlikely. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the cultivation of the owner of the palace was, he could conclude that the other party was a master. If there really was a master lying in ambush, it was impossible for the owner of the palace not to notice. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be anyone targeting him. After all, he hadn't formed any grudges with anyone during this time, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting him for no reason. The only one he had a grudge with was Yu, but because of the soul chains she had developed a sense of intimacy with him, so it was impossible for her to act against him. Thinking of Yu and the soul chains, Yang Kai's expression changed as a guess appeared in his mind. Could something have happened to Yu? Because of the soul chains, the two of them were connected as one, so if Yu's life was at stake, it was very likely that his feelings would be affected. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible and didn't dare to stay any longer, immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying towards the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He had thought that Yu's strength wasn't low, and with Ha Li Ka, an origin-returning realm master accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems, so Yang Kai had been handling his own affairs with peace of mind. But now that something like this had happened, he was extremely annoyed. Is he leaving? Inside the palace, the old man glanced in the direction Yang Kai left and slowly shook his head, no longer paying him any attention. For him, the arrival of Yang Kai was just a small stone thrown into his unchanging and peaceful life. The ripples it caused couldn't affect him in the slightest, so whether Yang Kai stayed or left, he didn't care. The old man continued to focus on the several dozen pill furnaces around him, constantly forming hand seals and injecting his Saint Qi into them to control the temperature of each furnace. Chapter 1055. Yang Kai pushed his strength without reservation, pushing the speed of his Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle to its limit. The uneasiness and sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain range where the branch was located and went directly to the loft arranged by Ha Li Ka. From a distance, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the loft was the same as when he left, with no trace of anyone having been here. Yu was also not here. Immediately turning around, Yang Kai flew towards the branch. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where he had met Hali Ka. Several guards who were guarding the gate of the palace saw him rushing over and couldn't help frowning, wondering what had happened to make him so nervous. They had met Yang Kai last time and knew that this young man had come with Shui Master from the Home Star and was one of her personal guards. However, his strength was somewhat low, causing these guards to look down on him, secretly thinking that those from the Home Star were nothing special. Has Branch President Hali Ka returned? Yang Kai landed in front of them and didn't speak any nonsense, asking directly, "What business do you have with Master Hali Ka?" One of the guards asked instead of answering. "Has he returned?" Yang Kai roared, his expression fierce as if he was about to swallow someone whole. The guard froze up and couldn't help feeling a trace of fear as he shook his head subconsciously. "Do you know where he went?" Yang Kai asked again. The guard who had just shaken his head seemed to have become angry out of shame and coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are to ask about the master's whereabouts? Who do you think you are?" Even if this guard was from the Home Star, he was just a second-order saint, so his tone and attitude were really unpleasant. Yang Kai glanced over at this guard and secretly felt that asking them was a waste of effort. These people's status wasn't high, so they shouldn't know too many secrets. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and flew off towards another palace. In that palace, there was the aura of an expert who was at the return to Void Realm. He should know something. Fuck this kid. The guards couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. They stared at Yang Kai's back hatefully. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the main planet, they definitely wouldn't have let Yang Kai off so easily. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace not far away. He landed and walked directly to the guards at the entrance, saying, "I want to see the master inside." "What's the matter?" one of the guards asked. Something must have happened to Branch President Hali Ka. The guard's expression changed. He sized up Yang Kai and asked in disbelief, "How did you know?" Master Hali Ka is an origin returning realm master, one of the top masters on Rainfall Star. What could possibly cause him to? "Can you go in and report?" Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. "Let him in." A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from inside. The commotion here had clearly been transmitted inside, and the experts inside had sensed it. As soon as these words were spoken, before the guard could respond, Yang Kai rushed into the palace like a gust of wind. Similar to Hali Ka's palace, inside this palace, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, handling the branch's affairs. Seeing Yang Kai rush in, this middle-aged man couldn't help looking up at him and asking, "Are you the guard who followed Master Shui from the main star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "I am the branch's Lin Mu Feng." The middle-aged man coldly snorted, "I don't care if you're from the main star or which master you're following, I am the one in charge here." Yang Kai didn't say a word. "Why do you say something must have happened to Hali Ka?" Lin Mu Feng was very satisfied with Yang Kai's cooperative attitude and asked, "As far as I know, you aren't qualified to participate in this secret operation. Since you didn't participate, how did you know?" Yang Kai frowned, a flash of inspiration appearing in his mind as he took out a compass-like artifact. "Master Shui sent me a message saying they have encountered great danger." "What kind of danger?" Lin Mu Feng paled slightly, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't contact Master Shui right now. You can try contacting Branch President Hali Ka and ask him." Lin Mu Feng pondered for a moment before taking out a compass-like artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, trying to contact Hali Ka. A moment later, his expression became dignified as he muttered, "Sure enough, something has happened." Not receiving any response, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Come with me." Lin Mu Feng beckoned to Yang Kai and hurried out. Outside the palace, Lin Mu Feng summoned his star shuttle directly and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai following closely behind. While flying, Lin Mu Feng took out his compass-like artifact and constantly communicated with someone, issuing various orders. A moment later, from all directions, streaks of light flashed and quickly gathered. These people were all cultivators from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce who had been summoned by Lin Mu Feng. They gathered around Lin Mu Feng and followed him as he flew forward. They didn't ask what had happened. Yang Kai secretly observed and was slightly surprised. Many of these cultivators were Saint King Realm Masters. The number of Saint Realm cultivators was small, and there were even a few origin-returning realm masters. Mufeng, what happened? Why did you call us here in such a hurry? A middle-aged woman approached Lin Mufeng and asked. Holly Ka and the others seemed to have had an accident. No matter how I called out, I couldn't get a response. Lin Mufeng said anxiously. The middle-aged woman's face changed as she exclaimed, Is there really some kind of danger in those ancient ruins? I don't know. When we found those ruins, we reported them to the Home Star and didn't dare investigate them privately. This time, Master Shui came here to investigate the ruins, so it wouldn't be surprising if there really was some kind of danger. What about Master Shui? The middle-aged woman asked again. She's with Holly Ka. Lin Mufeng's face was extremely ugly, glancing towards the middle-aged woman for a moment before whispering, She seems to be Shui Yu's third young master's woman. The middle-aged woman's face suddenly went pale as she quickly realized that the problem was more serious than she had thought. If it were someone else and they had an accident because of this unknown danger, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, branch president Holly Ka was also involved, something the branch didn't want to see happen. But if Master Shui was young Master Shui Yu's woman, things would be different. No one dared to bear the wrath of young Master Shui Yu. If things went wrong, the entire branch would be purged. When that time came, rivers of blood would flow and countless people would die. No one could bear such a responsibility. Everyone knew that Shui Yu's third young master was ruthless and merciless. While the two were talking, Yang Kai remained silent. They didn't try to conceal anything, so Yang Kai naturally heard about the ancient ruins and understood why Shui Yu had come to Rainfall Star this time. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but right now his mind wasn't on it at all. The more they flew, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt. He didn't know what had happened to Shui Yu, but what he was certain of was that Shui Yu wasn't dead. Because the two of them were connected, if Shui Yu died, Yang Kai would also die. Yang Kai secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he had to unlock the soul chains. Regardless of whether Shui Yu would find trouble with him afterwards, this feeling of not being able to control his own life was terrible. After flying forward for a long time, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly descended. Down below there should be a mine that produced some unknown ores. The ground was filled with large holes, many of which were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. A group of several dozen people all landed on the edge of the largest hole. A nearby Chamber of Commerce cultivator immediately greeted them and cupped his fists. Master Lin, Master Qi. Lin Mufeng nodded lightly and asked, What happened here? The cultivator was stunned by this question and was puzzled. Nothing happened. He didn't seem to understand the situation. Lin Mufeng shook his head and no longer asked, taking out his compass artifact and trying to summon Holly Ka, but he still couldn't get a response. Branch President Master, did something happen? The cultivator finally saw something wrong from Lin Mufeng's expression and asked in surprise. Lin Mufeng nodded. Probably, I'll take some people down to have a look, wait for me to contact them. Saying so, he prepared to fly down, but at that moment the middle-aged woman surnamed Qi suddenly exclaimed, Someone's coming up. Lin Mufeng's expression became serious as he quickly released his divine sense. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there were several fluctuating life auras that were rapidly rising. Judging from their life auras, they should have encountered some danger and suffered some injuries. One of them was even gasping for breath, his flames of life flickering as if he was about to die. It's Holly Ka. The middle-aged woman shouted as she noticed Holly Ka's aura. Lin Mufeng's face lit up as he waited silently. A moment later, several blue lights shot out from the hole as if there was some kind of danger chasing after them, shooting into the sky. Without exception, these blue lights all flickered. Obviously the star shuttles had been damaged inside and had become unstable. More than a dozen cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had followed Lin Mufeng rushed up and caught their companions. One of them was covered in a cold aura that curled up like a cloud of smoke. A Chamber of Commerce cultivator caught him. In an instant, this cultivator's entire body trembled violently as a cold aura visible to the naked eye spread across his body. In just a moment, this cultivator's entire body stiffened, unable to move. The two cultivators seemed to have been frozen together as they fell from the sky. Hong. With a muffled bang, their flesh shattered like ice, and the two cultivators died at the same time. Don't get close to them. A roar rang out as Holly Ka fell from the sky with difficulty, his face pale. Hearing his shout, the cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who were preparing to rescue their companions all stopped, not daring to approach. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman stared at Ha Li Ka, and after seeing his current state, both of their eyes shrank as a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai also saw Ha Li Ka's state and his expression became dignified. Chapter 1056. To be able to become a branch president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Ha Li Ka's strength was at least at the third order origin returning realm, the strongest cultivator below the origin king realm. Even so, Ha Li Ka was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. His left arm had been frozen into ice, and no matter how hard he pushed his strength, he was unable to dissolve the coldness in his arm. Instead, this cold seemed to have a mind of its own and was spreading to other parts of his body, soon surpassing his shoulder. Ha Li Ka's eyes bulged as a trace of panic and determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly he pushed his strength and roared. With a deafening roar, Ha Li Ka's frozen arm was suddenly cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed arm. Ha Li Ka's face suddenly went pale as he staggered back. He had actually cut off his own arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he was shocked by Ha Li Ka's decisiveness, but also by the cold energy he had just sensed. Being able to force a third-order origin returning realm master to cut off his own life to save his own, no matter what this cold energy was, it definitely possessed shocking lethality and was not something Ha Li Ka could resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed up to stop Ha Li Ka's bleeding while stuffing a large number of healing pills into his mouth. The other cultivators who had escaped with Ha Li Ka saw the branch president's actions and could only grit their teeth, pull out their weapons and cut off their frozen bodies. In an instant, severed limbs flew out and blood flowed freely, causing several of these cultivators to howl in pain. Ha Li Ka sat cross-legged on the ground and silently circulated his secret art to stabilize his injuries, gasping for breath as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. What was that? Lin Mufeng asked nervously. Profound Yin sunflower water. Ha Li Ka grit his teeth and replied. Profound Yin sunflower water? The middle-aged woman screamed. It was actually profound Yin sunflower water? There was actually such a treasure in those ancient ruins? Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling excited as he showed a look of fascination. Profound Yin sunflower water was an origin king grade supreme treasure. Any cultivator, as long as they could successfully refine a drop of profound Yin sunflower water, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If his strength was slightly lower, he could even directly skip a realm. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was focused on business, so its research on the world's treasures was unmatched by any other great force. Lin Mufeng, the middle-aged woman, and the others naturally knew the great value of profound Yin sunflower water. If they could safely collect the profound Yin sunflower water from the ancient ruins, it would definitely be a great merit. Perhaps they could even be transferred to the home star Water Moon Star, where they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and receive better treatment. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare. It had extremely harsh requirements for the environment in which it was produced, and it took tens of thousands of years to produce. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had several cultivation stars under its jurisdiction, countless medicine stars and countless cultivators. But even after collecting for so many years, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had never seen a supreme treasure like profound Yin sunflower water. So when Ha Li Ka mentioned the words profound Yin sunflower water, whether it was Lin Mufeng or the middle-aged woman, both of their eyes couldn't help shining with excitement. How could there be profound Yin sunflower water under this mine? Lin Mufeng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was owned by some great sage in ancient times and was eventually left here. We found it in a space ring that was about to be destroyed when the profound Yin sunflower water suddenly erupted and destroyed the space ring, causing everyone to be stunned. Ha Li Ka quickly explained, his face turning blue as he recalled the previous encounter, a look of relief appearing on his face. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this time he would have lost more than just an arm and likely died without a burial. Where's Master Xue? Yang Kai came up and asked with a calm face. Ha Li Ka looked up and sighed sadly. Yang Kai's face became even uglier. She was the one who was holding the space ring, so when the profound Yin sunflower water exploded, she bore the brunt of it. Ha Li Ka sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. He was certain that Master Xue was dead. After all, she was just a third-order Saint King, and even he, a third-order origin returning realm master, could not resist the cold erosion of the profound Yin sunflower water. So how could Master Shui survive after being drenched in it? She would likely be dead by now. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Do you have a map of the way down? What do you want to do? Lin Mufeng looked at him in surprise. She's not dead. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Do you want to save her? The middle-aged woman immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions and slowly shook her head, trying to persuade him. Young man, don't be impulsive. After being drenched by the profound Yin sunflower water, there is no possibility of her surviving. If you go down there, you will only be throwing away your life in vain. Hali Ka also said, there are many barriers down there, and with your low strength, you won't be able to penetrate them. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. Yang Kai said with a straight face. The several people in charge of the branch all stared at him and couldn't help showing a look of appreciation. Yang Kai's identity to the outside world was that of a guard of Xueyu, so they only thought that Yang Kai was so eager to save his master that he insisted on going down regardless of the danger. Such a guard, even if his strength was low, wouldn't be a big problem. The most important thing for a guard was loyalty. All of them suddenly felt a sense of awe. The ring on Hali Ka's hand flashed and a sketch appeared in his hand, tossing it over to Yang Kai. This is something we drew up this time to avoid getting lost. If it comes in handy, take it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught it, glancing over it briefly before flying off without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the mine. He's a pretty good little guard. The middle-aged woman gently nodded as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and said regretfully, I'm afraid he won't have a chance to come back alive. He had no choice but to go. Lin Mufeng said indifferently, Master Shui is third young master's woman. If she dies as a guard, this young man will definitely die. Reminded by him, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face couldn't help turning pale, the excitement brought about by the profound Yin sunflower water disappearing. Only now did she remember how to bear the wrath of the third young master, causing her to feel a little uneasy. I hope we can make up for our mistakes, Hali Ka sighed. Hali Ka sighed heavily. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of being promoted or transferred to the home star. Although discovering the profound Yin sunflower water was a great merit, the third young master's woman had lost her life because of it. Who knew if the third young master would be furious? The best result was to make up for their mistakes, and the third young master would not pursue this matter, allowing them to remain in the branch and maintain their status quo. Old Ha, you rest first, Lin Mufeng comforted. If there's anything else, we can discuss it later. That's all we can do, Hali Ka nodded, closing his eyes to refine the medicinal efficacies. Inside the mine, Yang Kai descended all the way down. It was impossible to tell how deep this mine was, so it took Yang Kai about a cup of tea's worth of time to reach the surface. Looking up, there was only a faint light coming from above while the mine below was completely dark. There were numerous corridors leading to the underground. This was originally a mining area that produced some not-so-precious ores, but the cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had mined this underground area until it was a mess. The ancient ruins were discovered during this mining process, so the branch's people didn't dare to investigate at will and immediately sealed off the area before reporting the news to the home star. Xueyu had come here this time to deal with the matter of the ancient ruins. She had been very careful along the way, exploring the depths of the ancient ruins under the leadership of Hali Ka, gaining a lot, but who could have known that a space ring would bring danger? Too much time had passed and the space ring had become a little unstable, so when Xueyu's divine sense probed it to check her harvest, the space ring suddenly broke and the contents inside burst open, drenching her with the profound Yin sunflower water stored inside. Immediately, she fell unconscious and a large number of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivators who were scattered around her were instantly killed. Only Hali Ka and a few other cultivators who were relatively far away managed to escape this disaster and quickly fled. Yang Kai memorized the sketch in his mind before expanding his divine sense and shuttling through the corridors of the mine. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the location of the ancient ruins. He felt a lot of subtle energy fluctuations in front of him and immediately knew that what Hali Ka said was true. The ancient ruins were filled with spirit arrays and were extremely dangerous. When they had explored this place before, they had tried to avoid these spirit arrays as much as possible, only destroying or cracking the ones they couldn't avoid. Yang Kai was anxious to save his people, so how could he have the time to crack these spirit arrays one by one? His divine sense broke through the blockade of space and penetrated deep into the ancient ruins to investigate the situation inside. After confirming and locking onto a certain location, Yang Kai tore space open. When he reappeared, he was already standing somewhere inside the ancient ruins. Continuing to investigate the route on the sketch given to him by Hali Ka, Yang Kai tore space again. A dozen times in a row, Yang Kai penetrated deeper into the ancient ruins and suddenly noticed a faint life aura, like a candle flickering in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. Shuiyu. She was 1,000 meters away from where he was, but because of some obstacles, Yang Kai couldn't see her specific situation. The only thing he was certain of was that she was not dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the anxiety in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and threw a pill into his mouth to supplement the spiritual energy he had consumed. Half an hour later, Yang Kai got up, tore space for the last time, and entered the void crack. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. At a glance, he saw Shuiyu lying on the ground, covered in frost. Sleeping, she gave off a unique charm, like a sleeping beauty that could captivate one's soul. From her body, a 7-colored glow bloomed, making her look like a dazzling goddess. This glow was constantly fighting with the frost covering her body, not allowing it to take away Shuiyu's last bit of vitality, maintaining a strange equilibrium. However, as time passed, this glow seemed to gradually dim. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this woman was wearing, or what kind of secret art she cultivated, but it was able to keep her alive for the time being. However, if this continued, in less than half a day the multicolored light would disappear and Shuiyu would die. Yang Kai would also suffer. Chapter 1057. Inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Shuiyu and stared at her silently, his mood complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, but because of the soul chains their lives were connected. Now that Shuiyu's life was hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to find a way to save her. Only if Shuiyu survived could he live. Yang Kai didn't rush to act because there were drops of gem-like liquid floating around Shuiyu, each of which exuded a terrifying power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. When his divine sense approached them, even his threads of divine sense were frozen. Profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai immediately understood that this liquid was the profound Yin sunflower water that Hali Ka had mentioned, but he hadn't expected it to be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted about 50 drops of profound Yin sunflower water suspended in the air, some space between them, but they still surrounded Shuiyu in an airtight manner. Trying to get Shuiyu out of this profound Yin sunflower water would be extremely difficult. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a strong wind to push these profound Yin sunflower water away, but to his surprise, these drops of profound Yin sunflower water remained motionless. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he increased his strength, finally managing to move the profound Yin sunflower water a little distance away, allowing Shuiyu to safely emerge. Arriving in front of Shuiyu, Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. He didn't know how to get this woman out of here. The scene of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator rescuing his companions was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. When that icy chill had spread, even a Saint King Realm cultivator had been unable to resist and had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Shuiyu's body casually. Circulating his strength, Yang Kai summoned a mass of black demonic flame and slowly approached Shuiyu, wanting to see if his demonic flame could isolate the transmission of this icy chill. Contradictory energy fluctuations came from the strange and inexplicable demonic flames, and as they approached, the burning demonic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. The intensity of the flames shrank and their power instantly weakened. Yang Kai's face became dignified and he had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Qi. The weakened demonic flames soared again as Yang Kai sealed them onto Shuiyu's white arm. In an instant, a violent clash of energy erupted, and the cold qi on Shuiyu's body rapidly spread, freezing the burning demonic flames in an instant. An icy chill spread through the demonic flames directly towards Yang Kai, causing him to pale and frantically push his Saint Qi. The frozen demonic flames emitted whistling sounds as they once again became monstrous, fighting against the cold that could freeze all things. Yang Kai's body trembled. He had never experienced such hardship before. This was the first time he had to use all of his strength to fight against an icy power. As time passed, the cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames, while at other times it spread to Yang Kai's arm. The two sides were evenly matched. Although Yang Kai's strength was low, this demonic flame was a fusion of two completely different types of energy. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and as long as Yang Kai's realm was high enough, it could incinerate all things in the world. It had great potential for growth. But at this moment the demonic flames seemed to be no match for the profound Yin sunflower water. After only a moment Yang Kai was completely defeated. The icy cold aura spread all over his body, causing his body and mind to become stiff and stagnant. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and called out to the demon mystic tome, "Help me." He had no choice but to ask the divine tree for help. The divine tree was a yang attribute divine tree and was also the nemesis of ice. "Okay." The divine tree immediately replied. The next moment, an incredible amount of yang attribute energy suddenly burst out from the demon mystic tome and merged with Yang Kai's demonic flames to dispel the icy aura around him. The cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was quickly suppressed. Yang Kai's demonic flames directly wrapped around Xueyu's tender body, while at the same time, the yang attribute energy bursting out from the divine tree also wrapped around Xueyu. Using these two methods, the frost on Xueyu's body quickly melted and her pale face gradually became rosy. Her cold body gradually became warm and a faint heartbeat came from her full breasts. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he spared no effort to cooperate with the divine tree. Half an hour later, the frost on Xueyu's body disappeared, and it was only at this moment that the seven-colored light blooming from her body gradually dimmed. She seemed to have reached the end of her life. Using his divine sense to investigate her body, Yang Kai found that her situation was a little strange. Although the danger of the profound Yin sunflower water had been resolved, she was still hovering between life and death, unconscious. Yang Kai unceremoniously invaded her knowledge sea, only to find that it was completely cold, like a world of ice. The seawater was frozen and Xueyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be seen. Only her weak aura remained, and no matter how Yang Kai called out to her, there was no response. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what had gone wrong, so he could only withdraw from her knowledge sea for the time being. "I have to rest for a while, I won't be able to help you for the time being," the divine tree said before falling silent. This time it seemed to have paid a great price, so great that it had no choice but to enter a state of deep sleep. Not only had the divine tree consumed a great deal of its energy, but Yang Kai had also consumed a lot of his Saint Qi. If it weren't for his special physique and his inexhaustible supply of Saint Qi, it would have been impossible for him to disperse the profound Yin sunflower water from Xueyu's body. Squatting down, Yang Kai picked her up, stretched out his hand and tore space open before diving in. He didn't care about the profound Yin sunflower water floating in the air at all. Although it was an extremely rare treasure, Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to collect it, nor did he know how to collect it. Above the mine, Hali Ka, after half a day of recovery, finally looked much better. The few cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had escaped with him had also barely escaped with their lives, but all of them had lost arms and legs. The most miserable of all had lost both of his arms. He was a Saint King realm cultivator, but without his arms he would no longer have room to improve on the martial Dao. When he thought of this, his eyes became infinitely gloomy without a trace of light. The other members of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce also wore gloomy expressions, their brows furrowed. The exploration of the ancient ruins had caused this branch to suffer heavy losses, and the third young master's woman had even died inside. This responsibility was not small, and as the branch's head, Hali Ka was inevitably punished. "Old Ha, let's go back first. After we go back we'll discuss how to report what happened here to the home star." Lin Mufeng walked up and helped Hali Ka up from the ground. Hali Ka nodded dejectedly, not having much spirit left in him. "What about the profound Yin sunflower water?" the middle-aged woman asked. Lin Mufeng thought about it for a moment before replying, "Seal off this place for the time being. After we go back and read the ancient records, we'll bring people here to collect it." Lin Mufeng also didn't know how to collect the profound Yin sunflower water. "That's all we can do." The middle-aged woman sighed slightly. Lin Mufeng immediately began making arrangements, leaving behind 2 origin-returning realm masters and a dozen Saint Kings to guard this place. A short time later, everything had been arranged. Just as the group was about to return home, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned her head in the direction of the mine and let out a light sigh. The next moment, everyone turned their heads and stared in that direction in surprise. A figure suddenly rushed out from inside the mine. It was none other than the little second-order Saint Realm guard from before. At this moment he was holding Snow Master in his arms, a gloomy expression upon his face as he gently floated down from mid-air. There was not the slightest trace of injury on his body. Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others' eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. When Yang Kai insisted on going down just now, all of them had thought that this young man would definitely not return. After all, his strength was too low and the barriers in the ruins were more than enough to kill him. Those barriers were not something a Saint Realm cultivator could break and avoid. But the facts were far beyond their expectations. Not only did Yang Kai not die, but he had also returned safely and even rescued Snow Master. How had he done this? The 3 of them were shocked. How is Snow Master? Hali Ka immediately calmed down and asked eagerly. She's not dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Hearing him say this, no matter who it was, all 3 of them felt their spirits shake as a sense of relief filled their hearts. What they were most worried about was that the 3rd young master of Xueyu would be infuriated by what had happened. He would blame them for what had happened and kill them. Since that woman hadn't died, their biggest worry was gone. For a moment, all 3 of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. This little guard had not only saved Xueyu's 3rd young master's woman, but also the 3 of them. But she's still unconscious. I don't know what happened to her, Yang Kai added. Hali Ka and the other 3's faces stiffened as they all rushed over and swept Xueyu's body with their divine senses, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. They also noticed that something was wrong with Xueyu and didn't know what to do for a while. Let's go back first. Lin Mufeng shouted. No one is allowed to reveal what happened here today. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai again, considered his words carefully and said politely, Little brother, Master Snow's injury, can you not inform the home star for the time being? We will find a way to wake her up. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would report what had happened here to the home star. Once Xueyu learned of the situation here, they would not be able to escape punishment. What they didn't know was that this Snow Master was Xueyu herself. If they had known, they would likely have had no choice but to commit suicide. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply nodded lightly. As long as you can save her, I can conceal this matter for the time being. He also knew what the other party was worried about. Lin Mufeng smiled happily and cupped his fists. Little brother is too kind, many thanks. Hali Ka and the middle-aged woman also gave Yang Kai a grateful look, their thanks not needing to be said. Let's go back. I'll gather the best alchemists on Rainfall Star to investigate Master Snow's condition. Lin Mufeng called out to everyone before flying off in the direction of the branch. Chapter 1058. Inside the loft in the mountain range, Hali Ka's severed arm was still bleeding. Together with Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman, they stood quietly outside the loft, their faces filled with anxiety. Yang Kai stood not far from them, his expression indifferent, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, a dozen people suddenly poured out of the loft. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, all of them wore a symbol on their chests that symbolized their status as alchemists. This symbol was the symbol of a furnace, one that was common throughout the entire star territory. The rank of an alchemist was determined by the number of legs they had. The symbols worn on the chests of these alchemists indicated that the minimum number of legs they had was 8. This was the symbol of a Saint King Great Alchemist. There were even 2 old men who wore 9-legged pill furnaces, the symbol of Origin Great Alchemist status. Origin Great Alchemists had a very high status in the Hung Luo star field. Throughout the entire star territory, there were not many Origin Great Alchemists. There were only 3 or 5 Origin King Great Alchemists, all of whom were divided among the most powerful forces. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was a great force, but it only had 1 Origin King Great Alchemist on the home star. The dozen or so people who walked out of the loft were the most senior and most skilled alchemists on Rainfall Star. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng had invited these people to diagnose Shui Yu's injuries and see if they could find a way to save her. Normally, these alchemists were scattered in different locations on Rainfall Star, each of them having their own territory where they cultivated herbs and refined pills for the Chamber of Commerce to sell to the outside world. The Chamber of Commerce provided them with protection and certain resources. Their relationship with the Chamber of Commerce was one of cooperation, not subordinates, so even Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng treated them with respect, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Normally, no one dared to disturb them, but for the safety of Shui Yu's third young master's woman, they had invited these people to gather together. When the dozen or so people walked out, Holly Ka and the others were shocked and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and asked, "Everyone, how are Master Shui's injuries? Is there any way to resolve them?" The dozen or so people looked at each other in dismay, as if they found it difficult to speak. Seeing their expressions, Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling their hearts sink as they realized the situation was far from good. "What is the situation?" Holly Ka asked anxiously. Everyone turned their gazes towards one of the people wearing the 9-footed cauldron symbol. That old man with white hair and beard had no choice but to open his mouth and say, "To Master, this old one will speak frankly. We have investigated for a long time, but we still do not know why that Snow Master fell into a coma. We only know that she was invaded by a wave of icy cold energy. Her body's functions have already been completely frozen. She does not have her own consciousness and we are unable to ask her anything." Holly Ka listened quietly. The old man continued, "If you don't tell us what happened to this Snow Master, how are we going to save her? We also don't know what kind of pill to refine to save her." "That's right. At the very least we have to tell her the reason and what happened to her." Another Origin Great Alchemist echoed, "This way we can prescribe the right medicine and refine a pill to awaken her." Holly Ka suddenly wore a look of embarrassment. The profound Yin sunflower water was a matter of great importance. It was a cultivation treasure that would make anyone jealous. Once news of it leaked out, it was very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many masters. Before they could figure out a way to obtain it, Holly Ka didn't dare to mention the profound Yin sunflower water. However, doing so would delay the diagnosis of Snow Master by the dozen or so alchemists, causing them to feel quite conflicted and couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Mufeng, asking for his opinion. Lin Mufeng shook his head without a trace. Holly Ka wore a difficult expression and said, "Everyone, it's not that we want to conceal anything, but this matter is too important for us to speak about casually." Hearing the meaning of his words, the dozen or so alchemists also realized that there were some things they couldn't ask about and didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then please forgive us for being powerless." "Everyone, can't we try again?" Holly Ka asked anxiously. "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. If even you can't do anything, then Master Snow." Whether Master Snow died or not had nothing to do with him. What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Snow, it would provoke young Master Shui Yu's crazy wrath, something he couldn't bear. The dozen or so alchemists all shook their heads, indicating that they really couldn't do anything. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others couldn't help looking helpless, smiling bitterly at each other. At that moment, one of the Saint King Great Alchemists said, "Sir Holly Ka said that we are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. That is too flattering. We also know that there is another person whose alchemy skills and understanding of pharmacology are far superior to ours. If you can ask him to come and take a look, perhaps he will be able to discover something and possibly find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, the old man who had spoken before couldn't help raising his brow, seemingly also thinking of such a person, nodding, "And if it's him, it may be possible." The others immediately agreed, all of them sincerely acknowledging that this person was the #1 alchemist on Rainfall Star. Alchemists were a group of very arrogant alchemists. Among alchemists of the same rank, no one would admit that they were better than them. They would always feel that they were the best alchemist of their level and that besides them, everyone else was trash. Even the pills they refined were trash. For more than a dozen alchemists to agree in unison, there was only one explanation. The alchemist who had spoken was a higher rank than them, an Origin King Great Alchemist. Holly Ka and the others also brightened, but soon their expressions became bitter as they muttered, "Inviting him here will be difficult. Even if we went to pay him a visit, I'm afraid we would be swept out the door." Lin Mufeng sniffled and said, 5 years ago when this Lin went to visit that person because I disturbed his peace, he chased me for half a month. In the end, I had to wait for that person's anger to subside before the matter was resolved. I don't want to be chased by him again. When he mentioned this past, the group of people couldn't help laughing as if they all knew something about it. Who was that person? Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, Yang Kai had been silent, coldly watching Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng conceal the truth of the matter, listening to the dozen or so alchemists praising that person. Only now did he take the initiative to speak. The dozen or so alchemists all turned their eyes to him but didn't answer. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a little Saint Realm brat who wasn't qualified to ask anything, so they disdained answering Yang Kai's question. Holly Ka, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before saying, he was a very powerful alchemist who lived on Rainfall Star, but he didn't belong to any great force. Didn't belong to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai was surprised. Holly Ka shook his head. Living on Rainfall Star but not under the jurisdiction of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, there could only be one explanation: Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with herbs for alchemy and give him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. All pills refined from these herbs will belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor. Yang Kai's brow rose, wondering what kind of game this alchemy grandmaster was playing. Since his alchemy skills were so good, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to refine pills and then provide them to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free. He could have just established his own sect and recruited disciples to raise his own status. You can't say that. Although we don't know what that person wants, we try our best to meet his requirements. However, he does refine a lot of pills. Every 3 months, we will send people to deliver spirit grasses and spirit medicines to him and collect the pills he refined. Each time, there will be no less than 200 bottles, the highest being 500 bottles. 500 bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills, that was 5,000 pills. Refining 5,000 pills in 3 months. This number caused all the alchemists present to tremble and feel ashamed of their inferiority. All of them were alchemists hired by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce at a high price, but even if they did not eat or sleep for 3 months, it would still be impossible for them to produce 500 bottles of alchemy, not even a third of that unless they were refining low-end pills. Where's he? Yang Kai asked again. Does little brother want to go find him? Holly Ka immediately understood his intentions. Is that all we can do now? Yang Kai glanced at him. Holly Ka hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll take you there. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Holly Ka had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yang Kai nodded, turned around and rushed into the loft, carrying the unconscious Shui Yu out, exchanging a glance with Holly Ka before flying out together. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mufeng pursed his lips and sighed. I hope old Ha won't be chased by that person for half a month like me. The middle-aged woman also wore a worried look, secretly feeling that this matter was really tricky. As they flew, Holly Ka briefly explained the mysterious and eccentric alchemist to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that this man called himself Zhou Ao and seemed to have arrived on Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago and had lived here ever since. He had reached various agreements with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and his status was even higher than that of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a 3,000-kilometer territory and built his own residence in a mountain valley. Inside that mountain valley he has carved out many medicine fields and planted many rare herbs. What he hates most is being disturbed while he is performing alchemy, so no one approaches that mountain valley. Even when people from our Chamber of Commerce deliver herbs to him, they strictly abide by his instructions and only arrive at a certain time. Holly Ka was afraid that Yang Kai was young and impetuous, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rashly offend Zhou Ao. So along the way Holly Ka explained Zhou Ao's unique status and temperament to him in detail. The more Yang Kai listened, the stranger his expression became. He felt like he had been to Zhou Ao's residence before. Half a day later Holly Ka suddenly pointed to the front and said, Do you see that mountain valley? That's where Grandmaster Zhou Ao lives. Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help laughing. That mountain valley was clearly the place where he had studied the spirit arrays before. Chapter 1059. When they were still 30 kilometers away from the mountain valley, Holly Ka stopped and hesitated for a while before saying, Little brother, I'll wait for you here. If things don't go well, leave immediately, don't get entangled. Grandmaster Zhong Ao is most annoyed by this kind of person. The consequences of provoking him will be disastrous. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him, causing Hali Ka to awkwardly explain, "Little brother, you are young and your cultivation is low. Even if Grandmaster Zhong Ao is angry, I'm afraid he won't lower himself to take action against you. But if I go with you..." "I know." Yang Kai guessed his concerns and didn't insist, simply hugging Shuiyu and flying off like lightning. Hali Ka stood in place, stretching his neck as he stared forward, his heart filled with anxiety, wondering if Yang Kai's trip would go smoothly or if he would be beaten by Zhong Ao. 30 kilometers in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived. Arriving directly outside the palace, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior, my family's master has suffered a great disaster and is currently unconscious. I heard that Senior is the best alchemist on Rainfall Star, so I came here to ask Senior to treat my family's master. I hope Senior can help diagnose his condition." Inside the palace, there was silence, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of life coming from inside. The alchemist named Zhong Ao was indeed inside, but there was no response. Yang Kai called out 3 times in a row, but the result was still the same. In the distance, Hali Ka's heart almost jumped into his throat as he secretly decided that if Zhong Ao rushed out in anger, he would immediately escape, absolutely not remaining. Outside the palace, Yang Kai waited anxiously. Masters always had tempers. This was something Yang Kai could understand, so he didn't act recklessly. Even Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng were afraid of this Zhong Ao, so as a little second-order saint cultivator, if he angered him, he would definitely not have a good end. As such, Yang Kai held Shuiyu in his arms and stood outside, respectfully waiting for Zhong Ao's reply. He was also considering what to do if Zhong Ao wasn't willing to come forward. Shuiyu was unconscious and he couldn't just leave her be. Their lives were connected, and if something happened to Shuiyu while she was unconscious, he wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to wake Shuiyu up, then remove the soul chains and regain his freedom. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, an old voice suddenly came from the palace. "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not having expected things to go so smoothly, a look of great surprise appearing on his face as he carefully savored Zhong Ao's tone and found that he wasn't dissatisfied or angry, so he stepped into the palace. The gate to the palace was wide open, but there were no guards or servants. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, it seemed that Zhong Ao was the only living person. After taking a detour through the palace, Yang Kai arrived in front of a large room. From this room, a rich pill fragrance wafted out. He cautiously walked in and looked around, his eyes narrowing. This room should be Zhong Ao's alchemy room. However, at this moment, there were dozens of large and small pill furnaces placed inside this alchemy room, each of which was still warm and should have just finished alchemy. In a corner of this room, there was a large number of jade bottles, each of which was filled with a variety of different colored pills, creating a spectacular scene. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least 200 jade bottles piled up here. They were all scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, as if they were some kind of worthless plaything. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, realizing that what Hali Ka said before was true. The number of pills this Zhong Ao had refined was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhong Ao was sitting on an animal skin chair, holding a jade bottle in his hand, seemingly inspecting something. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao didn't find what he was looking for, so he threw the jade bottle to the side and piled it up with the previous jade bottles. There were a dozen more jade bottles beside him. After inspecting them one by one, Zhong Ao smiled and muttered to himself, "Another one, haha, not bad, not bad, this old master's efforts were not in vain. Ha, pills are difficult to refine." Saying so, he took out a pill from the jade bottle and put it into another jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai carefully examined the pills in this jade bottle and found that all of them had formed pill veins. This Zhong Ao seemed to have only kept the pills that had formed pill veins, discarding the rest as if they were worthless clogs, not caring about their grade or value at all. While Zhong Ao was inspecting the pills, Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb him and just stood there. A moment later, Zhong Ao finished his work and put away the pills with pill veins into his sleeve before looking up at Yang Kai and smiling strangely. "You're the little brat who stole this old master's medicine field, right?" Yang Kai blushed and awkwardly said, "A few days ago, Junior was passing by this place and was attracted by the mysteries of the medicine field. I couldn't help stopping to study it for a few days. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Senior can forgive me. No matter where it was, stealing someone else's medicine field was a very bad thing, and Yang Kai also knew he had done something wrong. It was just that he didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that the other party was looking into it, he had nothing to say. Zhou Xian was satisfied with Yang Kai's calm attitude and got up from his chair, chuckling. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Today you're lucky this old master has just finished alchemy and gained some benefits. Seeing that you're also an alchemist, this old master won't pursue the matter. To be able to comprehend the mysteries of the medicine field, only fellow alchemists, Zhou Xian knew this better than anyone else. What happened to your family's master? Zhou Xian took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. She's unconscious, her vitality is frozen, her consciousness is scattered, and her soul avatar is nowhere to be seen. Did you penetrate into her knowledge sea? Zhou Xian looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhou Xian suddenly grinned strangely. Your relationship with this little girl isn't simple. He stared at Yang Kai ambiguously, his smile intriguing. Only those who were very close to one another would dive into their knowledge sea to spy on them. If Yang Kai was really Shui Yu's guard, it would have been impossible for him to have the courage to do such a thing. Zhou Xian was an old and experienced man, so how could he not see through this? Yang Kai didn't deny it and simply said, Please help me, Senior. Zhou Xian curled his lips disdainfully. Holly Ka followed you here, this little girl's status isn't low. Are the other alchemists on Rainfall Star helpless? I've already invited a dozen people to investigate, but none of them know anything. A bunch of wastes who only know alchemy. Zhou Xian spat unceremoniously, casually walking over to Yang Kai and looking at Shui Yu's state. Sweeping her body with his divine sense, Zhou Xian's expression suddenly became dignified. Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhou Xian's divine sense had strengthened slightly, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Yang Kai also held his breath and waited. Zhou Xian's expression fluctuated, hesitating, excited and even crazed, his eyes growing wider and wider as he muttered, Little brat, was this little girl harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water? His tone was a little uncertain, obviously not daring to be too presumptuous. Even so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some admiration. The dozen or so alchemists before had all gathered together and investigated Shui Yu for a long time but still couldn't figure out what had happened to her. But Zhou Xian was actually able to see the root of the problem at a glance. It was obvious that Zhou Xian was a real expert, nodding firmly, yes. Is it really the profound Yin sunflower water? Zhou Xian shouted, somewhat forgetting himself. It is the profound Yin sunflower water. Ha! Zhou Xian's face twitched, unable to hide the excitement in his heart as he laughed. It's actually the profound Yin sunflower water. This thing actually exists. He danced around excitedly, shouting endlessly before suddenly stretching out his hands and grabbing Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop, his eyes flashing a heart-stopping light as he eagerly asked, Little brat, where is the profound Yin sunflower water? Take this old master there quickly. Please save her first, Senior. Yang Kai remained unmoved. You want to talk terms with this old master? Zhou Xian's face went cold, clearly a little unhappy as he glared at Yang Kai. This old master can easily kill you, yet you dare talk terms with this old master. Please forgive me, Senior. Yang Kai said with a firm expression. Zhou Xian was slightly absent-minded as he stared at Yang Kai strangely, grinning as he said, You've got guts. It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to this old master like this. It seems that this little girl is really important to you, so much so that you're willing to give up your life for her? Yang Kai frowned and said, If she dies, I die too. This wasn't a lie, so Yang Kai didn't feel any psychological burden when he said it. However, Yang Kai's appearance and attitude seemed to have touched Zhou Xian's nerves, causing the other party's oppressive aura to shrink. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Xian nodded, Good, come with me. Saying so, he led Yang Kai through the palace. A moment later, they arrived in another room and Zhou Xian instructed Yang Kai to put Shui Yu on the bed before taking out a brown pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Feed it to her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and opened Shui Yu's mouth, about to throw the pill in. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes, chew it up and feed it to her. She can't circulate her strength right now. If you don't help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies, how can she absorb it? Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement. Zhong Ao laughed mischievously. Embarrassed? If it's too embarrassing, this old master can withdraw for a moment. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, put the pill in his mouth, chewed it up, and then fed it to Xueyu with a calm expression. He had touched and seen Xueyu's entire body, so what was the big deal about kissing her now? Her red lips were cold but quite soft. After feeding her the pill, Yang Kai straightened up and began to savor the aftertaste. Get out of the way. Zhong Ao threw Yang Kai aside without any trace of politeness, holding a container in his hand. This container was filled with a green liquid that was bubbling as if it had been boiled. Yang Kai didn't know what this green liquid was. However, seeing Zhong Ao's confident appearance, he didn't ask and simply stood to the side, waiting quietly. Chapter 1060. Zhong Ao flipped the container in his hand and the green liquid began pouring out. Each drop was as clear as rainwater, but it seemed to possess its own spirituality as it fell onto Xueyu's body and drilled into her body through her pores. Xueyu's pale face gradually became rosy as this liquid seeped into her body, and her heartbeat also became much stronger than before. Yang Kai watched intently as his heart calmed slightly. Zhong Ao really had some ability, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that Xueyu's condition was much better than before. After the green liquid was completely absorbed by Xueyu, Zhong Ao took 2 steps back, a pained expression appearing on his face, as if the pill and the green liquid were both very valuable to him. Senior, is she cured just like that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Cured? Zhong Ao glanced sideways at him and sneered. How can the poison of the profound Yin sunflower water be so easily cured? You're too naive. Although the profound Yin sunflower water is a precious cultivation treasure, it also possesses great destructive properties. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with it will die. Even an origin-returning realm cultivator cannot resist the power of the profound Yin sunflower water. This little girl's physique seems to be somewhat special, and the artifacts she wears are also of extremely high grade. Otherwise she would have already died. Just now I just maintained her vitality. She won't die for another 1 or 2 days. What happens after that? Yang Kai asked eagerly. That's hard to say. Zhong Ao slowly shook his head. If you can refine a pill to save her, she will be able to recover. If you can't, you should prepare to collect her corpse. Yang Kai paled as he hurriedly cupped his fists and respectfully said, Senior, please show me the way. Good person? Zhong Ao raised his brow and laughed loudly. This old master is not a good person. I helped you maintain her vitality, so you have to pay me back. And if you can tell me where the profound Yin sunflower water is, this old master can show you the way out. Yang Kai didn't even think about it. I can tell you. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others wanted to conceal the existence of the profound Yin sunflower water, but Yang Kai didn't care too much. For him there was only one condition: Xueyu couldn't die. Zhong Ao nodded with satisfaction. Good, if you take me to find the profound Yin sunflower water, I'll tell you how to save her. Deal. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, thinking for a moment before adding, but that place is now guarded by the cultivators of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, so Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng shouldn't let you get close. They dare. If this old master wants to go, would they dare stop him? Zhong Ao's expression became fierce as he snorted. At worst, I'll just share some benefits with them. He didn't seem to want to have too much trouble with Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, the value of the profound Yin sunflower water was simply too great. If he were to take it alone, it would definitely provoke Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's retaliation. Sometimes taking a step back to the worlds to him. However, before that, this old master has to go out first. To collect the profound Yin sunflower water, I need to build some special containers. Zhong Ao seemed to be talking to himself as he turned to Yang Kai and said, Boy, you stay here, this old master will return in half a month or so. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao's actions were swift and decisive, and after speaking he immediately set off, disappearing in an instant. No one knew where he had gone. However, since he said he needed to build a special container, he should be looking for an artifact refiner. Artifact refiners and alchemists were equally noble and rare talents, especially high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. They had always been the targets of many great forces. It wasn't surprising that someone like Zhong Ao knew one or two skilled artifact refiners. After Zhong Ao left, Holly Ka's soft voice suddenly called out from outside the palace, "Little brother, little brother." He hadn't left yet. Yang Kai had probably been observing from the outside, and upon seeing Zhong Ao suddenly leave, he had mustered up the courage to come to the palace and ask about the situation. Yang Kai walked out and briefly explained to him what had happened. Learning that Zhong Ao had set his eyes on the profound sunflower water, Holly Ka's expression changed greatly and he suddenly panicked, not knowing how to deal with Zhong Ao's greed. He didn't dare report what had happened here to the home star. Shui Yu's third young master's woman was unconscious, her life or death unknown. Holly Ka didn't have enough time to conceal this news, so how could he report it truthfully? Hesitating for a while, Holly Ka didn't blame Yang Kai for being nosy and simply said, "Since Grandmaster Zhong Ao has a way to save her, little brother should stay here and wait for him to come back. I'm going to discuss with Lin Mufeng how to deal with this matter." Saying so, he quickly left. Yang Kai returned to his room and sat down on the bed, staring at Shui Yu, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. This enchanting beauty had a peaceful expression on her face at the moment. Her breathing was even and she was sleeping soundly, her exquisite figure on full display. Kai Yang stretched out his hand and fiercely groped her chest. He felt like he had suffered a big loss. If it weren't for the soul chains, he wouldn't have had to spend so much effort, nor would he have had to worry about Shui Yu's life or death. What was most unbearable for him was that even if he rescued Shui Yu after unlocking the soul chains, he didn't know what kind of attitude this woman would have towards him. Would she become angry out of humiliation and hunt him down for 10,000 years? This unpredictable future made Yang Kai resentful. It was just that on the Dead Star, the situation had forced him to link his life with Shui Yu's in order to protect himself. Yang Kai's heart was filled with bitterness. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of her, he wouldn't be able to balance it out. Zhong Ao disappeared for half a month. During this time, Yang Kai lived in his palace. Shui Yu was unconscious and didn't need him to take care of her, so he threw himself into Zhong Ao's alchemy room. The dozens of large and small pill furnaces were engraved with many spirit arrays used for alchemy. These spirit arrays were different from the ones hidden in the medicine field. They were complete compound spirit arrays with one spirit array over another. Each spirit array was perfectly fused together without any conflict. Yang Kai imprinted the engraving method and structure of these spirit arrays into his mind without any hesitation, turning it into his own knowledge. Inside the palace there was also a study with many ancient books. Yang Kai had nothing better to do, so he went in to read them. All of a sudden he found a lot of good things that excited him. Pill recipes he had never seen before caused him to study them tirelessly, as if he was drunk on them. The pill recipes Yang Kai mastered were all from Tong Xian realm, but after coming to Star territory, the grade of spirit grasses and spirit medicines had become higher, many of which had never existed in Tong Xian realm. These collected pill recipes perfectly complemented his shortcomings, allowing his knowledge and attainments in alchemy to begin to connect with those of Tong Xian realm's territory. Half a month passed by in a flash and Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. Zhong Ao's life aura suddenly appeared in the palace and he went straight to the study. Seeing Yang Kai flipping through the pill recipes and alchemy manuals, Zhong Ao didn't mind and simply gestured to him. "Let's go, take this old master to the place where the profound sunflower water was found. As long as this old master can smoothly collect these treasures, you can read them for as long as you want." "Good." Yang Kai put down the ancient book in his hand, got up and walked out with him. "If my mistress stays here there won't be any problems, right?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "What problems could there be?" Zhong Ao smiled strangely. "No one dares to break into this old master's palace, and no one can do so unless several origin-returning realm masters try to break in together. On this rainfall star, no one dares to offend this old master, so you can rest assured that this is the safest place on Rainfall Star." Seeing his proud and arrogant appearance, Kai Yang didn't think he was blowing his own trumpet, but he really did have such self-confidence. Together with Zhong Ao, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the mine. After half a day, Yang Kai brought Zhong Ao back to the mine pit from before. Down below there were many cultivators waiting. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, the middle-aged woman, and the origin returning realm masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch were all present. They seemed to be waiting. These little brats, Zhong Ao cursed, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Seeing Zhong Ao's figure, Holly Ka and the others also wore solemn expressions, looking a little nervous and helpless, exchanging a glance before stepping forward. "Greetings, Grandmaster." As soon as Zhong Ao and Yang Kai landed, Holly Ka and the others saluted respectfully and humbly. Zhong Ao nodded lightly, neither cold nor warm. "I heard that Grandmaster displayed a profound skill to save Master Xue's life a few days ago, for which we are deeply grateful. Master Xue is a guest from the home star. If any accident were to befall her, we would not be able to absolve ourselves from blame. Grandmaster's benevolence towards Xue's master is equivalent to..." Holly Ka's words were like a cannonball as he continuously flattered Zhong Ao. Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help twitching slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Kai also had goosebumps as he stared at Holly Ka contemptuously, seemingly not having expected him to be such a person. "Enough nonsense." Zhong Ao waved his hand and interrupted Holly Ka's chatter, squinting at him and snorting, "Don't try to flatter this old master doesn't buy it." Holly Ka suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't dare to continue. "What this old master's purpose in coming here today I think you all know." Zhong Ao went straight to the point. "If any of you dare try to stop me, don't blame this old master for becoming hostile." Holly Ka's expression became bitter as he quickly said, "Grandmaster, why you came here today we naturally know. Grandmaster has been on Rainfall Star for 100 years now and has refined countless pills for my Chamber of Commerce, but has not received any compensation for them. Grandmaster's contributions are great and President AIO has repeatedly urged us to treat Grandmaster as our most honored guest, to satisfy all of his requests and not to violate them." Zhong Ao snorted and said, "Seems you know what's good for you." Holly Ka continued, "If it were anything else, what harm would there be in giving it all to Grandmaster? But this profound sunflower water..." Zhong Ao's face became cold as his eyes filled with hostility. "It's just that this profound sunflower water is of great importance. We really can't act on our own." Holly Ka braced himself. "Yes, Grandmaster, if this matter is known to the home star, we will not be able to escape punishment. Please understand." Lin Mu Feng also stepped forward and pleaded. Chapter 1061. Zhong Ao's cultivation was also at the origin returning realm, not necessarily higher than Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng and the others, but because he had constantly refined pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce free of charge for the past 100 years, allowing him to refine a large number of pills, his status had risen to a whole new level. President AIO also paid great attention to him and ordered Holly Ka and the others to treat Zhong Ao as a foreign elder of the Chamber of Commerce, not showing the slightest neglect. Could be said that on Rainfall Stars Zhong Ao had the highest status. This was why these origin returning realm masters were so cautious when facing Zhong Ao, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Knowing that Zhong Ao was here to snatch the profound sunflower water, they didn't dare act rashly, so they could only plead with Zhong Ao to show mercy. The three of them took turns trying to persuade Zhong Ao, but even as they tried to persuade him, Zhong Ao remained unmoved. In the end, Zhong Ao became so annoyed that he began cursing loudly, but Holly Ka and the others didn't dare to retort, simply enduring it with ugly expressions. After cursing for a while, Zhong Ao stopped and looked over at the three of them, sneering, "Don't think this old master doesn't know you don't dare report what happened here to the home star. At the very least, before that little girl is safe, you won't dare. All you can do is hide the news, so what if this old master snatches the profound sunflower water? What are you going to do about it?" Hearing this, Holly Ka and the others glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, not daring to answer. All treasures in this world belong to the strong. Zhong Ao looked at the three of them proudly, taking 10,000 steps back. "If this old master doesn't have any ideas about the profound sunflower water, would you be able to accept it? Would you accept it? If you don't know how to collect it, you'll only be able to look at the meat in front of your mouth, never be able to eat it." "What Grandmaster says is true." Holly Ka no longer tried to argue and nodded bitterly. "Does Grandmaster know how to collect the profound sunflower water?" The middle-aged woman heard the implication and looked at Zhong Ao with some joy. "If I didn't know, why would this old master come here?" Zhou snorted and waved his hand. Get out of the way. If there's anything, wait until this old master collects those things. No longer paying any attention to Hali Ka and the others, Yang Kai picked up Yang Kai and descended into the mine, disappearing in the blink of an eye like a rogue bandit. Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng glanced at each other, grit their teeth and followed. Inside the mine, Yang Kai followed behind Zhou, guiding him. The last time Yang Kai came in alone, he relied on the method of tearing space and went deep into the ancient ruins without much effort. But this time he couldn't do it. There were all kinds of dangerous and vicious spirit arrays hidden in these ruins. When Hali Ka and Shui brought people here to investigate, they had lost a number of cultivators along the way. However, Zhou was obviously not an ordinary person. He led the way forward, holding a pentagonal crystal-like object in his hand. This crystal bloomed with a brilliant light that illuminated the dark mine tunnel. From time to time, some weak and imperceptible energy fluctuations would come from nearby. Every time this happened, Zhou would be extremely careful, leading Yang Kai away from the territory of these energy fluctuations. This pentagonal crystal seemed to have a detection function, and using it, Zhou was able to avoid many unknown dangers. Although his movements were slow, he didn't have to worry about any dangers, allowing him to easily move forward. The temperature in the air gradually dropped, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the stone walls of the mine. Zhou's expression gradually became excited as he knew that the profound sunflower water was getting closer and closer to him. Hali Ka and the others followed not far behind Zhou and Yang Kai, following the path they had taken, communicating with their divine senses as they walked, discussing how to deal with this situation, but after discussing for a long time, none of them could come up with a good plan, causing them to become quite anxious. Boy, which way do we go now? At a fork in the road, Zhou stopped and asked Yang Kai. This way. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction, his divine sense threads having already broken through the shackles of space and found the location of the profound sunflower water. Zhou didn't suspect anything and walked directly into the fork in the road. After continuing forward for half a day, Zhou, who was leading the way, suddenly couldn't help shivering, squinting his eyes as he stared forward, his body trembling uncontrollably as a fanatical light flashed across his eyes. Profound sunflower water. Several dozen drops of profound sunflower water were strangely suspended mid-air, maintaining the same state as when Yang Kai had left, waiting for a fated person to collect them. It really is profound sunflower water. Zhou swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed the extraordinariness of these water droplets. Although these water droplets were suspended mid-air, each of them was as heavy as a mountain and contained a terrifying amount of power. In this world, besides profound sunflower water, there was nothing else that possessed such characteristics. Taking a few steps forward, Zhou quickly arrived in front of the several dozen drops of profound sunflower water, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he examined them carefully. Being able to cause Zhou to lose his composure, it was obvious that this profound sunflower water was of great value. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face as he stood in place, not showing any intention of snatching the profound sunflower water. Yang Kai was well aware of his own abilities. Without even mentioning Zhou, just Hali Ka and the others behind him, which one of them wasn't an origin returning realm master. In front of them, Yang Kai still had some self-awareness. As soon as the sound of footsteps rang out, Hali Ka and the others who had followed closely behind also appeared one after another, standing beside Yang Kai as they stared towards him with bitter looks on their faces. Several dozen drops of profound sunflower water appeared in front of their eyes, causing all of their eyes to go red. This was a supreme cultivation treasure. As long as one could safely refine a single drop, it would greatly increase the strength of any cultivator. Even an origin returning realm master like Hali Ka would receive a significant boost in strength. At their level of cultivation, wanting to make further progress was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was possible for them to spend hundreds or even thousands of years without being able to break through a single minor realm, and that was assuming they had enough opportunities. Although refining the profound sunflower water was fraught with dangers, without paying a price, how could there be a return? Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao on the brink of death, growing step by step to their current heights. They knew better than anyone that the greater the danger, the greater the return. However, all of them could only watch from afar, not daring to step forward. When this profound Yin sunflower water was discovered, was it sealed in a space ring? Zhong Ao suddenly asked. Yang Kai had briefly told him about the profound Yin sunflower water, but since Yang Kai didn't know much, he naturally didn't know much either. Yes, Grandmaster, Hali Ka's spirit shook as he quickly responded. A waste of heaven's treasure, a waste of heaven's treasure. Zhong Ao curled his lips, wanting to store such a thing in a space ring. It seems that ancient master was quite ignorant, but fortunately for his ignorance, this profound Yin sunflower water would have sunk to some unknown place long ago. The others were all confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten us, Grandmaster." Zhong Ao grinned and said, "Every drop of profound Yin sunflower water is as heavy as a mountain and is not something that can be stored in a space ring." After that ancient man put the profound Yin sunflower water into his space ring, he probably died before he could even use his space ring. Otherwise, his space ring would have exploded long ago. How could it have survived until now? Hali Ka hurriedly said, "At that time, we were caught off guard because our space rings exploded, resulting in heavy casualties." Naturally, Zhong Ao grinned. "And once this thing comes into contact with soil, it will constantly sink. Do you know why profound Yin sunflower water is so rare?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. That's because they all sink to the depths of the Earth's core and are absorbed by the source of the stars, making them difficult to find. And not only profound Yin sunflower water, but also other precious treasures that may have been absorbed by the source of the stars. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew about the source of the stars. The foundation of every cultivation star was the heart of the stars, but no one knew that the source of the stars was related to profound Yin sunflower water. Our luck is quite good. These several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water fortunately didn't come into contact with the soil, otherwise they would have disappeared long ago. Zhong Ao took a deep breath before suddenly taking out a strangely shaped vessel from his space ring. This vessel was somewhat like a vase but also like a bowl. It had a thin neck and a large belly, giving it a strange appearance, but it was also 5-colored and blooming brilliantly. 5-colored meteor essence. Hali Ka shouted, immediately recognizing what kind of mineral this vessel was made of. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Yang Kai immediately understood that this 5-colored meteor essence should be a very valuable, or otherwise, it wouldn't have caused the 3 origin returning realm masters to act so abruptly. "And this is 5-colored meteor essence," Zhong Ao laughed. Very few people know that 5-colored meteor essence is the nemesis of profound Yin sunflower water. If you want to collect profound Yin sunflower water, all you need to do is use this 5-colored meteor essence to create a vessel. While laughing, Zhong Ao aimed the vessel at one of the drops of profound Yin sunflower water and pushed it into the vessel, not bothering to avoid arousing suspicion. Hali Ka and the other origin realm masters all wore ugly expressions, their mood extremely complex. Although 5-colored meteor essence was precious, their Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce still had some, and although there wasn't much of it, it was enough to create a vessel. If they had known this earlier, they would have collected the profound Yin sunflower water long ago instead of waiting for Zhong Ao to take advantage of them. Hali Ka had let go of a great opportunity in front of him and even lost an arm because of it. Thinking so, the expressions of the 3 origin realm masters changed dramatically. Zhong Ao didn't care what Hali Ka and the others were thinking, continuing to collect the profound Yin sunflower water until there were only 10 drops left. Only then did he stop and solemnly hold the vessel in his hand, glancing over at Hali Ka and the others and saying, "Don't say this old master eats meat and doesn't give you soup. This remaining profound Yin sunflower water, you can find a way to collect it yourself. Don't tell me you can't find more 5-colored meteor essence." Chapter 1062. From beginning to end, Zhong Ao had never intended to monopolize such a huge benefit. This place was discovered by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and Rainfall Star was the cultivation star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had relied on his status to suppress others, so taking 80% of the profound Yin sunflower water was his limit. If he had taken all of it, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that Hali Ka and the others wouldn't have fallen out with him. He wasn't confident he could deal with so many masters whose cultivation was higher than his. As such, he tactfully took a step back and left behind 10 drops of profound sunflower water. When Hali Ka and the others heard Zhong Ao's words, they all wore shocked expressions and became excited, cupping their fists one after another. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Although 5-colored meteor essence is rare, we can still find some. Good, hurry up, heaven knows if this profound sunflower water will suddenly fall down and seep into the ground. Zhong Ao waved his hand and walked out holding the container. Hali Ka didn't dare to delay, leaving behind the middle-aged woman to guard this place while he and Lin Mufeng quickly left, apparently going to search for the 5-colored meteor essence hidden in the branch's warehouse. Yang Kai silently followed behind Zhong Ao all the way out of the ancient ruins. The two flew their star shuttles back to the palace in the mountain valley. Inside the room, Xueyu was sleeping peacefully just as she had been when Yang Kai left. Yang Kai came over to check on her and found that there was nothing wrong with her, so he went to find Zhong Ao. It seemed that because he had obtained a treasure like the profound sunflower water, Zhong Ao was very excited. When Yang Kai came over, he was madly performing alchemy in his pill room, venting his excitement. The several dozen pill furnaces were filled with Saint Qi by Zhong Ao, all of them humming as mysterious spirit arrays were constructed by Zhong Ao and inserted into the pill furnaces. Various herbs flew out from his space ring like snowflakes and were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids before being thrown into the pill furnaces. Kai Yang couldn't help but be moved, his eyes widening as he stared at this incredible scene. He had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could perform alchemy so crazily, one person working in front of several dozen pill furnaces and refining dozens of pills at the same time. At this moment he finally understood why Zhong Ao could refine so many pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Judging from his technique and proficiency, Zhong Ao hadn't just been doing this for a day or two, it was very likely he had been refining pills in this shocking way. Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge was proficient in a variety of lost spirit arrays, and had a unique advantage in the alchemic way, but no matter what he couldn't reach Zhong Ao's level. At most he could deal with 4 or 5 pill furnaces by himself, and that was his limit. No matter how good you are, there will always be someone better. Of Heng's alchemists, of Zong's of Henguf's to him. Zhong Ao didn't have any intention of driving him away and instead continued to busy himself, the excitement on his face never diminishing and instead becoming more and more flushed. One by one, exquisite spirit arrays were carved out by Yang Kai with his Saint Qi and inserted into different pill furnaces. The various different spirit arrays perfectly fit together, forming a complex composite spirit array that catalyzed the medicinal efficacies of the pill furnaces and assisted in alchemy. Everything was done in an orderly and skillful manner, without the slightest mistake. After half a day, the alchemy room was filled with a variety of pill fragrances. These fragrances mixed together, and when they entered Yang Kai's nose, they made him feel refreshed and refreshed. Yang Kai's eyes became more and more focused. "Rise!" Zhong Ao suddenly shouted, and the several dozen pill furnaces trembled at the same time. Pill furnaces of different colors flew out from the pill furnaces and fell like raindrops into the prepared jade bottles. Zhong Ao tossed a restorative pill into his mouth and allowed his strength to slowly recover. Impatiently he walked over to the jade bottles, picked them up and began examining them one by one. After a long time he finished his examination and said with a look of dissatisfaction, "There are only 2 pills, these pills are so damn difficult to refine." Saying so, he put away the 2 pills that had formed pill veins and threw the rest to the side. This scene was somewhat familiar. Yang Kai had seen it once when he brought Xueyu here to see Zhong Ao. His brow furrowed as he asked, "Is Senior performing this alchemy to increase the chances of pill veins appearing?" Zhong Ao turned around and sat down in his chair, grinning as he gently nodded, "Little brat, you have good eyesight. And this old master spends so much effort in alchemy in order to increase the chances of pill veins appearing." After pausing for a moment he continued, "Pill veins are something that can only be encountered by chance. Even the best alchemist cannot guarantee that the pills they refine will form pill veins, but when an alchemist is skilled enough to refine low-grade pills, the chances of pill veins appearing are much higher. This old master has been studying pill veins for hundreds of years, but it wasn't until 100 years ago that he came up with this stupid method of winning by quantity. Why else do you think this old master didn't ask for any compensation and instead performed alchemy for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free? This old master wants them to provide me with herbs, Otherwise, how could I let them take advantage of me? Refining pills like Zhou Xian consumed a huge amount of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and without the support of a great force, it was impossible to continue for a long time. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was located in the rich territory of Jiastar, so naturally it was the best choice. Zhou Xian choosing to cooperate with Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce would bring great benefits to both sides. How is Senior's research going? Yang Kai asked with interest. Zhou Xian sighed softly. Difficult, very difficult. The longer one immerses themselves in this field, the more difficult it is to refine pills. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but this old master can only maintain a 2 out of 100 chance of refining pills with pill veins. And this old master is referring to St. King grade and above pills. 2 out of 100 pills, that was to say for every 100 pills he refined he could only produce 2 pills with pill veins. This probability seemed very small, but when looking at the entire alchemy world, it was already a sensational number. Many alchemists spent their entire lives refining pills, but only when their luck was extremely good would they be able to refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, almost every time he refined pills he would refine at least 1. Occasionally his luck would be bad and he would refine none. This old master has also refined a few St. King grade pills with pill clouds. Do you want to see them? Zhou Xian said with a proud expression. Pill veins were difficult to form, but pill clouds were even more difficult. Zhou Xian had collected tens of thousands of pills with pill veins so far, but there were only a few that had pill clouds, all of which he regarded as treasures. When he was feeling down he would often take them out to examine them. Whenever he did, his mood would immediately improve. He had lived here alone for nearly 100 years, boring and boring. If it weren't for an obsession in his heart that allowed him to study profound alchemy techniques, no matter how strong he was, he would have gone crazy. Now that Yang Kai had come here to accompany him and he found him pleasing to the eye, naturally he wanted to show off. Junior wouldn't dare covet Senior's treasures. Yang Kai didn't give him a chance to show off, which made Zhou Xian a little disappointed, curling his lips in dissatisfaction as he said, "Ignorant brat, you didn't take advantage of such a great opportunity. It seems your achievements in alchemy are destined to be limited." Pills with pill veins were extremely rare in this world. In the alchemy world, no matter what grade such pills were, even if they were earth grade or mysterious grade, they were still treasures. If an alchemist with excellent aptitude observed them, they might be able to gain some insights. What's more, Zhou Xian's pills with pill clouds were all St. King grade. These were the greatest fruits of his 100 years of hard work, the crystallization of his 100 years of hard work, so he would not easily show them to others. Today when he took the initiative to bring them up he was actually rejected by Yang Kai. Zhou Xian suddenly felt like his warm face had been stuck to a cold butt, and his good mood was immediately ruined. Naturally he wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. How could Zhou Xian know that as early as back in Tongxian realm he had already refined pills with pill clouds, and whether it was Yang Kai or Xianing Chong, when refining pills, their chances of forming pill veins were countless times greater than his. Senior, Junior has taken you to find the profound Yin sunflower water, and Senior's harvest has been great. Is it time to tell Junior how to save my master? Yang Kai ignored Zhou Xian's ugly expression and took the initiative to bring up the previous deal. Greedy for beauty. Zhou Xian muttered discontentedly. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was deeply in love with Xueyu, so he couldn't wait to inquire about her. Although he suddenly didn't like Yang Kai very much, a deal was a deal, and Zhou Xian still kept his promise, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If you want to save her, all you need to do is refine a purple heart soul restoring pill." After saying so, he turned a gloating look towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Purple heart soul restoring pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it. When Zhou Xian went to find someone to build a container to collect the profound Yin sunflower water, he had been reading the ancient books in this palace and memorizing many pill recipes. The purple heart soul restoring pill was one of them. Thinking about it, Zhou Xian recalled the grade of the purple heart soul restoring pill and the herbs needed. An Origin King grade pill? Yang Kai paled and exclaimed. Naturally, an Origin King grade pill. Zhou Xian grinned wickedly. The profound Yin sunflower water is a supreme cultivation treasure. Do you think the damage it causes is so easy to resolve? Only an Origin King grade purple heart soul restoring pill can relieve that little girl's crisis. You should know better than anyone that not only is her vitality frozen, but her soul avatar is also scattered and nowhere to be found. It is not so easy to cure her. Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Zhou Ao continued, "Boy, I advise you to give up. First of all, how many people in the entire star territory can refine an Origin King grade pill? As for the materials required, they are not something you can collect. Where are you going to find a 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower? It is impossible for such a thing to exist in the entire star territory." The soul-restoring flower was not a precious herb and would grow on every cultivation star, but to refine the purple heart soul-restoring pill, it needed to be at least 10,000 years old. Chapter 1063. What kind of herb could grow for such a long time? During a period of 10,000 years, natural disasters and the passage of time, any unexpected situation could cause an herb to disappear from this world. It could be said that such a herb was impossible to find. On the other hand, other precious herbs, although extremely valuable, were not difficult to find. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce focused on business, so as long as he entrusted this matter to Ha Li Ka and the others, Yang Kai believed they could quickly collect the rest. A 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower made Yang Kai feel helpless in an instant. There are many women in this world. I see that you're still young and still have a lot of time ahead of you, so you'll inevitably meet some outstanding women. Sometimes you need to let go. And letting go is also a kind of happiness. Zhou Ao sighed, seemingly touched by Yang Kai's words. I have to save her. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression firm. Senior, is there no other way to resolve her crisis? Zhou Ao stared at him deeply, his expression gradually becoming dignified after a while, saying, there is another kind of pill that should work, and the materials needed for this pill are not difficult to find. The grade of the pill itself is not too high. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, please enlighten me, senior. And seeing how infatuated you are, this old master will give you some pointers. Zhou Ao sighed and said leisurely, but I still advise you not to get your hopes up. Please speak, senior. A burning flame pill. Zhou Ao spat out a few words. A burning flame pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it, a moment later a look of surprise appearing on his face. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill? And a burning flame pill is indeed a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Zhou Ao gently nodded. Yang Kai looked puzzled. Senior, this junior does not understand. The grade of a burning flame pill is not high, so how can it solve the crisis my master is in? He really didn't understand. The first method Zhou Ao gave him was to refine an Origin King grade pill, while the second method was to refine a Saint King grade pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhou Ao grinned meaningfully. Do you think this is an ordinary burning flame pill? What this old man is referring to is the burning flame pill with pill clouds. Kai Yang's heart shook as he suddenly understood. Since you are also an alchemist, you should know that once a pill forms pill veins and pill clouds, its medicinal efficacy will increase exponentially. This is also the reason why pills with pill veins and pill clouds are so much more valuable. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill, if it forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies are almost equivalent to a Saint King grade high-rank pill. If it forms pill clouds, even if it's not as good as an Origin King grade pill, it's not far off. I understand. Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he regained his composure. Zhou Ao saw his expression and sneered. But how could a burning flame pill with pill clouds be so easy to refine? This might be even more difficult than finding a 10,000-year-old soul-returning flower. This old man still has the same words. Kid, you better give up as soon as possible. Don't do these useless things. Zhou Ao wasn't saying this to dampen Yang Kai's enthusiasm, but rather to objectively evaluate the facts. Even if the top alchemists in Heng Luo Starfield were to refine this burning flame pill, they might not be able to refine pill clouds. Yang Kai grinned. If I don't try, how can I know it won't work? Zhou Ao quickly stated, little brat, don't even think about this old master, it's impossible for me to help you refine this burning flame pill. This old master has no friendship with you, nor does he have the ability to guarantee that he can refine a Saint King grade pill with pill clouds. I don't want to ask senior to refine one, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Do you already have someone in mind? Zhou Ao was slightly surprised. Tell me, who do you want to refine this pill for you? This old master will give you some advice and see if that person has the ability. He didn't think that on Rainfall Star there was anyone whose alchemy skills were higher than his. In terms of alchemy he was the best. Junior will refine it himself. You'll refine it yourself. Zhong Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai gently nodded. Zhong Ao seemed to be re-examining him, looking him up and down for a moment before saying with a strange expression, "If you want to make trouble, this old master won't stop you, that's your own business. And if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will call you grandfather." He didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine such a pill with his ability. Yang Kai was just a little second-order saint cultivator. Even if he was an alchemist with some talent and aptitude in the alchemic way, he would at most be able to cultivate for 20 years. A saint-grade top-rank pill was his limit. Zhong Ao concluded. If he couldn't even refine a saint-king-grade pill, how could he refine a supreme pill cloud? Zhong Ao only thought that this young man was full of vigor and arrogance. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he smiled strangely. "Senior, Junior doesn't dare accept such a title. Since you don't trust me so much, how about we make a bet?" "Bet?" Zhong Ao's eyes narrowed as he snorted. "What kind of bet is this? This old master will accept it. If this junior can refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this junior won't ask for too much, as long as half of the profound Yin sunflower water is given to me." Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao with scorching eyes. Zhong Ao's face twitched as he snorted. "Boy, this old master has always thought you were honest and well-behaved, but it turns out you've been harboring evil ideas about this old master's treasures? Aren't you afraid you'll lose your teeth?" "If I really lose my teeth, it will be this junior's own fault." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Is senior afraid he will lose?" Zhong Ao curled his lips fiercely. "Don't try to provoke this old master. This old master has long since stopped playing such clumsy tricks." Having said that, Zhong Ao still said, "Fine, if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will give you half of the profound Yin sunflower water." This old master has devoted himself to studying pill veins for hundreds of years and has never been able to find a way. If you have the ability to surpass this old master will be convinced. But boy, if you can't refine it, what will you do? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, his expression extremely unkind. The bet proposed by Yang Kai made him a little annoyed. He felt that Yang Kai was looking down on his alchemy skills and also his many years of research, causing his heart to fill with murderous intent. As senior decides. Yang Kai was very stubborn. In any case, if he couldn't refine this pill, Shuiyu would die, and if she died he would also be out of luck. Good, this old master is looking for an assistant. If you can't do it, you'll be this old master's coolie for the rest of your life. Zhong Ao laughed strangely. But this bet must have a time limit, otherwise this old master will have to wait forever. Naturally. Yang Kai seemed to have expected him to say this. The time limit will be when my master dies, how about it? That's a matter of a year or so. Boy, you're quite arrogant. This old master will open his eyes wide and see how you refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Zhong Ao laughed. Senior, please wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, not showing the slightest panic and instead full of confidence. This expression was imprinted in Zhong Ao's eyes and he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, secretly wondering if this little brat was just trying to be mysterious or if he really was confident. Still feeling uneasy, Zhong Ao asked, with your current methods, what grade of pill can you refine? A Saint King grade low-rank pill. Yang Kai said casually. How is that possible? Zhong Ao was stunned. You can refine a Saint King grade pill? His face filled with disbelief, wondering if Yang Kai was exaggerating. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I really have. How old are you this year? Zhong Ao asked suspiciously. Less than 30 years old, 27 to 28? Yang Kai wasn't quite sure about his age. He spent most of his time outside, sometimes in retreat, so he had long forgotten the concept of time and age. Being able to refine a Saint King grade pill at the age of 27 or 28, Zhong Ao was so shocked he could barely speak. He suddenly had a bad feeling that half of his profound Yin sunflower water had changed its surname. Shaking his head, Zhong Ao said, after a year or so things will become clear. This old master won't investigate it now, but boy, I still have to tell you that even if you refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, it will only be able to expel the profound Yin sunflower water's poison from that little girl's body, so she won't die suddenly. As for the problem of her soul avatar dispersing, You'll have to solve it yourself. Yang Kai frowned, cupped his fists and said, I know. Go. Zhou Ao waved his hand. Yang Kai withdrew and went to the side room to check on Xueyu, who was sleeping soundly, before leaving the palace and setting off for the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch. Half a day later, Yang Kai met with Holly Ka and the others in the main hall of the mountain range. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman gathered around a table. On this table was a vessel made of 5-colored meteor essence. Inside this vessel were 10 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, each crystal clear like a pearl. The 3 pairs of eyes were glued to the profound Yin sunflower water like locusts, unable to tear their eyes away, all of them grinning from ear to ear. 5-colored meteor essence wasn't difficult to find in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so after Zhou Ao left, they had quickly retrieved these treasures and were now discussing how to distribute them and whether to report them to the home star. The 3 of them were excited but at a loss for what to do. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the 3 of them didn't try to avoid suspicion and didn't put away the profound Yin sunflower water. Holly Ka got up and asked, Little brother, how is Master Xue? She's fine but she's still unconscious, Yang Kai replied casually. The 3 men's faces darkened. However, Senior Zhou Ao promised to diagnose Master and has found a way to treat her, Yang Kai said casually. Really? Holly Ka looked happy while Lin Mu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman even patted her full breasts, her complexion immediately improving. Little brother, if there's anything the Chamber of Commerce can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Master Xue had an accident on Rainfall Star. If you need help, we will not hesitate to help, Holly Ka said seriously. I came here to ask for your help, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chapter 1064. I want you to help me collect some herbs. Yang Kai went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. What herbs do you need? Holly Ka smiled. Herbs may be lacking in other places, but my Chamber of Commerce will never lack them. Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman also nodded, indicating that they would do their best to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Yang Kai immediately wrote down a list of herbs needed to refine the burning flame pill. Holly Ka took it and looked at it carefully before saying with an indifferent expression, The herbs on this list aren't difficult to find, my branch has a lot of them. Besides the dragon turtle spirit fruit, which is relatively rare, the others aren't a problem. However, little brother only needs to wait 3 to 5 months before we can transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit from another medicine star. It's just that. 3 to 5 months isn't a problem as long as it's not a year or so. Yang Kai shook his head. Within 4 months, I will definitely be able to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit. Holly Ka patted his chest and promised. Some herbs needed specific environments to grow, and although Rainfall Star was also a cultivation star, there was no suitable environment for the growth of the dragon turtle spirit fruit. However, there was a nearby medicine star owned by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce that produced a large number of these things. How many herbs does little brother need? Lin Mu Feng asked. As many as you have. Yang Kai quickly said. As many as you have? The 3 of them were taken aback as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. They had thought that Yang Kai only wanted a few sets of materials for refining pills, but Yang Kai had opened his mouth like a lion with no bottom line. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, Senior Zhou Ao's solution is to refine a pill with pill clouds. You should also know how difficult it is to refine a pill with pill clouds. It's not something that can be done once or twice. It requires a lot of trial and error before it is possible to succeed. Hearing what he said, Holly Ka and the others suddenly understood why Yang Kai wanted so many herbs and couldn't help feeling some respect. Holly Ka nodded and said, So that's how it is. Grandmaster Zhou Ao is worthy of being an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, actually having the heart to refine pills that form pill clouds. In any case, this is a losing deal for your branch. The pills refined are all the same type. Even if we give you all the pills afterwards, the sales will still be a problem. You have to be mentally prepared. Yang Kai reminded them. As long as we can awaken Snowmaster, these losses are not a problem. Holly Ka immediately made his stance clear. He was truly afraid. If Master Xue really died, Xueyu third young master would definitely not let him off. Even if he had to exhaust all of his family's resources, Holly Ka would still gather the herbs he needed. That would be for the best. Yang Kai was very satisfied with their cooperation. There was no need for him to waste his breath on this matter. These people were all reasonable people and weren't difficult to talk to, so there was no need for him to analyze the pros and cons for them. Little brother. Holly Ka stammered, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. After calling out to Yang Kai, he exchanged a glance with Lin Mu Feng, seemingly wanting to say something but not wanting to. Yang Kai observed their expressions and immediately understood what they wanted to say, solemnly saying, "For me, saving Master Xue is the most important thing. I won't ask about anything else." As soon as the statement came out, all three of them were overjoyed and the looks they directed at Yang Kai became more and more friendly. Although the three of them had obtained the profound Yin sunflower water and were very excited, with such a big incident happening on Rainfall Star, they didn't know whether they should report it to the home star or not. Normally they would have the ability to suppress the news of Xue Yu's injuries, but now it was different. Yang Kai was Xue Yu's guard, and although his cultivation was low, what if Yang Kai suddenly lost his mind and reported it to the home star before they did? At that time the three of them would face even more serious punishment. With Yang Kai's assurance, the three of them felt relieved. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I don't want to be punished by the home star, so for the time being Master Xue's injuries should not be leaked. Once Xue Master recovers, she will make her own decision." "Many thanks, little brother." Holly Ka sincerely cupped his fists. "However, this profound Yin sunflower water. It's best if you don't touch it for the time being and wait for Master Xue to decide," Yang Kai added. "Naturally, even if we had the courage of the heavens, we wouldn't dare use such a precious cultivation treasure at will. Naturally, we'll have to wait for Master Xue to wake up and deal with it." Holly Ka and the others nodded repeatedly, thanking Yang Kai for pointing them out the right path. Moreover, from beginning to end, none of them had any intention of using the profound Yin sunflower water. Although refining a single drop of this thing would greatly increase their strength, none of them knew how to do so. Holly Ka had personally tested the power of the profound Yin sunflower water and knew that the price he had paid for it was the loss of an arm. If they were careless, not only would their strength not increase, they would likely end up in the same state as Xue Master Xue. Not daring to use it didn't mean it wasn't a merit, so before Yang Kai arrived, the three of them had gathered around the container and looked at it happily. "Good, before I asked for your help, I also have a private matter I would like to ask for your help with." Yang Kai felt that the time was right and the atmosphere was harmonious, so he was ready to fish for some benefits from them. "Little brother, please speak. Do you have any way to quickly improve my strength?" Yang Kai looked at the three of them expectantly. "Improve your strength?" Holly Ka was surprised, looking him up and down for a moment before instantly understanding and laughing. "Is little brother trying to improve his strength?" Yes, this time on this trip to the ancient ruins, it was because my strength was too low that Senior Xue didn't take me with her. If my strength had been higher, I may have been able to save Senior Xue at that critical juncture and prevent her from being harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water. If I could exchange my life for Senior Xue's safety, even if I died, I wouldn't have implicated the three of you in such a dangerous situation," Yang Kai said with a pained expression, seemingly blaming himself for his actions. Holly Ka and the other two had all experienced great storms, so how could they not know that he was just putting on an act? However, this little guard seemed to be highly valued by Xue Master. Otherwise she wouldn't have brought him to Rainfall Star alone, nor would she have taken care of his safety and prevented him from entering the ancient ruins. After Xue Master woke up, perhaps they would need to rely on him to put in a few good words to appease Xue Master's anger. What's more, not only did he not report this matter to the home star, he even cooperated with the three of them to conceal it, which was already a great favor. Whether it was to curry favor or to repay him, the three of them felt that they should satisfy Yang Kai's request, which wasn't too excessive. If a second-order Saint Cultivator wanted to improve his strength, they should be able to satisfy him. Quietly exchanging a few glances, the three of them immediately made a decision in their hearts, Holly Ka saying, "If you want to quickly improve your strength, the only way is to cultivate diligently. This kind of thing can't be rushed, everyone gains their strength bit by bit, but..." Suddenly changing the topic, he grinned, "I have a way to improve your cultivation efficiency." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What is it?" The space ring on Holly Ka's hand flashed and a colorful orchid-like object appeared in his hand. The petals of this orchid were quite strange, the petals blooming like a baby's head, its facial features clear and slightly gloomy. "Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" On the side, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman both exclaimed in shock, seemingly not having expected Holly Ka to take out such a precious treasure. For a moment, all three of them stared towards Yang Kai with thoughtful expressions, as if they had just obtained a great bargain. "What's the use of this?" Yang Kai asked. Holly Ka said proudly, "It's a cultivation aid. If you take it directly, you'll understand its mysteries." Lin Mufeng also chimed in, "This kind of thing is quite rare. Old Ha fought with others for it back then. The scenes from the past are still vivid in his mind. I never expected he would have kept it for nearly 100 years but was unwilling to use it. I thought he had already used it up." Holly Ka grinned. "Without a suitable candidate, what use is there for it? This old master is already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Using this thing won't improve my strength much. I was hoping to find a suitable junior, but on this vast rainfall star, no one can enter this old master's eyes." Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and before he could finish speaking, he took the heavenly spirit ghost orchid and stuffed it directly into a space ring on his hand. From the conversation between these two, Yang Kai also understood the preciousness of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, so how could he be polite? Yang Kai then turned to look at Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng was just sighing with emotion at Holly Ka's generosity when he suddenly met Yang Kai's gaze and couldn't help his face twitching. Immediately understanding, he patted his head and said, "This Lin remembers, there is something I can help little brother Yang with." Yang Kai's meaning was already very obvious. Clearly he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him, so how could Lin Mufeng pretend to be ignorant? Suppressing his heartache, Lin Mufeng put on a nonchalant look on his face, his space ring flashing as he took out a bottle, but before he could speak, it was snatched away by Yang Kai. Lin Mufeng smiled bitterly and said weakly, "This is Snow Pond Crystal Essence, a product of the Snow Pond Restricted Area on Ice Snow Star. A single cup of Snow Pond Crystal Essence is condensed every 1,000 years, so this is all I have. It's useful." Yang Kai spoke concisely as he observed the jade bottle in his hand. This jade bottle exuded a cold aura, and through its walls, Yang Kai could see some snow-white substance inside. There wasn't much of it, only about the size of a fingernail. Snow Pond Crystal Essence is most useful for stabilizing one's state of mind. Taking a single drop will provide endless benefits. Since little brother Yang wants to quickly improve his strength, this thing is indispensable, Lin Mufeng explained. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he grinned widely. This thing given by Lin Mufeng was a perfect complement to Holly Ka's heavenly spirit ghost orchid. One could improve one's cultivation efficiency while the other could stabilize one's state of mind and prevent the burden and sequelae of rapidly increasing one's strength. Could be said that this thing was equal in value to the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. Yang Kai put it into his space ring with satisfaction. Chapter 1065. Lin Mufeng anxiously watched Yang Kai put away the small bottle of Snow Pond Crystal Essence, his face filled with pain. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak again, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, "I don't have as many treasures as these two, but I do have something that can improve the efficiency of one's cultivation. If little brother doesn't dislike it, please take it." Saying so, a small flag-like object suddenly appeared in her hand. These flags were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, and green. There were a total of 7 flags that exuded strong world energy fluctuations. An artifact. Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering what use this artifact had that it could actually improve one's cultivation efficiency. This 7-colored spirit gathering flag is an origin grade low-rank artifact. If arranged according to a certain method, it can gather world energy. I used it to cultivate before, but as my strength increased, I put it away and haven't used it for nearly 100 years. Now I'll give it to little brother. Yang Kai's eyes lit up again as he secretly thought that these people were indeed worthy of being the highest leaders of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. The things each of them could casually take out were not things that could be seen by ordinary people. He wondered just how many more treasures they had. This time, Yang Kai wasn't as impatient as the previous 2 times. Carefully taking the 7-colored spirit gathering flag from the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai politely thanked her. The middle-aged woman smiled lightly. "Release your knowledge, seize defenses, and I'll teach you how to arrange it." Yang Kai nodded and the middle-aged woman stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In an instant, The various functions of this 7-colored spirit gathering flag were grasped by Yang Kai. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the 7-colored spirit gathering flag. Although this thing was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact for the current Yang Kai, it was an extremely rare treasure. It could be used for a long time, and when Yang Kai no longer needed it, he could give it to someone close to him. It wasn't as valuable as the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid or the Snow Pond Crystal Essence, but it was far more practical. No matter who it was, the three of them had spent a great deal of effort. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the three of you for your help. This little one can't thank you enough." "You're welcome." Hali Ka laughed. "As long as we can awaken Master Shui, what harm is there in having to go bankrupt?" He put on a loyal and courageous appearance, but it was hard to tell how much sincerity there was in it. "Why don't little brother get 2 more moon slaves?" Lin Mufeng suddenly thought of something and suggested. "Moon slave?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at them suspiciously. The middle-aged woman's face reddened as she spat. "You scoundrel, little brother is still so young, yet you don't teach him good things and only teach him some unorthodox tricks. When Master Shui wakes up, how are you going to explain this?" Lin Mufeng looked embarrassed. "There's no problem with 2 moon slaves, right? I can see that little brother is a determined person. You won't hold up your future because of 2 moon slaves. And if it's 2, it really won't be a problem," Hali Ka also echoed. "What's a moon slave?" Yang Kai asked curiously when he saw them talking back and forth between themselves. Hali Ka lightly coughed and explained, "Moon slaves are a type of woman specially cultivated by our Chamber of Commerce. They cultivate special secret arts and take special pills so that when they reach a certain age they can mate with men. Their primordial yin contains a very pure energy, so any man who takes them for the first time can obtain great benefits from it. If little brother wants to improve his strength as quickly as possible, moon slaves are the best choice." Plucking yin to supplement yang. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Oh no. Lin Mufeng smiled and waved his hand. "The method developed by my Chamber of Commerce is not an ordinary method of plucking yin to supplement yang. Little brother should also know that many cultivate evil secret arts, plucking yin to supplement yang in order to rapidly improve their strength. But the energy obtained through this method is impure, causing their combat power to be much lower than a cultivator in the same realm. My Chamber of Commerce would never do such a thing. Moon slaves are selected from women with good aptitude and physiques and are then trained in a special way so that when the energy from their primordial yin is transferred to a man, it won't cause too much of an impact on him. With little brother's current cultivation, subduing 2 moon slaves of the same realm shouldn't be a problem. And if there was a problem with my Chamber of Commerce's moon slaves, there wouldn't be so many people coming to buy them." Hali Ka also nodded. "You also engage in human trafficking?" Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that the huge Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would actually be so shady. "It's all consensual. These moon slaves are ordinary people from poor families. If it weren't for my Chamber of Commerce, they would only live a few dozen years before dying of old age. My Chamber of Commerce provides them with cultivation materials and environments, allowing them to possess extraordinary skills. Moreover, after a moon slave has sex with a man, they can continue to cultivate and improve their strength. If they can win the favor of their master, glory and wealth are just around the corner. Many of the moon slaves who leave my Chamber of Commerce live quite good lives," Lin Mufeng explained, seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was somewhat repulsed by this kind of thing. The middle-aged woman blushed and didn't say a word, but she obviously knew a lot about moon slaves. "There's no need for moon slaves." Yang Kai pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying with a bitter face, "I'm afraid Master Shui will go crazy when she wakes up." Yang Kai had to admit that listening to them talk about the various benefits of moon slaves, especially their ability to rapidly improve one's strength, Yang Kai was indeed a little tempted. Right now he couldn't wait to quickly improve his cultivation. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai still refused. He had his own principles, and no matter how Hali Ka and the others boasted about the benefits of moon slaves, Yang Kai always felt that there were some problems with harvesting yin to supplement yang, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. "If that's the case, then we won't force you." Hali Ka looked at Yang Kai with some approval, seemingly not having expected that a young man like him could refuse such a great temptation. Moon slaves could not only help people improve their strength, Each of them had been taught many ways to serve men, each of them possessing boundless charm and were proficient in many ways. They had always been the bragging rights of young men in the Star Territory. Being able to bring 1 or 2 moon slaves with them was a great honor. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivated a large number of moon slaves every year, but the order for them had been waiting for several years now. Moon slaves alone were a huge source of income for the entire Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the price of moon slaves was constantly rising, but it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of those who came to buy them. Yang Kai's refusal surprised the 3 of them, making them feel that this young man was somewhat unusual. No wonder Master Xue had taken a fancy to him and chosen him as her guard. After chatting with Hali Ka and the others for a while and asking them to send the materials they had collected to Zhong'ao's palace, Yang Kai left. Once again returning to Zhong'ao's palace, Yang Kai was full of energy, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. TC Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid Snow Pond Crystal Essence. Zhong'ao looked at the 2 things in front of Yang Kai and muttered, Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng are really generous actually giving you such treasures. It seems that little girl's status in Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce isn't low. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhong'ao recognized the names and uses of these 2 things at a glance. Turning his attention to the 7-colored flag, Zhong'ao played with it for a while before letting out a strange laugh. Boy, with the help of these things, this old master estimates that you can break through to the 3rd Order Saint Realm in a very short time. Worthy of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, it's really easy to cultivate someone. Old Zong, in a few days Hali Ka and the others will deliver the materials needed to refine the burning flame pill. I hope Old Zong can help me receive them, Yang Kai said as he took the 7-colored spirit gathering flag back from Zhong'ao's hands. As long as you don't disturb this old master's alchemy it's fine. Zhong'ao snorted, squatting in front of Yang Kai without a care for his image, asking suspiciously, but this old master has one thing he doesn't understand, can you explain it to me? Please speak Old Zong. Didn't you say you wanted to refine a pill to save your woman? Why did you bring these things back? What else can I do? Cultivate, Yang Kai grinned. Zhong'ao was stunned. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? You only have a year and a half to refine a burning flame pill that forms pill clouds in a year and a half. That's already a bit of a rush, yet you're still in the mood to cultivate? Ordinary people sharpen their knives before slaughtering pigs. What's wrong with my cultivation? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. On top of that, I'm still missing one of the materials to refine the burning flame pill. Hali Ka said that it will take 4 months to transfer them from the other medicine star. If I don't cultivate, am I supposed to just sit around and wait? That being said, so what if your strength improves to the 3rd Order Saint Realm? Zhong'ao couldn't understand why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. Perhaps this minor breakthrough will allow me to successfully refine pill clouds. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zhong'ao glanced at him as if he was looking at an idiot, straightening up and saying, do as you wish, this old master will just wait for the results. Don't bother this old master is going to perform alchemy. Saying so, Zhong'ao walked out while muttering to himself about how difficult it was to refine pills. Yang Kai didn't care and simply put away the things he had brought back. When he was on the floating continent he had spent a great deal of effort to refine a Saint King grade pill and lift the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. At that time, Yang Kai discovered that the reason his alchemy skills couldn't improve was entirely because of the constraints of his realm. His cultivation was too low, so if he wanted to refine a higher grade pill he needed to improve his strength first. The 4 months it took Hali Ka to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit gave Yang Kai a good buffer period. The Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, and 7-colored spirit gathering flags were all things he relied on to improve his cultivation. In these 4 months, Yang Kai had great confidence that he could break through to the 3rd Order Saint Realm, at which point refining burning flame pills would become much easier. Chapter 1066. Inside Zhong'ao's palace in a certain room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. Taking out the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Yang Kai swallowed it without hesitation. A cool feeling spread from his throat to his abdomen as Yang Kai silently circulated his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. Soon, this cool feeling extended to his limbs and bones, relaxing his hundreds of millions of pores, and his physique seemed to have been greatly nourished. In order to refine the burning flame pill that could form pill clouds, in order to rapidly improve his cultivation, Yang Kai spared no effort. Moreover, he didn't regard this incident as a disaster. On the contrary, he felt it was an opportunity. Now he was wandering the star territory alone, without any friends or family, without any support. His own strength was the foundation for his survival. Shuiyu being unconscious gave Yang Kai an opportunity to concentrate on his cultivation. A bad thing, when viewed from another perspective, could often become a good thing. Yang Kai could take advantage of these few months of painstaking cultivation to raise his strength to the next level while also improving his alchemy skills, allowing him to complement his cultivation and achieve great growth. The cool feeling made him feel refreshed, as if he had never been so clear-headed before. Yang Kai suddenly had a good plan and understanding of his future, causing his mood to fluctuate greatly. Shuiyu's even breathing came from the next room. The method Zhong Ao had used before could only maintain her vitality for a year and a half. Once that time was up, if she was not treated with a pill, she would undoubtedly die. However, Yang Kai wasn't as worried as he was at the beginning. On the contrary, his heart was now as calm as still water. The medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play a role. But Hali Ka didn't clearly tell Yang Kai how such a precious treasure could improve the efficiency of his cultivation. Yang Kai also felt the changes in his body, wanting to find out. Suddenly, the cool feeling all over his body converged towards his chest, the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid condensing into one spot in a very short time. Yang Kai suspiciously unbuttoned his robes, revealing his strong body before looking down at his chest. The shadow of a golden dragon quickly swept past. That was the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. The golden dragon tattoo was constantly wandering around like a living creature, sometimes in front of Yang Kai, sometimes on his back, while the ice phoenix tattoo remained firmly on his back, not moving at all. This was the Phoenix Empress inheritance that belonged to Zhou Xian. Yang Kai's body was only a temporary residence for it. Once Yang Kai found Zhou Xian, he could hand it over to her. At this moment, some black qi was faintly gathering in his chest. The black qi was as gloomy as a ghost, dark and deep. Yang Kai carefully sensed it but did not find anything wrong. He calmed down and quietly waited. Not long after, more and more black qi gathered on his chest, becoming denser and denser, faintly forming a vague pattern. Yang Kai looked at it carefully, but he didn't understand. After waiting for about half a day, the cold feeling in his chest suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the fuzzy squirming pattern quickly froze and became clear. It was actually a pattern of a baby's face with distinct facial features. It was as if Yang Kai had an extra head on his chest, making him feel uneasy and terrifying. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, never having expected that consuming the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would result in such a situation. While he was still in shock, he saw the baby's mouth on his chest suddenly open, like a whale sucking in water, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. Hu chi chi. A gust of wind surged inside the room and an unimaginable amount of world energy poured into Yang Kai's body as the baby's mouth began sucking in. In an instant, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his body receiving a great deal of energy. His meridians squirmed, accepting the world energy and transforming it into his own strength under the effect of his secret art. Amazing! Yang Kai was overjoyed and closed his eyes, feeling the benefits brought to him by the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. After swallowing the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, although the pattern on his chest didn't look very impressive, its effects were real. In this way, even if Yang Kai didn't cultivate under the effect of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, he would be able to constantly absorb world energy, the speed and efficiency of which would be even greater than if he were to cultivate diligently. The baby's pattern would swallow and spit out every 30 breaths, actively absorbing world energy into Yang Kai's body, allowing him to grow stronger. Each time it swallowed and spat out an astonishing amount of world energy. Hali Ka's gift was really what Yang Kai had hoped for. Yang Kai spent most of his time on the road, so while he was on the move he rarely had the opportunity to cultivate. If this heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play its role, it would be difficult for his strength not to improve. In the future, even if he was on the road or fighting, he could maintain a state of cultivation. Unfortunately, according to Hali Ka, the role of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would become smaller and smaller over time and would disappear after 2 or 3 years at most. On top of that, this thing was extremely difficult to find, and if 1 or 2 were occasionally found, they would be snatched away by others. In order to snatch this thing, Hali Ka had fought many times with others. 2 or 3 years was more than enough. After taking the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Yang Kai took out the Snow Pond Crystal Essence and poured a small amount into his mouth. The Snow Pond Crystal Marrow was a product of the Snow Pond Crystal Marrow, so it was naturally cold. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he involuntarily felt an ethereal feeling, as if his soul was being purified. A strange power rippled in his mouth and flowed into his abdomen, where it was absorbed by his body and quickly gathered in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which had been somewhat turbulent due to his excitement and joy, instantly calmed down without the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's soul also seemed to have been sublimated at this moment, his mood becoming as tranquil as an ancient well. When the Snow Pond Crystal Essence took effect, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing aloof and observing all the changes happening to his body. The memories contained in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as well as the scenes he had experienced, flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai reviewed the road he had walked, the people he had experienced, the setbacks he had encountered, the joys and frustrations he had experienced, all of them again. Once again Yang Kai went through the 20 to 30-year journey of his life. He saw many details that he had overlooked before and he saw many regrets. Looking at these details and regrets, Yang Kai's state of mind began to undergo subtle changes. Yang Kai became more mature and more experienced. As his state of mind changed, Yang Kai's knowledge sea also seemed to undergo some unique changes. The water level of the sea gradually rose, a sign that his spiritual energy was increasing, while the color of the sea became darker and denser, a sign that his soul was becoming stronger. On the six-colored island, the six-colored radiance illuminated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, giving it a more dazzling luster than before. Even the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the island became happier than before, devouring the power produced by the six-colored soul-warming lotus. Soon the number of soul-devouring worms reached a limit. They all attacked their companions in unison, devouring the bodies of their companions and eliminating the weak. The powerful soul-devouring worms became even more powerful. Yang Kai knew all of this, but he did not stop them, instead calmly watching. The soul-devouring insects used to be his trump card, able to pose a certain threat to a Saint Realm cultivator and easily kill a transcendent cultivator. However, after reaching the star territory, the soul-devouring insects were no longer of much use. Inside the star territory, there were countless Saint Realm cultivators and Saint King Realm cultivators, so the soul-devouring insects could not pose any threat to them. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what kind of changes these tiny exotic ancient insects, which could only devour spiritual energy, would undergo after this time and whether they would be useful again. Yang Kai desperately needed strength. The battle between the soul-devouring insects was very fierce, with the tiny insects devoured by their companions one after another. Those who survived were always the elites, and these insects were far more powerful than before. Finally, the internal battle on the six-colored island came to an end, and the number of soul-devouring insects had been reduced to 1 in 10,000. All of them seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that each of them was like a silkworm that had formed a cocoon around themselves. Faint traces of life could be seen coming from these cocoons. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention and released his divine sense. Arriving outside the palace, Yang Kai took out the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags and, according to the method the middle-aged woman had taught him, poured his strength into them and threw them around. The small flags suddenly grew in size and arranged themselves in a strange pattern around Yang Kai, fluttering in the wind. There was some kind of imperceptible connection between the 7 flags, and this connection allowed the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags to form a kind of spirit array. The wind blew and the trees in the distance began to sway. A large amount of world energy seemed to be drawn towards the 7-colored flags, causing the clouds in the sky to change color. Yang Kai remained motionless as he took out a few cultivation pills and stuffed them into his mouth while holding a piece of high-quality saint crystal in his hand. Inside the palace, Zhou Xian, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, noticed something outside and paused his movements. Releasing his divine sense, he soon learned what was going on outside. "This is unfair, this is unfair." Zhou Xian couldn't help muttering. When this old master was weak, no one was able to provide him with such good cultivation conditions. This is unfair. Zhou Xian couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid Snow Pond Crystal Essence, 7 colored spirit gathering flags. What's more, within this 3,000-kilometer territory, many spirit arrays had been arranged to gather world energy. With these various effects added together, the cultivation speed of the little brat outside had increased to an incredible degree. It was comparable to the speed at which a return to void stage cultivator absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If this momentum continued, it would only take a few months for him to break through his current realm and step into a higher one. Zhou wondered if this little brat's body could withstand it. This kind of crazy gathering of world energy was not something a Saint Realm cultivator could withstand. If the world energy gathered too quickly and was unable to digest and absorb it in time, it would only cause a huge burden to the body. Something went wrong, his meridians would burst and his foundation would be damaged. At that time the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1067. Zhou worries were not unwarranted. Even when a great force trained their young disciples, they would not allow them to grow beyond their limits. Doing so would not do them any good. But now what Yang Kai was doing had clearly far exceeded the limits of what a cultivator of his level could bear. Even a Saint King first or second order cultivator would not be able to bear this for a long time. Whether Yang Kai died or not, it had nothing to do with Zhou. Zhou only cared about the bet he had made with him before, whether or not he could really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Zhou did not believe this at all, but he could not help but hold a little bit of hope that Yang Kai could really do as he said and convince him of his loss. Pill veins were his life's pursuit, and for this pursuit he had given up his lofty status and wealth, choosing to refine pills here. He had spent 100 years refining pills, and more than anyone else he wanted to find a reliable method to grasp the illusory pill veins or pill clouds in his hands. So even if it was just a little bit of hope, Zhou could not help but want to see it to the end. So he did not want Yang Kai to have any accidents. His worries were all in vain. After Yang Kai arranged the 7-colored spirit gathering flag spirit array and began to cultivate, Zhou did not perform alchemy for an entire month, instead silently observing him from a corner of the palace. He was shocked to discover that this little brat's body was bursting with vitality beyond his imagination. He was shocked to discover that this little brat's vitality, which was enough to cause a Saint King realm cultivator to explode, was easily absorbed by this little brat without the slightest discomfort. He was even more shocked to discover that this little brat's strength was actually increasing day by day. Not only did he not show any expression of discomfort, but he also seemed to be in a good mood every day, making Zhou almost unable to believe his eyes. As time passed, a faint yellow halo began to quietly light up around Yang Kai's body. At first the color of this halo was not obvious, but as more and more world energy flowed into it, it became brighter and brighter. A thick world energy aura, like a thick fog, lingered around him without dissipating. Zhou's several hundred acres of medicine field was covered in a thick fog, and the herbs planted in the medicine field were growing faster than usual. With such a dense concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi, it would be strange if the herbs didn't grow quickly. For a time, this mountain valley became the location with the richest world energy on Rainfall Star. Even the mountain palace where the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch was located was far inferior to this place. With his own strength he had changed the flow of world energy in such a large area, turning this place into a paradise. Zhou had lived for most of his life but had never encountered such a strange phenomenon. "Who are you?" Zhou was puzzled and slowly shook his head, knowing that all his worries had been fed to a dog's belly. After a month of observation he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, went to the alchemy room, activated several dozen pill furnaces, and began his alchemy career. He finally understood that with Yang Kai's monstrous level, it was absolutely impossible for him to have problems because of cultivation. Zhou clearly saw that Yang Kai was constantly throwing cultivation pills into his mouth, the high-rank saint crystals in his hand changing one after another. Regardless of his current strength, he would definitely become a dazzling new star in the territory of the star realm in the future. Zhou concluded. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver herbs to Zhou once every 3 months, Lin Mufeng personally handed him a few special space rings. These space rings were filled with all the herbs Yang Kai needed. In order to treat the unconscious Shuiyu, Lin Mufeng and the others had spent a lot of money. These herbs had all been purchased with their own money and could not be reimbursed to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After purchasing all these herbs, The wealth of these people had been reduced by almost half. Zhou Ao took the space rings and closed the door of the palace, not even allowing Lin Mufeng to come in and sit for a while. Lin Mufeng didn't dare show any displeasure and simply stood outside, staring at the sea of world energy in the medicine field, his eyes shining brightly. Through the layers of world energy barriers he discovered something extraordinary about Yang Kai. Which Saint Realm cultivator could cultivate so crazily? Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he had been cultivating for a long time, but there was nothing wrong with him. Regardless of anything else, this boy's physical strength was clearly extraordinary. After observing for a while, Lin Mufeng quietly left, not bothering Yang Kai. As the sun and moon rose, Yang Kai sat in the middle of the medicine field, the baby-faced tattoo on his chest greedily swallowing the world energy. The 7-colored spirit-gathering flags were also constantly playing their role, gathering a large amount of world energy towards him. The effect of the snow pond crystal essence had not weakened in the slightest, allowing Yang Kai's state of mind to remain as calm as ever. After taking one pill after another to assist in his cultivation, the few hundred high-rank saint crystals he had left were completely used up. Kai Yang had never been able to cultivate as crazily and continuously as he was now. As his second-order Saint Realm cultivation climbed steadily, the power contained in his body grew larger and larger, gradually reaching the threshold of the third-order Saint Realm. Finally, one day a dark demonic flame suddenly emerged from his body, tumbling endlessly as if it wanted to burn down the entire world. Outside the palace, Zhou Ao's face was cold as he silently watched Yang Kai's changes from a distance. The demonic flame grew stronger and stronger, and gradually the demonic flame gushing out of Yang Kai's body seemed to come to life, condensing into the shape of a giant dragon. The golden dragon swimming on the surface of his body also seemed to be stimulated and began moving faster and faster. A loud dragon roar rang out as the golden dragon flew out from Yang Kai's body and merged with the demonic flame, wriggling through the clouds. From time to time, the ink-black dragon would bloom with a golden light that enveloped the world. The golden dragon opened its mouth wide and began swallowing world energy. Every time it swallowed, the mountain valley shrouded in thick fog would become a bit clearer. After a dozen or so breaths, the originally pitch-black mountain valley was restored to clarity as all the world energy that had accumulated here was absorbed and assimilated by the golden dragon. Another dragon roar rang out as the flaming golden dragon swooped down and rushed straight into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body shook violently as an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out from him. Wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, trees swayed, and trees were uprooted and blown far away. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as the light around his body quickly converged and disappeared. Third Order Saint. After a crazy retreat, Yang Kai had finally stepped into the Third Order Saint realm. Such a cultivation, when placed in Xian realm, was already one of the top existences. Whether it was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, his 4 demon general subordinates Meng Wuye, Tu Ling Shao, Thunder Dragon, Old Ox, or the other monster race great seniors, all of them had reached the Third Order Saint realm. It was just that there was a slight gap between them in this realm. Today Yang Kai truly stood at the same height as these masters. However, when looking at the entire Xian realm territory, such a cultivation was truly shabby. If one did not have any connections, they would not be able to rely on any great force. A cultivator with such a cultivation was extremely rare in Xian realm territory, and although they were not at the bottom of the hierarchy, they did not have much status. Little brat, congratulations. Zhou Ao strode forward. Zhou Ao strode over. It only took you 3 months to break through to the Third Order Saint realm. Although it was with the help of a powerful artifact, it was still beyond this old master's expectations. I thought it would take you at least 5 or 6 months to accomplish this. It seems your talent is quite good. Many thanks, old Zhong. Yang Kai did not get up and simply nodded lightly, not showing much excitement or frustration, as if everything was a matter of course. Zhong Ao was surprised, knowing that Yang Kai's state of mind had not shown any flaws due to the rapid increase in his strength, knowing that this was all due to the snow pond crystal essence and his own perseverance. Old Zhong, is there any news from Holly Ka? Yang Kai asked. Last time Lin Mufeng delivered a few rings of herbs, but the only thing missing is the dragon turtle spirit fruit. I heard him say that Hali Ka is currently transferring it from another medicine star and should arrive in 1 or 2 months, Zhong Ao said unhurriedly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Hali Ka and the others, he also knew that the other party did not dare act perfunctorily on this matter, so the arrival of the dragon turtle spirit fruit was only a matter of time. I'm going to see my master, Yang Kai said, standing up without putting away the 7-colored spirit gathering flags. Inside the room, Shuiyu still seemed to be asleep, her expression tranquil. But perhaps because no one had come to visit her for a long time, a thick layer of dust had settled on her face. Looking at her enchanting face, Yang Kai found some clean water and cleaned her. Perhaps because of the influence of the snow pond crystal essence, Yang Kai did all this indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation in his mood, as if he was treating her like a stranger. He had already decided that after saving Shuiyu this time, he would immediately sever all ties with her. Whether or not she would seek revenge on him, Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her. His closeness to Shuiyu was a forced one, unlike his feelings for Su Yan and Xianing Chong, which were imperceptible and imperceptible. Yang Kai believed that Shuiyu was the same. With this woman's temper, once she was no longer bound by the soul chains, she would likely immediately kill him to protect her reputation and her secrets. No matter what the reason was, she would not allow Yang Kai to live in this world. The two of them were destined to become enemies after this emotional entanglement. After tidying up everything, Yang Kai went outside the palace again, sat down where he had been cultivating before, and continued to circulate his secret art. Having just broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, even with the snow pond crystal essence to stabilize his state of mind, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about any flaws in his state of mind, but he still needed to stabilize his cultivation in the shortest time possible. It would be best if he could build on his current foundation and break through to the next level. Yang Kai did not have high hopes as he knew that it would be impossible for him to break through to the Saint King realm within a few years. His only hope was that he could advance his cultivation further without wasting the duration of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. This thing could only last for 2 to 3 years, so every day that passed was one day less useful. Chapter 1068. Half a month later, Hali Ka delivered the dragon turtle spirit fruit he had promised and handed it over to Zhong Ao. Glancing over at Yang Kai, who was still cultivating, Hali Ka quickly left. They had done everything they had promised, so whether Shui Master could wake up safely was not something they could control. They could only wait and pray that Zhong Ao really had the ability to refine pill clouds. They didn't know that it was Yang Kai who needed to perform alchemy, and Zhong Ao was too lazy to explain too much to them. Time passed quickly, and after another month, Yang Kai slowly got up, put away the 7-colored spirit gathering flags, and walked back to Zhong Ao's palace with some reluctance. The cultivation environment he had obtained over the past few months was no worse than when he was on the floating continent. His Third Order Saint Realm cultivation had been thoroughly consolidated, and he could now use the time and accumulation of strength to break through to the Saint King realm. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain such a good opportunity again in the future, so of course he was reluctant to interrupt his cultivation, but for the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to give it up. Zhong Ao seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the palace, Zhong Ao tossed a few space rings over and smiled. All the herbs needed to refine the burning flame pill are here. Hali Ka and the others have done their best to prepare 2,000 sets of materials for you, all of them Saint King grade. This old master would like to see how you plan to refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Senior, don't forget your bet. Yang Kai glanced over at him lightly and said calmly. This old master always keeps his word, Zhong Ao snorted coldly. Little brat, are you mentally prepared to be enslaved by this old master for the rest of your life? He still didn't want to believe that Kai Yang could do what he had said. He didn't dare to believe it. Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, put away the space rings and walked straight inside. Shuiyu was still the same, her breathing stable and her vitality surging. For the time being, there wasn't anything wrong with her, but since Zhong Ao said that she could only live for a year or so in her current state, that was all she could live for. Calculating the time, she only had 1 year left. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had bet his life on the burning flame pill, which meant that he had to succeed no matter what. Old Zhong, let me borrow your alchemy room, Yang Kai said as he walked into the room that Zhong Ao usually used for alchemy. As long as you can convince this old man wholeheartedly, I don't mind tearing this place apart. Zhong Ao followed Yang Kai closely, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed. Obviously, he had made up his mind to observe from the very beginning. If Yang Kai really had the means to refine pill clouds, he could secretly learn it. Even if he had to lose half of the profound Yin sunflower water, he would still be willing to do so. On the other hand, if Yang Kai couldn't refine pill clouds, Zhong Ao would be happy to watch him make a fool of himself. At the same time, he could also take Yang Kai as a servant and order him around for the rest of his life. Zhong Ao was ready to fight a protracted battle. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, he pulled out the only chair in the room and sat down, not making a sound, simply staring at Yang Kai. Even the sound of his breathing was muffled, as if he didn't want to disturb Yang Kai because of his existence and give him an excuse to do so. Yang Kai also treated him as if he didn't exist, walking around the several dozen pill furnaces lined up beside him, occasionally reaching out and patting them, nodding constantly as a look of covetousness appeared on his face. Zhong Ao was at least an origin-grade high-rank alchemist, possibly even an origin king-grade alchemist, so how could the grade of the pill furnaces he used be bad? Each of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces was extremely high grade, the lowest of which was Saint King grade high rank, while the rest were origin grade. These pill furnaces alone were worth a huge fortune. Yang Kai's own pill furnace was the small furnace left behind by Great Demon God. In Tongxian realm, this small furnace could be considered a high-grade furnace, but compared to the ones owned by Zhong Ao, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was simply too great. A good pill furnace could greatly improve the stability and compatibility of an alchemist's spirit arrays, which in turn improved the success rate and quality of the pills they refined. Therefore, in addition to refining pills, an alchemist's lifelong pursuit also included pill furnaces. They would often go bankrupt in order to build a good pill furnace. Zhong Ao had so many good pill furnaces here, so how could Yang Kai not be envious? Secretly regretting not adding one to the wager at that time, Yang Kai didn't know if Zhong Ao would refuse if he asked. After looking around, Yang Kai immediately set his eyes on the highest quality pill furnace. Patting it, he nodded gently and decided to use it for the time being. "Little brat, your eyesight is quite good." Zhong Ao watched silently from the side. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of his favorite pill furnace, he couldn't help snorting coldly in his heart. Alchemists had a special affection for their pill furnaces. Many alchemists even regarded their pill furnaces as their wives or daughters, their exclusive property. They would never allow others to touch them and would fight to the death with anyone who dared to touch them. Zhong Ao probably didn't have such twisted thoughts because he owned so many pill furnaces, but he still felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. Yang Kai simply ignored him and sorted out the herbs in the space rings so that he wouldn't have to search for them when he needed them. Sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, the look on his face suddenly became dignified and pious. Zhong Ao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. From this rapid change in temperament and demeanor, Zhong Ao could see that Yang Kai was not a novice and was a young man who had studied the alchemic Tao quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such a gesture. His entire essence, qi, and spirit were focused on the pill furnace. The only thing in his eyes was the herbs and pill furnace, nothing else. Zhong Ao himself would also enter this state when performing alchemy, so he naturally understood the mysteries and rarity of it. However, this was 2,000 sets of materials. This also meant that he had to repeat the same actions 2,000 times to refine 2,000 identical pill furnaces. If anyone continued to do the same thing for a long time, their steady state of mind would be broken and they would become irritable. Once such a situation occurred, there was no need to even think about refining the pill. Even if he refined it, he wouldn't be able to do so. Zhong Ao's thoughts turned sharply as a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, secretly preparing to watch a good show. A burning hot power suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. This power was not Saint Qi, nor was it the power of his physical body, but rather a burst of energy from the boy's knowledge sea. Conflagrated knowledge sea? Zhong Ao's complexion changed dramatically as his eyes bulged and he couldn't help muttering. His body, which had been leaning back in his chair, suddenly leaned forward, stretching his neck as if he could see more clearly. The expression on his face fluctuated between excitement, horror, covetousness, and disbelief. The armrest of his chair was inadvertently crushed by Zhong Ao's hand, but he didn't even realize it. It's actually a conflagrated knowledge sea. Zhou Ao's heart was filled with shock. As an outstanding alchemist, how could he not understand the preciousness of a conflagrated knowledge sea? Even he didn't possess this kind of special spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare. Some were born with them while others were formed later in life. But as long as one possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea, they would have the greatest advantage as an alchemist. Using one's conflagrated knowledge sea to perform alchemy, whether it was efficiency or the quality of the alchemy, both would be greatly improved. Zhou Ao had never seen an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea in his life, but there were only one or two of them. The one or two alchemists who possessed this kind of special spiritual energy sea could refine pills at a monstrous rate, making Zhou Ao admit defeat. More than 200 years ago, after witnessing the strange methods of a fellow alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea, Zhou Ao had wholeheartedly wanted to mutate his own spiritual energy. He had found a piece of flame essence and tried to refine it into his knowledge sea. At that time, Zhou Ao had narrowly escaped death. His knowledge sea had been damaged and his spiritual energy had been damaged, nearly losing his life. After several decades of recuperation, Zhou Ao had taken a lot of pills and precious treasures to gradually recover. Although Zhou Ao hadn't been able to mutate his spiritual energy, during those few decades of recuperation he had come up with a method of alchemy to increase the rate at which pill veins were formed. But now, a young man less than 30 years old actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. How could Zhou Ao not be envious? Although he was envious, Zhou Ao still couldn't help feeling some lingering fear when he thought about the suffering he had suffered so many years ago, so he didn't dare to harbor the slightest greed. Looking over at Yang Kai, Zhou Ao saw Yang Kai begin to condense the medicinal liquids. His conflagrated knowledge sea was truly worthy of its name. This little brat's cultivation wasn't high, having just broken through to the third order saint realm, but under the influence of his conflagrated knowledge sea, the Saint King grade herbs were quickly condensed into drops of medicinal liquid. A series of exquisite spirit arrays took shape midair and were placed into the pill furnace by Yang Kai. The condensed medicinal liquids were also placed into the pill furnace in order. Although there were still some flaws in his control of heat and timing, for someone who was refining a burning flame pill for the first time, it was already quite good. No alchemist could become proficient in refining a certain kind of pill from the very beginning. That required the accumulation of time and experience. Zhou Ao was certain that this was Yang Kai's first time refining a burning flame pill, so being able to accomplish this was far beyond Zhou Ao's expectations. Another series of spirit arrays were drawn and placed into the pill furnace, replacing the previous spirit arrays. The various spirit arrays inside the pill furnace perfectly blended with each other, causing subtle and pleasant changes to the medicinal liquids. How is this possible? Zhou Ao exclaimed again. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how changing the configuration of spirit arrays during alchemy would affect the production of pills. Although he would sometimes change the spirit arrays when he was refining alchemy, every time he did so he would always choose to change them when the margin for error was relatively large. However, Yang Kai's changes seemed unscrupulous and careless. In just a short time he had already replaced more than a dozen spirit arrays. Zhou Ao wanted to immediately grab Yang Kai and ask him what was going on, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Chapter 1069. Inside the alchemy room, Yang Kai's hands were constantly waving, portraying one spirit array after another as he continuously sent them into the pill furnace. While inscribing the spirit arrays, his spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak, allowing him to control the flames perfectly. Zhou Ao was dazzled by this scene and could no longer maintain an indifferent expression. He even desperately rushed over to Yang Kai's side and watched him inscribe the spirit arrays with wide eyes. Zhou Ao recognized all of these spirit arrays and even created several of them himself. It was clear that Yang Kai had secretly learned his alchemy skills and was now using them. However, these ordinary spirit arrays, after being injected into the pill furnace, underwent some gratifying changes, causing the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace to tumble and condense, gradually filling the air with a pill fragrance. Zhou Ao showed a thoughtful expression and faintly felt as if a crack had appeared in front of him. He wanted to see more clearly, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't tear the crack wider, causing him to jump up and down anxiously. He was an alchemy grandmaster, and in terms of alchemy skills and techniques he was far from being comparable to Yang Kai. But now, watching Yang Kai perform alchemy like this, his eyes lit up. Sometimes, an inadvertent action by others could bring unexpected gains to another, causing that person to fall into a state of epiphany. Therefore, as time passed, alchemy progressed, and as the flowing time great emperor passed, countless alchemists stepped forward one after another, creating many schools of alchemy and creating many spirit arrays for alchemy. Even someone as strong as Zhou Xian didn't dare say that he had mastered all the alchemy techniques. He could only bitterly explore his own path in order to pursue his goals. He had been practicing alchemy alone for 100 years, so his thinking had become rigid. Yang Kai's actions made his mind become lively, and he suddenly thought of many things that even Yang Kai couldn't touch. Continue refining. Why did you stop? Just as he was feeling excited and felt that he had gained some insights, Zhou Xian found that Yang Kai had actually stopped and couldn't help asking strangely. Old Zhong, can you be quiet? If you do this, I can't refine pills. Yang Kai frowned at him. Zhou Xian's old face flushed red, but he couldn't refute, so he remained silent. Only now did he realize that the pill furnace in front of Yang Kai was emitting a charred smell. The medicinal liquid that had been churning within had all become useless. Obviously, the pill refining had failed and the medicinal ingredients had been wasted. It's my first time, so it's inevitable that I'm a little unfamiliar with it. In order to cover up his embarrassment of disturbing Yang Kai's alchemy, Zhou Xian actually took the initiative to comfort him, waving his hand and saying, "All right, this old master will just sit there and promise he won't make any noise. You can continue refining." As he spoke, he walked back and sat on his chair, retracting his aura. If he didn't look, Yang Kai wouldn't even notice his existence. Zhou Xian's cultivation was far from what Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Kai shook his head. Through these days of contact, he also knew that although Zhou Xian's temperament was a bit eccentric, he was quite obsessed with the alchemic way. As long as it was related to alchemy, it could arouse his great interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 100 years here tediously performing alchemy. As long as he could refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins, he would be extremely excited. Such a person might seem unreasonable and indifferent, but in fact they weren't difficult to deal with. As long as you catered to their interests, they were easier to get close to than anyone else. Yang Kai had encountered many such people before, so dealing with them was a piece of cake for him. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Xian would steal his alchemy skills, because in front of Zhou Xian he couldn't guard against it. She might as well concoct pills openly and not care about his observation. How much he could see was his own business. What Yang Kai cared more about was the profound sunflower water in his hands. After cleaning up the dregs in the pill furnace, Yang Kai began to refine the burning flame pill again. The failure just now wasn't because of Zhou Xian's disturbance. Even if he had shouted loudly, he wouldn't have been able to disturb Yang Kai. When he was in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, every time Yang Kai performed alchemy, there would be several people around him observing and commenting on his methods. Occasionally they would even ask him questions and ask him to answer them as he performed alchemy. Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to this. After all, this was the first time Yang Kai had refined a burning flame pill, so he wasn't very familiar with the control of heat and timing, so failure was understandable. On his second attempt, Yang Kai became much more familiar with the process. And although he still failed in the end, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm. On his third attempt, after failing at the last moment, Yang Kai's expression became more and more confident. He felt that he had figured out how to control the heat and timing of the burning flame pill. On his fourth attempt, a pill fragrance wafted out of the pill furnace and a burning flame pill was successfully refined. Putting this pill into a prepared jade bottle, Yang Kai didn't even have time to observe it before Zhou Xian snatched it away. After a single glance, Zhou Xian tossed the jade bottle back and snorted, "Not bad. Being able to refine a pill after 4 tries is quite good, but you can't even refine pill veins, so how can you refine a higher-grade pill cloud? What's the hurry? This is just the beginning." Yang Kai smiled, ignoring him and continuing to refine. The disdain on Zhou Xian's face gradually converged, replaced by a dignified one as he sighed in his heart. In the end, this was a conflagrated knowledge. See, the speed at which he could refine pills was simply terrifying. Even if he personally refined a burning flame pill, it would take him at least a stick of incense worth of time to refine it, But this little brat had only used an hour to refine it for the first time. This time seemed to be very long and simply couldn't be compared to him. But Zhou Xian knew better than anyone that this was the first time this little brat had successfully refined a burning flame pill. Once he mastered all the techniques and became more proficient, the time it took him to refine pills would become shorter and shorter, and in the end he might even be on par with him. Zhou Xian's cultivation, alchemist rank and time spent in alchemy far surpassed this little brat. But in the end, the time it took him to refine the same pill was almost the same. What kind of concept was this? Zhou Xian was both envious and jealous of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge and couldn't wait to take it for his own use. But when he remembered the bitterness he had suffered in the past, he could only endure it and give up. Days went by. Yang Kai would refine 10 burning flame pills every day, no more no less. After refining 10 pills, he would immediately sit cross-legged and meditate, restoring the spiritual energy he had consumed while reflecting on himself and improving his understanding of alchemy by recalling today's alchemy process. Whenever this happened, Zhou Xian wouldn't disturb him and instead would reveal a contemplative look. During this time he hadn't done any alchemy. Every day he would just watch Yang Kai repeat the process of refining the same pill over and over again, as if there was no end in sight. Not only did Zhou Xian not feel bored, but he also watched with great interest. The frequent replacement of the spirit arrays made him seem to have found another path to alchemy. He had never thought of replacing more than a dozen compound spirit arrays while refining a single pill before. Yang Kai's whimsical ideas and eclectic actions made Zhou Xian feel a sense of excitement, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon had appeared before him, gradually opening up his rigid thinking. In the end, Zhou Xian was still an alchemy grandmaster, so when he meditated his thoughts were much more profound than Yang Kai's. He faintly felt that the barrier that had bound him for many years was about to be broken. This discovery made Zhou Xian's blood boil. A month later, Yang Kai refined a total of 300 burning flame pills. Every time a pill was refined, Zhou Xian would rush over to take a look. What made him feel strange was that all 300 burning flame pills refined by Yang Kai were actually ordinary pills. Yang Kai's tone before was so big that Zhou Xian thought this little brat had some extraordinary ability. At the very least he would occasionally refine a few burning flame pills with pill veins. But among these 300 pills, not a single one had formed pill veins. Zhou Xian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed and confused and finally couldn't help asking, "Little brat, you can't even refine pill veins? If you just want to rely on luck to form pill clouds, this old master advises you to give up. This old master has refined hundreds of thousands of pills, if not millions, but only a few of them have formed pill clouds and none of them have been of high grade. You want to form pill clouds with just 2,000 sets of materials? You're just dreaming." "I didn't want to rely on luck," Yang Kai smiled. "These 300 pills are just a way for me to familiarize myself with the process." "Familiarize yourself with the process?" Zhou Xian looked at him suspiciously. "At the very least, I now know how to refine burning flame pills at the fastest speed and with the best spirit arrays. The next step is the main event." Zhou Xian frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Over the past month, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining burning flame pills had indeed become faster and faster. At first it took him an hour to refine a single pill, but now he didn't even need half an hour. His speed had more than doubled, and Zhou Xian believed that as long as he continued refining, this time would continue to shorten until it reached an astonishing level. What shocked Zhou Xian the most was not the speed at which Yang Kai was performing alchemy, but the success rate. After the first 3 pills he failed to refine, Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. None of the pills he refined failed, all of them forming pills without wasting a single set of materials. Zhou Xian was completely shocked by Yang Kai's performance. Even if it was Yang Kai himself, he would inevitably encounter some unexpected situations during alchemy, leading to failure and scorching of the medicinal liquid. This was an unavoidable situation for any alchemist. But this kind of common occurrence had never happened to Yang Kai. Every set of herbs was turned into pills, and although the quality of the pills was slightly different because of the heat and timing as time passed, the quality of the burning flame pills he refined became better and better. Almost all of the medicinal efficacies of the herbs he refined were brought out. Was this the true horror of conflagrated knowledge? Zhou Xian was in a daze. Chapter 1070. Inside the pill room, Yang Kai was sweating profusely as one pill after another was born from his hands. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai. As the sun set, today's alchemy session came to an end. Yang Kai put away the last pill without even looking at it, placing it into a jade bottle before sitting cross-legged on the ground and swallowing a pill to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Zhong Ao flew over to the jade bottle, grabbed it, poured out the 10 pills he had refined today and carefully examined them. How is this possible? How is this possible? A moment later, Zhong Ao muttered to himself in a daze, his face filled with disbelief, as if these 10 pills had given him a great shock, shaking the ideals he had persisted in for 100 years. His face suddenly turned pale as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, immediately smiling bitterly as if he had been drained of all his strength. Zhong Ao slumped to the ground. Of the 10 pills he had refined, 3 had formed pill veins. This probability was simply beyond Zhong Ao's imagination. He was an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, and after decades of hard work he had finally come up with a method of alchemy based on quantity. After coming to Rainfall Star with the herbs provided by Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce as the foundation, he had spent nearly 100 years painstakingly refining several dozen pills at once. Even so, only when his luck was extremely good would he be able to refine 3 pills with pill veins at the same time. Sometimes when his luck was bad he would refine none at all. But that brat actually displayed a kind of miraculous power. After refining one pill after another, 30% of the pills he refined actually had pill veins. This situation had not occurred in a day or two, it had been like this for nearly a month. Zhong Ao would refine 10 pills every day, no more no less, and of these 10 pills, 2 or 3 would form pill veins every day. This had brought a great shock to Zhong Ao. It had already been 2 months since Yang Kai had started refining the Burning Flame pills. The first time he had refined 300 ordinary Burning Flame pills, Zhong Ao had ruthlessly ridiculed him, thinking that he couldn't even refine pill veins, let alone pill clouds. But from the second month onwards, this brat continuously bombarded Zhong Ao's pride with facts. On the first day of the second month, Yang Kai refined 2 Burning Flame pills that formed pill veins. Zhong Ao thought he was just lucky and praised him slightly, his expression filled with disdain. When he was lucky he could also do the same. On the second day of the second month, the situation was still the same. Zhong Ao's disdain disappeared. On the third day it was still the same. Zhong Ao could no longer sit still. Until today he had almost gone mad. His hundreds of years of persistence and ideals were bombarded into pieces by the pills that Yang Kai refined every day. His pride was completely gone. If pill veins were so easy to form, what had he been doing for the past 100 years? He had painstakingly cultivated a unique alchemy technique, but in front of these Burning Flame pills with pill veins, it was so childish and ridiculous. Holding the still warm jade bottle, Zhong Ao's hands trembled. Regardless of Yang Kai's recovery, he strode over to him and anxiously asked, "Little brat, tell this old master, what is it that this old master doesn't know? Why can you refine so many pill veins?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhong Ao's pair of red eyes. They were bloodshot, obviously because he hadn't rested well. Zhong Ao had been racking his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what Yang Kai had done to cause pill veins to form, causing his eyes to turn red. Perhaps it was also because of jealousy. "There's nothing special, it's just luck." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zhong Ao gave him a look of disdain. "This old master is not a fool. This has nothing to do with luck, do you think I can't see it? Little brat, don't be so stingy, quickly speak frankly and this old master will give you some benefits." He couldn't wait to invade Yang Kai's knowledge, see and pry into his consciousness. Yang Kai shook his head. "Old Zhong, you also know that every school regards their alchemy techniques as treasures and cannot easily be divulged. Smelly brat, didn't you pry into this old master's spirit array in his medicine field before? Then you flipped through many ancient books in this old master's study? When did this old master ever say a word about it?" Zhong Ao couldn't help glaring at Zhong Ao. Elder Zhong's words are wrong. It is a Zhong's duty to guide the younger generation. Moreover, what I have seen is just a side branch of the Zhong family. But my method of refining pill veins is different. This is the core secret of my family. How can it be compared to those spirit arrays? This old master doesn't care. If you don't tell me today, this old master will crack open your skull and refine your soul. Shameless, actually acting shamelessly. Yang Kai despised Zhong Ao in his heart. But he also knew that Zhong Ao was just spouting nonsense. With Zhong Ao's identity and strength, if he really wanted to force Yang Kai to tell him this, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. He could just do it directly. Zhong Ao acting shamelessly now was obviously because he had no other choice. He was extremely envious of Yang Kai's method of refining pill veins, to the point that he didn't care about his identity. If worst comes to worst, this old master will worship you as his master. Zhong Ao snorted, his expression firm, not feeling there was anything wrong with it. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement, not having expected Zhong Ao to even say such shameless words, greatly admiring him in his heart. However, Zhong Ao still shook his head. Old Zhong, it's not that this junior doesn't want to make things easier, it's just that this method cannot be learned by others. Back in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Zhong Ao had taught the alchemy grandmasters of Xian realm how to refine pill veins using this method, and although they had some gains, they were far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It wasn't until Xia Ningchong arrived that he was able to compete with Yang Kai. In the end, it was all because of his conflagrated knowledge. See, whether or not this old master learns it, this old master will work hard, there's no need for you to worry. Zhong Ao's face gradually became fierce. In order to figure out the mysteries of this pill veins, his face was worth nothing. Yang Kai was helpless. He had already expected such a situation to occur, hesitating for a moment before asking, Old Zhong, how about we exchange? Exchange what? What else does this old master have that you want? Your method of large-scale alchemy. I want it, Yang Kai said bluntly. Yang Kai had never seen anyone who could refine dozens of pills at the same time. Zhong Ao's alchemy skills were quite skilled, and he even had the ability to establish his own sect. Zhong Ao could open dozens of pill furnaces at the same time just by using his Saint Qi in alchemy. Yang Kai had both Saint Qi and spiritual energy, both of which could be used in alchemy. Once he learned Zhong Ao's method, it wouldn't be difficult for him to carry it forward. Take a look for yourself. The ring on Zhong Ao's hand flashed, and he tossed a simple book to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai caught this book and flipped through a few pages, quickly discovering that this was indeed Zhong Ao's own alchemy method. There was a very detailed introduction to it, presumably written by Zhong Ao in order to pass it on to his successor. Now it had been given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, put the book into his space ring and sniffed, These pill furnaces, I'll give you 10. Zhong Ao waved his hand. Although he was forthright, his face still twitched slightly. It could be seen that he was extremely distressed. Back then, in order to collect these dozens of pill furnaces, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to collect the materials needed to make them. He had almost died several times, and after collecting the materials, he had personally found a familiar artificer and asked them to make it for him. It could be said that each pill furnace was the crystallization of his blood and sweat, a testament to his many years of hard work. Now that he was going to give away 10 of them, Zhong Ao's heart ached so much that it almost bled. Half. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zhong Ao stared at him with bloodshot eyes, his expression fierce, as if he couldn't wait to swallow him whole, but after hesitating for a long time he nodded, half it is. In any case, if this little brat couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, he would be enslaved for the rest of his life. At that time, wouldn't his things still belong to him? Zhong Ao had never been optimistic about Yang Kai being able to refine pill clouds, even if he had been greatly stimulated this past month. Unless Yang Kai's luck really defied the heavens and pill clouds suddenly appeared, Zhong Ao would have nothing to say. However, the chances of that happening were simply too small. Yang Kai grinned, not having expected things to go so smoothly. He had thought that Zhong Ao had lived alone for too long and had the arrogance of an alchemist, so he wasn't proficient in negotiation. How could he have known that the other party had other plans in mind? Old Zhong, have you never thought about refining a spirit array into a pill the moment it takes shape? Pill veins, to put it bluntly, are nothing more than a condensed spirit array. Otherwise, how could it maintain the medicinal efficacies of a pill for so long? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Refining a spirit array into a pill? Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. At this moment, the shackles and barriers that had bound him for so many years seemed to have been torn apart by a sharp weapon, allowing him to see a wider world. In this world he could soar freely, unfettered and unfettered. Alchemists needed to use spirit arrays when performing alchemy, and artifact refiners also needed to use spirit arrays when performing artifact refining. Many of the basic spirit arrays were the same, but since ancient times, spirit arrays had been considered by both alchemists and artifact refiners to be auxiliary to the refining process. During the refining process, various materials were perfectly integrated through the power of the spirit array, allowing it to display its peak effect. No one had ever told Zhou Xian that it was possible to refine spirit arrays into a pill. Old Zhou, there may be naturally formed pill veins, but the ones I refine are deliberately formed pill veins. Moreover, I also need to use my conflagrated knowledge C. Only by using my conflagrated knowledge C can I quickly carve out a perfect composite spirit array and perfectly display its power while refining a pill the moment it takes shape. I don't know how much of a difference you can make if you use your Saint Qi, but if you use this method, the chances of forming pill veins should be higher than your original method. Chapter 1071. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he knew he had spoken in vain. Zhou Xian had already fallen into a trance, the look on his face constantly fluctuating, his eyes sometimes dim, sometimes overflowing with light. He was obviously experiencing an epiphany. Yang Kai shook his head and did not disturb him, instead focusing on recovering. 10 burning flame pills a day, 300 pills a month, of which 20 to 30% had formed pill veins. Such a result was enough for him to show disdain for the entire star territory. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all. Because even if he could refine more pill veins, he could not solve the crisis he was facing in Xueyu. All he needed was a single burning flame pill that formed pill clouds. Every time he refined, Yang Kai went all out, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He used all his knowledge to the peak and devoted himself to alchemy. The probability of forming pill veins had greatly increased, and as he became more proficient in refining burning flame pills, this probability jumped from 20 to 30% to 40 to 50%. This also meant that almost half of the burning flame pills Yang Kai refined had pill veins, making them extremely valuable. If these things were given to a fire attribute cultivator, they could rapidly improve their strength. But now Yang Kai had tossed them aside, not caring about them at all. Every day after he finished refining, Yang Kai felt exhausted. Logically speaking, a mere 10 burning flame pills shouldn't have been able to make him so tired, but the enormous psychological pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. As time passed, this pressure also became greater and greater. He deeply realized how difficult it was to form pill clouds. No wonder those alchemists who occasionally refined pill clouds would cry bitterly and sigh about their great luck. Now he could not wait for his luck to fall upon him and solve this urgent problem. In contrast to Yang Kai's irritable mood and frown, Zhou Xian's face could be said to be radiant and in high spirits. Since Yang Kai's words had caused him to fall into an epiphany, he found that his alchemy skills had unknowingly improved by a large margin. In the past, when refining dozens of pills at the same time, he had to go all out to avoid any mistakes, but now he could easily control the flames of dozens of pill furnaces. Moreover, through the method Yang Kai had taught him, he had also successfully refined pill veins. Although his success rate was not as terrifying as Yang Kai's, it was still a precious 1/10. 1/10, 1 out of every 10 pills he refined, one would form pill veins. This was something Zhou Xian's dream of before, but now it was a common occurrence. Zhou Xian had his own pride and perseverance, but in this matter he was grateful to Yang Kai. If he had not helped him break through that barrier, Zhou Xian estimated that he would have walked further and further down the path of alchemy and eventually gone astray. Thinking so, Zhou Xian's impression of Yang Kai became more and more pleasing to the eye. He no longer cared about the fact that he had stolen half of his pill furnaces. Instead of disturbing Yang Kai, Zhou Xian spent all day familiarizing himself with the alchemy techniques Yang Kai had taught him, studying various spirit arrays, choosing the most suitable spirit array to form pill veins, and refining them the moment the pill took shape. His harvest was huge, and even his arrogant temper had become much more restrained. All day long he was smiling, looking at everything in a festive mood. When Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator, who was responsible for transporting the herbs and collecting the pills he refined, came over, he could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, every time he came here, he would tremble with fear as if he was walking on thin ice. He would quickly hand over the herbs to Zhou Xian, then take away the pills he refined and leave the mountain valley as if his butt was on fire, fearing Zhou Xian would find trouble with him. Zhong Ao's face was always gloomy, as if he owed him millions of saint crystals. But recently when he came over, Zhong Ao actually had a smile on his face and even said a few words to him, patting him on the shoulder and praising him for his hard work over the years. Finally, Zhong Ao even invited him into the palace for a cup of tea. The cultivator was so scared that his face turned ashen, repeatedly saying that he didn't dare and hurriedly fled. After reporting what happened to Zhong Ao to Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others, none of them knew what was wrong with Zhong Ao and could only vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. All of them were very concerned about the progress of this matter, because if Snow Master was unable to wake up, one of them would be punished, most likely implicating the entire branch. In a fit of anger, the third young master might arrange for them to be sent to a North Star to mine. However, none of them had the courage to inquire about this matter, so every day felt like a year and they could only wait for Yang Kai to take the initiative to send them news. On this day, Yang Kai finished another round of alchemy, the expression on his face gloomy, as if he had been shrouded in dark clouds, sitting cross-legged, motionless. Zhong Ao walked over, looked at the mountain of burning flame pills he had thrown aside and asked, "How many batches of materials have you consumed?" 6 months, more than 1,800. Yang Kai replied casually. More than 1,800. Zhong Ao took a deep breath. 700 to 800 burning flame pills have formed pill veins. Little brat, being able to accomplish this much is enough for you to be proud. What else are you not satisfied with? I only want one pill that forms pill clouds. Yang Kai looked up at him. Even if all those pills form pill veins, they're worthless to me. Is that little girl that important to you? My life is connected to hers. Do you still think she's important? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Connected to your life? Zhong Ao's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment before muttering, "Soul chains. So old Zhong knows?" Of course this old master knows. Only the soul chains can connect two people's lives. It's a soul skill cultivated by one of the foreign elders of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. No wonder when I examined her last time, I felt an invisible connection between the two of you. Who is this little girl to Ao? How did you end up like this? Zhong Ao was old and experienced, so from all kinds of clues he was able to infer that the relationship between Shuiyu and Ao was not shallow. Otherwise there would be no such thing as the soul chains. Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to talk about it, and not wanting to talk about it he simply said, "Old Zhong, I now understand what you often say." Zhong Ao laughed. Pills are difficult to refine. When others hear this they only think this old master is showing off his alchemy skills. But how many people can understand the bitterness involved? Fortunately, little brat, you finally understand. He was finally not alone and had brought Yang Kai into his bosom friend. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Zhong Ao paused for a moment before continuing, "You only have less than 200 sets of herbs left to refine the burning flame pill, which will be consumed in less than a month, and that little girl won't live for more than half a year. What are you going to do? And there's still time to ask Hali Ka to collect more herbs, but even if you do, you won't have many chances to try again." Yang Kai sat in place and thought for a long time before saying, "I'm going out for a walk." Saying so he stood up and walked out. Zhong Ao looked at his back and nodded lightly. Sometimes when a person was unable to achieve something after a long period of hard work, using other things to divert their attention and relieve their mood and nerves was undoubtedly the best way to do it. Although there was a chance of success in going down a dead end, it would often cause a person to develop a mental barrier, and the possibility of going crazy would be greater. Zhong Ao's own experience was the best example. His 100 years of painstaking effort in alchemy was not as good as Yang Kai's words. It was just that no one could enlighten Yang Kai now, so he really needed to go out for a walk. Perhaps he would find some inspiration that would help him find the right path. Arriving at Shuiyu's room, Yang Kai stayed for a while to check on her situation. Since he began refining the burning flame pill, Yang Kai had not come to see her. After half a year, Shuiyu's condition showed signs of worsening, and the vitality Zhong Ao had been maintaining was constantly being consumed, causing her snow-white skin to show faint traces of frost. Yang Kai knew that this was because the suppressed profound Yin sunflower water was once again playing a role. If he couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, Shuiyu would really die. It was impossible for Hali Ka to collect more herbs. If he couldn't find a way, even if he collected more herbs, it would be useless. Leaving Zhong Ao's palace without saying a word, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to where he was going and simply summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the jungles and swamps, Yang Kai stood from the perspective of an outsider, coldly observing rainfall stars' culture and ecology, the richness of the earth, the endless number of cultivators, and even the prosperity and suffering of ordinary people. Yang Kai watched with great interest. Gradually, his anxious mood calmed down and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a year slowly disappeared. Yang Kai became relaxed and no longer worried about the crisis facing Shui Yu and himself. Staying in one small town after another, Yang Kai left behind his own life aura and footprints. Watching the conflicts between the big and small families over various interests, blood splashing everywhere and corpses littering the ground. Seeing how the sects were recruiting disciples, many warriors with low cultivation bases would participate in the recruitment process in high spirits, but they would be mercilessly eliminated. Seeing a group of people fighting over an artifact the Brotherhood of the past was worthless, stabbing each other in the back and ruthlessly turning against each other. Seeing those whose strength reached the heavens and who could summon clouds and rain with a wave of their hand, receiving the respect and admiration of others. Seeing a woman bathing in the mountains unable to hold back, stealing a few more glances before being hunted down by dozens of young women from unknown sects. Yang Kai fled in panic like a stray dog, drinking wine, drinking until he was drunk. Yang Kai had never experienced such an unrestrained and carefree life. He no longer worried about finding Su Yan's whereabouts, he no longer considered whether he would be implicated after Shui Yu's death, nor did he miss his friends and family on Xian realm. The whole world revolved around him, making him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Living a solitary life made him feel unrestrained and unrestrained. He felt that he was omnipotent. Somewhere in the mountains, a Saint Realm cultivator was fighting with an 8th Order monster beast, a Blue Eyes fire dragon. The cultivator's goal was an origin-grade blue blood flower that the Blue Eyes fire dragon was guarding. Just as the battle began, Yang Kai happened to pass by. He didn't interfere and simply watched from a distance. Chapter 1072. The Saint Realm on this rich rainfall star was not a particularly strong realm, but there were plenty of such cultivators in the crowd. Yang Kai stood on a high slope holding a wine bag in his hand, drinking and watching. He didn't intend to take action, instead deciding to just watch the show. The cultivator was obviously not the opponent of the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast. Covered in blood, his appearance was a mess, and after several close calls his defensive artifacts had been shattered and his abdomen had been pierced by the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast's sharp horn, causing him to bleed profusely. Yang Kai felt that this cultivator was destined to die, but just as he was about to leave, the battle suddenly took a turn for the worse. The 8th Order monster beast, which had originally occupied the absolute upper hand, was forced to retreat again and again as it roared angrily. When the cultivator's defensive artifacts were all destroyed, he actually erupted with unimaginable strength, abandoning all his defenses and charging towards the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast with a fearless attitude. Half an hour later, the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast's internal organs and blood spilled all over the ground as it fell dead. The Saint Realm cultivator was also gasping for breath, stuffing a large number of restorative pills into his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to suppress his injuries, causing blood to gush out of his body as his vitality rapidly drained away. The gap in strength was simply too great. Although the cultivator had finally killed the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast, he had only been able to take it down with him, which was the limit of what he could do. Yang Kai walked over with the wine bag in his hand and stood in front of him, looking down at him. The cultivator's dim and panic-stricken eyes seemed to glow as he struggled to reach out his hand towards Yang Kai, as if he was trying to grab hold of his life, but all he could do was grab at thin air. His face was filled with a desire to live. Yang Kai took a sip of his wine, squatted down and without saying a word, squeezed out a drop of golden blood from between his fingers and dripped it into the cultivator's open mouth. Demon God Golden Blood had an extremely powerful restorative ability. Yang Kai had relied on it to escape death several times. However, he always felt that his Demon God Golden Blood was on a completely different level from the one Great Demon God once possessed. A single drop of Great Demon God Golden Blood contained infinite power and all kinds of mysteries. Yang Kai had been able to spy on a divine technique he had cultivated from it, and even Demon General Shueli had obtained great benefits from it. Although there was a huge difference in quality, it more or less had some healing properties. Instantly, the cultivator's face was covered in a faint golden light, his expression one of shock and amazement as he felt his condition and the aura of death as he felt the aura of death, he regaining confidence he would survive. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why this passing stranger would save his life. But Yang Kai's saint's eyes? Realm Yang Kai's of life and death you realm cultivators to thank you I to thank I to this point to help you to as to help you life and you to help you. Saying so, Yang Kai threw the empty wine bag on the ground and strode away, his laughter echoing behind him. After a long time, the cultivator struggled to sit up straight and stared in the direction Yang Kai had left, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know what Yang Kai was thanking him for, only thinking that this young man had some kind of mental problem. However, the other party had indeed saved his life, this was indisputable. Gratefully grabbing the wine bag Yang Kai had thrown down before he left, the cultivator took a big gulp to celebrate his narrow escape from death. As the wine entered his stomach, he couldn't help grimacing in pain, sweating profusely and not daring to act recklessly, quickly circulating his secret art and meditating to heal himself. Inside the mountain valley, Zhou Xian was doing his best to refine pills. Now he didn't need to rely on his own alchemy method, but just like Yang Kai, he had chosen the best pill furnace and was using the method Yang Kai had taught him to perform alchemy. Every time a pill with pill veins appeared, Zhou Xian's old face would smile like a chrysanthemum, the wrinkles on his face piling up together, making him look terrifying, but he couldn't stop smiling. In any case, no one would come to this damned place and Yang Kai had already left. The only outsider was still unconscious, so no one had seen his terrifying appearance, so he didn't need to worry about anything. At a critical juncture though, Zhou Xian's expression suddenly changed and he muttered, "He's back." He felt a life aura rapidly approaching him, one that was unscrupulous and moving at an extremely fast speed. On Rainfall Star besides Yang Kai, no one else had the courage to do so, not even Lin Mufeng or Holly Ka. Hurriedly finishing what he was doing, Zhou Xian didn't care whether or not the pill had been successfully refined and simply waited. A moment later Yang Kai walked in. Squinting his eyes, Zhou Xian couldn't help feeling surprised, swallowing the words he was about to say back into his stomach. He had originally wanted to comfort Yang Kai and make him accept life and death, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was actually smiling at this moment and exuding an indescribable feeling? Zhou Xian stared at him for a long time before determining that this feeling was self-confidence. Slowly shaking his head, Zhou Xian put on a smile and asked, "Have you found a way to solve it?" "No." Yang Kai replied happily. "If you haven't found it, then why are you so happy?" Zhou Xian became even more confused. "Can't I be happy because I haven't found it?" Yang Kai asked back. "Although I haven't found it, I think I should be able to succeed." "What do you mean?" Zhou Xian was confused by Yang Kai's words. If he hadn't found a solution, how could he succeed? Grabbing Yang Kai's arm, Zhou Xian shouted, "Explain yourself clearly." "I can't explain it clearly, just watch and see if I can refine pill clouds." Yang Kai broke free from Zhou Xian's iron grip and straightened his clothes. Zhou Xian didn't say anything more, converging his aura and standing aside, paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, he had always wanted to ask Yang Kai, since his life was connected to that little girl because of the soul chains, why not go to Water Moon Star and ask the foreign elder of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to unlock the soul chains? At that time, even if someone died, it would only be that little girl. There was plenty of time, so even if he left now, there should still be enough time. However, Zhou Xian felt that since Yang Kai hadn't done so, there must be some inconvenient reasons for him to go to Water Moon Star. Zhou Xian was too lazy to inquire too much, nor did he want to. While contemplating, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of his usual pill furnace. Then Zhou Xian saw him take out a variety of herbs from his space ring, and upon closer inspection, Zhou Xian found that these herbs were the ones Holly Ka had sent him to refine the burning flame pill. The remaining nearly 200 sets were all piled up together, forming a small hill. After all the herbs had been taken out, Zhou Xian saw Yang Kai take a set of each of the herbs from the small hill. Black demonic flame shot out from Yang Kai's hand like a fireball, engulfing the hill of herbs and instantly reducing all the Saint King grade materials to ashes. Zhou Ao's eyes bulged as a look of shock appeared on his face. He had never expected that Yang Kai would do such a crazy thing as soon as he came back. Burning the boats. This little brat had burned the remaining nearly 200 sets of materials, leaving only a single set. Whether he succeeded or failed, he only had one chance, yet he wanted to burn the boats. Did he want to use huge pressure to suppress his own potential? Zhou Ao slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. In the martial Dao, in cultivation and even in battle, using this kind of method to improve one's strength was understandable and had a high chance of success, achieving goals that were normally impossible to achieve. But using this kind of method in alchemy was a big mistake. Burning the boats would create a pressure thousands of times more terrifying than usual. Alchemy, which required a steady state of mind, was not suitable for this kind of method and would only make the situation worse. If Yang Kai really wanted to burn the boats, then Zhou Ao could conclude that he might not even be able to refine pill veins. Feeling disappointed, Zhou Ao's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He was surprised to find that Yang Kai was sitting there in a relaxed manner, without the slightest trace of pressure. This kind of self-confidence not only did not disappear because of the loss of nearly 200 sets of herbs, but instead became even stronger. Zhou Ao saw a kind of conviction in Yang Kai, a conviction that he could succeed, a sublimation of self-confidence. Zhou Ao was slightly absent-minded. Was he so sure that he could use this last set of materials to achieve his goal? Where did his confidence come from? Zhou Ao sat up straight and paid close attention to Yang Kai. Just like when he had refined the burning flame pill before, every step was meticulous without a single mistake. Engraving the spirit array, condensing the medicinal liquid, controlling the temperature and timing of the herbs, changing the spirit array, Yang Kai seemed to be just repeating what he had done over the past 6 months. But faintly, Zhou Ao felt that his alchemy this time was very different from before. The same movements, the same process, but it gave off a different feeling, refreshing and refreshing. Infected by this skilled and confident atmosphere, Zhou Ao couldn't help believing that Yang Kai could do such an incredible thing. His eyes widened even more as he waited for the moment when the pill clouds formed. As time passed slowly, Zhou Ao's mood became more and more tense, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't help feeling like every day was like a year, and he couldn't wait to see the results sooner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, maintained a kind of indifferent attitude. In his whole world, except for the medicinal liquid churning inside the pill furnace, there was nothing else, even temporarily forgetting where he was. The Saint Realm cultivator who had fought the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon beast to the death had won the final victory not because of his strength, but because of his indomitable momentum. He was sure he could win because he knew that if he didn't win he would die. So he won even though he had almost died together with the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon. From that battle Kai Yang had been inspired, which was why he had saved his life. During the first 6 months of alchemy, Yang Kai's repeated failures had increased the pressure on him, making him wonder what would happen if he failed every time he performed alchemy. With all kinds of distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, it would be strange if he could refine pill clouds. But now Yang Kai's mind was clear. He burned the nearly 200 sets of herbs not to put himself in a desperate situation, but to strengthen his conviction. He wanted to see if his conviction would be shaken after these 200 sets of herbs were burned. Yang Kai didn't waver, so he became more and more confident. Chapter 1073. Inside the alchemy room, only the subtle movements of the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace could be heard. Zhou Ao hid his figure in the darkness, lest he disturb Yang Kai, even temporarily suppressing his breathing and stopping his heartbeat, making him look like a dead man. He stared intently at the pill furnace and the figure busily working in front of it. The pill was only halfway through the refinement process, but the medicinal liquid was still mixing under the effects of Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy and various spirit arrays, causing fundamental changes. Inexplicably, Zhou Ao suddenly had a feeling. That was, the pill Yang Kai refined this time would at least give birth to pill veins. This kind of feeling was something Zhou Ao had never experienced before. Zhou Ao had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for more than half a year, and although the chances of Yang Kai's pills forming pill veins were quite high, there were also times when he failed, and in the end, Zhou Xian would only obtain an ordinary burning flame pill. There had never been such a situation before. Yang Kai was still in the middle of refining, yet Zhou Xian was 100% sure that he would be able to refine pill veins. What kind of logic was this? Zhou Xian was secretly horrified and became more and more cautious, not wanting to miss a single detail. But no matter how he looked, Yang Kai's movements were the same as before, not increasing or decreasing. Even the spirit arrays he was portraying were the same ones he had seen thousands of times before. Even if he closed his eyes, he could tell what Yang Kai would do next and what spirit array he would portray. The only difference was the imposing manner, the aura of extreme self-confidence. It was this imposing manner that affected his judgment, allowing him to be certain that the pill would give birth to pill veins before it even came out of the furnace. Could pill clouds form or not? There was only one chance for success or failure, so Zhou Xian couldn't wait to know the final answer. He couldn't help admiring Yang Kai because if he were in his position he would definitely be upset and under pressure. Once this kind of feeling appeared, he would not be able to wholeheartedly focus on alchemy and failure would be inevitable. But Yang Kai didn't. He remained indifferent, his expression neither happy nor sad, as if he was refining an insignificant pill. His movements were steady and meticulous, as if he had done everything he could to the limit. As time passed, Zhou Xian's heart burned with anxiety. A faint pill fragrance gradually drifted out from the alchemy room. This was a sign that the pills were about to be refined. Yang Kai's expression seemed to have become a little more dignified. Every time a pill was about to come out of the furnace, he would treat it 1,000 times more carefully. His conflagrated spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak. Strands of divine sense continued to carve the spirit array inside the pill furnace. All the subtleties of the spirit array were brought to the extreme by him. His eyes and heart had always been as clear as a mirror without any distracting thoughts. At this moment he had even forgotten about the pill furnace in front of him and the pill that was about to take form. In his mind he suddenly recalled the pill that had formed pill clouds. That was the first and only pill he had obtained that had formed pill clouds. He had found it with the Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Linger in the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Although he had swallowed it in the end and the huge medicinal effects had turned the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into a 6-colored one, before he had taken it, he had been observing the pill clouds in an attempt to gain some inspiration. At this moment all kinds of memories came flooding back to him and he vaguely grasped a key point. Things that he had previously been unable to understand suddenly became clear at this moment, causing his eyes to widen as they bloomed with a different kind of light. After the last set of composite spirit arrays were carved and the brand was placed inside the pill furnace, Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and began refining this composite spirit array into the pill that had not yet been fully formed. Yang Kai's Saint Qi and spiritual energy flowed out of his body at the same time. Like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a river bursting its banks, Yang Kai's knowledge sea dried up in an instant and the water level dropped to its lowest point. A huge amount of his Saint Qi also flowed out in an instant. Yang Kai's vision went dark and he almost fainted. He felt as if his life force was being sucked out of him, as if he would die in the next moment. A strong pill fragrance filled the air from the pill furnace, one that was much richer than the 1,800 burning flame pills Yang Kai had refined before. A crisp sound came from the pill furnace, one that was extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai grinned and froze in place. Zhou Xian's heart almost jumped out of his chest. How could he not see Yang Kai's abnormality the moment the pill was about to take shape? This kind of abnormality almost drove him crazy. He thought Yang Kai had succeeded. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai still didn't move. After calling out a few words softly but not getting any response, Zhou Xian cautiously stepped forward and quietly released his divine sense to investigate. After a quick glance, Zhou Xian couldn't help feeling stunned. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale, as if he had just fought a powerful enemy. His aura was unstable and his vitality was extremely weak. Yang Kai had closed his eyes and passed out, but he wouldn't die. He would only need a few days to recover. Not paying any attention to Yang Kai, Zhou Xian's hand trembled as he patted the pill furnace in front of him. A pill flew out and was caught by the jade bottle in Zhou Xian's hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xian stared intently at the jade bottle. At first glance, Zhou Xian couldn't help showing a disappointed look. The burning flame pill in the jade bottle had a smooth surface, but where was the trace of a pill cloud? There weren't even any pill veins. Did he fail? Zhou Xian's expression was complicated. Just now, when Yang Kai had performed alchemy, he had almost believed that he would succeed, but he hadn't expected the final result to be so miserable. When he woke up and found that the last burning flame pill he had worked so hard to refine was just an ordinary pill, Zhou Xian couldn't help but wonder if he would faint again. Zhou Xian let out a heavy sigh. He had lived for many years and knew that sometimes there was a huge gap between dreams and reality. How many times had he struggled between dreams and reality, only to be wounded by the thorns in the gap? Yang Kai was still just a young man, so it wasn't surprising that he had such an experience. But since he had failed to refine a pill cloud and refused to go to Water Moon Star to ask for help, it seemed that he really was on the verge of death. Zhou Xian couldn't help but sigh. After spending some time together, Zhou Xian clearly recognized Yang Kai's talent in alchemy. He really couldn't bear to see Yang Kai die so young. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to comfort Yang Kai as an elder after he woke up. At this time, what he needed most was comfort and encouragement. While thinking about this, Zhou Xian's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the surrounding world energy aura had become a little strange. Releasing his divine sense, Zhou Xian cried out in horror. For some reason, the huge amount of world energy between the heavens and earth was madly gathering towards him, creating a scene even more terrifying than when Yang Kai had been cultivating before. High up in the sky, the rich world energy had almost condensed into a tangible existence, like a giant dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. A huge suction force suddenly emerged from the jade bottle in Zhou Xian's hand, and the newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate inside the jade bottle, making a tinkling sound. The giant dragon soaring in the sky swooped down like a deity and bombarded the palace Zhou Xian had lived in for 100 years. With a loud bang, half of the palace collapsed and several dozen rooms were reduced to rubble. All kinds of wood flew towards Zhou Xian but was repelled by the Saint Qi he was using to protect himself. The world energy visible to the naked eye poured into the jade bottle, but the jade bottle was unable to withstand such pressure and directly shattered. Zhou Xian's eyes widened as he clearly saw the massive dragon of world energy being swallowed up by a small burning flame pill. This newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have become a bottomless abyss, swallowing up as much world energy as it came without any bottom line at all. A strong wind blew past Zhou Xian's ears, blurring his vision as sand and stones flew everywhere. The thousands of mu of medicine field was destroyed beyond recognition. Zhou Xian saw many of his precious herbs being blown away by the wind before being crushed. His face twitched as his heart bled. These medicinal herbs were personally cultivated by him. Every single one of them was infused with his blood and sweat. Now that a spiritual energy storm had swept over, the thousands of mu of medicinal fields were all affected. Many medicinal herbs were uprooted, and the remaining ones were also messed up in the fierce wind. Bastard! Zhou Xian's old face twisted as he couldn't help howling, baring his fangs and claws in the wind but unable to stop this disaster. Half an hour later, everything was calm. Amidst the ruins, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged, the dozens of pill furnaces in front of him motionless, still maintaining their original positions. However, Zhou Xian's palace had collapsed, and even the unconscious Shuiyu was buried deep underground. Zhou Xian was too lazy to care about the little girl. He held a new jade bottle in his hand, and inside the jade bottle was a pill. He stared at his thousands of acres of medicinal field in a daze, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. The thousands of mu of medicine field had all been affected and almost none of them remained intact. More than 90% of the herbs that used to flourish had been lost, and the remaining 10% were dim and on the verge of dying. The leaves and fruits of more than a dozen sky sun fruit plants had disappeared, leaving only bare trunks. These sky sun fruits would be of great use in another 10 years. Half an mu of sparrow lotus flowers had long since disappeared, and even that half an mu of land had been plowed several times, leaving the ground half a foot lower than usual. Where did this old master's 1,000-plate flowers go? Zhou Xian rolled his eyes weakly, but where were the 1,000-plate flowers that he regarded as precious to him? Where the 1,000-plate flowers once grew, only half of their roots remained. Zhou Xian's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Without even mentioning the loss of his thousands of mu of medicine field, Zhong Ao was shocked to find that the spirit array he had worked so hard to arrange in this mountain valley for so many years had been completely destroyed and could no longer play its proper role. Within 1,000 kilometers, the world had become dim and there wasn't even a trace of world energy remaining. The sound of fluttering robes quickly approached from afar as Hali Ka Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman led many masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce over. When the heavenly might appeared here, they had already noticed it, but they didn't know what had happened, so they quickly came to investigate. When they arrived and looked around, everyone was dumbstruck. For a moment they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Chapter 1074. It was unknown what kind of disaster had befallen this mountain valley, but Zhong Ao's palace had been destroyed, his thousands of acres of medicine field no longer existed, and the spirit array around the mountain valley had also been destroyed. Zhong Ao himself seemed to have lost his soul, sitting on the ground without a care for his image, his body covered in dust and his eyes spitting fire. Only Yang Kai sat cross-legged among several dozen pill furnaces and broken walls, motionless. What happened? Hali Ka and the others were dumbfounded. This was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, and no one dared to come here on normal days. None of them could understand why this place seemed to have been plundered. The several of them exchanged a glance before daring to fly down and stand beside Zhong Ao. Hali Ka cautiously called out and asked, "Old Zhong, what happened here?" Lin Mu Feng even shouted angrily, "Did some blind fool come here to make trouble? Old Zhong only needs to tell us. We will definitely help you vent your anger." The middle-aged woman nodded fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhong Ao raised his head and stared at them blankly for a moment before suddenly jumping up and pointing in the direction of Yang Kai viciously. "It was that little bastard who destroyed my medicine field and destroyed my palace. This old master doesn't even have a place to live now, and all the herbs I have painstakingly cultivated for 100 years are gone. If you really want to help this old master vent his anger, kill him for me." Spittle rained down on the faces of the three old men as they stood there, not daring to move. After a long time, Hali Ka smiled and tried to appease him. "Old Zhong, please calm your anger. What happened here? Weren't you helping Master Shui refine some healing pills? When I came here a few days ago everything was fine, so how did this happen after a few months?" He could also see that although Zhong Ao was furious and had ordered them to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger, it was all empty talk. Yang Kai was meditating at the moment and looked extremely weak. If Zhong Ao really wanted his life, why would he need to borrow others' hands to do it? Even at his peak, Yang Kai could not have been Zhong Ao's opponent, let alone now. "Who told you that this old master was refining pills?" Zhong Ao shot them a sideways glance. "If it wasn't you who refined it, could it have been little brother Yang who refined it?" Lin Mu Feng laughed dryly. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes and did not explain. He knew that even if he told the truth no one would believe him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhong Ao would have thought that it was just nonsense. However, the pill in the jade bottle in his hand was solid evidence. This little brat was really able to refine a Saint King grade pill with pill veins with just a third-order Saint Realm cultivation. "Get lost, all of you get lost." Zhong Ao waved his hand impatiently. "This old master has been alone here for 100 years, 100 years of peace and stability, but this smelly brat has turned this place into a mess. If any of you dare come within 100 kilometers of this place in the future, this old master will twist off your head." The three origin returning realm masters couldn't help but shrink their heads and retreat, not daring to stay any longer. Not long after they left though, Zhong Ao's voice called out from behind, "Wait." Hali Ka turned around and said with a flattering smile, "Does old Zhong have any orders?" Zhong Ao pointed to the dilapidated palace and said, "Find some people and build another residence for this old master. You don't have any foresight at all. Do you want me to sleep in the wilderness?" Hali Ka quickly shouted. They had brought a lot of cultivator with them this time, leaving behind a dozen or so to arrange for them to help Zhong Ao build a residence before leaving. The 10 or so people also scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were searching for materials to build a house. Zhong Ao glanced at Yang Kai, who was still unconscious, and then looked at the burning flame pill in the jade bottle in his hand, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face. After 3 full days, Yang Kai woke up. A strong sense of weakness spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Immediately recalling everything that had happened before he fell unconscious, He couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. His knowledge sea was a bit dim, and the magnificent sea water that used to be there was now only a thin layer of liquid. The six-colored soul-warming lotus was sparing no effort to nourish his soul, but it would take at least 10 days for his knowledge sea to fill up again. Every muscle in Yang Kai's body was sore, and his Saint Qi had been consumed greatly. Yang Kai had never experienced such a feeling before. It was barely possible to say that he was injured, but it was also possible to say that he wasn't injured. Only an infinite sense of weakness enveloped him, as if a part of his vitality had been sucked out, causing him to feel like he was growing old. Standing up with difficulty, Yang Kai looked around and saw Zhou Xian standing not far away, glaring at him. This old man's face was gloomy to the point of being frightening, and his eyes were filled with a murderous light. Yang Kai sniffed, not knowing why Zhou Xian had put on such a terrifying appearance. After discovering the situation around him, Yang Kai immediately understood. Not wanting to provoke Zhou Xian, Yang Kai searched through the ruins for a while before taking Shuiyu out from under a few wooden planks and finding a comfortable place to sit down on a mountain peak a few kilometers away. Before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, Zhou Xian quietly appeared beside him. Yang Kai looked at him but didn't say a word, simply gasping for breath. "Aren't you going to ask yourself whether you succeeded or not?" Zhou Xian waited for a while before taking the initiative to ask. "I've done my best. That's enough for me." Zhou Xian stared at him deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. "Since you've said so, this old master won't hold you accountable for the losses you brought this time. In any case, he could ask Hali Ka and the others for compensation, they wouldn't dare refuse." Saying so, Zhou Xian threw the jade bottle he had been holding in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and glanced at it, not showing much surprise or excitement, as if everything was within his expectations. Inside the jade bottle was an elixir. The elixir was covered in a layer of dense mist. Even with the jade bottle as a barrier, it still emitted a dense energy fluctuation. It was as if this pill had a life of its own and was pulsing rhythmically. Pill clouds. This was a burning flame pill that had formed pill clouds. Although it was only Saint King grade low rank, such a pill had great value. If any outstanding alchemist were to learn of it, they would likely fight to obtain it. Because they could obtain a lot of useful information from this pill cloud, perhaps it would be able to improve their alchemy skills. While Yang Kai was observing this pill, Zhou Xian briefly explained what happened after he fell unconscious, casually saying, "The pill cloud on your pill is somewhat different from the one this old master refined." "How is it different?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Zhou Xian tossed over a few more jade bottles, each of which contained a different pill, a total of 4. These 4 pills had been refined by Zhou Xian over the past 100 years and had been born out of extremely good luck. Yang Kai compared the burning flame pill with the other 4 pills and immediately discovered the biggest difference. The pill clouds covering Zhou Xian's pills were very sparse and didn't cover the entirety of the pill, one of them only having half of the pill cloud on it. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the medicinal efficacies and energy contained in this burning flame pill were more than double those of Zhou Xian's pills. Zhou Xian took out a piece of Saint Crystal and placed it in Yang Kai's hand. The energy contained in this Saint Crystal was attracted by the pill cloud and quickly gathered towards the pill, allowing it to be swallowed and enhance its medicinal efficacies. When a pill forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies will increase exponentially and can be stored for a long time without worrying about its medicinal efficacies fading away. Ordinary pills can't do this. The longer they are stored, the more their medicinal efficacies will fade. After 30 or 50 years, they will become useless waste. But once a pill forms pill clouds, not only can it be stored for many years, the pill clouds will also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become more and more condensed. So, every pill that forms pill clouds will have stronger medicinal efficacies the longer it is stored. Zhou Xian said, seemingly talking to himself. Yang Kai nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. Back then, when he took the pill that formed pill clouds, he almost exploded. That pill had a history of several thousand years. This old master inadvertently refined this pill 90 years ago. Zhou Xian picked up a jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand and stored a brown pill inside. After 90 years of nourishment, its medicinal efficacies have more than doubled and its grade is still Saint King grade mid-rank. But compared to the burning flame pill you refined a few days ago, it still pales in comparison. I'm afraid this is because of the degree of pill clouds. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. This old master thinks so too. Zhong Ao nodded gently. Zhong Ao gently nodded. This old master used to think that pill clouds were like this, but after seeing this burning flame pill of yours, this old master realized that pill clouds can be even more complete and can wrap up the entire pill. On top of that, have you noticed that the speed at which your pill absorbs Saint Crystal energy is much faster than this old master's? If it is stored for a few hundred years, its value will be comparable to that of a single star. That's impossible, right? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling that this old man was indulging in some whimsical fantasy. How is it impossible? Zhong Ao sneered. Do you know how many Origin returning realm masters have spent their entire lives searching for a way to break through to the Origin King realm? Even the few Origin Kings who have reached the Origin King realm are pursuing a way to make their realm stronger and higher. If this burning flame pill is stored for a few hundred years, it may allow an Origin King who cultivates a fire attribute secret art to break through to the next level. When that time comes, do you think they would exchange a single star for it? Listening to what Zhong Ao said, Yang Kai really felt that this was possible, even if it was a bit exaggerated. Are you still willing to give this pill to this little girl? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply before turning his eyes to Xueyu, who was lying unconscious nearby. She's about to lose her life, what's there to be reluctant about? Yang Kai sneered. Wasn't the reason he spent so much effort refining this burning flame pill just to give it to Xueyu? Zhong Ao's face twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he restrained himself and waved his hand. Forget it, this is your own pill, you can decide for yourself, but you have to tell this old master how you managed to refine pill clouds. I don't know, Yang Kai shook his head. Zhong Ao almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1075. Yang Kai really didn't know how to refine a pill cloud. When he was refining the last burning flame pill, he had no distracting thoughts, no pressure, and for no reason he firmly believed he could successfully refine it. When the pill had been formed, Kai Yang had clearly felt that his vitality had been stripped away, which was why he was in such a weak state. If it weren't for the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body, giving him an extremely strong vitality, that final stripping would have killed him on the spot. That burning flame pill wasn't a pill at all, it was a human life. That was why it was so full of vitality right now, causing Zhong Ao to gasp in amazement. Although he had succeeded once, if Yang Kai was asked to refine it again he wouldn't be able to do so no matter what, because he no longer had the indomitable will he once had. After explaining his thoughts to Zhong Ao, Yang Kai finally managed to calm down. The old man deceived himself and made up a set of excuses to comfort his wounded soul, saying that Yang Kai being able to refine a pill cloud was entirely because of his comprehension. After hundreds of years of studying alchemy, he still couldn't compare to a young man who was less than 30 years old. Zhong Ao only felt that he had lived his entire life in vain and was extremely ashamed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to die for the time being, so he still had a lot of time to continue studying. Inside the palace of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai moved Xueyu in and fed her the freshly refined burning flame pill. After her vitality stabilized, Yang Kai walked out of the room. After turning a few corners, Yang Kai saw Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others surrounding Zhong Ao, flattering him like a tide, their faces filled with flattery, praising Zhong Ao for his incredible alchemy skills, even being able to refine pill clouds with ease, all of them admiring him greatly. Even the other top Origin King grade alchemists in the star field couldn't achieve this. They were just a group of alchemists who were slightly higher than Zhong Ao in terms of alchemy. They were just a group of people fishing for fame. If they didn't have any real ability, how could they compare to Zhong Ao? Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, impatiently enduring their flattery. He wanted to chase them away, but he didn't have the confidence to do so, so it was difficult for him to endure. However, Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng, these idiots, didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, thinking he was enjoying himself and flattering him even more, causing the old man's face to become even uglier. It wasn't until Yang Kai walked out in a relaxed manner that this group of people stopped flattering him and shot him strange looks. Hali Ka even quietly gave Yang Kai a big thumbs up, a look of admiration on his face before leaving with Lin Mufeng and the others. The backs of the two of them looked like they were about to be wiped out. Yang Kai walked in front of Zhong Ao with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. Little brat, you gave such great benefits to this old master? Being able to refine pill clouds and forming pill veins at a steady 30% to 40% rate is enough to make you an honored guest of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. No one will dare to provoke you. You can have your own territory, servants, beautiful maidservants, enjoy the highest standard of treatment, and obtain what others pursue for their entire lives. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's capital, it won't be difficult for them to cultivate you. You can obtain the greatest returns in the shortest time possible. This old master doesn't understand why you didn't tell them that the burning flame pill was refined by you and instead made this old master stand up and take the blame for you, giving this old master all the credit and fame. Zhou Ao said slowly, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Holly Ka Lin Mufeng and the others all thought that the burning flame pill with pill clouds was refined by Zhou Ao, because that was what Yang Kai said at the beginning. Now that things had progressed to this point, Zhou Ao didn't try to explain himself, making them believe him even more. That was why they were so respectful towards Zhou Ao. Yang Kai sat down next to him, poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp, chuckling as he said, "Old Zhong, don't pretend to be confused. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. This junior is only 30 years old, and although he has some small tricks up his sleeve, his cultivation realm is still too low. Such great benefits and fame are too much for this junior to bear. Only old Zhong, a respected alchemy grandmaster, can stand on your own feet. Do you believe that if the two of us took a burning flame pill with pill veins to President AIO at the same time, the treatment we would receive would be completely different? You would only be more respected and President AIO would treat you with more respect. Maybe if he was in a good mood he would even reward you with a medicine star and make you the master of that medicine star. However, he would put me under house arrest and arrange for various masters to protect my safety, not allowing me to take a single step out of my territory, only allowing me to deal with herbs every day. Perhaps when this junior is having sex with a beautiful woman, there will be people watching from the outside." Zhou Ao couldn't help laughing when he heard Yang Kai's words. Imagining the funny scene, he laughed heartily and kept nodding. "Little brat, you're really smooth and slick. Sure enough, you're not a good thing. I really don't know how much wind and rain you've gone through to develop such thoughts. If I didn't have such thoughts, this junior would have died long ago." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're right, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. These benefits and fame, this old master will take them for you. In any case, this old master's alchemy skills have indeed improved a lot, so I have no qualms about accepting them." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly got up to congratulate. "Congratulations, old Zhong. This junior has been so busy with the burning flame pill that he didn't notice old Zhong's progress in the alchemic Tao. Damn it." After saying so, he sat down again and said worriedly, "But old Zhong, I'm afraid you have no choice but to join Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Before, they would have indulged you and allowed you to do as you please, but now I'm afraid they won't. If I'm not mistaken, Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng and the others have already reported this matter to Water Moon Star, so it won't be long before people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrive." "This old master knows." Zhou Ao nodded. "This old master has also lived freely on Rainfall Star for 100 years. As long as they don't interfere with my alchemy, anything can be discussed. Joining or not joining is just a matter of name. If they annoy this old master, can't this old master just leave?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Zhou Ao wasn't a good person. Not only was his temperament strange, but he also had a high opinion of himself. Yang Kai also knew that this old man had repeatedly tried to kill him before. But in any case, this time he was the one taking the blame. Although this would make his reputation even greater, this wasn't what Zhou Ao wanted. Truly capable people didn't care about reputation. Only those who chased after power and wealth would work hard to climb up the social ladder. This time Yang Kai had dragged Zhou Ao down and caused him to lose a lot of his freedom. Zhou Ao had likely only accepted this because Yang Kai had taught him the alchemy method. Both Yang Kai and Zhou Ao were well aware of these things. What's the situation of that little girl? Zhou Ao didn't want to talk about it anymore and changed the subject. The poison from the profound Yin sunflower water should have been removed and her vitality is stable, but she is still in a coma. If we want to wake her up, we need to find her soul avatar. Yang Kai frowned. He had just checked Shuiyu's knowledge sea but couldn't find any trace of her soul avatar. He really didn't know where Shuiyu's soul avatar was hiding. Zhou Ao also frowned, calmly saying, It stands to reason that she was injured by the profound Yin sunflower water, so this kind of situation shouldn't have occurred. Her soul avatar must have disappeared for some other reason. Yang Kai's spirit shook. Please enlighten me, Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao shook his head. I don't know anything about that little girl, so how could I enlighten you? Since you are her guard, you should understand that she has some regrets in her heart. Many times when a person is unconscious, it doesn't mean they are injured, but rather that they are unable to overcome a barrier in their heart. As long as they can overcome that barrier, they will naturally wake up. Yang Kai heard this and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. A moment later his eyes brightening as if he had thought of something. Zhong Ao observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded lightly. This little brat was both intelligent and capable. Zhong Ao really couldn't understand why such a person would act as someone else's guard. After a long time Yang Kai suddenly relaxed. Have you found the reason? Zhong Ao asked with a smile. I have some clues, but whether it is true or not will need to be verified. Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly remembering something and asking, Right, old Zhong, when I came over, why were Holly Ka and the others looking at me like that? Did something happen? Do you want to know? Zhong Ao squinted at him. Yang Kai nodded. This old master just told them that you, little brat, are deeply in love with that little girl, that when you fed her that medicine, you even chewed it up and fed it to her mouth. Zhong Ao winked, his expression as wretched as it could get. Yang Kai was furious. You have the nerve to announce such a thing to the public? Do you have any decency at all? Zhong Ao snorted. This old master has taken on such a big pot for you, losing and giving away so many good things. Do you think that's all? Just wait for Shuiyu's third young master to arrive on Rainfall Star and peel off your bones, huh? A little guard actually daring to have ideas about Shuiyu's woman. You really don't know life from death. If this old master were you, he would have left as soon as possible. Laughing loudly, Zhong Ao left in a good mood. Old fart. Yang Kai glared at Zhong Ao bitterly, suddenly understanding why Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others were looking at him with such strange eyes. The little bit of guilt he felt towards Zhong Ao disappeared, regretting that he hadn't made a bigger bet and snatched all of Yang Kai's profound Yin sunflower water and medicine furnace. Old fogies really aren't good. Guizhu was like this and so was Zhong Ao. However, Zhong Ao would never have imagined that the little girl he was talking about, the Master Shui that Holly Ka was talking about, was actually Shuiyu herself. Kissing Shuiyu's woman is nothing. This old master has even touched Shuiyu's body. Chapter 1076. Zhong Ao was right about one thing. This place wasn't a good place to stay for long. Water Moonstar probably didn't know whether Shuiyu was alive or dead yet, so once news was sent out here, it would be difficult to explain. Shuiyu also didn't want her biggest secret to be exposed. Yang Kai had to quickly restore her strength and lift the soul chain so she could fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. After resting for half a month, Yang Kai received extremely generous treatment. Every day he was treated to fine wines, delicacies and rare spirit fruits as refreshments. It wasn't easy for him to restore his lost vitality and get rid of that endless sense of weakness. Yang Kai secretly decided that in the future, unless he was forced to, he would never attempt to refine pill clouds again. If his luck was good during alchemy and the pill formed pill clouds on its own, nothing could be said about it, but if he had to rely on his own efforts to form pill clouds, it was simply too exhausting and not worth the loss. Zhong Ao's palace in the mountain valley had been built. Holly Ka had sent out masters among masters, so it was a piece of cake for a dozen or so people to build a palace. However, Zhong Ao didn't go back because the world energy in the mountain valley was still thin and would likely take some time to recover before it reached the average level of Rainfall Star. The news that he had refined a burning flame pill that formed pill clouds had spread like wildfire. All of Rainfall Star's alchemists had come to pay their respects, but since they were all fellow alchemists, Zhong Ao couldn't afford to be rude, so every day he had to endure the torment and flattery of these people, not resting for a moment. Every time he saw this scene, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that his original decision was a wise one. If he had taken the credit for refining pill clouds himself, it would have been impossible for such a harmonious scene to occur. Those old men and women would have only deliberately made things difficult for him in order to test his skills and methods before finally parting on bad terms. They would never admit that their abilities were worse than Yang Kai's. It would be an insult to them. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed, helping the unconscious Xueyu up and letting her sit across from him. Staring at her enchanting face, Yang Kai really didn't want to wake her up. The sleeping Xueyu was the easiest to get along with. At his mercy she wouldn't resist or complain, but once she woke up she would only bring endless trouble and danger. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to wake her up. Lifting the soul chains required the consent of both of them, and now that Xueyu's soul avatar was gone without her consent, Yang Kai couldn't lift the shackles. Yang Kai's spiritual energy and spiritual energy's spiritual knowledge, so he sent it into Xueyu's knowledge. In the next moment, Yang Yang's spiritual soul's spiritual senses spiritual soul. SSSS he's nots he he's. No matter when, investigating a person's sea of consciousness was a taboo for martial artists. This was something that only the most intimate of people would do. The sea of consciousness contained a person's life experiences and secrets. Looking at the secrets of the sea of consciousness was even more serious than stripping off someone's clothes. This was the worst form of humiliation. Last time, Yang Kai had been careful not to pry too deeply into Xueyu's secrets because he didn't want to have too much to do with this woman. But this time he had no choice but to do it. The sea breeze was gentle and the sea was calm. Xueyu's knowledge sea was a vast expanse of water, nothing else, unlike Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which was full of brilliant colors. This woman's life must be very boring. The situation in one's knowledge sea was a reflection of one's inner thoughts. From the state of one's knowledge sea, one could tell what kind of person they were. Xueyu was a woman, but she was raised as a man by Aio and had to put on the airs of Xueyu's third young master at all times. She may have long since grown tired of this kind of life, but she had no choice but to continue. It's not that I want to pry into your secrets, it's just that if I don't do this I won't be able to wake you up. I hope you don't come looking for trouble with me in the future. Yang Kai muttered softly, his soul avatar diving into Xueyu's knowledge sea. The warm sea water wrapped around Yang Kai's body, like small boneless hands caressing his body, giving him unimaginable stimulation and comfort. Yang Kai almost lost himself in this moment. The fusion of the divine soul was very frightening. During this process, both men and women could enjoy a pleasure that was thousands of times more intense than physical intercourse. That was a shudder that came from the depths of the soul. That kind of pleasure was like the most dangerous swamp. Once one fell into it, it was very difficult to pull out. Fortunately, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. When he went to Ice Sect to find Zhou Xian, he had already fused his soul with her once, so he had some experience dealing with this kind of thing. Trying hard to restrain the trembling of his soul, Yang Kai constantly called out to his heart, reminding himself that now was not the time to indulge in pleasure. Gradually, that kind of pleasure weakened a lot and he regained control of his soul avatar, allowing him to calm down a little. He didn't know why, but the current situation made Yang Kai think of the word rape. Xueyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be found, so obviously she didn't feel anything and was unable to resist the invasion of Yang Kai's soul. If this wasn't rape, then what was? And it was the most vicious kind of rape. Fusing his soul with a woman who didn't feel anything was no different than fusing with a piece of wood. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly lost interest and the throbbing of his soul subsided. This kind of thing was the most boring and only those with twisted minds would do such a thing. Yang Kai's soul avatar scattered into the sea. Inside his knowledge sea, bubbles floated in the water, each of which contained a part of Xueyu's past, a part of her memories. Yang Kai carefully examined the information hidden in these bubbles. He saw a lot of scenes. A baby fell to the ground, a woman lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and bloodless. But when she heard the baby's cries, the most beautiful smile in the world bloomed on her face. The burly man waiting outside strode in and picked up the baby with trembling hands, ignoring the stains on the baby's body, intimately pressing his face against the baby's forehead and kissing it gently, radiating the radiance of fatherly love. The 7 or 8-month-old child was held in her mother's arms and breastfed, her eyes closed as she ate with relish. The mother had a satisfied smile on her face as she teased her daughter from time to time. The burly father stood to the side and smiled, revealing his white teeth. The baby began to learn to walk and babble. Her mouth made meaningless sounds as she staggered forward. Every 2 steps she took, she would take a step back. From time to time she would fall to the ground. Her mother walked over with heartache and held her in her arms. Her father laughed foolishly at the side. The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. An old man with white hair and a beard saw the baby and carefully examined her, saying something to the burly father with a dignified expression. The smile and joy on the burly father's face suddenly disappeared as he looked at the daughter he regarded as the apple of his eye, his face as gloomy as the eve of a storm. The 3-year-old child was taken to a palace, put on men's clothes and was raised like a man. She was ignorant and stood in that huge palace with servants and maids behind her. She was ordered to only move about in the palace, leaning against the door frame. She could no longer see her loving mother, only her dignified father. She began to learn all kinds of things. She began to cultivate. She grew strong and healthy, but she could only live as a man. She had outstanding natural endowments. Only when she became stronger would she see her father smile. Otherwise he would only scold her. The name of the 3rd young master of Xianxia spread. The entire territory knew about her. She had learned how to smile in front of strangers. She had learned the most elegant etiquette. Her beauty had captivated men and women, young and old. But she couldn't see her mother. Only in the dead of night would she take out women's clothes and put them on the bed, feeling sad. Those women's clothes had been secretly sent to her by her mother. It seemed like they still contained her mother's warmth and chi. Yang Kai looked at each scene. He was immersed in it. It seemed like he could understand the bitterness and resentment in Shuiyu's heart. He could feel her helplessness and sadness. That unchanging smile, under that smile was bitterness. Her fragile heart was covered by a strong outer appearance. She had been pretending for so many years. Not only had she deceived the world, but she had also deceived herself. Until the battle on the Death Star, even though Xianxia was furious, even though she wanted to kill him, it was the first time she had experienced the shyness of a girl. Her naked body was being hugged by someone. Her full breasts were being squeezed. Nobody knew how fast her heart was beating, how hot her delicate body was. She had never felt anything like that before. It made her feel limp and numb. She couldn't use any strength. Every time she thought about it, her face would turn red. After that, the days of fighting and fooling around were the most unforgettable days of her life. She couldn't wait to stop time and stay on that dead star forever. Because only in front of that man could she let go of herself and be herself. Yang Kai had injected vitality into her life, allowing her to no longer be so lifeless. While exploring the ancient ruins, she had ignored the casualties of her subordinates and constantly ordered them to speed up, all in order to leave as soon as possible and return as soon as possible. However, the explosion of one of her space rings had caused her to fall into a deep sleep. After a long time, Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from Shuiyu's knowledge sea. All of Shuiyu's secrets had been exposed to his eyes, and he had never expected that this vicious woman would have such a miserable past. Although he felt some sympathy and pity in his heart, he still had to do what he had to do. What he saw was not only Shuiyu's misery, but also her dark side. Even if this woman was pitiful, she was still a dangerous person. Her feelings for him weren't pure either. It was due to the influence of the soul chains. After observing her for so long, Yang Kai faintly understood why Shuiyu's soul avatar had disappeared, and he also thought about how to treat her. This was a knot in her heart, not an injury. As long as this knot was untied, Xianxia would naturally awaken. Chapter 1077. Inside Shuiyu's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar began to emit strange fluctuations. He began to create a series of illusions, forcibly pouring them into the sea. From her infancy to her current age, in these illusions she did not need to disguise herself. She did not need to always show a warm smile, nor did she need to live as a man. She grew up carefree. Her parents were kind. Her siblings lived in harmony. She could wear the most beautiful clothes, wear the most beautiful jewelry. She did not need to learn the boring etiquette. She did not need to cultivate day and night. She did not need to endure all kinds of torture. In these illusions she was the happiest woman in the world. Every day she would wander the streets with a few maidservants, occasionally revealing the tip of the iceberg of her beauty, making the men of an entire city roar with excitement. In these illusions, when she returned home, she would tell her parents about the trivial things she encountered, and her parents would listen quietly with a smile on their faces, living a happy and harmonious life. She even met a man who moved her heart, but because of her shyness she could only look at him from afar, paying attention to his movements every day, too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to him. What she didn't expect was that the handsome and elegant man actually came looking for her, defeated all his competitors, fulfilled all her father's harsh requirements and married her. They got married and had children, the man plowing and the woman weaving. Although it was not a magnificent and wonderful life, they still helped each other and respected each other. Their children slowly grew up and they gradually grew old, finally turning into a pile of yellow earth, their graves close together as if they would never be separated. In these illusions she obtained a perfect and regretless life. Yang Kai did this over and over again, tirelessly injecting the layers of illusions he constructed with his spiritual energy into Xueyu's knowledge sea, regardless of the consumption of his spiritual energy or his own exhaustion. Time passed but Xueyu's knowledge sea remained the same, there was no movement. But at a certain moment, the calm sea suddenly tumbled and bubbles emerged from under the water, bursting into nothingness. A cool breeze blew and a wisp of fragrance seemed to linger at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and turned his head to see Xueyu standing behind him with a smile, watching him with great interest. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately escaped from her knowledge sea. Just as he opened his eyes, Xueyu also woke up and grabbed him, shouting, "Hey, why did you run away like a thief? You've already woken up, what am I doing there? Waiting to be tortured by you? In that place you are the master, a little third-order saint cultivator, I don't dare stay," Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's sea of consciousness was under their own control. Therefore, when two people's strength was about the same, they would never invade each other's sea of consciousness. If they did, they would always be at a disadvantage. Only when there was a great disparity in strength would there be the possibility of invading another sea of consciousness and inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. "I torture you? Why do you think I use me? If you didn't do anything wrong, why would I torture you?" Xueyu refused to back down, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as a sharp light flashed across them. Fine, I admit breaking into your knowledge sea without permission and prying into your secrets was wrong, but since you didn't want to wake up, I could only resort to this." Yang Kai shook off Xueyu's small hand that was grabbing him. "Prying into my secrets, do you still think you're in the right?" Xueyu ground her teeth angrily, a dangerous light flashing across her silver teeth. "I didn't see much." Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Xueyu didn't speak and simply stared at him. "Fine, I've already counted how many hairs you have on your body, so what? Are you going to bite me?" Yang Kai said shamelessly. "You bastard." Xueyu flew into a rage out of humiliation as she rushed over and bit down on the back of Yang Kai's hand, refusing to let go as she rolled her big eyes. "Do you think I don't dare?" Yang Kai remained unmoved and instead smiled. "Biting my hand isn't satisfying enough. Do you want to go somewhere else? I have a better place for you to bite." Xueyu's face flushed red and her slender white neck glowed red as she quickly let go of Yang Kai's hand and spat, "In your dreams." In that illusion, she and the man she loved were inseparable, and all kinds of positions she could imagine and could never imagine entered her mind one by one. She received a systematic and perfect education. Of course she knew what Yang Kai's words meant. Although she also understood that it was only an illusion created by Yang Kai for her and was not real, she still couldn't bear it. After all, the woman in the illusion was modeled after her and looked exactly like her. It was like she really was a slut, constantly demanding and never knowing when to be satisfied. "How can you be so obscene?" Xueyu looked at Yang Kai with a strange look as if she didn't expect this person to be such a rogue. "I misjudged you. How is sex obscene?" Yang Kai disdainfully curled his lips. "When you really try it, you will understand the beauty of it." "Even so, you didn't have to include yourself in that illusion, did you?" Xueyu smiled sweetly as if she had discovered a secret. Her smile was very sly. "In those illusions you were really handsome. Did you really want me to marry you?" "Forget it, I can't handle a woman like you." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "Get out." Xueyu's face changed faster than one could turn a page, and she was so angry that she kicked Yang Kai off the bed. Yang Kai stood up, patted his butt and said, "Have a good rest. When you recover, I have something to tell you." Xueyu's face stiffened. She seemed to understand what Yang Kai was going to say, but she didn't say anything and closed her eyes. When Yang Kai came out of the room, he happened to see Zhou Xian leaning to one side and listening attentively. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked, "You saved her?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Amazing." Zhou Xian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "But what were you doing in there? Why did it seem so lively? Aren't you her guard?" "Boy, this old master has to say, your courage is a bit too big, even daring to touch Xueyu's third young master's woman. You should prepare to run away quickly. This old master hopes you don't die too early. If Shuiyu becomes angry, the entire Hengluo star field will tremble. Zhong Ao may have been lonely for too long, but despite his age, his gossipy heart was no worse than a young man's. What he liked most was to see others flirting with each other. Every time he saw them, he felt like he had become several decades younger. Shameless. Yang Kai ignored him and went out to find Ha Li Ka, telling him about the current situation. When he heard that Shuiyu had woken up, Ha Li Ka was overjoyed and gave Yang Kai a big hug, his face filled with gratitude. Now that Shuiyu had woken up, their last worries had disappeared, and Zhong Ao on Rainfall Star had taken another step forward in the alchemic Dao. Now, as long as the profound Yin sunflower water problem was solved, everything would be fine. What's more, Shuiyu was still responsible for the profound Yin sunflower water issue, so even if the Chamber of Commerce blamed them, they would only receive a small punishment, not as serious as they had feared before. With all kinds of good news coming one after another, how could they not be happy? The several managers were in a good mood and the entire branch was filled with joy. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Since Shuiyu woke up that day, she had stayed in her room, declaring that her injuries had not yet healed and that she needed to heal. The injuries she suffered from the profound Yin sunflower water had long been healed by the burning flame pill, and her soul had not been damaged, so why would she need to be healed? Although she had been in a coma for more than a year with her cultivation, she would only need 2 or 3 days to recover. She was avoiding Yang Kai. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. Every time he went to find Shuiyu, he would be stopped by several Saint King Realm cultivators standing guard at the door. These people didn't give Yang Kai any face, just smiling and telling him that this was an order from Shuiyu Master and that without her permission, no one was allowed to enter her room. Their attitude was very good, but their tone of refusal was firm. Yang Kai couldn't wait to beat these people up. Yang Kai was not happy, but Old Zong was also out of luck. Half of the profound Yin sunflower water had been taken away by Yang Kai, and half of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces had also been taken away by Yang Kai. Zhong Ao snorted in distress, but he was too embarrassed to act shamelessly. Zhong Ao was a man of his word. A loss was a loss, unlike Shuiyu who liked to use her strength to suppress others. Yang Kai also specifically asked for advice on how to refine the profound Yin sunflower water and enhance his own strength. Zhong Ao didn't conceal anything and told Yang Kai everything he knew. Yang Kai understood that although the profound Yin sunflower water was a precious treasure, if it wasn't properly refined, it would cost him his life. Furthermore, the refinement process required a wide variety of supplementary materials, as well as a scorching hot environment. Only by properly preparing the initial steps could one begin to refine it. All the auxiliary materials he needed, Kai Yang actually had all of them, not lacking a single one. On the floating continent, Yang Kai had harvested many high-grade herbs, countless origin grade and origin king grade, each of which was extremely valuable. All he needed was to find a suitable environment. According to Old Zong, it would be best to find the inside of a 10,000-year-old volcano, because only that kind of heat could suppress the chill of the profound Yin sunflower water. However, Zhong Ao said that Yang Kai's current strength was still too low, and that he would have to wait until he reached the Saint King realm before he could refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Otherwise, not only would he fail to refine it, but he would also lose his life. Shuiyu's refusal to meet with him made Yang Kai very impatient and annoyed. On this day, when Yang Kai came to her room again, the Saint King Realm masters who had been sent to guard her were still standing there with smiles on their faces, politely stopping Yang Kai from entering. Yang Kai's face sank. Chapter 1078. Just as the guards were trying to stop Yang Kai with a warm smile on their faces, asking him to be considerate of his brother's responsibilities, Shuiyu's sweet voice came from inside. "Let him come in." When the guards heard this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly withdrew, not forgetting to cast encouraging glances at Yang Kai before leaving. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them, simply pushing open the door with a cold expression and stepping inside. The room hadn't changed much, it was still the same as before, but Shuiyu seemed a lot more worried, a trace of bitterness flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't avoid Yang Kai's angry gaze and simply stared back at him, smiling and saying, "Sit down and talk." Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was filled with anger but had nowhere to vent. This woman is so annoying. She was obviously stronger than him, and if they really fought he would definitely not be her opponent. She could easily crush him, but at this moment she could only rely on her expression to create a sense of weakness. It was as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a sip, he opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Shui Yu's jade white finger pressed against Yang Kai's lips. Her finger was cold, but there was a faint fragrance coming from her fingertips. "Don't say anything, I want to show you something," Shui Yu said softly, her tone unprecedentedly soft. "What?" Yang Kai became vigilant, sweeping his eyes over her and saying, "If it's your body then forget it. I've already imprinted every part of your body into my mind. I can remember it even with my eyes closed." "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Shui Yu was both ashamed and angry. "Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would sell my body to keep you? Then what do you want me to see?" Yang Kai relaxed a lot when he heard this. Shui Yu rolled her eyes at him before reaching out and handing him a document. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and began sipping his tea while reading it carefully. A moment later his expression became strange and he let out a hollow laugh. "Shui Yu, aren't your conditions a bit too good? I'll be your guard, 100,000 high-rank saint crystals a year, and a territory of 500 kilometers? That's right. My guards all have these benefits. It's just that everyone is treated differently." Shui Yu calmly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. She looked calm, but her trembling little finger betrayed her nervousness. In the past she felt a sense of closeness to Yang Kai, or even didn't hate his closeness to her because of the soul chains, but now she was certain that even without the soul chains, that closeness had taken root in the depths of her soul. When habits become second nature, it is not easy to change them. Not to mention, her knowledge sea had already been invaded by him, and all her secrets had been exposed. Compared to standing naked in front of him and letting him examine her, it was even more embarrassing. Shui Yu sincerely hoped that Yang Kai could stay, even though she knew that Yang Kai couldn't wait to get away from her. While pretending to sip her tea, Shui Yu quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction, trying to see what he was interested in. However, to her disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to show any signs of interest, instead just commenting on the terms of the document. "I have 20 beautiful maidservants?" Yang Kai looked up at Shui Yu. "Am I not a guard? How can I have beautiful maidservants? What's so strange about that? An average guard is naturally a servant and isn't qualified to have such things, but my Shui Yu's guards aren't qualified?" Shui Yu smiled lightly. She saw a trace of fascination in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly added, "I can choose the best women for you. You may not know, but my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce also deals in the slave trade. Many of the young ladies of large and small families who have gone bankrupt or been exterminated are goods waiting to be sold. They all have good education and their aptitude and strength aren't bad. As far as I know, the strongest one has already reached the Saint King realm. If you want a noble young lady, you can have a noble young lady, but if you want a pretty girl, you can have a pretty girl." While adding oil and vinegar to Yang Kai's story, Shui Yu secretly cursed him. She had offered him so many generous conditions, but he had remained indifferent, yet he was interested in this one. Shui Yu couldn't wait to reach out and strangle him. But this man, Shui Yu sighed helplessly in her heart. That's good, that's good." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. He had long yearned for beautiful maidservants. Back in Tongxian realm, there were too many acquaintances, so he didn't dare act recklessly, but now that he was in star territory where the heavens were high and the earth was far away, it didn't matter what he did. Moreover, since he had become intimate with his little senior sister, Yang Kai found that he had become a bit more indulgent when it came to men and women, and he didn't reject the idea of playing around with strange women. Last time in Shintu's palace he had even indulged in a bit of debauchery, a feeling he still couldn't forget. "You also think it's good?" Shui Yu still smiled sweetly, but she still grit her teeth and softly said, "If you think it's good, then put your handprint on it. Once you put your handprint on it, you'll be one of my Shui Yu's people. From now on you'll be under my protection. If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name and I guarantee you'll be able to walk sideways in star territory." "I'm not a crab." Yang Kai smiled and put the document back on the table. Shui Yu stared straight at him, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Yang Kai sighed and didn't want to look her in the eye, saying, "What's the point? You know what I really want, so what's the point of you taking out a slave contract?" "Who said it was a slave contract?" Shui Yu frowned. Isn't it written that the contract will be signed every 5 years? After 5 years, if you're not satisfied, we can discuss it again. I just want you to have more time to think about it. After I sign it, I won't be able to leave for the rest of my life. Shuiyu, let's unlock the soul chains. From now on, you walk your own path and I'll walk mine. Well, water won't interfere with river water, Yang Kai said sincerely. When Shuiyu heard these cruel words, she suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall and raised her head slightly. Miraculously, those tears quickly disappeared as if they had returned to her tear ducts. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't care, you've touched me, you've seen me, you've even penetrated my knowledge, see, and pried into my secrets. You must sign the contract with me, otherwise I'll suffer a great loss. You only have 2 secrets. Rest assured I'll keep them safe and won't leak them out. I won't play around with my life. I also know how powerful you are, Yang Kai said sincerely. Shuiyu became even more indignant. You really know that secret? Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said innocently, I didn't want to know, but who knew that in addition to being a woman, you were also hiding such a great secret? No wonder President Aio raised you as a man, he did it for your own good, don't blame him. For my own good? Shuiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as she said coldly, I haven't seen my mother for several decades. They said that in order to keep this secret, my father killed everyone who knew about it, including my mother. Is this also for my own good? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He had also spied on Shuiyu's words from her knowledge sea, but this was her family's business, so it was not convenient for him to comment. Moreover, no one knew whether or not Shuiyu's mother had died, so Shuiyu had only heard rumors. So what if I have the dragon mare phoenix body? Could it be that everyone in the world can see through my physique and snatch me home? Shuiyu shouted angrily, her full breasts heaving up and down in an enchanting arc. Keep your voice down. Yang Kai was shocked. Do you still want to live? Why are you shouting about such a thing? Seeing Yang Kai so nervous, Shuiyu couldn't help feeling a little smug, the anger she felt just a moment ago having been thrown out of her mind. Instead she smiled at him and said, and you also know this secret, so why aren't you tempted at all? You should know what kind of benefits the dragon mare phoenix body can bring you. Of course I know. Yang Kai glanced at her. According to the words of that person in your memories, any man who takes your primordial een will obtain unimaginable benefits. Your Chamber of Commerce's moon slave business was inspired by your constitution, right? Shuiyu gently nodded. Yes. You can say that I am the most outstanding moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. It's just that no one knows about it. When I was unconscious, you clearly had a lot of opportunities, so I don't believe you weren't tempted. You aren't wholly to that degree. Her expression said she had already seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Yes, I was tempted to death. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. When I learned this secret, I couldn't wait to take off your clothes and take you. Then why didn't you do it? Shuiyu's interest was piqued. You also know that even if you did, I wouldn't blame you, at most I would just beat you. She spoke lightly as if she wasn't talking about her own chastity, but about a woman she didn't even know. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and thought about it for a moment before saying, I'm a man of principles. Shuiyu curled her lips, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. According to the old man who investigated your constitution, the higher your strength, the greater the benefits of taking you. You are now a third-order Saint King, so if I really wanted to take you, I'm afraid I could directly break through to the first-order Saint King realm. Yang Kai said lightly, but so what? I don't need your body to reach that level, and it won't take long for me to do so. Do you believe I can achieve that in 3 years? Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai in a daze, listening to his bold words, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded repeatedly, asking casually, what if I wasn't a Saint King but an Origin King? Yang Kai looked her up and down for a moment before replying without hesitation, then you would already be mine. The blurred look in Shuiyu's beautiful eyes disappeared instantly and was replaced by endless contempt as she said sarcastically, in the end you still don't have enough benefits. You think the benefits you get are too small. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly. What about the so-called principles you just spoke of? The contempt in Shuiyu's eyes became even stronger. How much is that worth per caddy? Yang Kai disdainfully asked. Chapter 1079. After a brief exchange of words, no one was able to convince the other. Inside the room, Yang Kai looked at Xueyu helplessly. Xueyu was constantly drinking tea to calm the resentment in her heart. The tea in the cup had long since been emptied by her, leaving only the air in it. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost maddening. Are you really so heartless? Xueyu suddenly opened her mouth, staring coldly at Yang Kai. This man's insistence had hurt her a little. Yang Kai shook his head. Whatever you say, I'm going to leave. This time I've suffered a big loss, so I don't want to associate my life with anyone else's, especially a woman like you. You have too many secrets. Once they are exposed, even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce won't be able to protect you. If you die, I'll follow suit. Xueyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was a very special physique. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the best moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. When a moon slave was possessed by a man, they would only provide some subtle benefits to that man. But Xueyu was different. With her current strength, it was enough for Yang Kai to directly break through to the Saint King realm. As Xueyu's strength improved, her physique would bring greater benefits to the first man who possessed her. Moreover, this kind of improvement was not just a simple increase in strength but also in one's realm. There were too many masters in this world. Many people could cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years but still fail to break through a small realm. Xueyu's body was the best tool for them to break through. President Aio had always been far-sighted and had raised Xueyu as a man when she was only 3 years old, fearing that such a thing would happen. At that time, Xueyu would only bring disaster to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. How long can you bind me? Yang Kai stared at Xueyu indifferently, not showing any intention of avoiding the question. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. You and I both know that a large part of this is because of the soul chains and another part is because of your feminine heart. You've lived as a man for so long, but only in front of me can you let go of yourself and not worry about anything. The reason you want to keep me here is mostly because of this freedom, right? Xueyu remained silent. Yang Kai's words had hit the nail on the head, so she had nothing to refute. Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn and proud as he lowered his voice. You think I'm just a little third-order saint cultivator who can be ordered to do whatever you want, but have you ever thought to think about it? Since I am the first person from my homeland to enter the star field, then I am the most outstanding martial artist of that place. I am the master of that place. Xueyu used to herself to this point. Have you also to capture a monster beast to capture? Have you to capture to tame to ask to captures tame to? Shue ito stu recall. Xueyu couldn't help but think back to the past, the time when she had captured a king of beasts. That king of beasts was wild and difficult to tame, and it would attack people violently. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it obey her orders, and in the end she had no choice but to kill it. Xueyu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Think about it carefully. I'll wait 3 days for you to give me an answer. I don't want to make things too awkward. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly before turning to leave. From his eyes, Xueyu could see a kind of decisiveness. No matter what choice she made, Yang Kai would not stay as her guard. This man would simply leave. Without unlocking the soul chains, once he left, her situation would be worrisome. Xueyu knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a third-order saint cultivator to venture out into the outside world. So how could she feel at ease leaving her life in the hands of such a weak person? Her mind in a mess, Xueyu grabbed the cup on the table and threw it to the ground, grinding her teeth for a long time before finally spitting out a few words. Cruel and unscrupulous. Ever since she was a child, she had never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation. She had always held the initiative, whether her opponent was a man or a woman, old or young. As long as they fell into her hands, they could only be at her mercy. All the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce said that she was the best successor and the most outstanding one. She accepted such praise with a clear conscience. But in front of Kai Yong, she found that she was being suppressed everywhere. She didn't even have a chance to refute him, which made her very annoyed and also very unreconciled. Hiding in her room, Xueyu sat cross-legged on her bed, silently circulating her secret art to stabilize her chaotic state of mind. Gradually, her breathing stabilized and she began to think about her relationship with Yang Kai from a different perspective, as well as the pros and cons of keeping him or letting him go. After leaving Xueyu's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Xueyu 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what choice Xueyu made, he would stay as far away from this woman as possible. Perhaps it was because of the soul chains, but this choice made him feel a little reluctant. The several heads that were poking their heads over to watch the scene made Yang Kai feel even more uncomfortable. If they wanted to watch a good show, why didn't they find a better place to sit? Everyone's faces were filled with gossipy looks, as if they wanted to ask about the situation but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha. Yang Kai beckoned to him. Ha Li Ka's face flushed red as he strode over with Lin Mufeng and the others, pretending to be discussing something as they walked, their expressions extremely serious. Old Ha. When they came close, Yang Kai called out again. Little brother. Ha Li Ka looked unhappy. It's fine for others to call me Old Ha, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to call me that. Although I don't mind, it wouldn't be good if outsiders were to hear you call me that. Shui Master needs some materials to cultivate. Take me to the storehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protests. What does Shui Master need? Ha Li Ka froze for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, instead turning around and saying, Come with me, there are some good things in the storehouse, I just don't know if they'll be enough to enter Shui Master's eyes. Shui Master isn't very particular, Yang Kai sniffed. In any case, he was going to leave in 3 days. This time, in order to awaken Shuiyu, he had lost half his life and had spent so much time on Rainfall Star, so if he didn't obtain some benefits before leaving, he would be sorry. Especially when it came to Saint Crystals, Yang Kai didn't have a single piece left. Borrowing Shuiyu's name wasn't a big deal. By the time Shuiyu found out about this, he would have long since fled. In front of the storehouse, Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Old Ha was an honest man, so he stood at the door of the storehouse and said, Go in and see for yourself, don't hesitate to take whatever you see, we'll be waiting here. Yang Kai nodded and walked into the storehouse. In an instant, a colorful light filled the storehouse, making it difficult for Yang Kai to open his eyes. This was the storehouse of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the wealth stored inside was astonishing. There were all kinds of cultivation materials, artifacts, pills, and even space spirit crystals used to make space rings. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Yang Kai strode straight over to a pile of Saint Crystals. There were mountains of Saint Crystals here, low-rank Saint Crystals, mid-rank Saint Crystals, high-rank Saint Crystals. Yang Kai only took the high-rank Saint Crystals, taking almost 50,000 of them before stopping. With so many Saint Crystals, it should be enough for him to use for some time. After spending so much time in the Star Territory, Yang Kai had some understanding of the value of Saint Crystals and was no longer as confused as he was at first. 50,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was enough to buy an origin-grade high-rank artifact. After loading up the Saint Crystals, Yang Kai came to the place where the herbs were stored. Now Yang Kai had a lot of origin-grade and origin-king-grade herbs, but he couldn't use them for the time being. After all, his alchemy skills were still lacking. There weren't many Saint King grade materials, and his current alchemist rank just so happened to be mid-rank Saint King grade, so if he worked hard enough he could even refine Saint King grade high-rank pills. Naturally, the more Saint King grade herbs he had, the better, as they could be used in alchemy to enhance his alchemy skills. Yang Kai didn't go overboard. When it came to profiting, there was a limit to how much he could take. He had to make others feel distressed and satisfied without creating a life or death grudge. Yang Kai grasped this limit very well and stopped after filling a ring with Saint King grade herbs. The 2 pitch-black round stones in the black book space were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. The ores Yang Kai had purchased on Water Moon Star last time had been completely consumed by them, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. Worthy of being the storehouse of a Chamber of Commerce branch, the grade of ores stored here was quite good. Yang Kai closed his eyes and stuffed everything inside, only stopping when he felt it was enough. Arriving at the territory where the artifacts were stored, Yang Kai looked around expectantly. He had hoped to find 1 or 2 useful artifacts here, preferably defensive ones. As for offensive artifacts, Yang Kai had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to artifacts, Yang Kai was more willing to believe in his own strength. However, defensive artifacts were different. The more of these artifacts, the better, the easier it would be to protect his life. But after looking around for a while, Yang Kai was disappointed. There were a lot of artifacts here, but none of them caught Yang Kai's eye. The best artifact here was only Saint King grade high rank, and it was a long halberd. Kai Yang had never been interested in this type of weapon. Only those men whose brains were filled with muscles would like to use this type of artifact to show off their might. If he were to use it himself, it would definitely be neither fish nor fowl, and refining it would also take a lot of time. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai reluctantly gave up and left the storehouse. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng, who had been waiting outside, saw Yang Kai walk out but didn't ask what he had taken, nor did they check the damage inside, simply closing the door behind them. They were still hoping that when the people from the Home Star arrived, Snow Master would help them put in a few good words so that the Home Star would exempt them from punishment. Now that Snow Master wanted something from them, they naturally opened the door wide. Yang Kai couldn't help worrying about Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If the person in charge of every cultivation star was as irresponsible as Old Ha, wouldn't Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suffer a huge loss? Chapter 1080. Inside Zhong Ao's room, Yang Kai respectfully poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man was calm and relaxed, enjoying himself without the slightest embarrassment. After filling his cup, Zhong Ao took a sip before curling his lips and putting it down. If you have something to say, just don't have any ideas about this old master's baby. Yang Kai smiled. I didn't mean that. Old Zhong worries too much. Junior just wanted to say goodbye to Senior. And Junior is deeply grateful for Senior's care during this time. Regardless of whether Zhong Ao was a good person or not, Yang Kai had indeed received a lot of care from Zhong Ao these days. If not for his guidance, Yang Kai wouldn't have known how to rescue Xueyu or how to awaken her soul avatar. Although Zhong Ao had also gained a lot, the other party was an old senior, so Yang Kai didn't mind showing some respect. Farewell. Zhong Ao was stunned. You're leaving? And I'll be leaving in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Ao's expression became strange. Are you afraid Xueyu's third young master will come to find trouble with you? It's time to go. When someone from Water Moon Star arrives, if you don't leave, you'll die. Even now, he still believed that Yang Kai was bold enough to touch Xueyu's woman. Yang Kai didn't explain and simply let Zhong Ao speculate. Little brat, do you want to consider following this old master? Zhong Ao suddenly proposed. It's just a woman. Since Xueyu is President Aio's son, presumably they won't be unable to see the big picture. As long as you follow this old master, when the time comes, this old master will talk to that little brat and he should be able to turn big things into small ones. Otherwise, how could a third-order saint cultivator escape the pursuit of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? The territory of Hung Luo Star is so large that I'm afraid there will be no place for you to hide. Why does everyone want me to stay? Yang Kai felt depressed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. He knew that old Zhong had taken a fancy to his alchemy aptitude, so he shook his head and said, Old Zhong's kindness is much appreciated, but Junior is determined to leave. Zhong Ao nodded lightly. In that case, this old master won't force you. There are some things here. Take them and have a look. I see that although your aptitude in alchemy is outstanding, you haven't received a systematic education. You don't have a thorough understanding of high-level medicinal herbs and the medicinal effects of pills. These things should be able to help you. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of ancient books from his space ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he didn't stand on ceremony with him. He took all the books and put them into his ring. Yang Kai was very familiar with these ancient books as they were all part of Zhong Ao's collection. Some of them were written by Zhong Ao himself while others were collected by him from the outside. All of these books explain the medicinal properties, grades and growing environments of the various herbs in the star territory. As long as he thoroughly understood these things, Yang Kai's alchemy technique would be able to connect with the territory of the star realm. He would no longer encounter a situation where he didn't recognize the herbs. Last time, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see too much and had felt a little regretful, thinking that he might not have such a good opportunity in the future, but he hadn't expected Zhong Ao to take the initiative to deliver it to him. Yang Kai was very grateful. Little brat, tell this old man, where did you learn your alchemy skills? The spirit arrays you use are somewhat different from the ones in the star territory. Although they come from the same source, there are still some subtle differences. Zhong Ao curiously inquired about Yang Kai's details. Old Zhong, the place this junior came from is a low-level continent. The strongest cultivator there is a third-order saint, which is the same as this junior's current level. The highest grade of alchemist is saint grade high rank, and the spirit grasses, spirit medicines and artifacts are all capped at this grade, so I don't know much about materials above saint grade. Yang Kai no longer concealed anything and began chatting with Zhou Ao while drinking wine. Zhou Ao was shocked again and again, feeling that Yang Kai wasn't simple. A person from a low-level continent was actually able to comprehend alchemy to such an extent, solving a problem that had troubled him for 100 years with a single stroke, allowing him to now refine pills that had a 10% chance of forming pill veins. If this boy had been born on one of the best cultivation stars in the star territory, what kind of achievements would he have? Zhou Ao's conversation with Yang Kai became more and more congenial. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. Zhou Ao didn't urge him to stay, only telling Yang Kai that without Yang Kai's permission he wouldn't divulge the method to form pill veins. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Whether it was artifact refiners, alchemists, or even cultivators, all of them were a group of people who cherished their own secrets and would not reveal their own details. They would treat their precious martial skills and knowledge as secrets that would only be passed down to their own successors. It was impossible for outsiders to pry into their secrets, and once such a situation occurred they would fight to the death. Zhou Ao, having learned the method to form pill veins from Yang Kai, was already very satisfied, so he naturally wouldn't publicize it. 2 days passed peacefully. Zhou Ao moved back to his mountain valley, apparently to recultivate the 1,000 mu of medicine field. In any case, this old man's cultivation wasn't low and he still had plenty of time to live, so there was plenty of time to cultivate the herbs in the medicine field. Xueyu and Yang Kai had also been cooped up in their rooms for the past 2 days. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng also seemed to feel that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so every day they carefully went about their own business, waiting for someone from the home star to come and deal with the situation here. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Xueyu's room and without even asking, pushed open the door and entered. There seemed to be a chill in the room as Xueyu sat at the table, her expression indifferent. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she only raised her eyes and glanced at him. Yang Kai obviously felt that Xueyu's heart was filled with anger, and her attitude was somewhat different from a few days ago. Her tender body was now surrounded by a cold aura. Yang Kai braced himself and sat down in front of her. "Let's have a drink first." Xueyu personally poured a glass of wine and brought it to Yang Kai. "Is it poisonous?" Yang Kai looked at her distrustfully. "What good would it do me to poison you?" Xueyu stared at him coldly. Yang Kai looked at the clear wine and shook his head. "Forget it, let's get down to business. There's no need to drink this wine." He was sure that there was something fishy about this wine. With his understanding of Xueyu, this woman wouldn't easily let go of him. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality and make a scene with her. Seeing him so vigilant, Xueyu smiled sarcastically, picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, she smashed the glass in front of Yang Kai, making a loud thud as if she was demonstrating her power. "Have you thought it over? Have you thought it over?" Xueyu didn't answer his question directly. "Don't play word games with me, it's meaningless, I gave you an answer 3 days ago. Is there no room for negotiation?" Xueyu still didn't give up. "Oh." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Xueyu grit her teeth and shouted, "Good, you're right, a forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. You and I are now bound together by the soul chains. If I really force you to stay, if one day you commit suicide, I'll be buried with you. It's not worth it. If you want to leave, then we'll break the soul chains and no one will care about the other from now on." "It's good that you understand." Yang Kai was overjoyed hearing this. "Don't be so happy." Xueyu slowly got up and took a few steps forward, gently opening her red lips. "The reason why I'm so stubborn and unwilling to let you go may be because of the soul chains, but you're right, a large part of it is because of my girly heart. From the age of 3 until now, only in front of you can I truly let go of myself. I've been very happy during this time. Old Zhong told me that in order to wake me up, you almost lost your life. Although I don't know what happened during that time, since old Zhong said so, he wouldn't lie. I must thank you because no one has ever fought so hard for a woman like me. This is the first time I've ever been cared for as a woman." Yang Kai frowned, secretly becoming vigilant. The more Xueyu spoke, the more he felt a sense of crisis. For someone like her, once she revealed her true feelings but didn't receive any response, the consequences would be extremely terrible. "Once we release the soul chains, without that layer of binding, I don't know what I will do, but I will most likely try to kill you." Xueyu stood behind Yang Kai, placing her hands on his shoulders, leaning over and exhaling. I'm mentally prepared, don't worry, I'll definitely run far away so you won't be able to find me, Yang Kai nodded. Your strength is too low, if I really wanted to find you, it wouldn't matter where you hid. Shui Yu still whispered into Yang Kai's ear, her cold tone showing signs of melting as she softly said, even a woman like me can't keep you? Yang Kai didn't make a sound, but inexplicably he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. You really are heartless. Shui Yu ground her teeth and shouted. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his neck as a warm liquid flowed out, followed by 2 drops of warm liquid dripping down his neck. He almost couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. After a long time, Shui Yu released Yang Kai, her mouth full of golden blood. She swallowed it down and ground her teeth. Today I drank your blood in return for all the disrespect you've shown me. If I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive and eat your flesh. Don't doubt me, I'll do as I say. Now go, never appear in front of me again because I don't know what I'll do. She turned her back to Yang Kai, her shoulders trembling as she spoke. Yang Kai sighed softly, stood up, opened his mouth but still didn't know what to say. Listening to the sound of Yang Kai's departing footsteps, Shui Yu's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She knew that she would never have the chance to live as she wished again. From today onwards she would become Shui Yu's 3rd young master again. The star shuttle shot out like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the shackles of space and quickly flying towards the star field. After an hour, Yang Kai stopped and stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the 5 colors of Rainfall Star. In his knowledge sea, it was as if a layer of shackles had been lifted, giving Yang Kai an illusion of freedom. Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded in his ear. Yang Kai responded in an affirmative tone. With a bang, the invisible shackles in his knowledge sea suddenly broke, and all his worries about Shui Yu disappeared in an instant, Yang Kai's mood suddenly brightening. Chapter 1081. Before this, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much of an effect the soul chains had on him, but the moment the soul chains were lifted, he understood that this soul skill had many mysteries. Not only could it tightly link 2 people's lives together, but it could also make 2 people develop a good impression of each other for no reason, making them reluctant to part with each other. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Shui Yu hadn't used this soul skill on such a young man, but instead on an old man or a young woman who was half buried in the ground. What would the result have been? Could it have made the 2 of them fall in love with each other? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help shuddering. But now, the soul chains had been completely lifted by the mutual consent of both parties, and the feelings that had been imposed on Yang Kai had also disappeared. At this moment, besides feeling a little bit of regret, he no longer felt reluctant to part with Shui Yu. Whether it was in terms of appearance, identity or cultivation, Shui Yu was a good woman. Any man would feel regret for missing out on such a good match. The moment the soul chains were lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping 1,000 kilometers away. Shui Yu had said that once the soul chains were no longer binding her, she didn't know what she would do. Yang Kai estimated that it was very likely she would try to kill him. He knew so many of her secrets and had even hugged her, so with her cruel temperament, it would be strange for her to let him leave safely. Therefore Yang Kai had first used his star shuttle to leave Rainfall Star and release the soul chains with Shui Yu at the maximum distance possible. This was to give himself some time to escape, lest Shui Yu turn hostile on him on the spot. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. After tearing space 10 times in a row, Yang Kai was already 10,000 kilometers away, tossing pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy while desperately controlling his star shuttle to escape. He always felt a murderous intent following behind him like a shadow. 10 days later, in the territory of Rainfall Star, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle, allowing it to carry him forward. The star shuttle had been engraved with a star by Yang Kai and was now moving towards a distant location. Rainfall Star had long since disappeared, and looking back, all Yang Kai could see were the twinkling stars. After running for more than 10 days without any pursuit, Yang Kai felt he should be safe. Otherwise, with the resources Shui Yu's grasp, they should have already caught up to him. He had even thought he could escape if he was forced. He could simply hide in the void and never come out. Shui Yu wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Kai felt several life forces break into the range of his divine sense. Yang Kai's divine sense, which contained the subtle power of space, quickly withdrew, and before these people could notice, Yang Kai had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 First-Order Saint Kings, each of them controlling a star shuttle and rapidly flying towards him. Yang Kai could feel that they had been flying through Rainfall Star's territory for quite some time now, each of them consuming a great deal of energy. Were they sent by Xueyu or were they just passing by? Yang Kai couldn't tell, so he quietly concealed his aura and flew in a different direction, preparing to avoid these 3 people and not cause any unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, even after he changed directions several times in succession, the 3 of them still followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them became closer and closer. At this point, if Yang Kai still didn't understand the purpose of these 3 people, he would have lived for so many years in vain. These 3 people were definitely pursuers sent by Xueyu, otherwise their goal would not have been so clear. Sitting atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared behind him, not continuing to move forward. What did Xueyu mean by this? 3 First-Order Saint Kings wanted to capture him? She was well aware of his strength. Back on Water Moon Star, he had killed a Saint King Realm cultivator as a Second-Order Saint. Now that he had reached the Third-Order Saint Realm, how could 3 such cultivators be enough to capture him? It wasn't that she didn't have a stronger cultivator under her command. Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng were both origin-returning realm masters, while there were plenty of Second or Third-Order Saint Kings in the branch. As long as she gave the order, Hali Ka would have no choice but to come. But she had only sent 3 First-Order cultivators. Did she want to use these 3 people's lives to make a clean break with him, to express her innermost thoughts and determination? This was in line with her temperament. Understanding her intentions, Yang Kai grinned. This was also good. Xueyu's actions had made the last trace of regret in his heart disappear. If they ever met again in the future, Yang Kai believed that Xueyu would definitely try to kill him to wash away her previous shame. She would never act so seductively towards him again. However, Yang Kai had already made up his mind not to have anything to do with this woman again, so there would be no further interaction between them in the future. Yang Kai sat in place while the divine senses of the 3 men swept the area around him in a daze, obviously not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they got closer that the 3 of them seemed to have discovered a new world and became excited, quickly withdrawing their divine senses from Yang Kai and flying over. Seeing these 3 idiots standing not far in front of him, surrounding him in a triangular formation, each of them wearing a look of grievance and anger, Yang Kai knew that Xueyu had deliberately made things difficult for them and had no choice but to come. Since Xueyu had sent them here to die, they must have done something to provoke this woman and made her unhappy. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with them and had never even seen them before, so naturally he didn't feel any psychological burden to kill them. Little brat, daring to touch Xueyu's 3rd young master's woman, you're quite bold, aren't you? Although that woman has nothing good about her, making father feel very uncomfortable, her identity is not something a piece of trash like you can touch. We brothers have received orders to bring you back alive, so if you obediently cooperate, we'll make sure you suffer less. Otherwise we'll break your arms and legs and make you face a life or death situation. A burly man on the left shouted. Damn it, father has lived for so many years yet has never flown a star shuttle into the star field. This time I've suffered such a big loss at the hands of that woman. Boy, how are you going to compensate me? The young man in front of him also glared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with anger, apparently blaming Yang Kai for his suffering. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was not a pleasant experience. Generally, they would take a starship to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star, occasionally carrying out some exploratory tasks, but it would only take them 3 to 5 days to return. But this time they had chased Yang Kai for more than 10 days, all of them exhausted and consuming a massive amount of Saint crystals. Such a loss naturally had to be recouped from Yang Kai's head. Haha, that woman only told the 3 of us to bring this little brat back, but she didn't say anything about taking his things back. I heard that before he planned to escape, he used that woman's name to get Master Hali Ka and Master Lin Mufeng to open the storehouse and take a lot of good things from there. Tens of thousands of high-rank Saint crystals alone. The last man said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man both cast their eyes towards the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of Saint crystals was not a small number, so all 3 of them were extremely tempted. And I took 50,000 Saint crystals. Yang Kai chuckled, holding up the ring on his hand and saying, "It's all inside, and there are also some Saint King grade herbs and 5 elements ores. The total value is probably no less than 100,000 Saint crystals." Hearing what he said, no matter who it was, all 3 of them couldn't help breathing heavily, the greed and covetousness in their eyes becoming so strong that it was almost impossible to disperse. "Little brat, hand over that ring and I promise not to hurt a single hair on your head, provided you cooperate." The big man stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and shouted. "You want it? Answer my question." Yang Kai smiled. "If you have something to say, then say it. Hurry up and finish this matter so we can go back as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer," the big man said impatiently. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was very dangerous. Not only was it consuming one's strength at all times, but there was also the star field storms and fast-moving asteroids. If one was not careful, one could easily be hit by one of them, putting one's life in danger. This time, if it weren't for that woman's coercion, none of these 3 would have been willing to accept such a difficult task. Even Master Hali Ka had been angered by that smelly woman. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to want to cooperate, the big man hurriedly urged him. "How did you find me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that with the 3 of your abilities, there's no way you could track me down so accurately," Yang Kai asked curiously. The 3 of them glanced at each other and grinned meaningfully. The big man didn't try to hide anything, flipping his hand and summoning a colorful ribbon into his palm. This ribbon was tossed out by him and seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It still had the sweet scent of snow moon lingering on it. "Just by relying on this?" Yang Kai frowned. "What is this?" "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" The big man grinned. "Before we left, that woman gave it to me, saying that if I followed its guidance, I would be able to find your location. The reason we were able to track you down was because of it." Yang Kai stared at him deeply, feeling that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Looking at the ribbon again, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something and grit his teeth. That cheap slut. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood where the problem lay. That woman was truly worthy of being called a scheming person. A simple conversation before parting had actually been used by her to such an extent. The wine Snow Moon had prepared at that time was just a smokescreen. There really wasn't any medicine in it. It was just to numb Yang Kai's nerves. Her real purpose was to bite his neck while she was crying out in grief and indignation. When she bit him, she must have done something to his body unknown to him. Otherwise, how could she have determined his location with just a ribbon? Chapter 1082. After figuring out what method these 3 people were using to pursue him, Yang Kai calmed down. As long as he knew the method, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai casually put the colorful ribbon into his space ring and stared at the 3 people indifferently. Since Shui Yu had already made her position and attitude clear, Yang Kai should respond in kind and settle this matter with her. With a loud shout, the big man on the left suddenly pushed his strength, seemingly aware of the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, and didn't hesitate to take the initiative. The other 2 didn't make any moves, simply crossing their arms and smiling as they watched the show, preparing to enjoy the miserable appearance of Yang Kai being trampled. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a 3rd-order Saint cultivator, so no matter which of the 3 of them attacked, they could easily take him down. There was no reason for them to lose. A thick and heavy aura burst from the big man's body, causing the entire star field to become strange. From all directions, a huge pressure pressed down on Yang Kai, each one as terrifying as a tsunami. Yang Kai's bones instantly began to crack as if they were about to be crushed. The big man grinned fiercely as a phantom appeared behind him. This phantom quickly grew in size and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant. This giant lifted a foot wrapped in yellow energy and stomped down towards Yang Kai. A soul-extinguishing pressure shot out from the giant's eyes and targeted Yang Kai's knowledge sea. As soon as he saw that the other party was using a soul skill, Yang Kai grinned and stood in place calmly, not dodging or evading, simply waiting for this soul skill to invade his body. If the other party had used their physical strength to attack Yang Kai, he might have been able to contend with him, but using a soul skill like this was nothing short of stupid. Yang Kai's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical strength, reaching the level of a 2nd-order Saint King at the very least. Coupled with his strange conflagrated knowledge sea, Even if he fought against a third-order Saint King using a soul skill, he wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. This big man was just a first-order Saint King who wanted to use his strength to bully the weak and win in a single blow. So how could he have known about Yang Kai's strange abilities? Layers upon layers of spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with the burly man's comprehension of the domain seeped into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. But before this spiritual energy could play its proper role, it was enveloped by a scorching force and burned to ashes in an instant. The big man's calm expression suddenly changed as his body trembled. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle and his face suddenly went pale. The strange combination of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and his own strength had caused the big man to suffer a big loss in an instant. The spiritual energy that had invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was immediately damaged and the big man felt an intense pain in his head, making it almost impossible for him to think. At the same time as the big man screamed, a spear covered in black demonic flame appeared in Yang Kai's hand and before the big man could react, Yang Kai threw it towards him. *Show. *The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the big man instinctively pushed his strength to protect himself, summoning a Saint King grade mid-rank defensive artifact in front of him. This artifact was shaped like an umbrella, and as it rotated, it was able to reflect many attacks. The big man had relied on this umbrella artifact to block many fatal attacks. He believed that this time would be no exception. As long as he could block this attack, he would be able to survive. He still had two companions who hadn't made a move yet. The umbrella-like artifact didn't play the protective role it should have, and the spear burning with demonic flame disappeared the moment Yang Kai attacked. In the next moment it strangely reappeared 3 inches in front of the big man. The spear broke through the seal of space and quickly appeared from the void bit by bit. As the burly man screamed in horror, it pierced through his body that was as hard as gold and stone. A feeling of alternating heat and cold spread from the spear as the black demonic flame ignited all over his body. The contradictory combination of bone-chilling cold and monstrous heat made it impossible for the big man to defend himself. No matter how he pushed his strength, he couldn't extinguish the demonic flame on his body, only allowing it to grow stronger and stronger. This demonic flame seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The big man's clothes, flesh, and even his Saint Chi were all turned into fuel, causing the demonic flame to burn even more fiercely. The burly man had completely turned into a burning black fireball. He screamed and wailed in agony. Like a headless fly, he attacked randomly in the starry sky, running further and further away. And he was nowhere to be seen. The expressions of the other 2 people who had been watching the show from the sidelines changed, no longer seeming as calm as before. Everyone's expressions were extremely dignified as a deep sense of dread and horror appeared in the depths of their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know about fighting above their own realm. Anyone who could become a cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch basically had their own unique skills and could fight above their own realm, but even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Killing a high-level martial artist in the blink of an eye with a difference of 1 realm was something that they didn't even dare to think about. But now it was happening right under their noses. They immediately realized the horror of Yang Kai and knew that they had taken on an extraordinary task this time. Without any discussion or exchange of glances, the 2 of them attacked Yang Kai at the same time, not daring to hold back. They just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai as soon as possible. One of them took out a drum-like artifact and while rushing towards Yang Kai, he struck the drum with the drumstick in his hand. *Dong. The deep sound seemed to spread to the deepest part of the star territory, accompanied by a thick murderous intent that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his left hand and condensed the grand heavenly shield in front of him, but the invisible attack had already arrived. The grand heavenly shield seemed to have been hit by a fierce attack. The surface of the shield fiercely caved in and almost shattered. The other person held a long sword in his hand, his sword intent awe-inspiring. From the long sword, a rainbow light shot out coordinating with the sound wave attack of the drum, desperately attacking Yang Kai. The grand heavenly shield lasted less than 3 breaths before shattering. Saint Kings were no longer small fries. Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles and spent countless years cultivating painstakingly in order to achieve their current level of strength. Facing the all-out attack of these 2, Yang Kai didn't dare to show the slightest carelessness. demonic flames surged all over his body as a pitch-black dragon appeared behind him. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Its eyes were even larger than houses as it aggressively welcomed the two people pouncing towards it. Yang Kai stepped on top of the dragon's head as a vast sea of spiritual energy rushed towards the two men. His hands were not idle either, constantly condensing his Saint Qi and using his 9 heavens divine skills which contain the mysteries of space. The profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear, heaven-covering hand, each strike broke through the blockade of space, disappearing and reappearing at will, making it impossible for these two to guard against. After cultivating for so long, Yang Kai had also figured out one thing, and that was that there was no strict distinction between good and bad martial skills. As one's strength grew and one's understanding of the mysteries of their strength increased, even low-level martial skills could play a huge role. Martial skills were not like artifacts. A low-level artifact was a low-level artifact. It could never become a high-level artifact, nor could it cope with high-level battles. Martial skills, on the other hand, were flexible uses of one's strength. Even at the end of one's cultivation, there was no need for martial skills. As long as one had enough control over their own strength, they could adapt to the situation as the battle progressed. The development of martial skills was only to set a standard for cultivator, allowing them to understand the mysteries of their own strength through the use of martial skills. Therefore, after arriving in Star Territory, the artifacts and herbs Yang Kai had brought from Tong Xian realm were of no use, except for the soul-warming lotus and demon eye of annihilation, but he could still use his martial skills freely. An extremely fierce aura exuded from the black dragon's body, causing the two Saint King realm cultivators' courage to tremble. Even though they tried their best to attack Yang Kai and the black dragon, they were unable to cause any damage. The black dragon pressed down on them like a collapsing mountain, and the infinite pressure it exerted made it impossible for them to move. The gigantic dragon's mouth opened wide and swallowed one of the men in one gulp. Then it bit down on the body of the other man. Although it didn't bite him in half, the pitch-black demonic flames directly spread to his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flames. He directly followed in the footsteps of the first man. The screams gradually weakened and eventually faded away. The black dragon dissipated and turned into a cluster of flames that poured into Yang Kai's body. In the vast star field, only 2 burned corpses remained. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not absorb the spiritual energy of the dead as he usually did. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Kai knew that the souls of these 2 people should have been completely burned away by the demonic flames. There was nothing to feel regretful about. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Rainfall Star before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. Rainfall Star, inside the palace of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. Shui Yu, who was wearing a bright red palace dress, closed her beautiful eyes and sat motionlessly on a chair. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman all stood nearby, glancing at each other from time to time, but none of them dared to speak. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. None of them knew what had happened. Shui Yu had actually sent 3 First-Order Saint King cultivator to pursue Yang Kai after he left. Yang Kai had worked hard for nearly a year to awaken Shui Yu. Holly Ka and the others had all witnessed this, so they really couldn't understand what this master and servant pair were up to. How had they become enemies? Could it be that little brat had abandoned her? Holly Ka and the others all had this conjecture. On top of that, old Zong didn't seem to care about this matter at all. The branch's 3 leaders were all worried to death. Just as they were wondering though, Holly Ka's face suddenly changed and he took out a wooden token from his space ring, examined it carefully for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Master Shui Hei-ing and the other 2 are dead." Shui Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, but she didn't seem surprised at all. Her furrowed brow also relaxed at this moment, as if she had put down some heavy burden and let out a long sigh. Chapter 1083. After learning about the death of the 3 people she had sent out, Shui Yu didn't say anything, simply standing up and walking towards her room. "Master Shui." Holly Ka stepped forward and called out. Shui Yu paused and turned around to stare at him coldly. Holly Ka couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as he stared at the beautiful stars in her eyes, gulping nervously. He didn't know why, but he saw the shadow of Shui Yu's third young master in those eyes. Holly Ka, as the person in charge of Rainfall Star's branch, had naturally seen Shui Yu's third young master and had also experienced his methods, so he was all too familiar with this look. It was clearly the look on Shui Yu's third young master's face when he was angry. Not thinking about why these two people with different surnames would have the same look, Holly Ka quickly asked, "Master Shui, Black Eagle and the others were killed by little brother Yang?" "Yes." Shui Yu nodded gently. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman all paled. "How is that possible? Little brother Yang is only a third-order saint. Even if he can fight across realms, at most he can deal with one person. How could he be their opponent when three of them joined forces?" Lin Mu Feng shook his head like a rattle, unable to believe Shui Yu's words. That was 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator, not 3 saints. This was simply too incredible. "Then how do you think they died?" Shui Yu looked at Lin Mu Feng faintly, the latter not knowing how to answer. Holly Ka, on the other hand, carefully asked, "Master Shui, why did you seem so happy after hearing the news of Black Shadow and the others' deaths?" Shui Yu's expression remained indifferent. Holly Ka shook his head, no longer dwelling on this issue. Black Shadow and the others had died because they weren't strong enough, they couldn't blame anyone else. After thinking about it for a moment, Holly Ka asked, "Master Shui, that Yang Kai is your guard, but he killed 3 of my branch's people. How should we deal with him?" "How can we deal with him? He's no longer my guard. And if you see him in the future, capture him alive. I want him to taste all the torture in this world," Shui Yu ordered. Her voice was as cold as the cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory as she slowly walked away with her hands behind her back. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. "Master Shui seems to have let go of something." The middle-aged woman looked pensive. "I don't quite understand, why did the 2 of them seem to be on good terms a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly became enemies?" Holly Ka looked confused. "The matters of the youngsters. Sai, let's not get involved. Since Master Shui has instructed us to do so, we'll just do as she says. But what a pity that brat actually has such terrifying strength. If we had known earlier, we would have kept him and nurtured him properly." Holly Ka also nodded fiercely, feeling it was a real pity. A third-order saint cultivator being able to kill 3 saint kings, such aptitude and strength were extremely rare even in the entire star territory. The next time they met, they could only follow Master Shui's orders and capture him alive. In the vast star territory, the star field was filled with twinkling stars, like beautiful eyes that only knew how to speak. Yang Kai had been wandering the star territory for half a year now. Since leaving Rainfall Star, he had been heading towards another cultivation star. The star array above his knowledge sea provided him with a lot of convenience. At the very least, he knew where his goal was and wouldn't get lost in the star field. If it were anyone else flying a star shuttle through the star field for half a year, they would likely have lost their way long ago. However, Yang Kai, who had mastered the star array, didn't need to worry about this. The distance between cultivation stars was variable. Some distances were short and could be crossed by a star shuttle in 1 or 2 months, while others were so long that even if one relied on a starship, it would take several years of travel. Yang Kai's goal was relatively far away. Although half a year had passed according to his estimation, it would still take him another 3 months to reach his destination. This was the sorrow of the poor. Without the ability to buy a starship, there was not enough manpower to operate one, so flying through the star field with a star shuttle was very time-consuming. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't waste these days. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly helping Yang Kai absorb world energy. The star field's world energy was very thin, so the heavenly spirit ghost orchid couldn't play much of a role. During this time, Yang Kai had been relying on high-rank saint crystals to restore his consumption and cultivate. While cultivating, he also studied alchemy. The books he obtained from Old Zhong had been flipped through several times, memorizing the grades, effects, names and characteristics of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Zhong Ao's own spirit array diagrams had also been thoroughly studied by Yang Kai. After studying all this, Yang Kai began studying the mysteries of space. The battle with the 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator had allowed him to discover the wonders of the Tao of Space. The Tao of Space had been attached to Yang Kai's divine sense threads, allowing them to break through the shackles of space and leap forward, allowing him to explore further and more secret places, making it difficult for others to detect him. Even if he was detected, it would be impossible for others to track him down. Yang Kai had long understood all of this. Now he also understood that the Tao of Space could be used to enhance his Saint Chi attacks. In that battle, the Nine Heavens' divine skills had relied on the Tao of Space to break through the shackles of space and launch strange attacks that caught the enemy off guard. This inadvertent discovery had caused his combat effectiveness to soar. When he was a second-order saint on Water Moonstar, he had exhausted himself fighting a first-order Saint King cultivator, but now killing 3 cultivators in the same realm was a piece of cake for him. This was the advantage of using the Tao of Space flexibly. Naturally, Yang Kai began studying the Tao of Space more and more diligently. Along the way, Yang Kai had comprehended many mysteries, and many things that had previously been difficult to understand were now suddenly clear, allowing him to temper his understanding of the Tao of Space with great enthusiasm. Since entering the star territory, Yang Kai had encountered too many powerful masters, including those who had truly mastered the grand divine technique. Yang Kai quickly realized the huge gap between himself and these masters. If one wanted to take root and survive in a place, one's own strength was essential. Fortunately, he had many advantages that others could not match. Conflagrated knowledge, demon god golden blood, a huge reserve of Saint Chi, and his aptitude that had been tempered to the limit. These various advantages convinced Yang Kai that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to stand above the rest of the world. He had walked this path once before. On Tongxian realm, he had gone from obscurity to fame, from a solitary figure to a master who commanded millions, so he was no stranger to it. Now Yang Kai was simply retracing the path he had taken before, so although it would take a little longer, it wasn't a big problem. The star shuttle quickly moved forward and Yang Kai didn't waste any time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced to the side, a look of surprise flashing across his face. More than a dozen blue lights were rapidly approaching from the side, each representing a star shuttle. They moved like the wind, led by a monster raceman with 2 horns on his head. Yang Kai didn't know which branch he belonged to, but the hair on his cheeks was very lush, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Around this man were gathered cultivators from various races, each of them exuding Saint King realm fluctuations, each of them holding a different type of artifact, their eyes cold. Yang Kai had been immersed in his own world, so by the time he noticed them and tried to avoid them, it was already too late. Yang Kai had not expected that in this vast star territory he would encounter a group of cultivators who also use star shuttles. The dozen blue lights quickly approached and soon arrived beside Yang Kai, all of them staring at him curiously, but after discovering that Yang Kai was just a third-order saint cultivator, their eyes suddenly filled with disdain, some of them even pointing at Yang Kai and laughing unscrupulously. The leader of the group was a man from the demon clan. He was born with a pair of triangular snake eyes. He held a silver spear in his hand. The spear glowed brightly and was engraved with blue patterns. Waves of dense water energy rippled from the spear. His cold eyes swept over Yang Kai's body, his divine sense sweeping over him without any scruples, as if he wanted to see through Yang Kai from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he sat atop his star shuttle. "Boy, did you see anyone else pass by here?" The monster raceman asked, his voice like thunder, exploding in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai shook his head. "You really didn't see anyone?" The monster raceman seemed to be in disbelief as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That group of people was clearly heading in your direction. We followed them all the way here, how could you not see them? Did you accept some kind of benefit from them and not want to reveal their whereabouts?" He obviously felt that Yang Kai was lying to him. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're the only group of people I've encountered in the past few months. I really haven't met anyone else before this." Yang Kai's attitude could be considered friendly and kind, but he didn't want to stir up any trouble. He just wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible and settle down on that cultivation star. Drifting around the star field all the time was not a pleasant experience, and the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies were almost completely exhausted. "DG, this boy's courage isn't ordinary," a woman next to him suddenly said. A third-order saint cultivator who could face so many saint kings without batting an eyelid was either a madman, a daredevil, or someone with some kind of backing. The woman felt that the latter was more likely. The monster raceman named DG nodded. "This little brat's cheeky face is obviously not a good thing. He must have seen that group of people but deliberately didn't tell us. Someone else interjected, glaring at Yang Kai with unkind eyes, seemingly wanting to attack Yang Kai. DG stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing slightly, but he didn't take a stand. Why bother with his nonsense? Just kill him and let me refine his soul. Won't we know if he's lying or not? Another man shouted, looking quite impatient as he shouted, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned meaningfully, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1084. Forget it, there's no need to complicate matters, he doesn't look like he's lying. The monster race man named DG suddenly shook his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Yang Kai, instead saying loudly, "Little brat, you should be tactful. Our group has been running around here for a long time trying to find traces of some people, but we haven't been able to find them. We've consumed a lot of Saint Crystals and don't have much left. If you give me some Saint Crystals and some restorative pills, I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He had thought that this group of people would definitely attack him, but now things had taken a turn for the worse. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai readily agreed, "Good." Saying so, the space ring on Yang Kai's hand flashed and thousands of high-rank Saint Crystals flew out towards Yang Kai. When the group of people saw these Saint Crystals flying over, their eyes all went red and they began snatching them up, each of them bursting with joy. They had probably been wandering the star territory for a long time, otherwise with their strength, it would have been impossible for them to be so happy just because they obtained some Saint Crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking back to the He Zhao and He Miao sisters from Sword Union. In the chaotic abyss, the two sisters had also exhausted their Saint Crystals and recovery pills and had had to find a hole to hide in to avoid the raging power of the star field. If it weren't for Yang Kai's assistance, the two sisters would have died long ago. After staying in the star field for so long, Saint Crystals and recovery pills had become a lifeline. Seeing Yang Kai toss out 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals without even blinking, DG couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He hadn't expected this young man to be so rich. Being able to toss out 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals meant he had even more Saint Crystals in his space ring. For a time, DG couldn't help feeling excited. Not only him but the other cultivator holding Yang Kai's Saint Crystals also had greedy looks as they stared at the ring on Yang Kai's hand, all of them wishing they could rush up and snatch it away. A few of them had already quietly moved away, hiding their strength and waiting for DG's order to take Yang Kai's life. The woman who had spoken before was also looking at DG. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. DG's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle before he suddenly grinned and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, if you're smart, I'll spare your life this time. Let's go." The group of people reluctantly followed behind DG, many of them wondering why he would let go of such a fat sheep. His strength was low, he was young and he had so many Saint Crystals, there was no reason to let him go. But since Dicky had spoken, they didn't refute him. They just kept sighing. The group of people gradually walked away until Yang Kai could no longer be seen. The woman said, "DG, this is not your style. What are you worried about?" DG snorted and looked back, finding that everyone in the group was looking at him, seemingly wanting him to give an explanation, so he couldn't help shouting, "I've seen many bold people, but that little brat isn't just bold. You're all blind, didn't you notice that he wasn't afraid of us at all? He's only a third-order saint, why isn't he afraid of us? In this vast star territory he's all alone, if we kill him no one will know. Why isn't he afraid of us?" Someone thought for a moment and muttered, "Could it be there are other elders around him waiting to ambush him? Yes, a stupid pig like you should die early and be reincarnated." DG shouted angrily, "It must have been hard for you to live until now." The man who was scolded blushed but didn't dare refute, only muttering a few words, no one understanding what he was talking about. On the other hand, the woman thoughtfully asked, "You don't mean to say that little brat is so fearless that he isn't afraid we'll kill him, right?" DG nodded, "That should be the case." "How could that be? He's just a third-order saint, there are so many of us here, how could he possibly kill all of us?" The woman shouted in disbelief. "He can't kill us, but I'm afraid we can't kill him either. That little brat must have a powerful master behind him who probably has an artifact bestowed upon him by his elders. Once we start fighting, he'll be able to use that artifact to escape. At that time, we won't be able to reap any benefits and will only end up embarrassing ourselves. When his elders come knocking on our door, who would be able to eat them? Listening to DG's words, the woman and the others all showed thoughtful expressions. The more they thought about it, the more they felt DG's words made sense. If he didn't have any backing, how could a third-order saint remain indifferent when facing so many cultivators who were far stronger than him? Then why did you still dare to ask him for saint crystals? After the woman figured it out, she couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Wouldn't that create a grudge with him? It's not that serious. DG waved his hand. It's just a few saint crystals. Since he has the protection of his elders, naturally he won't place them in his eyes. He probably also knows that I'm just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Otherwise, how could a group of people show off in front of him for so long only to retreat with their tails between their legs? Didn't you see him throw those saint crystals over so easily? That little brat is a shrewd man who knows how to deal with people. Are all youngsters nowadays so difficult to deal with? Can't they give us some space to live? The woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly as she played with the saint crystals in her hand, discovering that they were all high-rank goods, immediately understanding that DG was telling the truth. A young third-order saint being able to possess such a rich fortune was definitely a gift from his elders. Regardless of that little brat, the person we're looking for must be hiding nearby. You take a group of people and we'll split up to search. When we find him, send me a message. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go back after drifting here for half a year. I really don't want to stay here any longer. Okay. The woman nodded, picking out half of the people in the group and splitting up with DG. Aboard his star shuttle, Yang Kai remained calm, the little episode just now having no effect on him. With his understanding of the Tao of space, his ability to escape had also gradually improved. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a master above the origin returning realm, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he could simply tear space and escape. No one would dare to chase him into the void. However, since 1,000 saint crystals could save him some trouble, he was happy to do so. Time passed by as Yang Kai continued to move towards his goal. On this day he charged into an ocean of meteors. There were countless meteors of various sizes as far as the eye could see. They were large like mountains and small like jade plates, and the endless stream of meteors had converged into a grand ocean. In the starry sky, there were many such asteroid seas, some of which even star shuttles had to travel for several months before they could escape. Generally speaking, these asteroid seas followed the flow of the current without any particular pattern. When a starship sailed, it would prioritize avoiding these asteroid seas. These asteroids not only affected the speed of navigation but also added great danger to the starship. A single mishap could lead to the destruction of the starship. A good chart master would carve a suitable route according to the destination of the starship so that it could travel safely. After arriving here, Yang Kai couldn't let his star shuttle move forward on its own because if he made a mistake, it would hit an oncoming meteorite. He had to temporarily put aside his other matters and focus on controlling his star shuttle. Shuttling through the dense asteroid sea, after 10 days or so, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the asteroid sea. In front of him was still an endless sea of meteorites with no end in sight. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. In any case, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Amidst the dark asteroid sea, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Various life auras, both strong and weak, came from that direction as well as the sound of fierce fighting. There are actually people in this place. Yang Kai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute and a desperate struggle. Involuntarily, Yang Kai thought of the group of people he met a few days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yang Kai had been wandering around the star field for half a year and hadn't seen a single person. Now that he met them again, it was very likely that they were the same group. Last time, Yang Kai had learned from the other party's words that they were chasing after his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yang Kai quietly rushed over and hid his aura, soon arriving behind a huge meteorite. Using the cover of the meteorite, he looked over and found that his guess was correct. One side of the battle was the group of cultivators led by DG. Originally there were nearly 20 of them, but now less than half were left. The others were nowhere to be seen, but judging from the crimson bloodstains and broken limbs on the nearby meteorites, the missing half were most likely dead. The group of cultivators who were fighting DG and the others were not faring much better. Everyone was doing their best and panting heavily, using all kinds of subtle secret arts and artifacts, many of them cursing as they fought. Both sides were in a tragic situation with people constantly injured and dying. Yang Kai hid nearby, so no one noticed that the souls of the dead cultivators were all being sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by an invisible suction force. These people were all Saint King Realm masters and would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Yang Kai was happy to see this and quietly moved towards the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the souls of the dead cultivators. DG and his group were not good people. Yang Kai could see this from their previous attitude towards him. If it weren't for DG having scruples at that time, these people would have definitely attacked him. So even if they all died, Yang Kai didn't care. Yang Kai didn't know the people fighting DG, so there was no need for him to stand up for them. Yang Kai liked to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Yang Kai didn't know how long the two sides had been fighting, but from the extent of their consumption, it should have been at least 1 or 2 hours. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the meteorite sea drifted. Yang Kai had been moving with them all this time, secretly praying that the remaining cultivators would die early and reincarnate. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people left alive. No matter which side it was, there were only 3 or 5 people left. Even Third Order Saint Kings couldn't avoid the call of death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, keenly noticed that there was one person who, even after seeing his companions die, didn't care about them at all. Instead, he simply ran back and forth across the asteroids, carefully inspecting them one by one, as if he was looking for something. Chapter 1085. The reduction in the number of people and the huge consumption of their own strength seemed to have caused both sides to gradually become more rational. They no longer fought without any regard for their own safety and instead became more cautious. Yang Kai waited for half a day but couldn't help feeling bored. If no one died, there was no way for him to obtain any benefits, so continuing to stay here was just a waste of time. So he quietly left the asteroid he was hiding behind and prepared to continue to his destination while tempering the souls of the several dozen Saint King Realm cultivator he had devoured before. Both sides in the battle were busy dealing with their opponents, so no one discovered his whereabouts. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away from the battlefield and was about to summon his star shuttle when a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned his head and saw a bright flash of light amidst the encirclement of countless asteroids, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai came to a halt, a look of astonishment filling his face. That energy fluctuation just now felt very familiar to him. It was clearly Space Force fluctuations. In other words, it was very likely that someone had torn space on the other side. This discovery made Yang Kai slightly surprised. After spending a few years in the Starry Sky territory, Yang Kai had learned from various sources that the number of cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was shockingly small. Even if one searched the entire Starry Sky territory, there weren't many. Space Force was a very obscure type of force, difficult to learn, difficult to master, and even more difficult to study. Unexpectedly discovering something in this place made Yang Kai want to inquire about who this person was and see if he could learn from their methods. It would be best if they could interact with each other. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai soon arrived at the previous battlefield. Yang Kai's expression became even more puzzled as he found that there was not a single person there at the moment, only a weak space force slowly spreading out. What happened? Kai Yang could no longer hold back the curiosity in his heart, so he turned around and rushed back. Not long after, he once again arrived at the previous battlefield. Looking left and right, this place was indeed deserted. The few people who were still fighting had long since disappeared, and the strange thing was, there were no corpses nearby. Following the weak space force, Yang Kai came to a stop on a mountain-like asteroid and stood in front of a hollow gate. This gate was extremely simple, and at first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. A thick layer of space spirit crystal was inlaid on its frame. At the base of the door, there were 2 grooves in which saint crystals could be placed. In these 2 grooves, the 2 high-rank saint crystals were dim, their internal energy having been completely consumed. Space array. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that things weren't as he thought. The reason why there were weak spatial energy fluctuations was not because someone had torn space, but because the space array had been opened. As for the two saint crystals that had been drained of their energy, it should have been because the space array had been activated. How could there be a space array here? In other words, when the two sides were fighting before, the cultivator who had not participated in the battle and had instead been searching for something on the meteorite had been aiming for this space array? What was on the other side of this space array? The two missing groups must have been teleported away through this space array. Yang Kai stood in front of the space array, his expression fluctuating as his thoughts raced. A moment later, Yang Kai reached out and took out the two saint crystals he had placed at the base of the space array. The two high-rank saint crystals had already lost their energy and replaced them with two other intact high-rank saint crystals before pouring his true chi into them and activating the space array. A bright light flashed and the center of the gate in front of him rippled, gradually becoming unreal and illusory. Yang Kai's threads of divine sense penetrated the gate and coincided with the power fluctuations of the space array, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. He didn't see anyone, only a grotesque land. Here the vegetation was lush, the sun was bright and the land was thriving. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a rich land. Yang Kai took back his threads of divine sense and without hesitation, walked towards the gate of the space array. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared on the same continent he had seen before. The world energy aura was overwhelming, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. The world energy aura on this continent was actually richer than on Rainfall Star. Although it couldn't be compared to the floating continent, it was definitely not something other cultivation stars could compare with. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid tattoo on his chest finally played a huge role. Under the large mouth on the tattoo, a large amount of world energy actively rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a relaxed look, even thinking about entering retreat here until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was simply too rare. If it weren't for giving Shui face, Holly Ka wouldn't have given this treasure to Yang Kai. Although the medicinal efficacies would only last for 2 to 3 years before gradually disappearing, so far only half of that time had passed. Yang Kai really didn't want to waste it. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. In the starry skies he could perfectly conceal his aura and prevent others from discovering him. However, he couldn't do so here. Even if he could restrain his aura, the heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly devouring the world energy. This kind of abnormality would be easily detected by others. Sure enough, just as he began to worry, the cultivator who had arrived here first flew over from a short distance away. There weren't many of them, each side only having 3 or 5 people. They all seemed to be wondering why someone had suddenly broken into this place. A moment later, the two sides who had been fighting before gathered together, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, wondering which side he belonged to. The monster race man named DG was stunned for a moment before grinning meaningfully. "Boy, how come it's you?" The woman who had been following him also looked at Yang Kai strangely, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She thought that Yang Kai had followed them all the way here. "Don't misunderstand, I don't know them, I just met them once in the star field." Yang Kai ignored DG and instead explained to the other group of people who were glaring at him. The leader of this group was also a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his strength was the same as DG's, a third-order Saint King. He stepped out of the group and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by and saw a cluster of light in the asteroid sea, so I followed it to have a look. I didn't expect it to be a space array, so I came here out of curiosity. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me, I'll just take a look and leave." As he spoke, Yang Kai secretly remained vigilant. Although there were fewer people on both sides right now, both of them had third-order Saint Kings. On top of that, both sides were extremely vigilant towards him, so the slightest mistake would lead to him being besieged. Yang Kai had no choice but to lower his posture while thinking about how to make them fight for a while longer. It would be best if all of them died, which would give him plenty of time to explore this continent and see if there was anything good here. The man who spoke just now stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. After a long time, he nodded, his eyes suddenly flashing a kind light as he smiled and said, "I believe in you." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. "Boy, since you've come here, don't even think about leaving," DG laughed. Before in Starfield, Father here didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't bother to deal with you, but now that we're here, I want to see where you can run." Saying so, he turned to the middle-aged man and shouted, "Gui Che, you and I have consumed a lot of saint crystals and restorative pills. This little brat is a fat sheep. The last time we met, he directly threw out 1,000 pieces of high-rank saint crystal, each one of them excellent. I'm sure he has even more saint crystals in his space ring. How about we split it 50-50? "That's a good proposal." The middle-aged man named Gui Che nodded lightly, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai also looked at him with a smile, his expression indifferent. DG laughed and said, "Gui Che, although Father here looks down on you, you're a straightforward person, something Father here appreciates very much. Let's put it this way, do you want to do it or should I? Why don't the two of us do it together to avoid suspicion?" Gui Che slowly shook his head. "I won't do it." DG gawked for a moment, but before he could figure out what Gui Che meant, the latter turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, would you like to come with us?" "Come with you?" Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Let's explore this place together. No one has been here for a long time, so there are many good things waiting for us to explore. If you follow us, there will be many benefits for you. How about it?" Gui Che invited sincerely. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned, not knowing why Gui Che was inviting a third-order saint cultivator. Not only did DG's group feel this way, even those around Gui Che wore suspicious looks. Only the monster race master, DG, who seemed rough on the surface but was actually quite perceptive, instantly understanding Gui Che's intentions and snickering, "Gui Che, aren't you being a bit too shameless? If you want this little brat to explore some dangerous places for you, just say so. What's the point of trying to tempt him with benefits? Little brat, don't listen to his nonsense. Father can guarantee that as long as you agree, not only will you not gain any benefits, you'll even die without a burial." With DG's words hitting the nail on the head, everyone suddenly understood. Gui Che didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and instead looked even more sincere. "Yes, I do have such an idea, but little brother, your strength is too low. How can you obtain any benefits without paying a price? If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to survive. I won't let you go to places that are too dangerous, but if you follow DG and you won't live past tomorrow." "Can I act alone? Just pretend you didn't notice me," Yang Kai said with a distressed look. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. "Good, it looks like if I don't choose a side I'll die immediately, right?" DG and Gui Che didn't speak, the former just snickering, his intentions obvious. Chapter 1086. Yang Kai's eyes wandered between Gui Che and DG for a moment before he pointed to Gui Che and said, "I'll go with you." Gui Che nodded with satisfaction. DG had an indifferent expression on his face. Although having a laborer to explore the way was good, Yang Kai's strength was too low for DG's liking. With just a third-order saint, as long as he encountered any kind of danger he would lose his life, so what use was there for him? DG's only regret was the saint crystals in Yang Kai's space ring, but the world energy aura in this place was rich, so saint crystals didn't matter. Snorting, DG turned to Yang Kai and said sarcastically, "Little brat, you'll die an ugly death, don't blame me for not warning you." "I'll only die faster if I follow you," Yang Kai retorted mercilessly. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either of these two groups. If he couldn't win, he could just hide. The third-order Saint King Gui Che wanting to capture him was simply a fool's dream. The reason Yang Kai compromised was because he wanted to use these people to explore the mysteries of this place. Since they were all looking for this place, it was obvious they knew something about it. "I'll be waiting to collect your corpse." DG stretched out his hand and nodded to Yang Kai before waving his hand and shouting, "Let's go." Saying so, he led the people around him and flew off in a certain direction. There weren't many people left with him, so obviously he didn't want to fight with Gui Che anymore. "Let's go." Gui Che didn't try to stop them and simply nodded with a smile before walking off in a different direction. The other three followed closely behind, with Yang Kai keeping up with their pace and bringing up the rear. No words were spoken along the way as Gui Che and the others didn't seem to be in the mood to talk. The previous battle had left them with countless casualties and everyone was still immersed in the grief of losing their friends and family, so naturally they didn't bother to pay attention to a small outsider like Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also happy to see this and simply followed behind the four of them while silently observing their surroundings. Among these four, besides Gui Che, who was a third-order Saint King, There was also a man with a face full of scars who was also a third-order Saint King. Gui Che called him Ganji. There was also a young woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes that made one's imagination run wild. Finally, there was a tall and thin young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai. Both of them were second-order Saint King cultivators, but Yang Kai didn't know their names for the time being. With such a lineup, Yang Kai had absolutely no chance of winning, but Yang Kai was confident that he could escape. He looked carefully and found that the skinny, bamboo-like young man was the one who had been looking for him on the meteorite. He should be the one who found the space array. Along the way, from time to time, the young man would take out an ancient-looking animal skin parchment. There were many strange patterns and lines carved on the parchment. It should be a map. Under the leadership of this young man, the group pushed forward. This continent was rich in world energy, so naturally it was also rich in materials. Herbs that were hundreds or thousands of years old were everywhere. Yang Kai was delighted to see this and began collecting them. Gui Che didn't stop him and instead joined the others in collecting herbs and putting them into his space ring. Yang Kai gave them a few pointers, telling them what kind of herbs to use and how to collect in order to maintain their full medicinal efficacies, immediately making the four of them look at him in a new light. "Are you an alchemist?" The young woman couldn't help asking. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. Alchemists were very few in number. Generally speaking, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation and realm were only secondary. Their combat strength was also very low. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the four obviously relaxed their vigilance towards him. "What grade of pills can you refine?" The young woman became even more curious. "Saint grade high-rank pills." "Not bad." Gui Che interjected with a smile. Being able to refine Saint grade high-rank pills with just a third-order Saint realm cultivation, it seems that you'll be able to refine Saint King grade pills in a few years. Such an alchemist will be coveted by many great forces. Boy, you need to work hard. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. "I'm curious, why is your body absorbing world energy all the time? What kind of pill did you eat?" The cultivator named Ganji looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of confusion filling his face. It wasn't just him, the others were also the same. The abnormality of Yang Kai's body was obvious. He obviously wasn't circulating his secret art, but the surrounding world energy was still constantly flowing into his body, helping him enhance his cultivation. This made them very curious and excited, so naturally they wanted to inquire about this. "I didn't eat any pills, it's all thanks to this." Kai Yang took the initiative to open his clothes, revealing his chest. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him, only to see a picture of a ghost infant. The ghost infant's mouth opened and closed, sucking in large amounts of world energy. "What is this?" The young woman couldn't help reaching out to touch it, but she didn't find anything unusual. "Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" Gui Che's complexion changed slightly as he muttered, seeing through the mysteries of this flower at a glance. "Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" The other 3 also exclaimed, the slender young man's eyes flashing a fiery light as he asked excitedly, "That kind of strange treasure that can assist one's cultivation? He took a Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid?" Yang Kai nodded calmly. "Where did you get this thing?" Gui Che asked anxiously, "Do you have any more?" The Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid was extremely rare, so even he couldn't help coveting it. With this thing he could save several years of cultivation time, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. "No, this was given to me by a senior," Yang Kai said as he straightened his clothes. He wasn't afraid of exposing the existence of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid because this kind of strange treasure would disappear once it was consumed. Even if others dug out their own flesh and blood, they wouldn't be able to use it again. Sure enough, when they heard Yang Kai's answer, all 4 of them showed looks of disgust. A third-order Saint Realm cultivator actually used such a rare treasure to assist in his cultivation, and instead of going into secluded retreat, it was simply too wasteful. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have obediently found a place with rich world energy and secluded themselves until the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off, never coming out. For a time, the 4 of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and anger, Gui Che even trembling with anger, seemingly wishing he could kill Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. "There are so many materials here, maybe we can find 1 or 2 Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchids," Yang Kai said casually. The young woman rolled her eyes at him, The environment in which the heavenly spirit ghost orchid grows is extremely harsh. How could it be so easy to find? I'm afraid there aren't any in this place. Don't be so long-winded, kid, lead the way. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, come back quickly. Ganji was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Kai wasting the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, so he pointed to the front and shouted at him. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and took the lead. This place was somewhat different from the floating continent. Although the world energy here was extremely rich and the materials here were abundant, there were clearly traces of monster beasts here. Moreover, these monster beasts were all high-level monster beasts, with countless 7th or 8th class ones appearing. Occasionally there would be a few 6th class ones, but they would appear in large groups, giving off a fierce aura. Gui Che and the others obviously didn't know much about this place. Although they had the animal skin parchment in the young man's hand as a guide, the patterns on it were a mess and none of them could see through them, so they could only feel their way across the river. Yang Kai led the way and didn't encounter too much danger. He could easily kill a single 6th-order monster beast, but once he found a 7th-order or 8th-order monster beast, he would immediately turn back and inform Gui Che and the others of the situation so they could deal with it. This kind of cautious behavior made the group of 4 despise him, all of them thinking that this little brat was a coward and a coward. Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, only displaying the strength of an ordinary 3rd-order saint cultivator. When fighting the monster beast, he would also help out. Gui Che and the others had been observing him for many days but didn't find anything suspicious, so they gradually relaxed their vigilance. A mere 3rd-order saint cultivator really wasn't qualified for them to pay too much attention to him. Gui Che had invited Yang Kai to lead the way before, so he had done so in an open and above-board manner. However, Gui Che had obviously overestimated the danger of this place. Besides the monster beast, there was no other danger here. As time passed, Yang Kai's harvest was great. In addition to the herbs he had collected, there were also the teeth, sharp claws, fur and monster cores of the monster beast. Gui Che didn't take things too far. Every time a monster beast was killed, the rewards would be distributed according to their contributions. Naturally, Yang Kai's share was the least valuable. Yang Kai didn't complain. He gradually became familiar with this group of people, and although he knew they didn't have good intentions towards him, he didn't say anything. This group of people didn't seem to be from the same force. Although everyone obeyed Gui Che's orders, it was obvious that Gui Che and Ganji were on their own while the young woman and the thin young man were on the same side, supporting and helping each other in battle. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why people like them would gather together and what they were looking for in this place. He didn't ask because he was afraid of arousing suspicion from these 4 people. After another seemingly concerted battle, Gui Che divided the spoils. The 8th Order Monster Beast's monster core was tossed to Ganji and several jars of the monster beast's blood were collected, one for each person. As for the monster beast's teeth, claws and fur, they weren't spared, cutting them off and putting them into their own space pouches. Yang Kai held a jar of blood and put it into his space ring with an indifferent look on his face. Monster beast's blood was also very useful. Could be used for alchemy, for arranging spirit arrays and sometimes even for artifact refining. After the battle, it was naturally time to rest. These 4 people had taken a lot of saint crystals from Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, each of them receiving 200 to 300 pieces. Now each of them was using these saint crystals to restore themselves. Yang Kai recovered the fastest and was soon back to normal. An hour later, the young woman also opened her eyes and put the saint crystals she hadn't used back into her space ring before walking over to a small lake nearby and washing her cheeks. Yang Kai looked around and found that the other 3 were still meditating, so he walked over to the lake, squatted down beside the young woman and drank a mouthful of water. Chapter 1087. Although Yang Kai wasn't very old, he could still be considered a veteran in the field of flowers. From a woman's demeanor and words, he could infer what kind of personality she had, whether she was charming, loose, cold, elegant, or fiery hot, etc. When he first saw this young woman, he thought that she was a loose woman. Generally, women with peach blossom eyes were unwilling to be left alone. That kind of amorous feeling and charm was the best portrayal of their temperament. So at the beginning he didn't approach this woman for fear that she would try to take liberties with him. However, after getting to know her better, Yang Kai discovered that this woman named Luo Ya was quite different from what he had imagined. She wasn't like Baiya from Purple Star. Instead, under her charming appearance, there was a hidden dignity and calm temperament. This kind of contradictory temperament was exceptionally attractive. Many times Yang Kai found the tall and thin man following behind Luo Yao, staring unblinkingly at her millstone-sized buttocks and willow-like waist. Even Gui Che, when distributing the spoils of war, had deliberately given her more than he could chew. Ganji, who looked like a brave and ruthless outlaw, had taken care of her many times during the battle. It could be said that Luo Yao was the most comfortable person in this group. Little boy, do you have something you want to ask? If you want to ask, just ask. What's the point of being so secretive? After washing her face, Luo Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Her smile was faintly mischievous. She had obviously seen through Yang Kai's intentions to approach her. I just want to know, what are you looking for here? How did you find the space array? Yang Kai saw her take the initiative to ask and no longer tried to hide anything. The place where the two of them were talking wasn't too far from the other three, so if Gui Che and the others really wanted to conceal information, they would naturally stop them. Now that all three of them were still meditating and recovering, it meant that they didn't care, which made Yang Kai feel a lot bolder. Hiding his strength and showing weakness over the past few days had finally paid off, and this group of people no longer guarded against him. I need to find a place to temper my body, Luo Yao said bluntly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a misty light. As long as we can find that place, our bodies will become stronger. Although you are an alchemist, you can also be considered a cultivator. You should know the benefits of having a strong body, right? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he knew the benefits of having a strong physical body. It could be said that he had more authority than the other four. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to store so much Saint Qi, nor would he have been able to fight across realms. A strong physical body was the foundation of a cultivator. No matter how profound a cultivator's secret art or martial skill was, or how strange their Saint Qi was, without the support of their physical body, they would just be an insignificant character. Where can I temper my body? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. I'm not sure. Luo Yao shook her head. This is the first time we've come here. You should have heard Gui Che say that no one has entered this place for many years. The reason we were able to come here was because of an ancient book and a map left behind by Ji Ping's ancestor. An ancient book? Yang Kai raised his brow. My ancestor has been here before. The tall and thin man called Ji Ping had also fully recovered. He walked to the lakeside and interjected. He obtained a lot of benefits and left some clues. It was by following those clues that I was able to find the space array hidden in the meteorite sea. Luo Yao chuckled lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, Little boy, don't think that the space array is easy to find. You also came here through that space array, so you should know that it is placed on top of an asteroid. That space array moves with the asteroid sea, constantly changing its position. If you miss that period of time, it will be very difficult to find it again. Fortunately, Ji Ping's ancestor calculated some information and determined that the asteroid sea would pass through a certain range within a certain period of time. Even so, it took us nearly a year to find the space array in that large area before we finally found our target. What's worse is that DG and the others somehow got wind of this and actually chased after us, causing many of our people to die. We'll get our revenge in the future. Ji Ping coldly snorted, his thin face filled with viciousness as he glared at Yang Kai and bluntly said, Boy, I'm letting you know this because you've been very obedient during this time. If you cooperate obediently, once we find that space array, there will naturally be benefits for you. At the same time, you can also temper your body and make it stronger. I know, I'll behave myself, Yang Kai solemnly declared. Half an hour later, everyone had fully recovered. Ji Ping continued to look at the animal skin map in his hand while guiding everyone. Along the way, they didn't encounter any decent dangers. On this day, Gui Che, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped and stared forward with a dignified expression. A few dozen kilometers in front of them, yellow sand danced in the air like a giant yellow dragon that connected the heavens and the earth, covering a large area. As far as the eye could see, the area in front of them was completely barren, seemingly devoid of life. An inexplicably dangerous aura came from that direction, causing Gui Che and the others to release their divine senses to investigate, but to no avail. Their divine senses couldn't penetrate the yellow sand at all, as if there was something blocking their divine senses. Gui Che turned his eyes to Yang Kai and motioned to Yang Kai to investigate. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply nodded before cautiously moving towards the area covered in yellow sand. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the yellow sand and began circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself before stepping into this territory. The flying yellow sand was like a sharp weapon that bombarded Yang Kai's body. Even with the protection of his Saint Qi, Yang Kai still felt sore all over. Opening his eyes and looking around, he could only see a meter around him. Gui Che and the others were aware of the danger in this place, so how could Yang Kai not? Releasing his divine sense, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, and breaking through the blockade of space, Yang Kai quickly investigated everything in this place. The yellow sand covered an area of about 30 kilometers, and this 30 kilometers contained rich wind and earth energy fluctuations. These two types of energy were intertwined together to form an impenetrable net. The reason why Gui Che and the others couldn't use their divine senses to investigate this place was because of this. Yang Kai thought that this was a natural wonder, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. This aura hid an evil aura, and in this world of yellow sand, there was clearly something alive. Standing motionless, Yang Kai stared in the direction of the source of this aura, wanting to see what was approaching him. The earth began to tremble as the fierce aura got closer and closer. Yang Kai even smelled a fishy stench that made him faint. Unable to see anything, all Yang Kai could see was the ground constantly collapsing, forming more yellow sand that was swept up into the sky by the wind, blurring his vision even more. Faintly, two huge pincers appeared, and as these pincers opened and closed, they seemed to be able to cut through space itself. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yang Kai quickly retreated. But the moment he left the area covered by the yellow sand, he saw two scarlet eyes staring at him through the sandstorm. An invisible pressure came from the sandstorm, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, Yang Kai's speed instantly increased to its maximum, instantly traversing more than 10 kilometers. A purple pincer pierced through the sandstorm and clamped down on his original position, cutting off the afterimage he had left behind. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat as he approached Gui Che and the others without looking back. Not long after he arrived beside Gui Che, his face a little pale. "What did you find?" Gui Che hurriedly asked. Ganji, Luo Yao, Jiping and the others also stared at Yang Kai. "A kind of vicious beast." Yang Kai frowned. "It can control the power of wind and earth, has two big pincers, red eyes, and seems to have a tail that sticks up high. In that sandstorm, its figure is completely hidden, and even if you stand next to it, you won't be able to see it. It's a very dangerous vicious beast." "Is the surface of its body purple?" Gui Che's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes, when I left, it stretched out its pincers and they were indeed purple." "Do you know what they are?" The other three also stared at Gui Che eagerly. Gui Che suddenly grinned and said to the three of them, "Scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, have you heard of it?" Hearing what he said, the eyes of the three lit up, all of them showing excited expressions. Ganji yelled, "No way! Is it really a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion?" From what Yang Kai saw, coupled with my own judgment, it should be a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Even if we can't find the place to temper our bodies, a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is worth the trip. Gui Che laughed. But the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to an origin-returning realm master. Can the few of us kill it? Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes flashed with worry. It shouldn't be a problem. Ganji thought for a moment. A monster beast is a monster beast after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it fights us based on its instincts, it will only die. Indeed, Jiping also had no objections, his face filled with eagerness. "Is that monster beast very good?" Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Gui Che grinned. "It's even better than a 10th-order monster beast. Other monster beasts may not have anything valuable other than their monster core. Although their claws, teeth, and fur have some uses, they aren't very useful. However, this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is different. Its shell, tail, and pincers can all be used to refine artifacts that are origin grade. Its blood and venom can be used to refine pills, and its monster core can be used to enhance a cultivator's strength. Can be said that its entire body is a treasure." The most valuable part is its monster core because it is a dual attribute monster beast. It has perfectly integrated its two attributes, wind and earth. If a cultivator who cultivates wind or earth attributes were to absorb its monster core, that person would very likely be able to peer into the mysteries of another territory. What do you think? This time even Kai Yang was moved. Chapter 1088. Generally speaking, a cultivator would only store a single type of energy in their body, not because there was a limit but because they were biting off more than they could chew. A single type of energy, a single territory was enough for a cultivator to spend a lifetime studying and comprehending. However, most cultivators could use many different types of energy, whether with the help of martial skills or artifacts. For example, Yang Kai himself was able to use the Yang attribute energy and the Unyielding Golden Skeleton's evil attribute energy. He could also use the wind and thunder force of his wind and thunder wings. The four types of energy were divided into primary and secondary types. The Yang attribute energy and the Unyielding Golden Skeleton's evil attribute energy were the main focus of Yang Kai's life. He had been studying the mysteries of these two types of energy for a long time now, eventually fusing them together to form a monstrous demonic flame capable of incinerating all things in the world. The wind and thunder force could only be used slightly when summoning the wind and thunder wings. The monster core of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion naturally contained the wind and earth forces, perfectly fusing them together, making it extremely valuable. Gui Chei's group of four gathered together, each of them brimming with fighting spirit, their eyes shining brightly as they discussed their respective positions and responsibilities in the upcoming battle. The scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion was a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the origin returning realm. If these four Saint Kings wanted to kill it, they would have to bear a certain amount of risk. But from their confident looks, it was obvious they were confident they would succeed in this battle. None of these four were fools, so naturally they wouldn't get involved in such a dangerous situation. Yang Kai didn't participate. With his third-order Saint Realm cultivation, he wasn't qualified to participate in this battle, but he didn't insist and simply stood aside, seemingly bored. An hour later, after everything had been discussed, Gui Chei grinned meaningfully and took the lead, rushing towards the area covered in yellow sand. Gong Ji and Ji Ping wore solemn expressions, not daring to act carelessly. Luo Yao also giggled charmingly as she fell in behind. The four of them wore different expressions, none of them paying any attention to Yang Kai, quickly disappearing into the distance. After a while, Yang Kai sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from that direction. The sandstorm that connected the sky and the earth became even more violent. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Yang Kai could still smell the stench that belonged to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed, mixed with the shouts and roars of the four people. The battle seemed to be very intense. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, but he couldn't see anything. He could only see a few erratic figures moving in the sandstorm. As time passed, the fiendish aura gradually weakened, while the energy fluctuations coming from Gui Chei and the others grew stronger and stronger. Obviously, they were preparing to take down the ninth-order monster beast in one fell swoop. Feeling that it was about time, Yang Kai leisurely flew over with a smile on his face, looking very pleased. When he arrived, he discovered a ferocious beast the size of a house lying on the yellow sand. It was motionless and had lost all signs of life. Gui Chei and the others were almost all injured, all of them standing in place, gasping for breath. The guy named Gongji was particularly miserable, with a meter-long wound on his thigh that was so bloody that his white bones and thick meridians could clearly be seen. This wound had almost reached his crotch, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate for him. There was no time to deal with their spoils. The four of them quickly took out pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai walked over to the monster beast and circled around it a few times before reaching out and knocking on its hard carapace in amazement. He could also see that what Gui Chei and the others said was true. The carapace of this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, as well as its pincers and tail, were all excellent materials for artifact refining. As long as they were supplemented with some suitable ores and a skilled artifact refiner, they could be refined into an origin-grade artifact. No wonder they had all become so excited when they heard that they had found a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. After half a day, the four of them gradually recovered. This battle had consumed a great deal of their strength. Gui Che first consulted the opinions of the other three before walking over to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Tearing open the weak point between its carapace and abdomen with his hands, Gui Che reached inside and a moment later took out a fist-sized monster core that glowed blue and yellow. Gui Che laughed. This monster core is worth at least 50,000 high-rank saint crystals. I'll keep it for now. When we get out, I'll find someone to sell it and we'll split the saint crystals equally. Saying so, regardless of whether the others agreed or not, Gui Che directly put the monster core into his space ring. Yang Kai could clearly see that Gongji and the others all frowned, obviously displeased, but none of them objected. Gui Che spent a great deal of effort to cut the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion into 8 pieces. He himself took the hard shell on the back of the monster beast, which could be used to create an excellent defensive artifact armor. Gongji obtained the scorpion's tail while the 2 huge pincers were divided equally between Ji Peng and Luo Yao. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched. He had not participated in the battle, so naturally he was not qualified to divide the spoils. Even the small amount of blood left behind was taken by Gui Che into his own space ring, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who had come to investigate the situation just now. Although this kind of distribution was somewhat selfish, it was barely fair, so even if the others had some complaints they didn't voice them. As for Yang Kai's opinion, they didn't care. Let's rest for a while, Gui Che ordered, and everyone sat down to meditate. Ji Ping took out the animal skin again and carefully studied it, his brow furrowed. Suddenly Ji Ping let out a loud cry. Everyone was alarmed and turned to look at him, only to see him beaming with joy and dancing with joy, clearly extremely excited. What did you find? Gui Che hurriedly asked. I think we may not be far from our goal. Ji Peng's face was full of joy. His slight dissatisfaction with Gui Che's distribution of the spoils had long been forgotten. Hearing him say this, several people rushed over to Ji Peng's side, Yang Kai also moving over to observe. The animal parchment was filled with all kinds of strange symbols. At the top of the parchment was a huge cross, which should be the target they were looking for. At other places on the parchment, there were also some symbols that represented special meanings. Look at this yellow territory. I didn't know what it meant before, but now I understand. It represents the place where the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is located. Ji Ping pointed to the animal skin and explained his discovery. If this mark is our current location, then wouldn't this blue area be the jungle we passed through before? Gui Che asked thoughtfully. Then this should be the lake. Luo Yao also pointed to a certain place and expressed her opinion. It should be correct. Let me see, as long as we keep moving forward we should be able to find that place in a few days. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was overjoyed. There seems to be some danger ahead. Kai Yang interjected, pointing to a mark on the animal's skin. That mark was a large bird flying in the sky. At first glance one could tell that it wasn't an existence to be provoked. A bird-type monster beast was destined to be more difficult to deal with than a land-based monster beast. Their movements were faster and their bodies were more flexible. Among the same level of monster beast, a bird-type monster beast was much more powerful than a land-based monster beast. Let's take it one step at a time. If that place really is dangerous, we'll take a detour. Gui Che took a deep breath. After resting for a while, everyone recovered to their peak condition and continued moving forward. The large bird pattern on the animal parchment caused everyone in the group to be on tenterhooks, raising their heads from time to time, but even when they were about to leave the area, they still didn't see a single monster beast. This made everyone who was ready to fight at any time very confused, wondering if they had gone the wrong way. Suddenly, a bright arc of lightning appeared in front of them and a piercing aura of thunder rippled outwards, causing everyone's expression to change. As far as the eye could see, there was a tree that wasn't very tall standing more than a dozen kilometers away. On the sparse leaves, there were constantly flashes of long and short lightning. The 5 of them released their divine senses to investigate the situation within a radius of a few dozen kilometers. After determining that there was no danger nearby, they followed Gui Che's lead and approached the tree. After a while, everyone stopped and stood in front of the tree, staring at it in a daze. The tree in front of him, which was only as tall as a person, contained a terrifying aura of lightning. The few dozen leaves seemed to be completely formed by lightning. Light constantly flowed on the surface of the leaves. Each leaf looked incomparably hard, as if they were made of sparkling jade. They were in a translucent state. What kind of tree is this? Luo Yao asked curiously. In this group of people, apart from Kai Yang who was ignorant and inexperienced, the other four could be considered to have seen a lot, but none of them recognized this tree. Is there no record of it in your ancestors' ancient books? Ganji turned to look at Ji Ping, but the latter slowly shook his head. No. Maybe when he came here this tree didn't exist. It's impossible for such a spirit treasure to appear for no reason. Are you hiding something? Ganji looked at Ji Ping with some disbelief. Ji Ping coldly snorted and said unhappily, Is there a need for me to hide anything? This is a birdwood. Gui Che suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with excitement. Birdwood? The three of them were surprised. Ji Ping quickly recovered and looked at Gui Che. You mean? The bird pattern on the animal skin map should be a thunder attribute flying monster beast. It died here, its body and monster core gave birth to this birdwood. Gui Che shouted, his expression becoming more and more excited. Ji Ping also seemed to think of something and quickly said, According to my ancestors' ancient books, he did see a big bird wrapped in thunder and lightning, and according to his records, it was a thunder luan. A sharp intake of breath rang out as a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. Gui Che and the other two elders' gazes towards Ji Ping also changed. Ji Ping shrugged his shoulders. If I had told you this news earlier, you wouldn't have come here. In any case, the Thunder Luan is dead now, so we won't be in any danger. I'll settle accounts with you when we get out. You knew there was a Thunder Luan here, yet you dared to trick us into coming here. Gui Che ground his teeth. Chapter 1089. Listening to the quarrel between the four of them, Yang Kai understood that the so-called Thunder Luan was actually a 10th-order bird monster beast that was extremely rare. After it died, its flesh and monster core transformed into nutrients that allowed this bird tree to grow. The avian wood could only be produced in the places where extremely powerful flying beasts died, and the chances were very low. Even if 10,000 high-level flying beasts died, there might not even be one avian wood. This required the right time and the right place, and neither could be missing. Furthermore, the characteristics of each avian tree were different, completely depending on the nature of the bird-type demonic beast that gave birth to them. The Thunder Luan was a thunder attribute monster beast, so the bird tree it produced after its death was naturally also of the thunder attribute. Although everyone was somewhat indignant that they had concealed the existence of the Thunder Luan from Ji Ping, and Gui Che had even declared that he would settle accounts with him after they left, the huge value of this bird tree still tempted everyone. After entering this place, except for Yang Kai who had only obtained some herbs and insignificant benefits, everyone else had made a fortune. Now that there was a thunder attribute bird tree in front of them, and one that had been produced after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, everyone was so happy and excited that they didn't even have time to look for trouble with Ji Ping. They all began to dig, pushing aside the surrounding soil. A cold light flashed across Ji Ping's eyes, but Yang Kai simply turned his head and pretended not to notice while also helping out. A short time later, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and inside it was a huge skeleton several thousand meters long. From the appearance of this skeleton, it was indeed a bird monster beast, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared and its monster core was nowhere to be found. Even its bones had decayed and turned to dust with a single touch. All the energy of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan had been transferred to this bird tree. Gui Che pushed his Saint Chi to protect his body as he carefully pulled out this human-sized bird tree, not even daring to damage its roots. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to put this treasure into his space ring again, the other three immediately objected and began shouting one after another. Gui Che ignored this and forcibly took the bird wood for himself. Although he said that he would distribute it after they left this place, anyone could see that he wanted to monopolize this birdwood. The originally joyous atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Yang Kai stayed out of this, secretly guessing that if not for the greater benefits waiting for them, the other three would not hesitate to attack Gui Che. However, their final destination was not far away. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts and wait for the final reward before making any plans. The atmosphere in the team was very strange. Yang Kai followed silently at the back, very inconspicuous. The further they went, the more desolate it became. It seemed that starting from the territory of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, the earth had become barren. The land that should have been full of vitality had somehow become barren, and even the world energy here was gradually disappearing. On this day, as they were walking, Everyone suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation in front of them. At the same time, the blood in everyone's body began to surge uncontrollably, causing the faces of the 5 people to turn red. The turbulence of their blood caused them to become excited and violent, causing everyone's eyes to gradually turn red and their breathing to become heavy. Found it. Ji Peng was startled for a moment before summoning his star shuttle without hesitation and flying towards the source of this strange energy fluctuation. The others were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. The strange energy fluctuations became more and more intense, stimulating the flow of their blood more and more. Yang Kai even heard a violent heartbeat coming from their chests. This situation was very abnormal, causing Yang Kai to immediately become vigilant. In the blink of an eye, all of them were above a crater. The crater was filled with a bright red liquid that looked as thick as blood. The liquid reflected the sunlight, making this large area look strange and beautiful. Body-tempering divine pond? Gui Che turned to look at Ji Peng. Ji Peng nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. How do I use it? Ganji asked anxiously. They had worked hard and paid a huge price to find this pond. Now that they had arrived, he naturally couldn't wait to temper his body and make it stronger. This was the foundation of a cultivator. The various benefits they had obtained along the way couldn't compare to this kind of fundamental improvement. It's nothing special. Ji Peng laughed and was the first to jump into the blood-red pond, splashing water everywhere as Ji Peng's head emerged and he let out a muffled groan, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. But soon this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless joy. Ji Peng's body seemed to have been greatly nourished and his second-order Saint King aura involuntarily began to spread. Anyone could sense that his vitality force was rapidly increasing. Gui Che, Ganji, Luo Yao and the others were still a little vigilant, fearing that Ji Peng was hiding something at the last moment, but after seeing him jump in so unscrupulously, they no longer hesitated, fearing that all the benefits would be taken by Ji Peng alone, so they all jumped into the so-called body-tempering divine pond. The pond wasn't too big, only about 300 meters in diameter. It was unknown what kind of mysteries were hidden inside, but as soon as the 3 of them entered, they all showed joyful expressions. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Ji Peng opened his eyes and glanced at him, shouting, "Boy, go to the edge, you can't bear the pressure in the middle." "I can also come in?" Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Ji Peng laughed, "I told you when we came here. If you cooperate honestly, you'll naturally benefit. Of course, I'll keep my word." Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to jump in rashly, but knowing that he couldn't refuse, he could only follow Ji Peng's instructions and land at the edge of the pond. As soon as he entered the pond, Yang Kai's face changed. From all directions, a fierce pressure bombarded him, causing him severe pain, as if his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been severely damaged, causing his face to go pale. But in the next moment, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless comfort. An inexplicable force overflowed from the pond and penetrated into his body. Under the influence of this force, Yang Kai clearly felt that his blood had undergone some subtle changes. Just like Ji Peng before, his vitality was rising and his life aura was also becoming stronger. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in examining his own condition. His Saint Qi flowed rapidly through his meridians while his golden blood swelled and absorbed the surrounding energy. Then a miraculous thing happened. Within his own faint golden blood, a spot of even purer golden blood suddenly appeared. This pinprick of golden blood, which was only the size of a needle tip, contained a tremendous amount of flesh power and unimaginable energy. Yang Kai stared blankly at this scene. This newly formed blood was somewhat similar to the blood of the great demon god, and it could be said that it was infinitely close. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai's blood had slowly transformed into a golden color over the years. At first, this change wasn't obvious, and when he was injured, his blood would only be mixed with a faint golden hue. But as his cultivation improved, this golden brilliance gradually overshadowed the original red hue. It wasn't until a few years ago that Yang Kai's blood was no longer red, only a golden brilliance remained. However, he knew better than anyone that although his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability, it was still several grades worse than the great demon god's demon god golden blood. Yang Kai didn't know how to make his golden blood purer and more powerful, so he could only continue to cultivate and improve his cultivation, hoping that as his strength increased his golden blood would also become purer. This time, following Ji Peng and the others into this so-called body-tempering divine pond had actually given him an unexpected harvest. Yang Kai instantly understood that this body-tempering divine pond was not for tempering one's physique, but rather for tempering one's blood. When one's blood was tempered, it would increase one's vitality and strengthen one's physique. Ji Peng may have misunderstood the true purpose of this place. This kind of tempering was far more thorough than simply tempering one's physique. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and opened his mind to the strange energy that was pouring in from all directions. His mind was constantly observing the newly formed golden blood, slowly growing from the needle tip to the size of a grain of rice and then to the size of a soybean. A new drop of golden blood finally formed, and realizing its uniqueness, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved. The power contained in this new drop of golden blood was incomparable to the previous drops of golden blood, almost 10 million times greater. This was the true demon god golden blood. Another drop of golden blood slowly formed, repeating the same process as before. After an hour, Yang Kai had formed 3 new drops of golden blood in his body. He didn't know how many benefits the others had obtained, but he was certain they wouldn't be inferior to his own. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying this moment though, Gongji's exclamation suddenly reached his ears. Where did Ji Peng go? This shout woke everyone who was immersed in the joy of their own transformation, and after looking around they really couldn't find any trace of Ji Peng. Yang Kai's face sank and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Soon at the very bottom of the pond, Yang Kai noticed Ji Peng's life aura. I knew there was a problem. Gui Che roared, his figure quickly diving down wanting to see what kind of tricks Ji Peng was playing. Just as his figure disappeared, Ji Peng suddenly jumped out of the pool, floating in the air with his body dripping wet, calmly looking at everyone. On his face there was a sinister grin. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and wanted to jump out of the pond, but before he could do anything, a huge suction force came from under the water, as if 2 invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, making him unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red pond began to bubble one after another and the sound of popping filled the air. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than the previous one seeped out of the pond and squeezed into everyone's bodies. The drop of demon god golden blood that had just appeared in Yang Kai's body began to grow at an incredible speed. Chapter 1090. Inside the body-tempering divine pond, Gui Che, Gongji and Luo Yao all went pale as their bodies trembled. Even though they were 2nd or 3rd order Saint King Realm Masters, they still couldn't bear such a powerful pressure. Yang Kai was also in great pain and couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. However, the drop of pure demon god golden blood in his body was constantly growing, effectively alleviating the pressure on him, so when he turned his head to look around he found that among the 4 of them he was in the best condition. The other 3 were already on the verge of collapse and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Ji Peng, what are you doing? Gongji roared angrily. Ji Peng glanced down at him indifferently, his eyes filled with sarcasm, not saying a word, staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Gui Che shouted, Ji Peng, you'd best pray that I can't get out of here, otherwise I'll tear out your bones and tear you to shreds. Ji Peng laughed and said without fear, I've already opened the altar at the bottom of the divine pond. You're all sacrifices to the divine pond, so no matter how great your abilities are, you won't be able to leave. Altar? Gui Che's face changed as he shouted hoarsely, you really were hiding something. Ji Peng sneered, if I had told you everything, I'm afraid the one being treated as a sacrifice right now would be me. It's not like I don't know how sinister you are, Gui Che, so why do you think I brought you here? With such great benefits, why didn't I monopolize them? What a joke. Now that things have gotten to this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that this body-tempering divine pond contains all kinds of unimaginable mysteries. It can indeed temper one's body, but if you want to thoroughly temper it, you won't be able to do so without enough sacrifices. After you die, just like the Thunder Luan, your bodies and cultivations will be turned into pure energy while I, like the bird tree, will grow stronger as you die. Hearing him say this, everyone's faces turned even paler, only now realizing Ji Peng's true intentions and thoroughly recognizing his sinister face. Although Gui Che and Gongji weren't people with great wisdom, they weren't mediocre either. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for them to fall into such a simple and obvious trap. They had been on guard against Ji Ping the entire time, but along the way the various benefits they had obtained had caused them to relax their vigilance and become immersed in the joy of their gains. When they arrived in front of the body-tempering divine pond, Ji Ping took the lead and jumped in, followed by the rest of them. It wasn't until something happened that they realized that all of this had been part of Ji Ping's plan. But now it was too late for regrets. Everyone was struggling with all their might, wanting to jump out of the body-tempering divine pool. But the more they struggled, the stronger the suction force under the pool became. Everyone could only stick their heads above the surface of the water, accepting the crazy tempering of their blood while waiting for death to descend. Ji Ping, you even want to scheme against me? Luo Yao's hair was disheveled as she stared at Ji Ping with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. The grim and triumphant expression on Ji Ping's face slowly converged as he stared at Luo Yao with some pity. After a long silence he sighed, "Although we've only known each other for a few years, I don't want you to die. I still like you very much and want to enjoy the effects of this body-tempering divine pool with you." Luo Yao's face lit up with joy as a smile bloomed on her charming face. She had thought that Ji Ping really wouldn't let her die. But to her surprise, Ji Ping slowly shook his head. "But it's too late to say anything now. The altar has already been opened, so you can't come out and I won't go in. Moreover, the number of sacrifices is too small. When my ancestor came here, there were more than a dozen people who were sacrificed. My ancestor's aptitude wasn't high, so when he came here his cultivation was only on par with that little brat's." He pointed to Yang Kai and continued, "He was only a third-order saint, the weakest existence in that group, so anyone could bully him and order him around. When the benefits of this body-tempering divine pool were discovered, he wasn't given a share, so everyone pushed him aside and monopolized the divine pool for themselves. But who could have known that it was this kind of exclusion that saved my ancestor's life? After everyone died, my ancestor waited until the divine pool calmed down and he alone enjoyed its effects. He recorded in the ancient records that if it weren't for this pool, even if he cultivated until his death, he would at most be a third-order Saint King cultivator. That was his limit. But do you know what his greatest achievement was? The third-order origin returning realm, only one step away from the origin king realm." Ji Ping's voice was high and his emotions were high as he waved his hands exaggeratedly. "Although this Ji Ping's aptitude can't be said to be top-notch, it is still much better than my ancestors. With this body-tempering divine pool I can advance towards the origin king realm, and one day I will be able to reach that realm." Origin king realm. Gui Che suddenly laughed wildly, but blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, eyes and ears. Ignoring him, Gui Che stared at Ji Ping contemptuously. "You think a piece of trash like you can cultivate to the origin king realm? The origin king realm is too worthless." Ji Ping didn't get angry and instead said leisurely, "You will bear witness to it. When you become a part of my body, you will be able to bear witness to it with me. Luo Yao, although I am very sorry to you, you should join them and become a part of my body. And I will set up a memorial tablet for you to commemorate you. The days ahead are long and I believe I will meet a woman I like." "Madman, you're a madman." Luo Yao's face went pale as she screamed. "Say what you want." Ji Ping restrained his pity and stared down coldly. He really had nothing to say to this group of people who were about to die. All he had said just now was to vent his anger. The situation of the people in the pool was getting worse and worse. Aside from Kai Yang, the other three people's blood seemed to be boiling, breaking through their meridians, tearing their flesh apart and seeping out of their skin. Dark red blood flowed into the body-tempering divine pond, dyeing the already dark red divine pond even redder. Yang Kai only felt some discomfort, but he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. The capacity of a person's body was limited, just like how Saint Qi could be stored in one's dantian. When other cultivators reached this limit, they would no longer be able to store any more. Forcing one's Saint Qi into their dantian under the influence of external forces would only lead to endless troubles and even lead to one's death. Yang Kai was different. He used to be able to condense Yang liquid, but now he could store excess Saint Qi in every inch of his physique. His body was limitless. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool was similar to the Saint Qi obtained through cultivation. Ji Ping opened the altar below and maximized the effect of the divine pool. Gui Che, Gongji, Luo Yao and the others were unable to withstand this kind of tempering, and dying was only a matter of time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was able to refine this demon god golden blood into pure demon god golden blood. He couldn't wait to refine this demon god golden blood as fiercely as possible. Now there were already 10 drops of demon god golden blood in his body, each drop containing a terrifying amount of energy. A miserable howl rang out as Ganji suddenly went mad, his strength erupting like a tidal wave as he madly attacked his surroundings. His eyes turned red as blood flowed from them, making for a tragic appearance. Ping, star. A muffled bang rang out as a huge splash appeared in the body-tempering divine pool. After the pool water fell back down, the place where Ganji once stood was no longer there. Only pieces of flesh and broken limbs floated on the surface of the pool, gradually sinking to the bottom before being dissolved by the water and turned into huge nutrients. As soon as Ganji died, the body-tempering divine pool boiled even more and a large number of bubbles emerged from the bottom. Yang Kai clearly felt that the strength pouring into his body from all directions had increased, causing him to almost cry out in pain. What Ji Ping said about being a sacrifice was not a bluff but a fact. Now that Ganji had died as a sacrifice, the effect of the body-tempering divine pool had increased. The next moment, Luo Yao's screams resounded through the sky as this charming and dignified young woman followed in Ganji's footsteps. Before dying, Luo Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with an unforgettable hatred as she stared at Ji Ping, as if she wanted to imprint his ugliness into the depths of her soul. The two of them exploded one after the other, leaving not even their bones behind. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool suddenly rose to a whole new level. At this moment, even Gui Che, who was the strongest among them, couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly called out, "Ji Ping, get me out of here and I'll give you my space ring." Ji Ping remained indifferent as he stared at him indifferently and said lightly, "You're dead, but when the body-tempering divine pool calms down, I'll naturally go down and look for you. I'll take everything in your space ring, everything here will be mine. You'll suffer retribution." Gui Che roared. Ji Ping laughed wildly, "I'll be waiting but you won't have the chance to see it." As soon as his voice fell, Gui Che completely exploded and the space ring he was wearing flew into the air before falling back into the pool and disappearing. Ji Peng's eyes were filled with envy but he didn't rush to collect it. After waiting for a while, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face as he muttered, "How come it can even melt souls?" He had always been on guard against the souls of the few who had died escaping. He was also prepared to kill them all once they tried to do so. He would definitely not let their souls escape. What he hadn't expected was that the souls of these people didn't show any signs of escaping, as if they had been turned into sacrifices and disappeared along with their flesh and blood. Muttering to himself, Ji Peng suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and frowned, "Little brat, why aren't you dead yet?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged as he endured the unimaginable pain and torture, shaking his head as he said, "I don't know, maybe my strength is too low or maybe I'm still at the edge of the pool. Do you want to come down and check?" Ji Ping coldly snorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Kai nodded heavily, "You really are an idiot, only focusing on what's in front of you and not even noticing that someone was attacking you from behind." Ji Peng's face changed as he suddenly turned around and saw a blood-stained man with 2 horns on his head hiding his aura quietly approaching from behind. DG. Ji Peng's soul nearly left his body as he paled. After seeing the state of this monster race master, Ji Peng calmed down a lot. DG had encountered some kind of danger and battle, but his body was covered in wounds and he looked quite distressed. On top of that, he was by himself and his companions who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1091. Yang Kai had been following Ji Peng's group for many days now, and although there were some bumps along the way, they hadn't encountered much danger because Ji Peng had the ancient books left behind by his ancestor, so he knew which direction was the safest. However, DG was different. He had wholeheartedly wanted to find treasures here, so he had encountered all kinds of dangers. Along the way, several people around him had died long ago. He was the only one who was struggling at death's door, and his condition was not good. He had wanted to sneak up behind Ji Peng and kill him, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to see him so clearly. DG glared at Yang Kai fiercely, annoyed that he had ruined his plans. "How did you find this place?" Ji Peng asked coldly. DG snorted. "I'm not deaf. You think I can't hear the cries coming from here?" Saying so, his expression became ecstatic as he stared at Ji Peng and asked, "Is what you just said true? Can this body-tempering divine pond really improve one's physique? Did your ancestor really cultivate to the third order origin returning realm? So what? Ji Ping didn't deny it. DG had obviously been here for a while and had definitely heard what he and Gui Che were talking about, so denying it now was meaningless. Good. DG was overjoyed. I didn't waste half a year looking for you. Before, I didn't know what you were doing, only that there were benefits to be obtained, but now I know. Ji Ping, you're not my opponent. If you want to live, leave obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. A trace of panic flashed across Ji Ping's face. He was only a second-order Saint King while DG was a minor realm higher than him, so he knew he wasn't his opponent. But soon this panic disappeared and Ji Ping smiled. You're not in a good state right now, are you? If you could kill me easily, there would be no need to speak such nonsense. I just don't know if the two of us really fought now, who would be the one to survive in the end. Did you see through me? DG smiled freely, not feeling the slightest embarrassment as he nodded. Since you saw through me, I won't try to be mysterious. There are only the two of us left here, so I'm afraid neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we discuss this? What do you want? Ji Ping looked at him angrily. Although he knew that DG had also brought people into this place, he didn't expect to run into him at the last moment. He wanted to kill DG immediately, but he didn't dare act rashly. Let's not find trouble with each other. Anyway, this pool is so big. Let's enter it together to temper our bodies. That way, everyone will benefit from it and it won't hurt our relationship, DG suggested with a serious expression. Alright, that's what I was thinking. Since we've already come this far, I really don't want to fail at the last step. There's no harm in sharing some benefits with you. Ji Ping Shuang quickly nodded. So it's settled then? DG chuckled. Ji Ping nodded again. The two of them looked at each other from a distance of more than 100 feet. Both of them had satisfied expressions on their faces, as if they had really come to an agreement. Suddenly, a dark golden armor appeared on Ji Ping's body. He waved his fists and a fierce energy burst out from them. The energy condensed into a solid form, and like sharp swords they whistled towards DG. Silver light flashed in DG's hands and a silver spear appeared in his hand. The patterns on the spear seemed to come alive, releasing a rich water attribute aura as they surged forward to meet Ji Ping's attack. A great battle was about to break out. The two who had previously reached an agreement were now attacking each other at the same time. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the pool, sneered. He knew that it was impossible for these two to coexist peacefully because Ji Ping wouldn't give DG any time to recover. Once DG recovered, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent, so he had to fight DG at this time. Regardless of whether he was confident or not, he had to give it his all. Although Ji Ping's cultivation was slightly inferior, DG's condition wasn't good, so until they fought to the end, no one knew who would emerge victorious. Yang Kai watched for a while before his interest waned and he relaxed his body and mind, no longer resisting the suction force from under his feet, allowing it to pull him into the pool. He wanted to see what mysteries were hidden in the pool. The dark red pool water roiled as if it was boiling, the various mysteries contained within constantly tempering Yang Kai's blood. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai sank all the way down and only after a long time did he feel himself touch the bottom of the pool. Only after reaching this point did the suction force disappear. The bottom of the pool was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. The dark red pool water blocked all light from penetrating. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out a strange illuminating stone and hold it in his hand before releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Not far away he sensed a strange fluctuation of power. He knew that this should be the location of the altar Ji Ping had mentioned. Instead of rushing to the altar, Yang Kai began to search around the bottom of the pool. A moment later, a space ring lying quietly at the bottom of the pool was found by Yang Kai. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai grinned widely. Inside this space ring, there was the thunder attribute bird wood bred after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, the carapace of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, countless herbs, and the monster core of a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. This was Gui Che's space ring. Yang Kai stuffed the ring into his sleeve with satisfaction and carefully put it away. Space rings were very special because they contained their own independent space, so they conflicted with the Demon Mystic Tome. All space rings could not be placed inside the Demon Mystic Tome, but universe bags could. Yang Kai didn't know why this was the case. Gui Che's space ring contained the most good things, so after finding it, Yang Kai felt relieved and continued to search nearby. The body-tempering divine pond wasn't big, only about 300 meters in diameter, but more than 1,000 meters deep. It wasn't difficult to find a few rings in such a place, and soon the space rings belonging to Gongji and Luoyao were also collected by Yang Kai. Above the pond, fierce energy fluctuations mixed with the angry roars of Ji Peng and DG. The two of them were obviously still locked in a fierce battle. Yang Kai paid attention to them for a while and felt that they wouldn't be able to extricate themselves for a while, so he slowly swam towards the location of the altar. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the altar, and looking around, Yang Kai saw an altar-like object standing there quietly with an extremely complex spirit array engraved on top of it. It was surrounded by what appeared to be saint crystals, all of them flashing with a dazzling light and giving off shocking energy fluctuations. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that these saint crystals could no longer be called saint crystals. They were even better than the best high-rank saint crystals, and the energy contained inside them was almost incomparable to saint crystals. Was there a higher level of energy above saint crystals? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he didn't know what to call these saint crystals. Atop the altar, the lines on the spirit array were like the lines on a person's palm, densely intertwined and extremely complex. This place was obviously not naturally formed, but rather artificially arranged. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of master had created it. Countless specks of light, like fireflies that filled the sky, were flowing on the altar. It was so beautiful that it made one's mind sway. These specks of light converged into a stream of energy that seemed to circulate endlessly. The altar was covered with precious treasures that Yang Kai couldn't name, each one of them peerlessly rare. It was under the influence of this altar that the effects of these precious treasures were stimulated, allowing Yang Kai's blood to be tempered, allowing him to produce the purest demon god golden blood. Yang Kai was ecstatic and immediately sat down cross-legged on the altar, wanting to receive an even fiercer tempering. Who would have thought that as soon as he sat down, the entire altar would shake violently? The body-tempering divine pool seemed to have been stimulated by something, and the pool water suddenly lowered and converged fiercely towards the altar. Yang Kai paled, never having expected such a situation to occur. Desperately trying to break free from the altar, he was bound to the spot by the pool's water, unable to even move a finger. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the water level of the entire body-tempering divine pool was rapidly dropping. It wasn't that the pool's water was decreasing, but rather that it was being compressed by the altar. This anomaly also alarmed Ji Peng and DG, who were in the middle of a desperate struggle, and both of them stopped and stared towards the body-tempering divine pool in shock. After discovering that there was a large hole in the divine pool and the pool's water was rapidly decreasing, Ji Peng roared wildly and desperately rushed over. He had worked so hard, not hesitating to scheme against so many people, all for the sake of tempering his body. His wish was about to be fulfilled, and although DG was obstructing him, he wouldn't compromise. But if the body-tempering divine pool was gone, then he would never be able to achieve his goal. Abandoning DG, Ji Peng frantically chased after the falling water level, but was unable to touch it. DG was also dumbfounded and stood in place in a daze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the body-tempering divine pool, which was hundreds of feet deep, had dried up. All the water in the pool had been compressed into a small ball, condensing into a 10 feet long blood-red crystal that looked like a cocoon. When Ji Peng chased down, he happened to see Yang Kai trapped inside this crystal cocoon like a dead man, but the altar that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. Standing in place, Ji Peng's eyes were dull as if he had lost his soul. A moment later, Ji Peng suddenly shouted and madly attacked the blood-red crystal, the full strength of a second-order Saint King causing DG, who was standing in the distance, to tremble. DG knew he had no way of dealing with Ji Peng's desperate attacks. But the strange thing was that the blood-red crystal was impregnable. Ji Peng's attacks were unable to destroy it, not even leaving a mark. The earth suddenly trembled and a huge gully appeared in the ground. The monster beast, which had been living here all this time, noticed the arrival of a crisis and rushed out of its habitat, fleeing in all directions. DG's face also changed and he didn't dare to hesitate, quickly fleeing. Ji Peng also stopped his actions and released his divine sense. Realizing that something was wrong, he finally regained some of his senses and bombarded the crystal one last time before preparing to leave. But it was too late. An endless attractive force emerged from the crystal, and in this inexplicable world, all living things, even the vitality of plants and vegetation, were drawn in by this attractive force and transformed into fluorescent lights that gathered towards the blood-red crystal. Ji Peng watched helplessly as his skin became wrinkled, his physique withered, and his vitality drained away. In a very short period of time, it was as if 1,000 years had passed from his body, causing him to become old and decrepit. Finally he collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of bones. A gust of wind blew past and reduced his bones to dust. Before he died, Ji Peng met DG's pair of horrified eyes. Chapter 1092. Across the vast star territory, a starship carefully avoided the numerous asteroids as it headed towards its target. This starship wasn't very big, only about 200 meters in length, making it the smallest starship in star territory, barely a Saint King grade low rank. The hull of such a starship wasn't very sturdy, and from the many dents on its surface, it was obvious it had been hit by asteroids while sailing through star territory. If it had been any other high-grade starship, such a situation would have been impossible. This small starship sailed through star territory as if it was treading on thin ice. It seemed to be fully loaded with goods, so its speed wasn't very fast. Inside the hull, there were about 60 cultivators of different levels, each of them performing their own duties, all of them seemingly bored. This time they had been ordered to mine ore and had stayed on an ore star for half a year. It wasn't until a few days ago that the starship was finally filled with ore that they set out to return. There had been 100 people when they arrived, but by the time they returned, nearly half of them had disappeared. For some reason, many of their companions had been killed by these star beasts while they were mining. Being able to return alive was already enough for them, so there was nothing to complain about. Half a year of hard work in exchange for many years of freedom, they were all very satisfied. After this trip back, there would be a large amount of rewards, and they could also learn more profound cultivation methods and martial skills. They could even obtain higher-grade secret treasures. Everyone was waiting for the victorious return of the battleship in this kind of imagination. Wu Yi was the person in charge of this starship and was a first-order Saint King. At such a young age, such a cultivation was already considered extraordinary on Shadowed Star. The elders of the family had even asserted that as long as she was willing to cultivate, she would definitely be able to reach the origin-returning realm one day. Her strength wasn't the strongest on the starship. The strongest was the foreign elder of the family who had accompanied her, a third-order Saint King. However, he was very old, and besides guarding the starship and ensuring its safety, he didn't care about anything else. Even Wu Yi wasn't qualified to order this foreign elder to do anything. There were also a few other Saint Kings. After all, mining in the outside world required a certain level of strength. At this moment, Wu Yi was standing in the starship's power room, looking out at the twinkling star field through the transparent window, a look of longing flashing across her beautiful eyes. Shadowed Star was her homeland, but the world energy on Shadowed Star couldn't compare to that of the other cultivation stars in the territory of Xianxia Star. It was barren, lacking in materials, no high-grade precious treasures, and no powerful masters. On Shadowed Star, the strongest master was only a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, and it was said that he was already 2,000 years old. Xianxia didn't know if he would still be able to fight. On top of that, Shadowed Star was a relatively remote location in the entire Hengluo starfield. This could be seen from the countless dead stars in its vicinity. If one wanted to find an ore star to mine, it would take several months of sailing to reach it. During this time, everyone was constantly on edge, fearing that they would encounter too much danger and lose their lives. It was precisely because Shadowed Star was so remote and barren that the great forces in Xianxia Star's territory rarely paid attention to it. Even the villains from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair, who committed all kinds of crimes, didn't come here to plunder. Although Shadowed Star was also part of Xianxia Star's territory, it seemed to have become independent and had been forgotten by the world. Wu Yi wanted to leave Shadowed Star and explore the outside world. While she was still young, she wanted to see the wonders of other cultivation stars. She had heard from those who had been to other cultivation stars that there were many things in the outside world that couldn't be found on Shadowed Star. There were Origin King realm masters out there and all kinds of unimaginable wonders. On those cultivation stars, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. The people in the outside world had so many Saint crystals they couldn't even use up all kinds of pills. Compared with the people on Cultivation stars, Wu Yi felt like she was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, a true country bumpkin. She yearned for everything in the outside world, but the current situation of her family had shackled her wings to fly freely. Since she was young, she had been contributing her strength to her family. Everyone knew that this trip to her star would be extremely dangerous. Usually out of 10 starships sent out, only 5 returned safely. No one dared to take on this task, so Wu Yi had no choice but to take the initiative to volunteer. Under the approving gazes of her family's elders, she had accepted this task. They felt that since she was a woman, even if she accidentally died outside, it wouldn't matter as the foundation of the family would not be damaged, so they readily agreed. If it were any other male direct descendant, these elders would definitely not have allowed it. A group of short-sighted fools, no wonder they can only wait for death on Shadowed Star. What's wrong with women? Wu Yi snorted softly as she clenched her fists lightly, vowing to herself that one day she would leave Shadowed Star, escape this suffocating cage, find her freedom, and experience a wider and more wonderful world. Young lady. A third-order Saint Cultivator hurried over, his eyes greedily lingering on Wu Yi's perky buttocks and soft back for a moment before quickly lowering his head and looking forward. What's the matter? Wu Yi turned to look at him. I just saw Yufeng run out with a group of people. Where did they go? Master Yufeng just found a blood red ore nearby and thought it was something valuable, so he went out with a group of people to bring it back. But the situation was completely different. The cultivator quickly reported. What's the situation? Wu Yi suddenly became curious. She had just stood by the window and seen Yufeng lead a group of people out on their star shuttles and had indeed brought back something, but she hadn't expected it to be a blood red ore. Young lady should go and see for herself. Subordinate doesn't know, the cultivator laughed dryly. Wu Yi frowned and thought about it for a moment before saying, lead the way. Staying in this starship all day long had driven her crazy, so now that there was something new, it was only natural that she would be interested. Perhaps Yufeng also thought so, so he had rashly left the starship and rushed into Starfield to bring back this blood red ore. Somewhere in the starship, a large group of people were gathered around a 10-meter-wide, blood-red cocoon-like crystal, all of them exclaiming in amazement. Although they were all extremely curious, no one dared to approach this crystal except for Yufeng, who had brought it back. Yufeng looked around at his companions contemptuously and snorted, "Isn't it just a dead man inside? What's there to be afraid of?" Saying so, he deliberately patted the huge blood-red crystal. "Yufeng, what good thing did you find?" A clear and melodious voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn serious. The originally sloppy fellows all showed their best sides, and Yufeng even straightened his back, pretending to be mature and reliable. The crowd automatically parted to allow Wu Yi to enter, the fragrance of her body filling the small room, causing the group of people to greedily sniff the air, each of them wearing a happy expression. Wu Yi shook her head. She was the only woman on this starship, so this group of wolf-like men had probably long since become bored. She didn't care about the ugly behavior of her subordinates because each one of them had thicker skin than the last. No matter how she reprimanded them, they would still grin at her as if being reprimanded was a kind of honor, causing Wu Yi to feel quite helpless. As time passed, Wu Yi turned a blind eye to this situation. The more she paid attention to them, the more presumptuous they became. Yufeng, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore and rushed up to the men who were sniffing the air the most exaggeratedly, beating them to the ground with a few punches and kicks before viciously declaring, "Whoever dares disrespect the young lady, I'll take their life. Behave yourselves, show me no respect." As he spoke, he took deep breaths like a drowning fish. "Enough, enough," Wu Yi waved her hand. Wu Yi waved her hand and walked over to the cocoon-like blood-red crystal. "Is this what you found? This young lady?" Yufeng quickly rushed over to Wu Yi's side and pointed to the crystal. "I thought it was some kind of treasure, but when I got closer I discovered that it wasn't at all. On top of that, there was a dead man inside, a pitiful one who had been dead for who knows how long. When I saw him drifting about in Starfield, I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I brought him back to Shadowed Star to find a place to bury him." Wu Yi nodded gently. "Having a kind heart is a good thing. Seeing your usually irritable appearance, I didn't expect you to have such a side to you." Receiving praise, Yufeng grinned from ear to ear, shamelessly saying, Actually, I just look a bit rough, my heart is very gentle. A burst of unbridled contempt rang out. Wu Yi wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so, so she covered her mouth with her small hand to conceal her smile and changed the subject. Are you sure the person inside is dead? Yufeng was stunned for a moment. How could he still be alive? Wu Yi looked at the person sealed inside the blood-red crystal seriously. He didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was still much better than the group of ugly melons on the starship. Even with his eyes closed at this moment, there was an inexplicable charm to his cold face. Releasing her divine sense, Wu Yi wanted to carefully check whether there was any vitality leaking out, but to her surprise, the blood-red crystal actually blocked her divine sense, causing her to be quite surprised. Go invite foreign elder Xianxia over, let him see if this person is dead or alive, Wu Yi quickly said. Immediately, someone went out to carry out the order. Foreign elder Xianxia was the strongest person on the starship, a third-order Saint King. If not for his age, he should have had hopes of breaking through to the origin-returning realm. He was quite knowledgeable and experienced, so perhaps he would recognize what this blood-red crystal was. Why do you want to invite foreign elder Xianxia over? Yufeng laughed, rushing over to the crystal and patting it gently. Even if this guy is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. I tried just now, but no matter how much strength I used, I couldn't break this crystal, not even leaving a trace. I don't even know what it is. Chapter 1093. Yufeng laughed heartily as he patted the blood-red crystal, swearing confidently. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. Yufeng was a first-order Saint King and was much older than her. He had broken through much later than her, but he had at least reached this realm. Since his attack couldn't leave a mark on this crystal, it meant it was indeed very tough. But as soon as Yufeng's words fell, a subtle cracking sound rang out. Looking towards the source of this sound, Yufeng's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck, his eyes bulging as he rushed over to Wu Yi, shielding her behind him as he stared vigilantly towards the blood-red crystal. The cultivator who had been gathered nearby also became vigilant, no longer looking as relaxed as before. Wu Yi poked her head out from behind Yufeng, and after seeing what had happened, she couldn't help calling out in alarm, "Yufeng, did you break it?" At this moment, crisscrossing cracks appeared on the seemingly incomparably hard crystal. The cracks quickly spread in all directions, and in less than a few breaths of time, the originally sparkling and translucent crystal became full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Yufeng cried out in grievance, "I didn't use much strength, who knew it would be so fragile? When we were outside it wasn't like this. No matter how we bombarded it, we couldn't leave a single mark on it. Young lady, you should step back, something's not right." Wu Yi nodded lightly and stepped back a little, but her pair of big eyes remained glued to the blood-red crystal, wanting to see what kind of changes it would undergo. "Foreign Elder Chong is here," someone shouted excitedly. Everyone turned around and saw Foreign Elder Chong-chi with a goatee on his chin walking over. The group of people quickly saluted, and after Chong-chi came to stand beside them, Wu Yi asked, "Foreign Elder Chong, do you know what this thing is? Why is there a person sealed inside?" Chong-chi frowned as he continued to probe it with his divine sense, but after a while he shook his head and said, "Young lady, please forgive this old master for not being able to see what kind of material this is. Perhaps this is not something that can be produced on Shadowed Star." From outside, Wu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. "Think so." Gotcha. The blood-red crystal, which was already full of cracks, made another noise. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crystal suddenly exploded. Fragments flew in all directions, causing the group of cultivators to curse and hurriedly cover their faces. The sealed person fell to the ground and slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to want to stand up, but he was too weak and fell to the ground. He's still alive? Many of the cultivators' faces paled, and even Wu Yi, who was extremely curious, paled. Everyone thought that he should have died long ago, but he was still alive and well at this moment. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Strands of divine sense spread out from all directions and covered the person. After discovering that the person who came out of the blood-red crystal didn't have the slightest bit of strength in his body, everyone relaxed. Without power there would be no danger. Naturally, there was no need to be vigilant or afraid. This is not an ordinary person. Chong-chi slowly shook his head. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be sealed in a crystal and still be safe and sound. It's very likely he has temporarily lost his strength. We don't know what his cultivation realm is, but if he were to recover. Yu Feng's face changed and he took a step forward, pushing his Saint Qi as he shouted, "I'll kill him." The cultivation of the person inside the blood-red crystal was unknown, and his origin was unknown, so Yu Feng naturally didn't dare take him lightly. "There's no need to kill him, right?" Wu Yi quickly stopped him. "He doesn't look very old, so even if he has some skill, his cultivation realm shouldn't be too high. Just restrict his freedom." "Is young lady very curious about him?" Chang Qi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. "Isn't foreign elder Chang curious?" Wu Yi smiled, ignoring Yu Feng's attempt to stop her, walking straight up to the man, squatting down and asking, "Do you understand what we're talking about?" Seeing the man give an affirmative response, Wu Yi asked again, "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Yang Kai from Rainfall Star," Yang Kai replied honestly. "Rainfall Star." Wu Yi raised her brow. "Sure enough, you're from the outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here. How did you end up here?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I only remember going to a certain place and entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some kind of barrier, then passing out. When I woke up, I was already here." Wu Yi thought for a moment before asking, "Doesn't that mean you drifted all the way here?" "I think so. Where is this place?" Yang Kai frowned, not used to being questioned like this. "Boy, answer the question honestly. There's no place for you to speak here." Yu Feng shouted at Yang Kai, waving his huge fist, as if saying he would beat Yang Kai up if he didn't cooperate. "This place, it's near Shadowed Star." Yang Kai shook his head again. He had never heard of Shadowed Star before. "It's understandable that you haven't heard of it. Shadowed Star is relatively remote, so many people haven't heard of it." "Ah, you're quite bold. You don't seem to be afraid at all." "What's there to be afraid of? You don't seem to have any malicious intent towards me," Yang Kai grinned. "That's hard to say. It's all up to you. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Maybe I'll send someone to kill you in the next moment. After all, we don't know anything about you, so I don't feel comfortable leaving a stranger on the starship," Wu Yi said faintly. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately converged. Wu Yi giggled, seemingly quite satisfied. "And let me ask you, what's your cultivation?" "Third Order Saint Realm." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. A Third Order Saint cultivator really didn't need to be so nervous. Although Yang Kai was suspected of lying with his age, even if he was lying, his strength couldn't be too high. "I still have a lot of questions to ask, but you seem very tired, so let's stop here for today. Yufeng, take him to rest and give him something to eat." Wu Yi saw that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't quite right, so she suppressed her curiosity and ordered Yufeng lightly. Yufeng nodded, picked up Yang Kai and walked off in a certain direction. A short time later they arrived in front of a room and Yufeng kicked open the door, tossed Yang Kai inside and said fiercely, "Boy, stay here obediently and don't try to play any tricks. If I see you try to scheme anything, I'll immediately take your life." "Got it," Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be very obedient." Yufeng turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to Yang Kai and asked, "What's in your space ring?" "Some saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai replied. Yufeng glanced around and found that no one was around, but just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai took the initiative to throw his space ring over. Yufeng caught it, swept it with his divine sense and immediately grinned, nodding to Yang Kai. "Boy, you're smart. Wait here, I'll find you something delicious to eat." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Yufeng grinned and strode off in a certain direction. Although Wu Yi's insistence on keeping Yang Kai here made him feel a little uneasy, being able to harvest so many saint crystals made him very happy. Turning a corner, Yufeng happened to see Wu Yi standing there with a big smile. Yufeng quickly tucked his space ring behind his back and grinned widely. "Give it to me." Wu Yi stretched out her hand to him. "What does young lady want?" Yufeng played dumb. "That person's space ring, is it in your hands now?" Wu Yi smiled lightly. Yufeng sighed, his head drooping like a defeated rooster as he slowly walked over and placed Yang Kai's space ring in Wu Yi's hand, saying weakly, "Young lady, can you not be so smart? You're making us men lose our status. We're not bandits, why would we steal from others? Why would we become enemies for no reason? If the family was filled with people like you, how could it survive? Wu Yi reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. When Yu Feng heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on and repeatedly cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Wu Yi ignored him and scolded him fiercely until Yu Feng seriously admitted his mistake and promised he would never do it again. After Yu Feng left, Wu Yi sent her divine sense into the space ring and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. No wonder people say people outside have so many high-rank saint crystals they can't use up. A third-order saint cultivator actually has so many high-rank saint crystals, it's really unfair. Stealing from him shouldn't be a problem, but he should be able to give it to me. In any case, I did save his life. After muttering to herself for a while, Wu Yi put away the space ring with a clear conscience, preparing to have a good talk with Yang Kai about the ownership of this space ring the next time she saw him. Inside the room, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The space ring on his hand was just a facade. After all, in star territory, as long as one had a bit of strength, they would have a space ring. The one on Yang Kai's hand contained less than 500 high-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used pills, so losing it wasn't a big deal. However, the actions of the man named Yu Feng had made Yang Kai vigilant, so he quickly searched his chest and after finding the 3 space rings, he let out a heavy breath. Although Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, these 3 space rings that originally belonged to Guiche and the others had not been lost. After listening carefully and confirming that no one was monitoring him from outside, Yang Kai quickly transferred the contents of these 3 space rings into the demon mystic tome. If the contents of these 3 space rings were lost, Yang Kai would feel distressed. After doing all this, Yang Kai had time to examine his own situation. Since waking up, he found that his body was empty, without a trace of Saint Qi, as if he had lost all of his cultivation, a fact that made his hair stand on end. If a cultivator had no cultivation, they were equivalent to an ordinary person. After carefully examining himself, Yang Kai calmed down. Chapter 1094. The Saint Qi in his body had indeed been depleted, and the strength he had accumulated over so many years had been completely consumed. It was unavoidable for him to panic, but his foundation was still there. Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art and found that he could still absorb the surrounding world energy and transform it into nutrients for his own strength. As long as his foundation was intact, restoring his strength was only a matter of time. With the assistance of pills and saint crystals, it wouldn't take too long, at most a few days, but if he wanted to regain the inexhaustible strength he had before, it would take him many years to accumulate it again. His spiritual energy had not been consumed much and had instead increased significantly. Using his divine sense to investigate his body, Yang Kai soon became pleasantly surprised. The golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have become purer and more condensed. Furthermore, there were nearly 100 drops of the most orthodox demon god golden blood. Each drop of demon god golden blood contained terrifying power. This was the true demon god golden blood, one that was comparable to the blood in great demon god's body. Compared to these 100 drops of golden blood, the blood flowing through his body before only had a powerful restorative ability. However, these 100 drops of golden blood contained Yang Kai's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of various strengths, seemingly having infinite uses. The frustration and faint uneasiness in Yang Kai's heart was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He didn't know what had happened to the body-tempering divine pool, but Yang Kai was certain that he had triggered some kind of barrier on the altar, causing the entire pool to compress into a blood-red crystal. While drifting through the star field, his blood was still being tempered, resulting in this exciting situation. His Saint Qi would not disappear for no reason. It was very likely that it had merged with his blood, nourishing the birth of these 100 drops of golden blood. With his blood becoming purer, Yang Kai believed that the vitality he could erupt with when fighting would be more vigorous. His vitality was directly linked to his restorative ability and vitality, which meant that his restorative ability and vitality were much stronger than before. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai gathered the little bit of strength he had just recovered and cut a long, bone-deep wound on his palm. Golden light flashed and blood didn't even flow out. That terrifying wound quickly healed, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it disappeared without a trace. Not a single mark was left on the palm. Yang Kai took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the past, this kind of injury was not serious and could only be considered a minor injury, but it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to completely heal. but now half a cup of tea was enough. His recovery ability had indeed increased by several times. After examining his body and confirming that the current situation was only a matter of time, Yang Kai relaxed, took out a piece of Saint Crystal, held it in his palm, circulated his secret art, and began absorbing the power contained in this Saint Crystal before stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth to dissolve their efficacies. Feeling his strength slowly recover, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn. The mark of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid on his chest had long since disappeared, so Yang Kai could infer that he had been in a coma for a long time, but he couldn't tell exactly how long. That woman had said that this place was near Shadowed Star and was several years away from Rainfall Star, which meant that he might have been sealed for several years. During this period of time, the energy in the blood-red crystal had combined with his own Saint Qi to temper his blood. When the crystal's energy and Saint Qi were completely exhausted, the altar seemed to have disappeared, so after the crystal shattered, Yang Kai had not seen any trace of it. The precious treasures placed on the altar should have also been turned into nutrients that had seeped into his blood. Although the operation this time was a little muddled, they had gained quite a lot of benefits. Although Yufeng was a bit rude and barbaric, he was still an honest person and really found some food to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't refuse and ate everything Yufeng brought him, restoring some of his strength. Although after reaching the Third Order Saint Realm, it didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't eat for a long time, everyone had a desire for good food. On top of that, the things Yufeng brought him also had some restorative properties that were of great benefit to Yang Kai. Throughout the night, Yang Kai consumed 3 high-rank Saint Crystals and accumulated a lot of Saint Qi in his meridians, but it still couldn't compare to when he was at his peak. The next day, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and the woman who had spoken to Yang Kai before didn't wait for Yang Kai's response and directly pushed open the door and walked in. A diligent man moved a chair behind her and put it down with a flattering look on his face. After Wu Yi sat down, she waved to the cultivator, indicating that he could leave. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young lady, will there be a problem if you're alone with him?" "What problem?" Wu Yi glared at him unhappily. "Or do you think you're stronger than me and can protect me?" The cultivator's expression suddenly became awkward and he hurriedly said he wouldn't dare, respectfully walking out and closing the door behind him. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, Wu Yi chuckled and asked, "You're alive?" And Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what this woman would ask him, but he also felt that the cultivator on this starship didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Although Yufeng had clamored to kill him at first, it was only because of his own vigilance. "Look, you've been drifting in the starfield all this time. If it weren't for my subordinates rescuing you this time, you might still be wandering outside. If you accidentally encountered a powerful star beast, you might have been swallowed whole," Wu Yi said softly, trying to frighten him. "If you were swallowed by a star beast, you'd be miserable." Yang Kai saw Wu Yi talking while playing with a space ring and knew what she wanted to do. Laughing dumbly, he said, "You saved my life. Naturally I should thank you properly, but I don't have anything on me. The only space ring I have was taken away by that man named Yufeng yesterday. So, you're willing to give me this space ring as a thank you gift?" Wu Yi was overjoyed. "Great, then this space ring and everything inside is mine now. You can't go back." "I don't want it." Yang Kai shook his head. Only then did Wu Yi feel at ease as she took out everything from the space ring and put it into her own ring before tossing the empty one back to Yang Kai. "You're really rich. There are actually 500 high-rank Saint Crystals in that space ring. Don't you know such a large amount of wealth can easily attract the attention of others? Fortunately, you encountered my starship. If it had been anyone else's starship, you might have already lost your life." "You call that rich?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Does it not count?" Wu Yi said somewhat sadly, "And people like you do have a lot of Saint Crystals, but on Shadowed Star it's different. There are only a few Saint Crystal mines and they are all controlled by several great forces. It's impossible for my family to obtain more, so we can only risk our lives to mine on the ore stars outside. Each time many people die." "Are you really so poor?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since coming to Star Territory he had never had to worry about Saint Crystals. On the floating continent he had robbed the people from Purple Star and Sword Union, obtaining a lot of Saint Crystals. On Rainfall Star he had also plundered the storehouse of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. He really didn't know that someone would feel sad about 500 high-rank Saint Crystals, and it seemed that this woman's identity wasn't low. You said you're from Rainfall Star? As far as I know, that cultivation star is owned by a force called Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, right? N. Is Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce big? Do they have many masters? Is the strongest origin king realm? I heard that there are palaces built with saint crystals there, and that the people there eat pills as snacks. Is that true? Wu Yi's rapid barrage of questions stunned Yang Kai. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Have you never been outside?" Wu Yi shook her head. "I can only move around Shadowed Star. This place is too remote. I heard that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's businesses are spread throughout Star territory, but Shadowed Star doesn't have any. It's really annoying. They look down on us too much. Why can't you just move around Shadowed Star? Since you want to, why don't you go out and see for yourself?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that this woman was a little pitiful. She clearly had a heart that yearned for the outside world, but for some unknown reason she was bound by it. "Do you think it's so easy to go outside?" Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai couldn't help staring blankly at her. "Without a suitable star, a strong starship, and abundant resources, how can we support a voyage that lasts several years? Very few people here can go outside, and basically no one from the outside will come here. Shadowed Star is destined to be a forgotten place." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Zhou Xian realm. The two had many similarities. Both were extremely remote, but Shadowed Star was obviously better off than Zhou Xian realm. At the very least, Zhou Xian realm knew about the situation inside Star territory, while Zhou Xian realm was a completely isolated world that didn't even have the qualifications to explore its territory. In the vast Star territory, existences like Zhou Xian realm and Shadowed Star were definitely not exceptions. It was very likely that there were many such cultivation stars in unknown corners. For a moment, Yang Kai actually felt a sense of kinship with this woman, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "In fact, your situation is much better than mine." "It's better." Wu Yi was puzzled. "Do you know where I came from?" "Where I came from, the strongest person was only a third-order saint." Wu Yi's small mouth twitched. "You don't believe me?" Yang Kai smiled, "But it's a fact. We don't even know about star shuttles, starships, or other cultivation stars in Star territory. We're frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking that the third-order saint realm is the peak of the martial Dao. If I hadn't accidentally obtained a star shuttle, I wouldn't have been able to come to this wonderful world. But from that land besides me no one can enter Star territory, so they're still living ignorant lives on that continent." Wu Yi stared at Yang Kai blankly for a long time before saying, "You're really pitiful." Chapter 1095. Once one found that others were more pitiful than themselves, they would no longer feel sad. Yang Kai's words gave Wu Yi a sense of superiority. Compared with the homeland of this man named Yang Kai, Shadowed Star was simply a paradise on earth. Wu Yi greatly admired Yang Kai for rushing out of Zhou Xian realm alone and breaking into the territory of Shadowed Star, her two beautiful eyes filled with worship. She obviously admired this kind of fearless behavior, and if she had the opportunity she would have done the same. Unfortunately, there were various restrictions that kept her trapped here. As they chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious. Wu Yi didn't hold any hostility towards Yang Kai, and Yang Kai was also a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances, so naturally he wouldn't try to harm her. It wasn't until Yu Feng ran over to report something that Wu Yi reluctantly left. After she left, Yang Kai continued to take out saint crystals, take some pills, and circulate his secret art to restore his strength. Time passed by, and after a month, Yang Kai had restored his third-order saint realm cultivation, but the saint qi in his body hadn't accumulated much, at least not compared to before. Yang Kai continued to absorb the energy from the saint crystals to supplement the strength stored in his body. Yang Kai was accustomed to an inexhaustible supply of strength, so no matter how much he used it he wouldn't collapse. But now his current state made him feel a little uncomfortable. The energy in the saint crystals quickly transformed into a powerful source of strength for Yang Kai, allowing his saint qi to flow through his meridians. His heart was as calm as a mirror as he swept his divine sense through his meridians, carefully examining the 100 drops of pure demon god golden blood. These 100 drops of golden blood were produced because of the altar and the massive amount of saint qi in his body. There were only 100 drops of golden blood, so they would eventually be used up. If he wanted to produce more in the future, what method would he use? The altar in the body-tempering divine pond was no longer there, and Yang Kai hadn't completely memorized the complex spirit array engraved on it, so even if he wanted to duplicate it, it would be impossible. Just as he was thinking about this though, the golden blood flowing through his body seemed to be stimulated and began madly swallowing his Saint Qi. Yang Kai, who had just recovered, suddenly went pale and couldn't help feeling like he was about to collapse. Carefully inspecting it, Kai Yang was shocked. More than half of the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body disappeared at once, but this Saint Qi was quickly swallowed up by his golden blood. After swallowing his Saint Qi, his golden blood began producing a pinprick of pure gold the size of a needle tip. It was a drop of pure demon god golden blood that had yet to form. Yang Kai thought for a while with a gloomy expression before coming to a conclusion and quietly releasing his suppression, allowing his golden blood to continue swallowing his Saint Qi. The Saint Qi he had painstakingly cultivated rapidly decreased, but the needle-like golden blood grew larger. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't help but look ecstatic. Sure enough, golden blood could be produced by consuming Saint Qi, confirming Yang Kai's previous guess that the reason why his vast Saint Qi had disappeared was because he had produced 100 drops of golden blood. In the future, if Yang Kai wanted to condense pure golden blood, he would only need to consume his Saint Qi. However, the amount of Saint Qi consumed was quite large, so much so that Yang Kai felt distressed. After restoring his Saint Qi for an entire month, Yang Kai could only condense a single drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice. This meant that he would have to cultivate for at least 3 months before he could condense a single drop of pure golden blood. Although he felt distressed, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Because Saint Qi could be obtained through cultivation, taking pills, or consuming Saint crystals, as long as he found the right place and method, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain Saint Qi. However, demon god golden blood was not something that could be obtained casually. Now that there was a way to convert the two, Yang Kai was happy. Although this was a one-sided conversion process that wasn't as flexible as using Yang liquid, at least the demon god golden blood wouldn't be completely consumed. There were still 100 drops of golden blood in his body, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to produce more. Right now, the most important thing was to accumulate Saint Qi. In a good mood, Yang Kai's cultivation speed seemed to have improved greatly. In just one day, Yang Kai consumed 10 pieces of Saint Crystal and absorbed all their energy. Wu Yi came again. During this past month, whenever she had some free time, she would run over to Yang Kai. The news Yang Kai would bring her about the outside world had fascinated her greatly. Whether it was big or small, she would listen with great interest. The more she heard, the more she yearned to explore the outside world, to the point where she couldn't wait to order the starship to change course and head towards that wonderful world. Seeing her sitting in front of him with an eager look on her face, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and helplessly said, "Wu Yi, I've only been in the Starry Sky territory for a few years now. I've already told you everything I know and see, there's nothing else I can hide from you." Yang Kai really couldn't stand her anymore. How could a person's curiosity be so strong? He didn't know if it was her own tragedy or his own. "Just think about it, there's always something you haven't told me. As long as it's news from the outside world, I'll listen to it." Wu Yi refused to back down and stared at Yang Kai with great interest. The last few times she had said something like this, Yang Kai had racked his brains to think of a few trivial things to satisfy Wu Yi's curiosity and send her away. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to compromise today. This little girl was a wolf that couldn't be fed. If he compromised today, there would definitely be a next time. "There's nothing else, really nothing else. I even told you about my flirting with women. What else have I not told you?" "Let's talk about that then. I want to know how men and women in the outside world treat their feelings differently from those on Shadowed Star," Wu Yi said with great interest, completely ignoring Yang Kai's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the critical moment, Yu Feng had run over to save Yang Kai's life. Seeing him so flustered, Wu Yi's expression also became serious. "What happened?" "There's a group of black rock beasts outside the starship." Wu Yi's expression suddenly changed as she hurriedly stood up and rushed to the window to look out, but after seeing the situation outside, her face became even uglier. Not bothering to dig up any more information from Yang Kai, she hurriedly ran out with Yu Feng. After they left, Yang Kai also looked out the window and saw a large group of black monster beasts gathered around the starship. There were at least 300 to 400 of them, and this was all within Yang Kai's field of vision. He didn't know how many were outside his field of vision. Black rock beasts, Yang Kai had heard from Wu Yi during their conversation. These monster beasts lived in the territory of the starry sky and had extremely tenacious vitality. They also liked to gnaw on ores. As such, traces of black rock beasts could often be found in asteroid seas, dead stars or ore stars. Wu Yi and the others called these monster beasts star beast. Black rock beasts weren't very strong, the weakest only being 5th order, equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strongest were 7th order Saint King realm while the majority were 6th order. What gave Wu Yi a headache though was that black rock beasts lived in groups, and not only did they like to gnaw on ores, they also liked to gnaw on starships. The hulls of starships were made from a variety of rare ores, which were the most suitable for the black rock beast's appetite. Their skin was thick and their flesh was thick, making them extremely difficult to kill. Many starships on Shadowed Star were destroyed not because they encountered storms in the starfield, but because they encountered black rock beasts. Once a starship was gnawed by this monster beast, the cultivator inside would lose its protection and naturally suffer casualties. Over the years, the great forces on Shadowed Star had suffered heavy losses because of these star beasts and had even joined forces to exterminate them once. But these black rock beasts were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one batch was cut down, another would pop up, making it impossible to kill them all. It could be said that black rock beasts were the biggest enemy of any cultivator on Shadowed Star. They were also the biggest obstacle preventing cultivators from entering the territory of the starry sky and integrating into the wonderful world outside. If they couldn't solve this problem, they would never be able to integrate into the starry sky territory. Wu Yi's starship was only Saint King grade low rank and was unable to resist the sharp fangs of the black rock beasts. As such, when she heard that there were black rock beasts following them, Wu Yi's expression immediately changed. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before walking out. Over the past month, although he hadn't been able to integrate into the starship, no one had tried to embarrass him. After all, his true cultivation wasn't high. Wu Yi had also allowed him to walk around the starship as long as he didn't go to any secret places. Along the corridor, the cultivator rushed out, each of them brimming with murderous intent. Under Yu Feng's orders, they all ran off in an orderly manner. Many people were cursing, shouting that they would fight the black rock beasts to the death, vowing to live or die with the starship. Everyone turned a blind eye to Yang Kai. At that moment, the starship shook violently and a shocking energy fluctuation burst out, causing all the cultivator to grin. Yang Kai looked out the window and saw a white light shoot out from a certain part of the starship and crash into the black rock beasts. Dozens of black rock beasts that had gathered together instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wherever the light passed, the space became empty, leaving nothing behind. Crystal cannons. Every starship carried a kind of artifact that was completely powered by Saint crystals. Although it was extremely powerful, its consumption was also enormous. With the financial resources of Wu Yi and the others, it was likely they could only use it once. Sure enough, the explosion of the crystal cannon caused all the cultivators' blood to boil. The starship's hatch slowly opened, and under Yu Feng's leadership, everyone rushed out. Even Wu Yi was no exception. She wore a fiery red artifact armor from head to toe that pulsed like it had a soul, exuding a saint-grade low-rank aura, her pretty face filled with a resolute light. After these people left, the hatch slowly closed again. Yang Kai swept the starship with his divine sense and was surprised to find that, including himself, there were less than 10 people left on board. These 10 people were the minimum number required to maintain the starship's operations, while the rest had already charged into the black rock beast horde. The battle was fierce. Having grown accustomed to the wealth of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, suddenly seeing a group of people desperately defending a small Saint King grade low-rank starship, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. If it had been Shui Yu instead of Wu Yi who had been on this starship, she probably wouldn't have gone out to fight for it. Her safety was much more important than the starship. But then again, if it had been Shui Yu's starship, she wouldn't have just fired the crystal cannon once. A crazy woman like her would have continued firing until the black rock beasts were completely obliterated. Chapter 1096. Outside the starship, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills dazzled everyone's eyes as a variety of different types of power was released by the cultivators and bombarded the dense black rock beasts. Even though the black rock beast's skin was extremely tough, they were unable to withstand such a violent attack. In just a single sweep, more than 25th or 6th order black rock beasts were torn to pieces. The cultivators on the starship moved in a very orderly manner, showing a kind of group formation. None of them would rush out alone to attack the black rock beasts, instead acting as a group under Wu Yi's command. Wherever Wu Yi pointed they would attack. There weren't many of them, only 50 to 60 of them, so compared to the huge black rock beasts, they were insignificant, so they could only use this method to gain some advantage. Yang Kai heard the sound of prayers and cheers from the cultivators on the starship cheering for their companions. Their cultivations were the lowest among all, so they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle and could only remain on the starship and maintain its operations. A scream rang out as a third-order Saint cultivator was the first to be torn to pieces by a black rock beast, instantly dying. Immediately, someone else took his place and forced the black rock beast to retreat. In the next moment, a dozen or so attacks were launched, killing the black rock beast on the spot. Wu Yi's dispatch was very orderly and effective. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had dealt with such a battle, so each of them was very experienced. If this situation continued, even if Wu Yi's side was outnumbered, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that everyone fighting outside was worried about something, as if they knew what the black rock beasts would do next, something they couldn't resist. Another blood-curdling scream rang out as a cultivator at the outermost edge of the formation was bitten by several black rock beasts. His hands and feet were bitten and he became the second person to die. After the black rock beasts killed the cultivator, they didn't devour his flesh and blood, instead spitting it out of their mouths. Black rock beasts only ate minerals, not flesh and blood. Xiao xiao xiao. A green liquid suddenly sprayed out from the black rock beasts' mouths and in an instant, Wu Yi and the others were surrounded by this green liquid. Everyone's expression became solemn as they quickly moved out of the way under Wu Yi's command. A cultivator who was carelessly stained by the green liquid screamed out miserably as a puff of smoke rose from his body. The majestic artifact armor he wore on his chest quickly melted away, and even his body was corroded, leaving behind only a pile of bones. This dark green liquid clearly had an extremely strong corrosive property. Yang Kai paled as he couldn't help worrying for Wu Yi and the others. If Wu Yi and the starship were defeated everyone on the starship would be destroyed. If that was the starship, everyone on board of them would be destroyed and everyone on starship would suffer. Starship if and the starship were defeated too, if they were to starship of them, if and starship so, as everyone. Kai Yang suddenly felt that he should do something. Dong dong dong. A series of muffled thumps rang out from the ship's hull as Yang Kai saw the black rock beasts actually avoid Wu Yi and the others and jump onto the starship, spraying the green liquid from their mouths and beginning to corrode the hull before gnawing at it. Crunching sounds like silkworms eating mulberry leaves rang out, densely packed together, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. Wu Yi and the others no longer stayed together and instead split up into groups of 3 to 5 as they followed the black rock beasts and jumped onto the starship's hull, valiantly killing the enemies and protecting the ship. More and more people died, each of them surrounded by several dozen black rock beasts. Yu Feng joined forces with the other 3 to protect Wu Yi, releasing their Saint Qi together with her. Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so she waved the several rings in her hands, her graceful waist dancing like a water snake, condensing a series of flames into a dragon-like attack, causing the black rock beasts to hesitate, none of them daring to approach. The few black rock beasts that did manage to approach were all strangled to death. These beasts seemed to be very afraid of fire. More and more black rock beasts noticed this scene and quickly rushed over. Yu Feng and the others did their best but were unable to stop the tide of beasts. Not to mention there were several 7th-order black rock beasts in this group. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. 2 of the 7th-order black rock beasts entangled Yu Feng while the others rushed to meet the other cultivator guards around Wu Yi, keeping them busy. The rings in Wu Yi's hands erupted with an even stronger flame aura and bombarded one of the 7th-order black rock beasts that was rushing over. Flames splashed out and the black rock beast howled in pain as it retreated, but it was not killed. Black rock beasts had thick skin and extremely strong defensive power, so Wu Yi could kill 5th-order or 6th-order black rock beasts, but she couldn't kill a 7th-order black rock beast in a short time. After being attacked by the flames, the black rock beast seemed to become incomparably furious. It opened its bloody mouth, which was full of irregular sawtooth fangs. Faintly, one could see dark green corrosive acid gathering in its mouth. It hid behind several of its companions and, taking advantage of Wu Yi's confusion, bit towards her waist. As long as this black rock beast bit down with the corrosive power of its acid, even if Wu Yi didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Wu Yi could see it clearly, but she had no way to resist. Yu Feng and the others also glared at Wu Yi, but they couldn't help her. A sense of despair rose from her heart as Wu Yi's expression became bleak as she helplessly watched the seventh-order black rock beast bite down on her. At that moment, a drop of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yi. This drop of golden light appeared without warning, leaving no trace behind. The moment this drop of golden light appeared, it transformed into a long spear that pulsed with a powerful energy fluctuation that caused everyone's complexion to pale. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the grade 7 black rock beast with its mouth wide open. The spear smashed a big hole in its head, smashing its entire head into pieces. The golden spear didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced through more than a dozen black rock beasts. None of these thick-skinned monster beasts could resist this attack, whether it was 5th order or 6th order, all of them bursting into a bloody mist and disappearing from everyone's sight. Yu Feng, who was dumbfounded, forgot about the danger he was in as he stared blankly at the golden spear rapidly approaching him, a cold chill filling the depths of his heart. He felt like he was about to die. However, to his surprise, the golden spear seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment it arrived in front of him, it suddenly changed directions, brushing past his body and swallowing up a black rock beast behind him. The group of people looked around blankly, all of them confused as to who had produced this golden spear. Wu was even more so, searching around. What should have been a certain death situation had been resolved by this golden spear, allowing her to escape. Her pretty face filled with doubt as she looked around with lingering fear. She wanted to find the owner of this golden spear. She didn't know she had such a powerful subordinate. This spear alone was enough to make him the main force of the family. Wu Yi naturally had value as a cultivator with such means. She searched for a while but didn't find anyone suspicious. Suddenly she saw Yang Kai standing behind a window somewhere in the starship. Yang Kai was waving his hands at her, seemingly trying to say something, but from his nervous expression and mouth movements, Wu Yi was able to infer that he was cheering for her and the others. Wu Yi shook her head and didn't pay too much attention to Yang Kai, instead joining forces with Yu Feng and the others to launch another attack on the black rock beasts while quietly observing the golden spear. Since the appearance of this strange golden spear, the situation of the battle seemed to have changed. The cultivator group, who had originally been at an absolute disadvantage, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately pushed their strength, gradually reversing the situation. The golden spear moved around the battlefield as if it had a life of its own. It had its own eyes. Every time it attacked, it would kill several black rock beasts. Every time it attacked, it would save a warrior's life. It had grasped the opportunity quite well. Everyone discovered this strange golden spear and recognized its ferocity. Some of the more experienced cultivators hid behind the spear and began to hunt down the wounded black rock beasts. Wu Yi was also very smart and decisively ordered everyone to follow behind the spear and attack. This was an indestructible spear, so with it leading the way, it was only a matter of time before the black rock beasts were all killed. The black rock beasts that jumped onto the warship were gradually cleaned up. The black rock beasts seemed to have sensed the threat from the spears and gathered in one place, eyeing this side covetously. However, they did not dare to attack casually. Wu Yi also raised her hand and motioned for everyone to rest for a while. They were too few in number, while the black rock beasts still had hundreds of monster beasts. If they rushed in rashly, casualties would definitely occur. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. The black rock beasts were afraid to attack and didn't dare to attack, while Wu Yi and the others also held back. The deadlock was broken by the golden spear. For some unknown reason, the golden spear suddenly emitted a shocking energy fluctuation, and the originally 10-meter-long spear suddenly grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 50-meter-long giant spear. The giant spear flickered and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if it had never existed. Just as everyone was searching for traces of the giant spear, at the location where the black rock beasts were gathered, a golden light burst out, enveloping the entire group of beasts. Many 5th order and 6th order black rock beasts disappeared in an instant, as if they had evaporated. Even the seventh-order black rock beasts began to howl, their black hides flipping as dark red blood flowed out from their bodies. When the golden light disappeared, the huge herd of black rock beasts shrank significantly. At least a few dozen black rock beasts had died in the golden light. The remaining black rock beasts no longer dared to remain and under the leadership of several seventh-order monster beasts, fled in terror. The group of cultivators stood in place in a daze until the black rock beast disappeared into the starry sky with their eyes. Only then did they burst into cheers, each of their faces filled with joy and the joy of surviving a calamity. Chapter 1097. As the cultivator cheered and celebrated their victory, Wu Yi's lips also curled into a faint smile, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her familiar subordinates, seemingly trying to peer into their souls to see if they were hiding anything. A thoughtful look appeared on her charming face for a moment before she waved her hand and said, "Return." She took the lead and flew towards the starship, the other cultivator following closely behind. The starship's hatch slowly opened and those who had stayed behind rushed out, standing in the corridor to welcome their companion's triumphant return. They had never experienced such a battle before. The Black Rock Beasts this time was the largest group they had ever encountered. Originally, all of them had given up all hope, but unexpectedly they had won in the end. Moreover, the price they had paid wasn't too high, only a dozen or so people had died in this battle and not many had been injured. Such a victory was worthy of celebration. Yu Feng sent some people to repair the starship's damaged areas. After 2 hours, gather everyone who participated in this battle. I have something to say, Wu Yi ordered lightly. Yu Feng, who was grinning widely and bragging to his companions about how brave he had been just now, immediately nodded and said, "Understood." Watching Yu Feng find a few people familiar with repairing the starship and fly off, Wu Yi walked back to her room. This battle had been a complete mess, so she naturally wanted to get to the bottom of this, but before that she had to clean up the blood on her clothes. Inside Yang Kai's room, he sat down cross-legged, his divine sense circulating around his body as he examined the 100 drops of golden blood. Even with his eyes closed, a look of excitement and surprise appeared on his face. He had never expected the power of a single drop of golden blood to be so great. Just now, when he saw Wu Yi and the others struggling, he suddenly had an idea and used a drop of golden blood. He just wanted to help out a little and see how powerful this drop of golden blood was, but the result had exceeded his expectations and directly resolved the crisis Wu Yi and the others had faced. The drop of golden blood had condensed into the 9 heavens divine skill, the punishing heaven spear, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space. So even though Yang Kai was inside the starship, he could still control it. What satisfied Yang Kai the most was that although the drop of golden blood had separated from his body, it still felt like a part of him, like an extension of his body. It was like his hands and feet, like his eyes, and he could use it without any hindrance. This drop of golden blood was the crystallization of Yang Kai's 3 months of hard work. 3 months' worth of Saint Qi could only be used to condense a single drop of golden blood, which explained why it had such power. This golden blood was thousands of times more precious than the previous Yang liquid, and its power was also not something that Yang liquid could compare to. However, this kind of thing could not be casually replenished like the Yang liquid, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat distressed. Yang Kai really wanted to know what other uses the golden blood had besides attacking. If Great Demon God was still alive, Yang Kai might be able to get some inspiration from him. After all, Great Demon God's research on golden blood was definitely much more profound than his own. Unfortunately, Great Demon God had died long ago, so Yang Kai could only rely on himself to find the answer. While Yang Kai was studying the golden blood, in a large hall of the starship, all the cultivator who had participated in the previous battle had gathered. Many of them were smiling as they discussed whether the young lady wanted to reward them with something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Only Yu Feng and foreign elder Chong Qi exchanged glances and guessed Wu Yi's intentions for gathering these people together. After waiting for a while, Wu Yi, dressed in a long green dress, walked over, her ethereal aura causing everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets. The faint smile at the corners of her mouth was captivating, as if it was trying to pull in one's soul, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. Yu Feng didn't conceal the admiration in his eyes and slapped the heads of several of his companions who were currently acting ugly, grinding his teeth as he scolded, "All of you restrain yourselves. Look at what a bunch of stupid pigs you've become." Big brother Yufeng, you're not much better yourself, why are you slapping us? Someone grabbed his head and cried out. Father here is admiring you, unlike you bunch of idiots. Do you even know what admiring is? Yufeng coldly snorted, saying so as a smile appeared on his face, and he rushed over to Wu Yi's side, flattering her. Young lady, everyone has gathered here, you can speak now. Wu Yi nodded lightly, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her group of worthless subordinates. Everyone who caught her eye couldn't help raising their heads and puffing out their chests, restraining their filthy demeanors and giving off a dignified and awe-inspiring aura. Yufeng diligently brought over a chair for Wu Yi to sit down before saying, You're all quite fierce, why didn't I notice it before? I always thought you were a bunch of idiots waiting to die, but now I know I was wrong, very wrong. Many of these people didn't hear the ridicule in Wu Yi's voice and simply grinned, saying the young lady had overestimated themselves and acting extremely humble. Wu Yi sneered lightly as she watched them blow their own trumpets, pretending to be humble, but in reality, each and every one of them had their tails stuck high up in the sky. Suddenly slapping her chair, Wu Yi ground her teeth and shouted, Do you think I don't know what kind of conduct you have? Do you really think I'm praising you? A bunch of brainless fools. Even if they were reprimanded by Wu Yi like this, everyone was still laughing, not showing the slightest bit of anger. Being reprimanded by a beautiful woman was also a kind of glory, and everyone knew that although Wu Yi said so, she didn't actually think so in her heart. You there, stand up. Don't think you've hidden yourself well enough. This young lady has already found your weakness. Don't think you can do it without anyone noticing. Wu Yi shouted as she swept her beautiful eyes across the crowd. Everyone who met her gaze felt as if she was looking at them. Everyone's faces immediately became serious as they remembered the golden spear they had seen during the previous battle and understood why Wu Yi had gathered everyone here. The young lady clearly wanted to find the owner of that golden spear. Walala. Suddenly, more than a dozen people stood up from the crowd, each of them wearing an embarrassed expression as they hesitated to speak. Some of the more shameless ones even stuttered. Young lady, in fact I didn't want to say it, but since you've found out, I can't hide it any longer. Wu Yi rubbed her forehead, a helpless expression filling her pretty face because she had noticed Yufeng among these dozen people. She felt that she had underestimated the shamelessness of this group of bastards. The crowd immediately fell into chaos as more than a dozen people kept insisting that the golden spear was their masterpiece, refusing to back down, causing a ruckus. Young lady. The old foreign elder Xianxia walked over to Wu Yi and folded his hands into his sleeves, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, Don't you know what kind of trash these people are? That golden spear definitely wasn't their doing. Wu Yi sighed. Then who could it be? On our starship, besides these unworthy fools, only Yang Kai is capable of such a feat. However, when we were fighting the Black Rock beasts, Yang Kai was still inside the starship, and his strength is only a third-order saint, so naturally, it couldn't have been his doing. Xianxia thought for a moment before saying, Perhaps some master happened to pass by and helped us. Master? Wu Yi frowned. Foreign elder Chong, do you know of any master on Shadowed Star who uses that kind of artifact? Xianxia shook his head. Young lady, that golden spear doesn't seem to be an artifact. Not an artifact? Could it be a martial skill? It doesn't seem to be a martial skill either. This old master paid close attention to that golden spear during the battle and discovered that it was giving off an astonishing vitality. Although it was in the form of a spear, this old master had the illusion that it was made out of flesh and blood. I also noticed the vitality, Wu Yi nodded. But why didn't this person say anything about helping us? At the very least he should have let us know who was helping us. Xianxia smiled lightly. There are many powerful masters who like to do things without leaving their names. Perhaps in his opinion it was just a small matter. But in the end he saved the lives of several dozen people. Young lady doesn't need to worry, as long as that person is from Shadowed Star, we will know one day. When that time comes we can go and thank him. Our family isn't an ungrateful bunch, but if young lady learns who he is in the future, you must be careful when interacting with him. Such a powerful master is temperamental, perhaps he didn't take this matter to heart. What foreign elder says is correct. Wu Yi nodded lightly, glancing over at the group of crooked melons who were still arguing and trying to take all the credit for themselves. Wu Yi's nose almost went crooked from anger as she shouted, If you keep acting so shamelessly, I'll confiscate all your rewards when we return. As soon as these words came out, the several dozen people suddenly fell silent, none of them daring to make a sound, all of them exchanging awkward glances. There's still a month before we return to Shadowed Star. All of you be careful, don't make any mistakes. Wu Yi scolded before getting up and leaving. After she left, Yufeng snorted and squinted at the crowd. Good, now there's no need to argue. You bunch of stupid pigs, why did so many of you suddenly stand up for me? This kind of credit should have been taken by father alone. It's really this Yufeng's shame to be associated with you lot. The dozen or so people rolled their eyes and ignored the angry Yufeng, going back to their own tasks. Inside his room, Yang Kai was meditating when Wu Yi rushed in angrily and sat down in her usual chair, her full chest heaving up and down in a spectacular display. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her for a moment before closing them again and continuing with his own business. After waiting for a while, seeing him remain motionless, Wu Yi took the initiative to say, "You're making me so angry." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he couldn't continue to cultivate. This little girl was good at everything, but she was a bit too active. Every time she came in, she would pull him to her side and talk as if she hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Chapter 1098. Seeing Wu Yi sitting there with a straight face waiting for him to ask, Yang Kai sighed and unwillingly asked, "Who provoked you?" "That group of smelly men. How can their IQs be so low? How can they not feel ashamed to take credit for themselves?" "Yang Kai, are the people outside also like this?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before replying, "I don't know about others, but I do know that men can become very stupid under certain circumstances." "What circumstances?" "When facing the woman they like, they often pretend to be stupid in order to attract her attention." Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before suddenly giggling and nodding. "What you said makes sense. In fact, they aren't usually stupid, they're actually smarter than anyone else, but every time I see them it seems they're showing off their IQ. If you don't do that, how can you show off your intelligence? You mean to say that I'm actually stupid? That I only appear smart because of their help?" Wu Yi suddenly became unhappy. "That's not what I mean, you're thinking too much. If you weren't smart enough, no one would dare let you take charge of this starship, and they wouldn't put their lives in your hands." "That's more like it," Wu Yi snorted. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's answer, suddenly saying, "Do you know, when we were fighting outside just now, I thought we were all going to die? I had never encountered such a large group of black rock beasts before. If they had really destroyed the starship, less than 30% of us would have survived. But suddenly a golden spear appeared and helped us resolve the crisis." "Yang Kai, what kind of person do you think the owner of that golden spear was? You were also watching the battle, did you not notice anyone suspicious?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head. Wu Yi stared at him deeply, seemingly unintentionally saying, "If that person is willing to identify themselves, I will definitely thank them." Yang Kai sat in place, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation, his expression indifferent. After a long time, Wu Yi sighed. "We'll be returning to Shadowed Star in a month, you should rest well. I see that you haven't fully recovered during this time. Did you hurt your foundation? I'll have someone send you some pills and Saint crystals later." Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse. Shortly after Wu Yi left, a cultivator brought over 10 high-rank Saint crystals and a few Saint-grade high-rank pills, saying that the young lady wanted to deliver them to Yang Kai so he could recover before returning to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai thanked him and took it. Looking at the 10 Saint crystals and the few Saint-grade top-rank pills he usually didn't care about, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Last time, Wu Yi had robbed him of 500 high-rank Saint crystals, but as far as Yang Kai knew, those high-rank Saint crystals had not been pocketed by Wu Yi alone. Instead, she had taken them out and distributed them to her subordinates. Although everyone didn't get much, they were all overjoyed. Yang Kai immediately knew that these people did not live a rich life. Now that Wu Yi had sent him 10 Saint crystals, it was enough to show her kindness. The days passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent most of his time in his room recovering and storing his Saint Qi, occasionally coming out to walk around. Although this small starship wasn't of high grade and was obviously quite old, it was well maintained by Wu Yi's subordinates. The floor of the starship was spotless and the windows were cleaned every day. These people cherished this starship far more than their own lives. Yang Kai wasn't one of Wu Yi's subordinates, so he couldn't go to some of the starship's secret locations such as the power room. Other than these places he could walk around freely. The cultivator also gradually became familiar with Yang Kai as an outsider, some of them even inquiring about the outside world with him. Everyone got along well. As time passed, the starship got closer and closer to Shadowed Star, and the mood of the several dozen cultivator became inexplicably high. They had experienced many hardships along the way, and now that they were about to return home with a bountiful harvest, they were naturally overjoyed. Even Wu Yi was infected by this joyous atmosphere and didn't visit Yang Kai for the past few days. Finally, the huge shadowed star appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and inside the starship, loud cheers rang out. Kai Yang, who had been meditating in his room, was alarmed by the commotion. He went outside and looked out through the corridor window. Seeing an unimaginable giant star appear in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. So big. Shadowed Star's size was incredible. Yang Kai had wandered the star territory for a few years now and had seen many cultivation stars, but none of them were as magnificent as Shadowed Star. It was more than 10 times larger than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's water moon star, like a behemoth standing in the middle of a star field. In a distant location, there was an even larger sun star that exuded a scorching light that enveloped Shadowed Star. Near Shadowed Star there were 7 or 8 moon stars revolving around it, each of which was the size of Rainfall Star. I heard that Shadowed Star is the largest cultivation star in the star territory, is that true? Wu Yi stood beside Yang Kai at some unknown point and was very satisfied with his surprised expression. No matter how much she wanted to leave Shadowed Star and expand her horizons, this cultivation star was, after all, her homeland and she felt proud of its vastness. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another cultivation star comparable to Shadowed Star, Yang Kai replied seriously. In fact, Shadowed Star's world energy isn't bad, it's just that it's too big, so compared to other cultivation stars it's a bit thin, Wu Yi said faintly. Wu Yi said faintly, I also heard that a long time ago, there were many cultivation stars here. At that time we had not yet been cut off from the outside world, but for some unknown reason some changes occurred in the starry sky and some of the smaller cultivation stars disappeared, leaving behind only the largest Shadowed Star. The various crises along the star path, the lack of materials, and especially the lack of Saint crystals made it impossible for us to restore our former glory. Even communication with the outside world has been cut off. Unless someone from the outside world came to visit us, the people of Shadowed Star rarely went outside. She rambled on and Kai Yang didn't interrupt, only listening quietly. Wu Yi suddenly changed the topic and a confident smile appeared on her face. My wish is to reconnect Shadowed Star with the outside world so that our people can go out whenever they want and never have to worry about a lack of Saint crystals. Yang Kai turned to look at her and gave her a big thumbs up. People with aspirations were worthy of respect. Compared with Wu Yi, Yang Kai didn't seem to have much ambition right now. All he wanted to do was become stronger as quickly as possible. My family isn't strong, so I can't get them to support me. Yang Kai, please help me. Yang Kai, who was looking at Wu Yi approvingly, smiled bitterly and said, that last sentence was your real purpose, right? Wu Yi spat out her pink tongue, silently agreeing. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that no wonder Wu Yi looked a bit sentimental today. It turned out she had some kind of idea about him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm just a third-order Saint cultivator, how can I help you? I don't know what you can help me with, but at the very least you came from the outside so you know what kind of forces we can cooperate with. That's all I don't know. I lack people like you around me, so it doesn't matter if your strength is a bit low. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes. Yang Kai frowned. He had a good impression of this woman. Although she looked soft and weak on the outside, she was actually very strong and had a strong will to pursue her ideals. However, Yang Kai really didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. To Shadowed Star he was just a passerby who would soon leave. Rashly agreeing to her request would be irresponsible, but looking at the clear look in her eyes, Yang Kai couldn't bear to discourage her. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, I heard you say before that your family is attached to a force called Shadow Moon Hall, right? Yes, Shadow Moon Hall is one of the largest forces on Shadowed Star. My Haiku family is attached to Shadow Moon Hall. There are many families like my family on Shadowed Star, so if they don't attach themselves to a great force, they won't be able to survive. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This kind of thing was commonplace on Tongxian realm, but the haiku family Wu Yi belonged to was just a peripheral force, so it was likely their status was very low and their family wasn't very strong. Who is the strongest in your family? Yang Kai asked again. Although she didn't understand what he wanted to do, Wu Yi still pointed to the side. Foreign elder Chang Qi is one of the strongest. Yang Kai was stunned. Not even an origin returning realm master? Wu Yi couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. Do you think there are many origin returning realm masters? Are you going to help me or not? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Your dream seems to be very far away. If you want to realize such an ideal, it's impossible to do so without a strong master under your command. And you should first become the patriarch of your family. I'll think about it when the time comes. Think about it? Wu Yi trembled with anger. She had sincerely invited him but hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so perfunctory, causing her to grit her teeth, wishing she could bite off a piece of flesh from his back. Good, when you really take charge of your family. If you still have such ambitions, I'll help you. Yang Kai stared at her with scorching eyes. It's a promise. Wu Yi immediately smiled and stretched out her small white hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave her 3 palms as a promise. Just wait, in less than 2 or 3 years, I'll become the patriarch of my family, Wu Yi said confidently. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai really didn't have the heart to tell her that once she became the patriarch of her family and stood at such a height, she would find that her thoughts at that time were somewhat different from her current thoughts. Right now she was simply pursuing her own dreams without any worries, but in the future she would have to consider the livelihood of her entire family, so all kinds of restrictions would tighten her wings even more. Time would wear down a person's spirit, causing a hot-blooded person to become more mature. Chapter 1099. The starship flew under the clouds of Shadowed Star for a long time before finally descending slowly and landing on a huge wide chalk field. Inside this wide chalk field, some people who had received the news were waiting. Standing by the window, Wu Yi saw familiar faces waving their hands towards them and couldn't help jumping up and down. It's Uncle Howen and the others. Yu Feng grinned. We've worked hard this time, so Senior Howen will naturally come to greet us personally. Big Sister Xiaoji, after we return, will be rewarded, right? You only know how to reward us. Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him before chuckling. Don't worry, the ores we collected this time are all rare. You'll be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, the nearby cultivator suddenly cheered. With a dull thud, the starship landed firmly on the broad chalk field and the hatch slowly opened. Wu Yi took the lead, followed by Changqi, and a large group of people walked out like soldiers who had just returned from a victorious battle, their chests puffed out in pride as they walked out of the starship with their heads held high and chests puffed out. The old man named Howen quickly stepped forward, followed by several Haiku family cultivator, cupping his fists and bowing. Big Sister Xiaoji has worked hard. Everyone has worked hard. It's what we should do. Uncle Howen is too polite. Wu Yi smiled. Big Sister Xiaoji being able to return safely, this old man's heart can finally relax, Howen said with a trace of fear. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to drive a starship into star territory. Wu Yi had been gone for a week now, so many people who were concerned about her were unable to eat or sleep well. Howen was one of them and enthusiastically said, Big Sister Xiaoji, please return to the family quickly. The patriarch and the elders are all very worried about you. If they see you safe and sound, they will be very happy. Wu Yi smiled and shook her head. There's no need to rush. Let's transport the ores from the starship first, then return. Hao An's face stiffened slightly, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile. There's no need for Big Sister Xiaoji to take charge of this matter. Someone will naturally take care of it. Wu Yi stood in place and thought about it for a moment before nodding. Very well. Saying so, she turned around and shouted, Help transport the ores we collected back. Yes. Yu Feng and the others replied loudly. No need, we can do it ourselves. A voice suddenly called out. The moment she heard this voice, the smile on Wu Yi's face disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of vigilance and disgust as she glanced around. In the direction of the sound, a group of cultivators was rushing towards them. The leader was a short young man. The young man's height was too horrible to look at. He only reached Yang Kai's chest. Although he was short, he walked like a dragon or a tiger. He looked insufferably arrogant. The cultivator behind him also had a complacent expression. Their eyes were full of undisguised contempt. Xia Hongwen. Wu Yi's black and white pupils shrank as she called out, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" The young man named Xia Hongwen grinned meaningfully. "Although this is your haiku family's vast chalk field, it's also my Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so I can come and go as I please. And little sister Wu Yi has worked hard this time. I heard you went deep into Star's territory this time and collected a lot of rare ores. What does that have to do with you?" Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. "How does it have nothing to do with me?" Xia Hongwen laughed and pointed to the starship. "The ores inside now belong to my Shadow Moon Hall, didn't anyone tell you?" Wu Yi's face went pale while Yu Feng and the others also wore ferocious looks as they became furious. Wu Yi turned her head to look at Howen, expecting him to give an explanation. Howen wore a guilty look on his face and after hesitating for a long time he sighed, "Big sister Xiao Chok, let's go back first, the patriarch will give you an explanation." Explanation? Wu Yi sneered, instantly understanding the cause and effect of this situation, causing her fiery heart to go cold as she coldly declared, "In order to collect these ores, more than 100 of us went out, but now only half have returned. Does the family know what kind of danger we've encountered? Do they know we were attacked by several waves of black rock beasts? Do they know we almost didn't make it back? We were almost wiped out. Who are we desperately collecting these ores for? Now that we've returned with a bountiful harvest, why can't we enjoy the fruits of our hard work? Can we only get an explanation?" This series of questions left Howen speechless, the shame on his face becoming even thicker, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Not only was Wu Yi furious, her tender body trembling, but the 50 or so cultivator behind her were also glaring at Xia Hongwen with burning eyes, all of them secretly circulating their strength. Xia Hongwen remained motionless, his face still wearing that disgusting smile as he shot a provocative look towards Yu Feng and the others, as if he couldn't wait for them to make a big fuss. "Elder sister Xiaoji, this is the family's decision." Howen held back for a long time before finally squeezing out a few words, looking towards Wu Yi with a sincere expression almost pleading, "Please consider the overall situation, elder sister Xiaoji." Wu Yi wasn't a little girl who didn't understand anything. Although she understood that the family had made such a decision out of desperation, she also understood that if she didn't compromise at this time, it would only bring greater disaster to the people behind her. Clenching her fists tightly, the anger on her face transformed into helplessness as she sighed heavily, "I understand. Elder sister Xiaoji." Yu Feng shouted, seemingly having something to say. "Go back. You won't be short on rewards even if the family doesn't pay, I will." Wu Yi glared at him fiercely. Yu Feng's eyes went bloodshot as he lowered his head dejectedly. With a soft clap, Xia Hongwen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, laughed and said, "I've long since heard that little sister Wu Yi is skilled in managing her subordinates. Seeing you in person today, it seems your reputation is well deserved. So many grown men are willing to listen to a little woman like you. Big brother admires you." "Who's your little sister? Whose big brother are you?" Wu Yi looked at him with disgust. "Xia Hongwen, I'll tell you, this starship's ores are soaked with the blood of my haiku family members. We mine them with our own lives. I hope you won't have nightmares when you take them back and won't be haunted by resentful spirits." Xia Hongwen's face went cold, but he soon smiled. "Wu Yi, I know you're not convinced, but so what? You can only blame your family for being too weak. And one day your family will be surnamed Xia and you will become a woman surnamed Xia. I'll leave you with these words, just wait and see." Saying so, he laughed loudly and waved his hand. "Go move the ores, anyone who dares stop you will be killed without mercy." The cultivator behind him all rushed forward one after another and entered the starship. "Go back." Wu Yi didn't want to see him make a fool of himself, so with a cold expression, she led the several dozen cultivator away in a different direction. The ores they had painstakingly harvested from the depths of Shadowed Star's territory fell into the hands of an outsider the moment they returned to Shadowed Star. This was nothing short of torture and destruction for all of them. The atmosphere in the team was extremely oppressive, and Yang Kai could clearly see that everyone's eyes were bloodshot. He believed that as long as Wu Yi gave the order just now, all of them would have attacked Xia Hongwen without any regard for their lives to protect the fruits of their hard work. Yang Kai had thought of returning to Shadowed Star and wanted to say goodbye to Wu Yi, but now was not a good time. Leaving without saying goodbye was not a good idea, so in desperation he could only follow the team forward. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai approached Yu Feng and asked softly, "Does that Xia Hongwen have a grudge with your family's elder sister Xiaoji?" Yu Feng's anger had not yet subsided, so after hearing this question he shot a glance towards Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes and shook his head. "No, it's just that he wanted to marry elder sister Xiaoji a few years ago but was rejected by her. Since then he has been holding a grudge against our family." "Is that guy very powerful? What does he count for?" Yu Feng said disdainfully. "If not for the protection of Shadow Moon Hall, I could have killed him at any time. It's just that his father is an important figure in Shadow Moon Hall, so he can act so unscrupulously. My Haiku family is just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. No matter how he bullies us, no one will come to uphold justice." "Boy, why are you asking so many questions? I'm warning you, don't try to steal Wu Yi from me, otherwise I'll beat you so hard your mother won't recognize you." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before snickering. "Rest assured I won't steal her from you, and I have many women." Yu Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. "Isn't that right? With that kind of character of yours, there are many women willing to follow you, so what are you going to use to protect them?" Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Yu Feng acted as if he had discovered a new world and ran up to the front, walking side by side with Wu Yi, acting mysteriously. No one knew what they were talking about. A moment later Wu Yi looked back at Yang Kai, her brow furrowing slightly as a look of disbelief filled her face. Yang Kai's face went pale, knowing that Yu Feng had sold him out, but after seeing him act like this, Wu Yi's mood seemed to improve slightly, her tight little face gradually relaxing as an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. The Haiku family's manor wasn't far from the wide chalk field where the starship was anchored, only about 50 kilometers away, so after a short while the group arrived. Wu Yi, Haowen, and Changqi naturally went to meet with the important figures of the family to ask them for an explanation. The rest of the Haiku family's people swarmed into the manor and scattered, soon disappearing without a trace. Only Yu Feng and Yang Kai were left behind, the two of them glancing at each other. Yu Feng scratched his head and muttered, "And Sister Xiaoji told me to entertain you properly, but after thinking about it for a while, I don't know how to entertain you. Father here has no experience in this area." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Do as you please, I'll just walk around." "Do as you wish, Father happens to have some free time. And don't go to the inner mansion, that's where the main family lives, just walk around the outer mansion. If you're really bored, there's Heavenly Fate City about 200 kilometers from here, you can go there." And Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 1100. One of the big differences between Shadowed Star and other cultivation stars was the strength of its gravitational pull. In the past, Yang Kai had discovered that the larger a cultivation star was, the greater the gravitational pull. It seemed that the two were directly proportional, and Shadowed Star's gravitational pull was particularly strong. Other cultivation stars simply couldn't compare to it. Cultivating in this kind of environment would definitely give Yang Kai greater benefits than cultivating on other cultivation stars. On top of that, the world energy aura here wasn't as thin as he had imagined. Compared to Rainfall Star and Water Moon Star, it was indeed slightly inferior. However, Yang Kai was from Xian realm, so compared to Xian realm, this place was like heaven on earth. Yang Kai was very satisfied with this place. After wandering around star territory for several years, Yang Kai felt that he should find a place to temporarily settle down and cultivate. Only when his strength was strong enough would he have the strength to do what he wanted. In the vast expanse of star territory, finding Su Yan was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yang Kai saw a feasible method from his previous path. That was to make his name known and let everyone in star territory know of his existence. This way, no matter where Su Yan was, she would definitely take the initiative to find him, eliminating the need for Yang Kai to run around and search for her. Back on Xian realm, the Hu sisters Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land to ask him for help precisely because they heard his name. This process may be very long, but it was much more feasible than running around like a headless fly. Yang Kai was prepared to spend a dozen years or even 100 years to achieve this goal. Yang Kai didn't care about time because no matter how long it took, the feelings between him and Su Yan would never fade. The same was true for his little senior sister. When he was strong enough, he could return to Xian realm and bring them back to star territory. Shadowed Star was one of the stops Yang Kai decided to make. After walking around the Haiku family manor for a while, Yang Kai grew bored and was considering whether he should go to Heavenly Fate City to take a look when the light of a star shuttle suddenly rose up from the manor and shot out. Yang Kai clearly saw Wu Yi's figure standing on top of this star shuttle. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to follow behind Wu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Yi had encountered, but she seemed quite aggrieved. As they flew, Yang Kai could still hear her sobbing. Wu Yi flew aimlessly and soon landed on a barren mountain peak, sitting alone on top of which was her green-robed Wu Yi was hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Kai Yang landed beside her, but he didn't know how to comfort her, so he just stood there and waited for her to recover. Wu Yi Yang Kai's sect sex Wu Yi, s Yang Kai's Wu Yi's a star. Yang Kai was speechless. Yang Wu Yang's Wu's Wu Wu and Wu Wu she Wu Wu's and Wu Wu Yang Wu, Swu was Wu Wu's Yang Wu Wu's too aggrieved, Wu Yang sobbed. Wu Yi said while choking with sobs, so many people died just to collect those ores, but the family gave them all to that bastard Xia Hongwen with just a few words, not even a decent reward. Small families have their own sorrows. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Why do those strong people like to bully the weak? Is there no fairness in this world? If I were standing in a high position, I would never do such a thing. Wu Yi shouted indignantly, seemingly venting the anger in her heart. Don't they know that doing this will only chill the hearts of the people? Once the hearts of the people are gone, the family will also be gone. How can they be so short-sighted? Do they have to bow and scrape to survive? When you really stand in that position, perhaps you'll understand this kind of helplessness. Whose side are you on? Wu Yi glared at Yang Kai bitterly, somewhat annoyed that he wasn't speaking up for her. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. Good, you speak, I'll shut up and just listen. Wu Yi seemed to have been encouraged and her red lips began to move, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years, regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing to listen or not. Her family's cowardice made her sad, Shadow Moon Hall's strength made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling for a long time, Wu Yi's mood finally eased a lot, but her eyes were still swollen like peaches. Suddenly changing the topic, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Was that golden spear made by you?" Yang Kai decisively shook his head. This woman really did have some doubts. After all, she knew all about his subordinates. The only one she didn't know was Yang Kai, whom she had picked up halfway. "It really wasn't you?" Wu Yi seemed to be in disbelief. "Why do I feel like you're not as weak as you look?" Yang Kai had to admit, this woman's intuition was quite terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm just a third-order saint. Even if I have some hidden means, how strong could I possibly be?" Wu Yi stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "I don't know, I just feel like you're not someone to be trifled with. If I were to fight with you, the one who would lose would likely be me. It's just a feeling I have, one I trust very much in." "You think too highly of me," Yang Kai flatly denied, changing the subject. "Right, I want to say goodbye to you." "Goodbye?" Wu Yi was stunned. "Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Shadowed Star?" "No, but don't try to win me over, I won't join your family." Wu Yi smiled. "Our small family is not something you can accept. Although your cultivation isn't high, you're still an outsider and have seen many great storms. And how about this, don't say goodbye to me, I won't try to win you over, but don't forget the agreement between us." "Of course I haven't forgotten." "Then don't go." Wu Yi got up and stretched exaggeratedly, letting out a mewling sound as her curvaceous figure was revealed. Not minding Yang Kai's strange look, she simply stomped her foot and said, "How about I give you this barren mountain?" "Give it to me?" Yang Kai was stunned. "This Dragon Cave Mountain is a property under my name and has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Although there aren't any precious treasures or rare ores here, the world energy here doesn't lose out to anywhere else. I often come here to cultivate and the scenery is quite good. Yufeng and the others also come here often. In any case, you don't have anywhere to go, so you can stay here. As long as you're willing, from now on this is your territory." Yang Kai frowned at her and found that she didn't seem to be joking, asking in surprise, "Such a big piece of land, you want to give it to me just like that?" Wu Yi giggled. "What do you know? On Shadowed Star, such a piece of land isn't worth anything. Shadowed Star is too big. Even if my Haiku family is a small family, we still have a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. What does a trivial mountain count for?" You haven't encountered such a situation on any other cultivation star, have you? Yang Kai nodded, only now realizing that such a piece of land wasn't worth anything on Shadowed Star at all. Why are you trying so hard to keep me here? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. Wu Yi stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi waved her hand and said, I know you have many women and all of them like you, but don't think so highly of yourself. I only want to revitalize my family and haven't considered the matters between men and women. And even if I did, I wouldn't take a fancy to a guy with so many women. That's good, Yang Kai snorted somewhat unhappily. Is that a deal? Wu Yi looked at him with a smile. I'll stay here for the time being, I have nowhere to go anyways. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. In fact, this place is quite good. Just 50 kilometers from here is Heavenly Fate City, so if you want to buy anything it'll be more convenient. Oh right, you don't seem to have anything now, so I'll have Yufeng send you some things in a few days to help you set up your residence. You can live here with peace of mind, don't think too much about it, just treat this place as a place to settle down. When I take charge of the family one day I'll summon you, don't even think about refusing. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He felt that it would take at least a few dozen years for Wu Yi to take charge of the Haiku family. Following Wu Yi, the two of them shuttled through the mountains and soon arrived at a deep cave. There were some traces left behind by someone who had meditated here before. Wu Yi explained that they were her handiwork. The cave seemed to be quite deep and extended all the way into the belly of the mountain. Inside there was a clear mountain spring that converged into a pool, its water so clear that one could see the bottom. The conditions are a bit difficult, but you'll have to make do. And if you want, you can actually live in my family's manor. Yufeng and the others are all there. No need, this place is quite good. Yang Kai shook his head. In any case, it was just a place to settle down, so it didn't matter where he lived. Although the manor was lively and not lonely, the world energy aura there couldn't be compared to here, so Yang Kai was quite satisfied. Then you should familiarize yourself with the place first. I have to go back. I haven't given them the reward I promised yet, Wu Yi said before leaving. After Wu Yi left, Yang Kai took a closer look at the place he had chosen to stay. Although there was a mountain spring in the cave, the environment was not humid, making it very suitable for living. Even though this cave was naturally formed and had many twists and turns, it didn't have a proper stone room. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the situation within a 1,000-kilometer radius around him was as clear as day. As Wu Yi said, there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here, nor were there any mineral lodes worth paying attention to. Besides the decent world energy aura here, it was just a barren mountain. No wonder she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when she said so. Yang Kai knew why Wu Yi wanted him to stay. It was simply because he had come from the outside and was more familiar with the outside world. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for his own strength, she probably didn't place him in her eyes. Wu Yi had a great ambition to revitalize her family, while Yang Kai also had a great ambition to reach Yang's territory. The two of them had different goals, but they both required years of hard work to achieve them. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Haiku family, through Shadow Moon Hall and through Shadowed Star, his name would spread throughout Yang's territory. At that time he wouldn't need to worry about Su Yan not being able to hear his name or not being able to find him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was filled with hope for the future. Chapter 1101. Yang Kai simply cleaned up the cave and found a relatively good location for his own bedroom. Immediately after, Yang Kai left the cave and wandered around the 1,000-kilometer Dragon Cave Mountain, recalling the various spirit arrays used to gather world energy. Yang Kai had come into contact with this type of spirit array many times before, such as in Tong Xian Realm's Soaring Heaven Sect, Nine Heavens Holy Land, Gui Zhu's residence on the floating continent, and Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao a few years ago. Since Yang Kai decided to stay here, it was only natural for him to find a comfortable cultivation environment. Yang Kai didn't have much knowledge about spirit arrays. What he knew most was spirit arrays used for alchemy, but the Tao of spirit arrays was one of a kind. After many years of exposure, Yang Kai also knew how to arrange a world energy gathering spirit array. This required the coordination of the geographical location, supplemented by some materials, and through various means, a decent formation could be formed. Although Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't very large, Yang Kai found that the natural conditions here were quite good. Near the cave Wu Yi had found for him, there were several mountain peaks surrounding the cave. If he used them as a foundation, he would be able to arrange a good spirit array. While wandering around the mountain, Yang Kai kept recalling some of the things Great Elder Su Hui had told him when he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, including the mysteries of the Holy Land's 9 peaks and spirit arrays. Soon Yang Kai had some ideas. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai went directly to Heavenly Fate City, which was 50 kilometers away. Heavenly Fate City was one of the forces under Shadow Moon Hall, so even if the Haiku family was nearby, they didn't have full control over it. This was because the entire city was very rich, not something a small family in the periphery could occupy. The Haiku family only operated a few businesses in the city, earning some cultivation materials from the cultivator who passed by. After entering Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai found that this place was bustling with people and shops everywhere. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the cities on Rainfall Star or Watermoon Star, perhaps even more so. Most of the owners of these shops were disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, but there were also people from Shadow Moon Hall's affiliated forces. Here they were able to make a lot of money, so every shop was a cash cow. There were no guards at the city gates to collect crystal stones, so Shadow Moon Hall allowed anyone to enter and leave the city freely. Along the way, Yang Kai was in high spirits, his pace neither fast nor slow as he strolled through the various shops. Soon Yang Kai was surprised to discover that in this city, or even all of Shadowed Star, the value of Saint Crystals was much higher than that of other cultivation stars. For example, a bottle of Origin Warming Pills would cost 300 low-rank Saint Crystals on other cultivation stars, but here it only cost 200. An item worth 500 low-rank Saint Crystals would only cost 400 or so. Isolation from the outside world allowed Shadowed Star to have its own way of calculating the value of Saint Crystals. The scarcity of Saint Crystals made the value of Saint Crystals even greater. Very few Saint Crystals could be exchanged for many things. Yang Kai was very excited, because in his black book space, there were more than 47,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, and the conversion rate between Saint Crystals of different qualities was 1 to 5. In other words, 1 high-rank Saint Crystal could be exchanged for 5 mid-rank Saint Crystals, and 1 mid-rank Saint Crystal could be exchanged for 5 low-rank Saint Crystals. In total, Yang Kai had 1,000,000 low-rank Saint Crystals, so he could buy anything he wanted. Yang Kai only bought some ores and materials he needed. After that, Yang Kai went to a place called Artifact Refining Pavilion. Whether it was Tongxian Realm or Star Territory, as long as there was a city with a high concentration of cultivator, such a place would definitely exist. Because not every cultivator knew how to refine artifacts, they would often find skilled artifact refiners to help them. In this way, not only would these artifact refiners have the opportunity to practice their craft, but they would also be able to obtain a good reward. Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion was also a subsidiary of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the several dozen artifact refiners here were members of Shadow Moon Hall, while some were hired. These hired artifact refiners would receive a share of the rewards from Shadow Moon Hall. Although most of the rewards would be taken by Shadow Moon Hall, such people were relatively free and could leave at any time without being subject to the jurisdiction of Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai arrived, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. There were at least 200 cultivators of varying strength waiting in line, waiting for the artifact refiners of Artifact Refining Pavilion to refine artifacts for them. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he was met with cold and hot gazes. Some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would cut the line. This scene reminded him of the crowd outside the 9 Peaks when 9 Heavens Holy Land was helping people with alchemy. At that time, many people were willing to wait for 1 to 2 months or even longer outside the 9 Peaks to ask the alchemists of the Holy Land to refine pills for them. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people. Will I have to wait for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. A man who looked like a shop assistant came over. He wasn't young, but his strength wasn't high. It seemed that he had given up on his own cultivation and was only working here to earn some remuneration to make a living. He enthusiastically handed Yang Kai a piece of paper and smiled. Take a look and choose for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Yang Kai took the paper suspiciously, and after looking at it for a while, he found that the names of the dozens of artifact refiners in Artifact Refining Pavilion were written on it, along with their abilities, charging standards, and a number. Yang Kai asked around and learned that the number indicated how many cultivator were waiting for this artifact refiner to refine an artifact. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that the most powerful person had more than 30 cultivator waiting, and this person's greatest ability was to refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts. No wonder so many people wanted to ask him for help. Artifact refiners were the same as alchemists in that they had their own ranking system. The higher their rank, the more high-grade artifacts or pills they could refine. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find materials. Gathering the materials for an artifact was even more difficult than gathering the materials for a pill, so when choosing an artifact refiner, one would be extremely cautious. They would rather choose the expensive than the poor. This artifact refiner who could refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts didn't charge a low fee, but with his rank, it was only natural that these cultivator would flock to him. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the names of these artifact refiners one by one and soon stopped at the name of one named Yang Inflammation. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai waved to the shop assistant. Has honored guest chosen an artifact refiner who will be responsible for refining your artifact? The shop assistant ran over with a smile. Is there something wrong with the information on this? Yang Kai asked. The shop assistant still smiled. Honored guest is worrying too much. Our artifact refining pavilion is a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the artifact refiners here are disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Their methods and abilities have all passed the assessment of Shadow Moon Hall. Their prices are fair and honest, there is no suspicion of fraud. Yang Kai looked at him deeply before handing the piece of paper to him and pointing to it. Look at this guy named Yang Inflammation charges such a high fee, and he says he can refine origin-grade artifacts, so why doesn't anyone patronize him? The number behind Yang Inflammation was clearly 0, which meant that no one was waiting in line for his artifact refining. Compared with his leisurely appearance, the other artifact refiners were simply bustling with activity. The shop assistant smiled strangely and said, Honored guest, the credibility of Artifact Refining Pavilion is only guaranteed by the artifact refiners from Shadow Moon Hall. As for the external hired artifact refiners, we cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information they provide. And we don't have that kind of free time. When this Grandmaster Yang Inflammation came to Artifact Refining Pavilion, we also told him this, but he insisted that he can refine origin-grade artifacts. If honored guest doesn't believe this, please don't choose him. If there is any loss, we won't pay for it. We have many other artifact refiners to choose from. Listening to this shop assistant's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be a way for Shadow Moon Hall to suppress external artifact refiners. Artifact Refining Pavilion's credibility was not guaranteed to the hired artifact refiners, so any cultivator who came to refine an artifact would have some misgivings and would not choose them. The other artifact refiners. Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. The other artifact refiners all had busy schedules, and even the fastest one would take a dozen or so days. Is honored guest in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, you can leave the materials here and come back to pick them up when they are finished. The shop assistant made a suggestion. Yang Kai did not answer and instead asked, Has anyone asked this guy named Yang Inflammation to refine something? Yes. What was the result? The shop assistant's face suddenly twitched as a strange look appeared on his face. After a long time he finally said, Honored guest, I suggest you find another grandmaster to refine an artifact for you. Their fees are also more reasonable, unlike this one. Even this shop assistant didn't seem to be very optimistic about this artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation, which made Yang Kai very puzzled. He didn't know how bad this Yang Inflammation's skills were. While they were talking, an extremely tall and sturdy man walked out of a room while cursing. He had a murderous look on his face and he held a sledgehammer in his hand. He looked very majestic. He cursed as he walked out of the room looking extremely angry. Someone dared to curse an artifact refiner? Yang Kai was stunned. Artifact refiners and alchemists were a rare group of people with noble status. No matter who a cultivator offended, they would never offend these two groups of people because no matter which cultivator it was, they needed artifacts and pills. Offending them was tantamount to cutting off their own path of retreat. On the other hand, the cultivator waiting in the hall seemed to be used to this scene, as if it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Not only did no one try to persuade him, they even looked over with interest. Chapter 1102. The burly man cursed as he walked out, soon disappearing from sight. Ha, that Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is looking for a scolding again, someone in the hall laughed gloatingly. He can't even refine a Saint King grade artifact properly, yet he still dares to brag about being an Origin grade artifact refiner. If all the artifact refiners in this world are like this, who can guarantee the quality of our artifacts? That's right, I heard that a few days ago, someone brought an artifact he had been using for several dozen years to Grandmaster Yang Inflammation and asked him to refine it. It was originally an excellent Saint King grade high-rank artifact, but after being refined, it dropped a level and became a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact. The owner of that artifact cried his heart out. How pitiful. What's wrong with that? I also heard that someone asked Grandmaster Yang Inflammation to refine a sword-shaped artifact, but he only refined it into a heavy machete. Ha, an artifact refiner who can't meet the requirements of our cultivator, how can he be considered a qualified artifact refiner? I think his skill level is quite limited. How could Artifact Refining Pavilion hire such a poor artifact refiner? This has nothing to do with Artifact Refining Pavilion. Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is just a hired artifact refiner. All those who go to him for artifact refining are told the truth by Artifact Refining Pavilion staff, but there are still people who are deceived. It can only be said that those people are stupid and greedy for the weight of an Origin grade artifact refiner. In any case, I'd rather wait a few months than ask that person for artifact refining. All kinds of words entered his ears, causing Yang Kai's expression to become more and more strange. The staff also sighed to the side. Ha, Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is really a maverick. Our artifact refining pavilion has warned him many times, but he still remains stubborn and unrepentant. It looks like he'll have to leave in a few days. Why? Yang Kai turned to look at him. His actions will cause some damage to Artifact Refining Pavilion's reputation. Naturally, we can't tolerate him here. But I saw the sledgehammer artifact that the quality of that burly man just took out was very good. It also fits his physique and Saint Chi attribute, so why isn't he satisfied? The shop assistant laughed. That warrior wants to refine not a sledgehammer but a sledgehammer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He immediately understood why the burly man was so furious. Indeed, it was as those voices had said, a refiner who couldn't meet the requirements of a cultivator was not a good refiner. Sir, have you made your choice? The waiter looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've chosen. Yang Kai nodded and handed the piece of paper back. Grandmaster Yang Yen. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before he asked in a strange tone, Are you sure? Yang Kai smiled. What I want to refine is not an artifact but something very simple. No matter how bad he is, he should be able to refine it. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Please come this way. The shop assistant no longer tried to dissuade him and led Yang Kai to the room on the other side. Stopping in front of the room, he motioned to Yang Kai to go in by himself and said meaningfully, Good luck. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and stepped inside. The room was very large, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the room was a huge furnace with a figure sitting cross-legged behind it. This should be the so-called Grandmaster Yang Inflammation. The curses of the burly man just now didn't affect him in the slightest. His aura was calm like an ancient well, and only the sound of his even breathing could be heard. Yang Kai walked over to a cushion in front of the furnace and sat down. Immediately, Grandmaster Yang Inflammation's voice came from behind the furnace. What do you want to refine? Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help tilting his body and looking at Yang Inflammation from the side of the furnace. Because he found that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation was actually a woman. Moreover, her voice was sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel refreshed. He really wanted to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looked like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him in the darkness. Yang Inflammation was wrapped in a huge black robe, so he couldn't see his face or figure. Everyone is like this. Are you here to refine artifacts or to look at people? Yang Inflammation muttered discontentedly. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and immediately understood that everyone who came here was as curious as him. Embarrassed, he said, Sorry, I was just a little curious. I thought Grandmaster Yang Inflammation was a man. Yang Inflammation didn't mind and continued to ask, What do you want to refine? Yang Kai replied, I want to refine a few simple things, not artifacts. I'll draw them for you to see. Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that had already been prepared next to the futon and quickly drew a few strange things. When a cultivator was refining, they would put forward their own requirements. They would have their own idea of what an artifact would look like, so the pen and paper would definitely be prepared. After he finished drawing, Yang Kai handed it over. Yang Inflammation took it and looked at it. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, "You want to arrange a spirit array?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Just from the shape of this thing you can see it?" Yang Inflammation sneered, "How difficult is that? The things you want to refine have no other use except for arranging a spirit array. If I can't see it, then wouldn't I be blind? Do you understand spirit arrays?" "Not very good." Yang Kai honestly shook his head. Although he was sure that he could arrange a spirit array, he couldn't guarantee how effective it would be. Perhaps the effect would be very subtle. "If you don't understand, then don't fiddle around blindly. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money," Yang Inflammation said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. "Arranging a spirit array is my business, refining these things is your business, I will pay you." He finally understood why this Yang Inflammation was so lonely. She seemed to like meddling in other people's business. Such a person was destined to be disliked. To Yang Kai's surprise, this woman didn't try to refute, remaining silent for a while before suddenly saying, "How about this? I'll help you refine these things and even arrange a very good spirit array for you. How about you pay me?" "You can arrange a spirit array?" "Can. You're not lying, right?" "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Inflammation said disdainfully, "Wait until I arrange a spirit array and you're satisfied with it. I don't want much. Seeing that your strength isn't high, you shouldn't be rich either. How about 100 high-rank Saint crystals? If you can take it out, I'll go with you right now." "Are you short on Saint crystals?" Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, feeling that this woman was a bit too kind. He had only come here to ask her to refine a few simple things, yet she had actually taken the initiative to offer to arrange a spirit array for him, which was quite unusual. "I'm an artifact refiner, of course I'm short on Saint crystals. Buying those artifact refining materials requires a lot of Saint crystals. Aren't artifact refiners very rich? How could they be short on Saint crystals?" Yang Kai was confused. The richest people in the world were either artifact refiners or alchemists. These two kinds of people never had to worry about money. At the very least, Yang Kai had never had such an experience. Alchemy was a rare craft that could be used anywhere. "Look at my situation, do I look like someone who has a lot of Saint crystals?" In the darkness, Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood. No one had come to her for artifact refining, so naturally she had no gains. The vigilance in his heart eased a little as he asked worriedly, "If you just leave like this, will there be any problems?" "There's no problem, I only have an employment relationship with Artifact Refining Pavilion, so I can leave at any time. And they can't wait for me to leave so I don't ruin their reputation. A bunch of mediocre people." After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Good, if you can arrange a spirit array that satisfies me, I'll pay you 100 high-rank Saint crystals." "Then let's go," Yang Inflammation said, putting the huge furnace in front of her into her space ring and slowly standing up. Kai Yang looked her up and down. Although he still couldn't see her face, he found that this woman's figure was petite. Her head only reached his shoulders, but she had a pair of luxurious twin peaks, towering and shaking, which was very eye-catching. Exquisite and full. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at her a few more times. Leaving the room, Yang Inflammation asked Yang Kai to wait outside while she went alone to a room in Artifact Refining Pavilion. After a short time, she walked out with a relaxed look on her face and gestured to Yang Kai to lead the way. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense and flew off on his star shuttle with Yang Inflammation following closely behind. After the two left, the Artifact Refining Pavilion seemed to burst into cheers as many cultivators celebrated that Grandmaster Yang Inflammation had finally left and would no longer cause trouble for others. Even the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he stood at the entrance of Artifact Refining Pavilion and waved to Yang Inflammation, as if saying goodbye and wanting her to go as far away as possible. On the way to Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation flew side by side, but strangely, Yang Kai felt that this woman's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally staring at him, a look of eagerness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't care at first, but when she kept staring at him like this, Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at me for?" Yang Inflammation raised her eyes and curled her lips. "Who's looking at you?" "Then why are you staring at me?" "I'm looking at the star shuttle under your feet." Yang Inflammation snorted. "A Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, not bad. Do you want me to refine it? I guarantee I can improve its performance by another 10%, provided you can find enough materials. And you'll also have to pay me a certain amount of remuneration." Yang Kai almost fell off his star shuttle, but after calming himself down he stared at her suspiciously and asked, "You're not really an origin-grade artifact refiner, are you?" Refining an artifact and refining it were two completely different tasks. The former was much more difficult. A person who could refine a Saint-grade high-rank artifact was at least an origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner. Since Yang Inflammation dared to say such a thing, it meant she had the ability to do so. "Of course I am." As soon as her artifact refiner grade was mentioned, Yang Inflammation puffed up her towering chest, her pretty face filled with pride. Outside, Yang Kai discovered that this woman's appearance was as sweet as her voice. She was the kind of woman who looked innocent and harmless, easily giving others a good impression of her.